Chapter 1. Chu. Chu sat before his computer desk at home, his hands rapidly tapping the keyboard and clicking the mouse as he opened Baidu. The screen displayed this year's anime rankings, and he gazed intently at the screen, his eyes unblinking, occasionally flickering with a spark of excitement. The mouse clicked incessantly as he skimmed through the summaries, yet his increasingly furrowed brow revealed his evident dissatisfaction with the search results. Damn, aside for Dragon Ball, Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece, is there truly nothing worthwhile to watch? How can the anime on these rankings be so atrocious? They are utterly overrated. I cannot fathom how they gain popularity. How perplexing. Chu muttered disdainfully, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. How utterly dreary. Is there truly nothing exhilarating happening? He murmured softly, letting out a slight sigh as he shook his head in boredom. At the age of 23, Chu was rather handsome. Standing at 178 centimeters, while his frame appeared somewhat slender, the definition of his muscles was distinctly visible, exuding a powerful aura, making him quite the dashing young man. Having lost his mother at a young age, he was raised solely by his father, who, unfortunately, succumbed to a terminal illness 5 years ago. Fortunately, his father had the foresight to purchase numerous insurance policies, and after his passing, Chu received a substantial compensation that allowed him to sustain his life as a recluse. During high school, his infatuation with novels and anime, along with various otaku pursuits, led to his academic downfall in university. Consequently, he chose to remain at home, spending his days engrossed in video games and anime, leading a life that was both hollow and monotonous. Day after day, year after year, Chu had transformed into a profound recluse, seemingly lost in a spiritual realm, as if he had lost interest in the three-dimensional world. A fervent anime enthusiast, he constantly sought out new anime series, hoping to find something that would pique his interest. Regrettably, true classics were but a mere handful. After indulging in the few exceptional ones, anything that followed felt insipid, and he found himself in a drought of quality anime. When will the Japanese anime industry release some good news shows again? The wait is excruciating, he lamented, his expression a portrait of despair, his demeanor listless. It is crucial to note that new anime served as vital sustenance for otaku like him without fresh content. How could Chu navigate the days ahead? Oh, life is so empty and lonely. Now even the anime has become lackluster, and there are no thrilling novels to read. Is the world before me destined to be one of despair? Chu sighed, bemoaning his fate, his thoughts spiraling into a tempest of frustration. Suddenly, in a fit of excitement, he made an impulsive motion, raising his arm and shouting defiantly, "When will I escape this tedious, hollow existence? I crave excitement. I yearn for a life akin to that of an anime protagonist." No sooner had he uttered these words, barely catching his breath, did a rectangular dialog box abruptly appear on the webpage displaying the anime rankings. It bore 2 lines of bold black text. Chu, taken aback, instinctively leaned closer to the monitor, reading aloud, "Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly wish to live?" Below the text, the options yes and no emerged. Wait, this seems familiar. Yes, it's just like that dialogue box from the novel Infinite Horror, when the protagonist Zheng Jia entered the main god's temple. How could it possibly appear on my computer? A perplexing curiosity stirred within Chu. He could not comprehend the situation. Though he had just expressed a desire for excitement, he was, after all, merely a recluse. If life were to truly become thrilling, he feared he might be unable to cope. Most likely just a hacker's idle prank, he mused. Such events as Zheng Jia experienced are impossible in reality. I remember just updating my antivirus software yesterday. Perhaps it's time for a complete system reinstall. Concerned that his newly acquired computer might have contracted a virus or been hacked, Chu reached for the mouse, intending to click no. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden tremor, as if his body were no longer under his control. He felt paralyzed, his consciousness acutely aware as his hand inexplicably grasped the mouse, the cursor drifting towards yes. With a swift click, a blinding white light erupted from the screen, enveloping his body. Chu felt as though a black hole were drawing him in, and in an instant, his form transformed into a beam of light, penetrating the computer. Soon after, everything went dark, and he lost consciousness. Time lost all meaning. It felt like both a fleeting moment and an eternity. Gradually, Chu-hee's awareness resurfaced from the depths of oblivion. Although his consciousness was awake, he found himself unable to open his eyes. He longed to scream, yet no sound would escape his lips. His body felt foreign, as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss. After a while, a glimmering portal appeared within his consciousness, and Chu-hee felt a surge of hope. He began to move toward the light, and as he approached, a powerful force tugged at his essence, propelling him toward the opening. In the next moment, his eyes flew open, revealing the surroundings before him. What greeted his gaze was a magnificent palace, surrounded by jade walls shimmering with ethereal light. The ground felt as though it were suspended among the clouds, enveloped in a misty haze that created an otherworldly ambience, reminiscent of a celestial realm. What is this place? Stunned by the sight before him, Chu-hee's eyes widened in disbelief. He pinched his cheek, confirming it was not a dream. The pain was real. Cold sweat broke out on his brow as he pondered how he had arrived in this bizarre location. Just as he grappled with confusion, a chilling voice resonated in his ears. "Child, you have arrived." The sudden sound in the previously empty space startled Chu-hee, prompting him to scan his surroundings, only to find himself alone. However, having consumed countless anime and novels, he possessed a resilient mind, unshaken by his supernatural occurrences. Though fear coursed through him, he summoned his courage, gritting his teeth, and shouted defiantly toward the heavens. "Hey, are you human or ghost? Show yourself. Don't play tricks on me. I am not afraid." Chapter 2. Divine and Demonic. The surroundings fell silent after Chu-hee's proclamation, the stillness lingering until the voice finally replied, "Child, I am neither human nor ghost. I am the time-space controller of the 13th universe of the great cosmic realm. Ming-yi, I exist within the very fabric of this world, and your mortal eyes cannot perceive my form." A tone of haughty aloofness echoed in Chu-hee's ears. After a brief pause, the voice continued, "Very well. Since you wish to see me, I shall grant your desire." As the cold words faded, the previously empty space before Chu-hee began to warp, and from the void emerged a figure cloaked in luminescent azure robes. The figure, a man with flowing azure garments, possessed hair as white as snow cascading freely, resembling delicate snowflakes. His eyes, a striking crimson, sparkled like two exquisite rubies, captivating all who beheld them. His exquisitely handsome visage seemed to embody the essence of the universe's beauty, exuding an air of indifference that set him apart from all others. As Chu-hee gazed at the otherworldly man, feeling the overwhelming aura he radiated, chaos erupted within him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Sweat beaded on Chu-hee's forehead as he struggled to regain his composure, taking a deep breath to quell his rising panic. "Who are you? Why am I here?" he inquired. "That I do not take kindly to repetition. I have already stated my identity. I am the sovereign of the 13th dimension, the master of the space-time continuum in which you currently reside. As for your presence here, that is a choice you made for yourself." The figure draped in blue, who claimed to be the master of time and space, and went by the name of Minji, spoke slowly, his voice as cold and distant as ice and snow. "You are speaking nonsense. When did I ever wish to be here?" Upon hearing Ming-yi's words, Chu-hee felt a surge of anxiety and, disregarding his fear, responded loudly. "Impudent child, mind your words and address me with the respect I deserve. Do you understand?" Ming-yi's gaze flickered, fixing upon Chu-hee with an icy stare. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chu-hee. He cursed inwardly, but recognized that he was at a disadvantage. He had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce and observe how the situation would unfold. "I understand. May I inquire about the reason for my presence here? Is this not what you desired? Did you not once express that your life was mundane and lacking excitement, yearning for stimulation? Furthermore, you have already answered my question. Wait, are you referring to the 2 lines of text that appeared on my computer?" Chu-hee could not restrain his curiosity. "Indeed, you are correct. That was indeed my doing." The blue-clad figure maintained a tranquil expression, nodding slightly, his demeanor both indifferent and frigid. However, I did not intend for this to happen. You must be mistaken. At that moment, I was unaware of why I was compelled to click yes, instead of innoit felt as if my body was acting of its own accord. Chewie hurriedly explained, anxious to avoid unwarranted trouble, especially given the gravity of the situation that seemed poised to unfold. Oomph. You may delude yourself as you wish, but your choice of yes was merely me lending you a hand, making the decision for you to spare you from future regret. You ought to express your gratitude towards me. Minji laughed heartily, showing no concern for Chewy's feelings. What correct decision? I fail to see it. Chewy thought to himself, then replied to Minji, I regret it. I choose a no. Please send me back. I am but an insignificant individual. Before the blue-clad figure, Chewy felt a constant sense of trepidation. In the presence of this ethereal being, he could only lower his stance. Regret? Huh. It is too late for that. Let me make it clear, you have no options left. Mingye's tone suddenly turned frigid, as if a chilling wind swept through, encasing everything in frost. His crimson eyes bored down upon Chu He with an unyielding intensity, flickering with a fire that seemed to emanate an unspoken aura of dread. Under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, Chu He felt as though all strength had drained from his body. A suffocating pressure bore down upon him, rendering him immobile, as a bone-chilling cold surged from his spine to the back of his head, as if he stood naked in an icy realm. Fortunately, this sensation persisted only for a brief moment, yet even that was enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance within Chu He. You have but two paths to tread. One is to obey my commands, and the other is death. You have no room for negotiation. Do you comprehend? Minji spoke with an unmistakable authority. Child, should you choose to obey, you will have the opportunity to become powerful. Reflect on the helplessness you just experienced. Shedding your identity as a weakling is a most favorable outcome, is it not? Do you truly wish to end your life in such a pitiful manner? Should you continue to defy me, your fate will be most tragic. Mingye's voice was laced with a chilling detachment, tinged with an undercurrent of menace that sent shivers down one's spine. At his words, Chu felt a tremor within him, starkly aware of the contrast between Mingye's formidable presence and his own frailty. Though merely a reclusive individual, he was unwilling to accept his fate. Inside, he roared, I refuse to remain a weakling. I refuse to live in humility. I shall grow stronger. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flicker of desire ignited in his eyes, akin to a feeble flame yearning to blaze. Good. That is the spirit I wish to see. A hint of a cold smile graced Mingye's otherwise impassive face. What is it that you intend to do? Speak. With no options left, Chu resolved to hear Minji out, for he was alone in this world, and the worst outcome would merely be death. Excellent. I desire you to become my adventurer. Adventurer? What does that entail? Confused by the situation, Chu inquired. An adventurer is one whom I select to enter a particular realm and strive to become the strongest being within that space. That is your mission, the strongest being. Chu murmured, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Then, why must I aspire to be this so-called strongest? Finding the situation bewildering, Chu could not help but ask. Young one, that is not a question for you to ask. I have my own reasons, and you need only to follow my instructions. Minji replied with a hint of impatience. All right, I understand. I'll listen to you. Chu sighed in resignation and began to pay close attention. This cosmic expanse is composed of countless dimensions, each dimension being a realm of its own. Come forth, chosen one. Minji spoke slowly. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light sparkled in his eyes as he raised his right hand with a flourish. A massive compass emerged, gently hovering a meter above the ground before Chu. Following this, Minji approached Chu, extending his hand, for which a long needle, glowing like a dart, materialized. Minji handed the needle to Chu and said in a measured tone, In a moment I will rotate the compass. This compass contains countless spatial choices. You shall cast the needle to select the realm you wish to enter. Chu nodded, then suddenly asked, What kinds of realms are there? Minji replied, Every flower represents a world. They can all be deemed as spaces. For instance, every novel or anime you have encountered constitutes a separate dimension, Dio, you understand now? Ah, I see. Chu responded, good, I comprehend. Chapter 3. Preparations for the transition very well. Let us commence. As soon as he finished speaking, Minji waved his sleeve, and crimson light swept forth, causing the compass to spin rapidly. Chu exhaled gently. Slightly relaxing his body, he clenched his left fist, grasped the needle with his right hand, and fixed his gaze intently upon the rotating compass. With a swift motion, the needle was launched by Chu, soaring forth like an arrow released from its bow, scattering luminescence as it firmly embedded itself into the compass. After casting the needle, Chu wiped the beads of sweat forming on his brow and gazed at Minji with a mixture of anticipation and concern, awaiting the outcome. Minji stepped before the compass, his calm demeanor scanning Chu, and he spoke in a flat tone. You are fortunate, young one. The world you are destined for is the realm of Dragon Ball. What? Dragon Ball, truly. Chu's eyes widened in disbelief, incredulous at the revelation. Goodness, Dragon Ball. The world where a mere wave of a hand could obliterate the earth. For someone like me, a homebody, the pressure is immense. Worlds like Naruto or One Piece seem far safer, where death merely claims one shipmate at a time, and Dragon Ball. A single demise could mean the end of the entire planet, though he had just begun to entertain thoughts of becoming stronger. In that world, he lacked the kind of good fortune enjoyed by characters like Satan, who could survive indefinitely, yet he felt a sense of impending doom wash over him, as if his future were destined to be one of tragedy. No, it cannot be this way. Young one, what are you afraid of? As an adventurer of my stature, you ought not to display such weakness. Minji's tone dripped with disdain. My lord, you must understand. This is the world of Dragon Ball. If I go there, it would be my doom. I am but a mere character, not one of those formidable beings from Dragon Ball. Please, spare me. Chu lamented pitifully, resigned to his fate. Young one, do you think I expect you to venture into the world of Dragon Ball as you are now, and become a formidable warrior? What can your current body achieve? Seek death. How absurd. Minji scoffed. Upon hearing his words, Chu felt a swell of indignation, cursing silently within. Yet he could not deny the truth of the matter. If he truly entered the world of Dragon Ball, he would likely meet his end swiftly. Young one, I am prepared to alter your constitution, granting you the bloodline of a scion. Only then might you survive longer in that world. Minji spoke coldly. Fixing his gaze upon Chu, suddenly, a flicker of light ignited in his eyes, and he raised his right hand slightly, revealing a solidified orb of blood floating in his palm. This orb contains the essence of scion blood, derived from ancient scions. When you achieve the status of Super Scion, you shall be significantly stronger than an ordinary Super Scion. Be grateful. With that, Minji hurled the blood orb toward Chu, and it surged through the air, entering Chu's body like snow melting into a furnace. In that instant, Chu felt a wave of searing energy envelop him completely, followed by a torrent of excruciating pain coursing through him. As if his veins were rupturing and his spine fracturing, the agony was overwhelming, and he screamed in torment, his face contorted, beads of sweat cascading like fallen pearls. The cries that escaped him were haunting. A truly harrowing sound. After what felt like an eternity, just as Chu thought he might lose consciousness from the pain, a thunderous roar reverberated within him, reminiscent of a primal beast bellowing at the heavens. Exuding an untamed aura, in that moment, the intense agony vanished, replaced by an exhilarating lightness that coursed through him, leaving no trace of discomfort. Indeed, he felt stronger than before. Could it be that I am now a scion? Chu gazed at his hands, questioning Minji with an incredulous tone. Indeed, your body has now fused with the blood essence of the scions that I have refined with my divine power. From this moment forth, you are a scion. Minji stated calmly that a scion. I truly am a scion. Chu murmured in excitement. With such a body, he now possessed the potential to thrive in the power-driven realm of Dragon Ball, granting him newfound confidence and a glimmer of hope for the future, which no longer seemed entirely bleak. Young one, I shall bestow upon you an additional gift, one that will spare you from embarrassment in the future. Minji said with a dispassionate smile, his blood-red eyes glowing fiercely as he focused intently. He uttered a low incantation, and a red, eye-like orb began to materialize within his right eye. This is the Eye of Insight. With it, you can gauge the strength and abilities of your opponents and even replicate their skills. It is now yours. Minji's demeanor appeared generous as the red orb swiftly flew toward Chu-Hi's right eye, merging seamlessly with him. Chu-Hi felt a surge of excitement as he willed his thoughts, suddenly sensing his right eye transform, the world before him sharpening into clarity, revealing a crimson landscape. He glanced at Minji. A flurry of question marks flashed before him, a message entering his mind that was impossible to decipher. With this eye in the scion form, your journey ahead will be significantly smoother. As the master of time and space, I must abide by the rules of the universe, and thus can offer only this much. The rest is in your hands. You must rely on yourself from here on out. Minji spoke slowly. Regardless, thank you, Chu-Hi exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. And no matter the motives behind Minji's actions, they had indeed aided him. As long as it improved his prospect for the future, he would be grateful. By the way, I wish to inquire, what does it mean to be the strongest in my realm? And what if I fail to reach that status? If you can defeat every foe encountered throughout your story, culminating in the final adversary after the tale concludes, then you shall be deemed the strongest. Should you falter, I will reappear before you and guide you into reincarnation. Reincarnation. Does that not imply death? A chill ran down Chu-Hi's spine as he struggled to suppress his dread. He pondered the notion that the final adversary in the Dragon Ball narrative was none other than Majin Buu, which meant he must vanquish this ultimate foe and all others to succeed. Young one, you made a part now, and when you arrive in that world, do not even think of using the Dragon Balls to wish yourself back. Furthermore, do not attempt to alter or hinder the arrival of your enemies. You must face them in their strongest forms and defeat them. Their strongest forms. Indeed, young one, do not let your familiarity with the plot lead you to disrupt their growth to the power levels present during the story. Perhaps, observing the unfolding events is the wisest course of action. I comprehend now. It simply entails waiting until they become the most formidable within the unfolding narrative before I confront them, and subsequently, one by one, vanquish them, correct? I understand. Chu-Hi had not anticipated the multitude of restrictions, which filled him with considerable vexation. However, he found himself unable to effect any alterations and could only nod in agreement. Young one, do not be reluctant. Challenging the powerful is where the true joy of life resides. They are all trials you must endure, thus you shall be deemed my adventurer. In due course, you will come to understand. Otherwise, you shall never ascend to the pinnacle of strength. If this were a game, then what I have just articulated would constitute an absolute rule. I have inscribed an indelible divine thought within the depths of your consciousness. Should you fail to adhere to these absolute rules, you will face absolute annihilation. You comprehend? Upon hearing these words, although Chu-Hi felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction, as if he were merely a player in an infinite world governed by the Dark Night. Resembling a supreme deity system, he recognized he had no alternative. Remember, from this moment forth, everything you possess shall reside within that realm, inseparable. The Dark Knight spoke to Chu-Hi with a measured tone. Very well, perhaps there will come a time when you reach the zenith of that world, and we shall meet again, alone in this new existence. Chu-Hi nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and once more, he lost consciousness, his body seemingly distorting and vanishing. Young one, I hope for your success. Do not let me down, murmured the Dark Knight, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed the direction of Chu-Hi's disappearance. The next moment, his form liquefied into countless specks of light, dissipating into the ether. Chapter 4. Encountering the youth from the depths of the shadowy abyss. Chu-Hi gradually awakened, his consciousness slowly restoring. He opened his eyes to find the sun hanging high in the sky, rays of sunlight playfully darting into his vision. Soon as Chu-Hi regained awareness, he cast his gaze around. To his astonishment, he beheld a vast expanse filled with towering trees that stood majestically amidst the landscape, surrounded by rugged mountains, their paths treacherous and steep. Chu-Hi had not anticipated that upon opening his eyes, he would find himself in an unfamiliar forest, devoid of a name, that this the world of Dragon Ball. The air here is so refreshing, and what a beautiful sky. Having grown accustomed to the polluted atmosphere of modern industry, Chu inhaled the pure and untainted air. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, he tilted his head to gaze at the azure sky, which appeared crystal clear, devoid of any blemish, resembling a flawless mirror. The contrast between this environment and the one he previously inhabited was nothing short of celestial. The landscape of the Dragon Ball world is truly enchanting. Chu extolled the beauty of this pristine nature, acutely aware that such a sight would be nigh impossible to encounter in his former realm. Now, I wonder where exactly this place is? After a moment of contemplation, Chu realized that his immediate priority was to ascertain where exactly the entity known as the Dark Knight had transported him. Damn that fellow. What kind of deity is this? He didn't even inform me beforehand where in Dragon Ball he was sending me, leaving me utterly lost. Moreover, I have no idea what era or time I find myself in. Chu inwardly chastised himself. Regretting not having sought clarification before his arrival, he concluded, regardless of where I am, I might as well explore a bit. After some deliberation, Chu began to wander through the forest, aimlessly observing sights he had never encountered before that I hope my luck holds. I do really prefer not to run into any dinosaurs or similar creatures. Oh heavens, grant me protection. Chu silently prayed, aware of the bizarre creatures that inhabited the Dragon Ball world, where even the king was a dog-headed being. The thought of encountering a fearsome creature, such as a dinosaur or a mammoth, sent shivers down his spine. The last thing he desired was to befall a tragic fate before even embarking on his journey as a so-called time-controlling adventurer. It would be a tale of eternal lament should he perish at the hands of mere cannon fodder. Remaining vigilant to his surroundings, Chu alternated between walking and pausing. After approximately half an hour, he realized he had no idea where he had wandered at that moment. He suddenly felt a faint pang of hunger in his stomach. A rhythmic gurgling sounding like distant drums in the tranquil mountain path. Ugh! I feel so hungry! I crave sustenance. The hunger intensified, and Chu felt as though his stomach had shrunk, an overwhelming desire for food flooding his mind. I recall not feeling this ravenous before. Back when I was cooped up at home, I could go 2 or 3 days without eating without issue. Why am I so famished now? Chu lamented, rubbing his belly, feeling somewhat despondent. Then a thought struck him. Perhaps this was a consequence of his transformation into a Saiyan. After all, Son Goku, being a Saiyan, was notorious for his insatiable appetite. It was said he could consume enough food for 50 people. Notably, he once nearly devoured the prize money of the world's greatest martial arts tournament in a single meal, illustrating the Saiyan's prodigious appetite. How infuriating! In a place like this, where am I to find something to eat? I haven't even spotted any fruit trees. Am I to resort to munching on leaves? Chu chuckled ruefully, continuing his trek, his eyes scanning the surroundings in hopes of discovering food as he ambled along. His nose twitched as he faintly detected a tantalizing aroma wafting from afar as he pressed on, and the scent grew increasingly distinct. Delicious, meaty fragrance. A spark of excitement flickered in Chu's eyes, and his mouth watered at the thought that he hastened his pace, drawn irresistibly toward the source of the delectable scent. As he drew closer, the aroma enveloped him, and soon he arrived at a small clearing where he beheld a sizable fish, weighing approximately 200 pounds, sizzling over an open fire. The flames roared, and the fish glistened a golden hue, exuding an irresistible fragrance that made Chu, already ravenous, salivate profusely. This fish must have been left here by someone. But where are they? Chu surveyed the area, noticing the absence of any person nearby, leaving him puzzled. Regardless whether someone is here or not, I must satiate my hunger with an urgency born of desperation. Chu approached the roasted fish and, without a hint of reservation, seized it from the fire. He began to devour it voraciously. As the fish bones accumulated and the flesh diminished, the pile of bones quickly resembled a small mountain. While Chu's stomach gradually ceased its protests, in no time, he had consumed the entire 200-pound fish. That was quite filling. Although the fish was visually appealing, the taste left much to be desired. It lacked any seasoning whatsoever, such a lack of skill. Chu mused, though he was nonetheless satisfied. Despite being a reclusive individual, he had taken on the responsibility of cooking for himself after his father's passing. He had diligently practiced cooking for months, poring over countless recipes, ultimately honing his skills to a point of pride. Thus, after finishing the fish, he promptly critiqued its flavor. Alas, poor soul who roasted this fish. Not only did they labor to prepare it, but it was also devoured without a second thought, and then criticized for its lack of finesse. Chu chuckled to himself, unperturbed by the thought of potentially inciting the ire of its original cook. Having satisfied his hunger, Chu was about to depart and explore other areas when, suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Hey, you wretched thief! Why did you eat my fish?" Upon hearing the somewhat juvenile voice, Chu turned around to behold a boy of approximately 11 or 12 years standing before him. This youth possessed delicate features, his hair styled in a spiky manner reminiscent of a hedgehog. As if it were about to explode, he was clad in deep blue attire, a belt cinched at his waist, and he bore a red staff upon his back. Most astonishingly, a long gray tail sprouted from behind him. At that moment, the boy was glaring with wide, expressive eyes, infused with a hint of anger, one hand pointing accusingly at Chu, his small face contorted with rage, as if Chu had stolen something of great importance from him. Chapter 5. Sun Wukong seeing the young lad ahead. Chu's heart skipped a beat. That long tail, the signature explosive hairstyle, and the unique staff, surely this boy could be none other than Sun Wukong. The protagonist of Dragon Ball. To his astonishment, as soon as he made his entrance, he encountered the main character, and what was more, it was a youthful Sun Wukong. This was, in fact, fortuitous for Chu, for it meant that in the coming years, Earth would not face any significant peril, at least not from any world-destroying villains. Sun Wukong had always been Chu's idol during his days of watching the Dragon Ball anime. A pure-hearted, generous, strong, and courageous figure, forever adorned with a smile and continually evolving through battle. The universe's strongest warrior, Kakarot's Sun Wukong, had profoundly impacted his heart, and now, that very boy stood before him, suppressing the overwhelming excitement within. Chu smirked slightly, a hint of a smile crossing his face, and addressed the boy, who was none other than Sun Wukong, saying, "Before I arrived, I didn't see anyone here, and since I was quite hungry, I took the liberty of eating. I didn't realize it was yours." Sun Wukong looked at the individual who had devoured the fish he had painstakingly grilled while he had stepped away for a drink. He glanced at the scattered fish bones around and instinctively rubbed his stomach. Suddenly, he shouted at Chu, "Hey, you glutton who ate my fish! I'm starving. Why did you consume all of it?" "I wanted some too." Sun Wukong felt a twinge of frustration. His stomach was growling with hunger, and this person seemed to have an insatiable appetite, surpassing even that of his grandfather. What irked him most was that, unlike his grandfather, who always left him plenty after every meal, this stranger had devoured it all. Seeing Sun Wukong clutching his stomach with a pitiful expression, Chu felt a pang of guilt. He looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Hey kid, I sincerely apologized as compensation. Why don't you catch another fish, and I'll cook it for you? My culinary skills are quite impressive, and it will be absolutely delicious." Really, upon hearing the word delicious, Sun Wukong instantly forgot about the earlier incident, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. With a gleeful shout, he exclaimed, "Great! Wait here. I'll go catch a fish right away." With that, Sun Wukong zoomed off in a flash, almost leaving behind an afterimage as he raced toward the stream where he had previously caught fish. Chu waited patiently, and before long, Sun Wukong returned, shouldering a fish that was several times larger than himself. He set the fish down with a beaming smile and declared, "This fish should fill me up nicely." "How wonderful. All right, just a moment." Chu intended to grill the large fish, but soon realized he lacked a knife to scale it. Feeling rather helpless, he turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Hey, kid, can you scale this fish for me?" "Oh, I can do that." Sun Wukong nodded eagerly. He looked at the large fish on the ground, and suddenly, with a shout, he summoned his Rui Jingu Bang, the red staff appearing in his hands, grasping the center of the staff. He twirled it, transforming it into a spinning red wheel. The gusts of wind swept through as he brought the whirling staff close to the fish, and as it approached the scales, they peeled away effortlessly. Witnessing Sun Wukong's impressive display of skill, Chu felt a surge of excitement. Curious to gauge Sun Wukong's current abilities, he activated his scanning eye, its crimson glow flickering as it merged with his vision. In the blood-red, three-dimensional display, Sun Wukong's basic information materialized before him. Name, Sun Wukong. Gender, male. Race, Scion. Height, 1.52 meters. Weight, 42 kg. Battle power, 10 out. Upon seeing this, Chu decided to check his own battle power and was astonished to find it registered at a mere 6. Slightly above the 5 of a common farmer wielding a gun. Remarkably, he recalled that when Raditz first arrived on Earth, he had measured a gun-wielding farmer's battle power at 5, but now, here he was, surpassing that of an armed man. How astonishing! Could it be due to his transformation into a scion? Chu he mused internally that it was likely so. Otherwise, how could he possess a battle power higher than that of an untrained farmer? After Sun Wukong had scaled the fish, Chu he cheerfully remarked, "Kid, prepare to be impressed by my culinary skills." He then skewered the large fish on a stick and placed it over the fire to roast. Chu he was meticulous, ensuring that every part of the fish was evenly cooked, carefully smoking it over a gentle flame, as an enticing aroma wafted through the air, enticing all nearby with its mouth-watering scent. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his anticipation, wore an eager expression, repeatedly muttering about his hunger. Chu he calmly continued roasting the fish, and soon it was ready. With his mouth watering, Sun Wukong lunged forward to devour the fish with fervor. Chu he observed Sun Wukong's voracious appetite in astonishment, thinking to himself, what incredible speed! He remained unaware that his own eating habits were not much better than Sun Wukong's. After finishing the fish, Sun Wukong patted his belly, his face lighting up with joy. He eagerly ran to Chu He's side, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "That was delicious! Your fish tastes just like my grandfather's. It brings back such fond memories." "Oh, thank you for the compliment." Being praised by such a pure-hearted individual was a delightful experience, and Chu He smiled gently in response. "Hey, why don't you have a tail?" After savoring the delicious fish, Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new world, scrutinizing Chu He with wide eyes and pointing at his body in surprise. "Why would I have a tail?" Chu He replied casually, then contemplated internally, "Though I have Scion blood now, I certainly don't possess such a thing. Could it be that you are the girl my grandfather spoke of?" Sun Wukong asked curiously, "Is it true that girls are different from boys? And that they don't have tails?" "Fool! You're the girl here. Your whole family is girls. I am a man. A true man." Chu He retorted, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement at being mistakenly identified as a girl by the naive boy he idolized. "Boys have tails, and girls do not," Sun Wukong replied cheerfully, waving his tail in demonstration. "But your grandfather is a man, yet have you ever seen his tail?" Chu He sighed in exasperation, posing the question. "Grandfather, right? Why doesn't he have a tail?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished, as if he had just uncovered an unbelievable truth. Chapter 6. 4-star ball. "So, have you realized now? Your grandfather indeed does not have a tail." "See, I was right. Let me tell you, not having a tail does not make one less of a man. Having a tail is a trait of monkeys. And remember, you are simply an exception. Humans do not possess such features." Chu He smiled slightly, adopting a serious tone to educate Sun Wukong. "Enlightenment is crucial." "Oh, is that so?" Sun Wukong's expression suggested disbelief, but after a moment, a radiant smile returned to his face as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Well, that's fine too." Seeing the pure joy on Sun Wukong's face, Chu He felt a wave of warmth wash over him, and a smile crept onto his own lips. "That be by the way, what is your name?" "I am Wukong, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong clasped his hands tightly behind his head, balancing on one foot, a broad smile illuminating his face as he inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Chu He." Upon hearing the name of the first formidable warrior he had long admired while watching Dragon Ball, an inexplicable thrill surged within him, prompting him to declare loudly, "Chu He, such an unusual name." Sun Wukong murmured to himself, "I don't find it odd at all, but Sun Wukong, your name is indeed quite remarkable." Chu He thought of the great sage equal to heaven from Journey to the West, the monkey with a furry face and thunderous voice, and as he glanced at the Sun Wukong before him, he couldn't help but smile faintly, recognizing that despite their identical names, their experiences were worlds apart. "Really? Haha, That the name my late grandfather bestowed upon me, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face aglow with joy at Chu He's admiration of his name. Oh, your grandfather must have been quite cultured. Chu He mused, puzzled by the fact that Sun Wukong, being the grandson of Sun Wufan, was named with the same Wukong character, which in his world would imply disrespect toward the elders if such naming conventions were followed. Hey, Sun Wukong, I noticed how you skillfully scraped that fish scale with your staff. Your martial arts must be quite formidable, right? A sudden thought struck Chu He as he faced the young Wukong. He reflected that he himself was utterly untrained, possessing a mere 6 points of combat power that he might not even be able to unleash. Although Sun Wukong was still young, he had certainly inherited his grandfather's martial prowess. Thus, he considered seizing this opportunity to learn from him, which would grant him some means of self-defense. After all, following Sun Wukong meant following the storyline, so he might as well stay by his side for the time being. Haha, of course, this is a skill my late grandfather taught me. He was an exceptionally talented martial artist. Look, my muscles are as hard as steel now. I could even shatter rocks with my fists. Sun Wukong proclaimed proudly, then rolled up his sleeves to showcase his incredibly developed biceps. Wow, Sun Wukong, you needn't demonstrate. I already know, I don't need to bruise my ego, Chu thought to himself, begrudgingly shaking his head as he considered his own meager muscles. Sighing, he lamented, it's truly disheartening how one compares oneself to another. I wonder how Sun Wukong trains. His claim that his muscles are as hard as steel seems not only accurate, but perhaps even an understatement. After all, when Sun Wukong first met Bulma, she shot him in the forehead, and he emerged unscathed, merely feeling a bit of discomfort. This illustrates just how formidable his physical conditioning is. Sun Wukong, would you be willing to teach me your martial arts? I wish to learn the skills passed down by your grandfather. Recognizing Sun Wukong's innocent nature and lack of any hidden agenda, Chu directly posed the request that, you want to learn my grandfather's martial arts? Sun Wukong replied, astonished. Yes, because I aspire to become a powerful warrior like you, enabling us to become rivals who can spar against each other. Wouldn't that be splendid? Chu responded slowly. Indeed, that means I'll finally have someone to spar with. This is fantastic, Sun Wukong exclaimed, beaming with excitement. All right then, I shall teach you my grandfather's martial arts. Excellent, success. Chu felt a surge of joy within, nodding in agreement with Sun Wukong. Hey, Chu, I need to return to see my grandfather. You should come along. Hasn't your grandfather already passed away? Are you referring to the 4-star ball? Chu recalled certain plot point from Dragon Ball and speculated silently. All right, I'll join you. Chu trailed behind Sun Wukong as they navigated the winding mountain paths, soon arriving before a modest red brick house. This ordinary dwelling, adorned with 2 characters for good fortune on the door, though not particularly large, radiated warmth and a sense of home. Sun Wukong led Chu inside, and the first thing that caught Chu's eye was a yellow sphere with 4 stars resting on a purple cushion. The Dragon Ball. The 4-star ball? Chu exclaimed internally, taken aback by the sight of the first miraculous object from the world of Dragon Ball. His heart raced with excitement, and in that moment he could almost hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls grants a wish. What a thrilling prospect. At that instant, the thought of collecting the Dragon Balls and making a wish flashed across Chu's mind. Filling him with exhilaration, it was impossible not to feel ecstatic. For modern otaku, this was once an unimaginable dream. Who wouldn't wish for immortality or endless wealth? Chu lost himself in fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, with hands clasped in reverence, addressed the 4-star ball, Grandfather, I have returned. While the Dragon Ball remained silent, Sun Wukong continued to chatter animatedly about his day as harvest of food, bursting into laughter moments later. Intrigued by the Dragon Ball, Chu couldn't resist the urge to reach out and touch it, but just as he did, Sun Wukong shouted, filled with alarm. Hey, Chu, you mustn't touch my grandfather. Chu quickly withdrew his hand. Apologizing, oh, I'm sorry. It's my first time seeing such an object. I merely wanted to feel what it was like. Oh, I see. However, even though you're the first person I've met other than my grandfather, I still cannot permit you to touch him. Unable to contain his laughter, Chu quipped, so this sphere is your grandfather. It is the only memento my grandfather left for me. Hence it is my grandfather. Sun Wukong replied without hesitation, his eyes filled with affection and nostalgia as he gazed at the four-star ball. Observing Sun Wukong's expression, Chu sighed softly. "Oh, in that case, you must protect this Dragon Ball with utmost care." "Absolutely. I will ensure my grandfather is well protected," Sun Wukong affirmed. By the way, Sun Wukong, since you've already seen your grandfather, it's time for you to teach me martial arts. "Ah, now," Sun Wukong exclaimed, scratching his spiky hair in confusion. "Of course. Otherwise, when do you think I should wait?" Chu felt an urgent desire to learn some martial arts, so his 6 points of combat power wouldn't be entirely useless. Thus, he couldn't help but express his eagerness. "Well, since you insist, I suppose I shall." Sun Wukong contemplated briefly before breaking into a cheerful smile. "However, I can only teach you the combat techniques my grandfather imparted to me. Your martial arts foundation seems rather lacking. Just look at your stance. You appear to topple over at the slightest touch. You're incredibly weak, and your muscles are nowhere near as robust as mine." Sun Wukong continued to scrutinize Chu, rambling incessantly. All right, I get it. You need to dwell on that. I'm aware of my shortcomings. Just focus on teaching me the combat techniques." "Fine," Sun Wukong replied, then led Chu outside to a small clearing. Preparing to demonstrate the techniques, Sun Wukong retrieved his Rui Bang from behind him, casually tossed it, and it struck the ground with a thud. He then called out to Chu, "Hey, Chu, pay close attention. This is the fist technique my grandfather taught me." After speaking, Sun Wukong swiftly assumed a fighting stance and unleashed a flurry of punches, the force of his strikes creating a whirlwind of energy that reverberated through the air with explosive sounds. His movements were a blur, darting up and down, left and right, leaving Chu utterly mesmerized. Incredible. Just the punches alone possess such immense power. This is astonishing. Chu watched with wide eyes, fully focused on every action Sun Wukong took, determined not to miss even the slightest detail. Right? In a situation like this, I should use that eye. I remember he mentioned its ability to replicate skills. Chu pondered for a moment, and, as a sudden surge of inspiration struck him, his right eye was enveloped by a flash of crimson light. When he observed the techniques executed by Sun Wukong once more, each move was vividly etched into his consciousness, as if he had memorized them 1,000 times over. In an instant, he comprehended all the techniques fully. Remarkable. This eye possesses an extraordinary ability, allowing me to replicate techniques merely by witnessing them. A flicker of astonishment coursed through Chu-hie's mind, and he couldn't help but silently admire Ming-Ye's prowess. Sun Wukong was demonstrating an array of martial arts techniques, each one a culmination of Sun Wukong's own martial prowess, inherited from Master Roshi, thus eliciting diverse reactions. Through continuous observation, Chu harvested an ever-growing wealth of knowledge. His right eye's replication skill was astonishingly potent. Merely practicing the moves once allowed him to commit them to memory, reminiscent of the learning capabilities exhibited by Majin Buu in his later stages. Excellent, truly excellent. Chu murmured to himself, his eyes alight with intense excitement. Ming-Ye, this gift is extraordinary. I am truly fond of it. After approximately an hour of practice, the session finally concluded. Although Sun Wukong was adept in martial arts, his explanatory skills were somewhat lacking, that he merely inquired if Chu had grasped the techniques. Fortunately, Chu relied on observation rather than intellect for his learning. Thus he had little need for explanations. Thank you, Sun Wukong. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Chu expressed his heartfelt thanks. Feeling rather pleased, it's nothing. Chu, my grandfather always said that when others are in need, one should lend a helping hand. You're the first outsider I have encountered, so it is only right that I assist you. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, a broad smile adorning his face. Indeed, Sun Wukong is a genuinely good person, benevolent, kind-hearted, and innocent. A friend worth having. Chu mused to himself, reflecting that such individuals were exceedingly rare in his previous era. By the way, Sun Wukong, allow me to demonstrate the fist technique I just learned. What do you think? Having eagerly awaited his turn, Chu spoke excitedly after witnessing Sun Wukong's martial display. Sure, go ahead, Chu, let me see. Sun Wukong replied with anticipation. Chu offered a subtle smile to Sun Wukong, then assumed the same stance he had seen earlier. Subsequently, he unleashed his first punch in this new world. Though lacking the immense power and explosive force of Sun Wukong's strikes, it was nonetheless vigorous and impressive. He had merely replicated the technique. He did not possess the same level of strength as Sun Wukong. Various moves erupted from Chu Hi's hands. Front flips, back flips, and an array of intricate punches unfolded before them. In that moment, he maximized his 6-point combat power to the fullest. Watching Chu Hi perform so admirably, Sun Wukong erupted with cheers, a thrill surging through him, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Chu Hi, I didn't expect you to be this good. Let us have a spar," with a powerful leap. Sun Wukong bounded toward Chu Hi, and with a hearty shout, he grinned widely and struck out a punch at the practicing Chu Hi. "Watch out, Chu Hi!" "Wait, Sun Wukong, was I not supposed to be the only one fighting? Taking advantage of a 10-point combat power against my 6-point power. How shameless." Chu Hi inwardly grumbled. Realizing he could not withstand the incoming blow, he swiftly dodged, using all his might to evade the attack. "Fine, let us consider this a practice session for you." Chu Hi roared, propelling himself into a jump and delivering a spinning kick aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, chuckling, evaded effortlessly, his movements as fluid as an eel, dodging every attack with ease, not even allowing Chu Hi to graze his clothing. The disparity in combat experience, power, and awareness became glaringly evident at that moment. Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing. I never anticipated that my attacks would be so futile. "Watch out." Sun Wukong's speed was blinding, landing a punch squarely on Chu Hi's arm. Chu Hi felt a numbing sensation followed by waves of pain. So powerful. He sensed an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins and bellowed, launching his right leg towards Sun Wukong with all his might. Sun Wukong merely smiled and did not evade, countering Chu Hi's kick with a punch aimed at his leg. Chu Hi felt as though his leg had been struck by a hammer, painful and numbing. The force sent him staggering backward for several steps before he finally regained his balance. The tide of battle had turned decidedly in Sun Wukong's favor. In terms of speed, he held the advantage. And in terms of strength, he was utterly unmatched. Even in technique, Sun Wukong was the original instructor, leaving no room for doubt. Chu Hi found himself utterly defenseless, his energy depleted, collapsing to the ground in surrender. Sun Wukong, grinning, gazed at Chu Hi, who lay panting on the ground, and remarked, "Chu Hi, you've learned my grandfather's techniques so quickly. That's wonderful. However, your physique isn't quite robust enough yet. Once you're as strong as I am, we can battle again." Lying on the ground, Chu Hi felt a profound ache throughout his body and was too weary to speak. He silently cursed Sun Wukong for not holding back. Thankfully, no one was around to witness his defeat at the hands of someone younger than himself. It would be quite embarrassing. "Sun Wukong, next time, I will definitely get my revenge. Just wait. This is the only relic my grandfather left me, and it represents him." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong replied, his gaze lingering on the 4-star ball with a sense of fondness and nostalgia. Seeing Sun Wukong's expression, Chu Hi let out a sigh, saying, "Ah, if that's the case, you must take good care of that ball. I will certainly protect it. Speaking of which, Sun Wukong, since you've already met your grandfather, it has time for you to teach me some martial arts. Isn't it?" "Ah, now," Sun Wukong exclaimed, scratching his spiky hair in confusion. Chapter 8. Bulma. Once Chu Hi's strength had sufficiently recovered and he felt rested, he stood up and looked up at the sky. Noticing that the hour had grown late and twilight was encroaching, he turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Sun Wukong, as you can see, I currently have no dwelling. Would you allow me to stay at your home for a while?" "Oh, I see. Well, since my grandfather is no longer around and the bed is quite large enough for both of us, it's no trouble at all." Sun Wukong considered for a moment before agreeing without hesitation. The two entered a modest abode, and upon stepping inside, Sun Wukong bowed to the 4-star ball, solemnly stating, "Grandfather, I've invited Chu Hi to stay with us for a few days. He is the first outsider I've encountered. I hope you will be pleased." Afterward, Sun Wukong turned to Chu Hi and said, "Hey, Chu Hi, why don't you greet my grandfather?" Seeing Sun Wukong's earnestness, Chu Hi said nothing further. He approached the 4-star ball and addressed it, "Old Grandpa, I apologize for intruding. Sun Wukong, seeing Chu pay his respects, left him to his own devices and dashed into the back room. Flopping onto the bed, while Chu surveyed the interior of the small dwelling, noting its simplicity. It is worth noting that the Dragon Ball world is a high-tech realm, yet this place lacked even a single modern appliance. There were no televisions or anything of the sort. If not for Chu's knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, he might have thought he had traveled back to some ancient era. For a homebody, living without a television, computer, or any modern conveniences would surely be a torturous existence. There wasn't even a light bulb in the room. After inquiring with Sun Wukong, he managed to find a candle in a dilapidated box. With only a few candles available, he lit one, and soon the room was illuminated, casting shadows of the two figures. Sun Wukong, don't you ever light a lamp at night? I truly wonder how you manage to get through the evenings. I usually go to bed early. My grandfather said it's important to sleep early to maintain good energy. Also, I must warn you, never go outside at night. There are monsters lurking about. Sun Wukong lay on the bed, imparting his wisdom to Chu. But staying inside might be even more perilous than venturing out. Those monsters are none other than yourself. However, it is perhaps for the best that you remain unaware. It is quite unexpected that Sun Wukong's life is so austere on a daily basis. As a reclusive individual, one cannot help but admire him. Chu found himself reflecting on this, with some leisure time at hand. Chu and Sun Wukong engaged in light-hearted conversation. The kindness and warmth of Sun Wukong soon fostered a sense of camaraderie between them, and Chu occasionally shared a few jokes, filling the room with peals of joyous laughter. The first night in the Dragon Ball world was spent at Sun Wukong's home, and in that moment, he found himself sleeping alongside the hero he admired most. And the night quietly slipped away. The following morning dawned gently, with the sun casting a soft glow and the air remaining crisp and refreshing. Chu rubbed his bleary eyes and caught sight of the first rays of morning light. Wukong, Wukong, wake up! After rousing Sun Wukong, their stomachs in unison let out a series of rumbling growls. Goodness, scions certainly have this flaw. It's no wonder they are known as the kings of appetite. How can they be hungry so soon? Chu thought, bemused. Indeed, he was now feeling hungry as well, which prompted him to wake Wukong so they could seek out some food together. Wukong, what do you usually eat for breakfast? Chu inquired. In the morning, I have roasted wild boar, grilled fish, and sometimes even tiger or lion. All of it is delicious, Sun Wukong replied, licking his lips with excitement. Tiger and lion? Never mind. Let's stick to wild boar and grilled fish. Chu declared. Wukong, the hunting is up to you. You catch, and I'll cook. Understood? Chu was not particularly skilled in the art of hunting, but with a free and formidable hunter by his side, he could comfortably await the arrival of their ingredients, truly embodying the essence of a homebody. As they ventured into the forest, deeper into its embrace, the sounds of various birds and beasts filled the air. Suddenly, a swift figure darted past them. Chu focused his gaze and spotted a wild boar sprinting swiftly before them. Wukong, catch it! Chu shouted urgently as the boar attempted to flee. Leave it to me. Sun Wukong replied, his body shooting forward like an arrow, covering several dozen meters in an instant. Like a cannonball, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the boar's body. The wild boar had no time to evade, letting out a pitiful scream as it tumbled to the ground like a discarded sack, lying motionless as if it were a lifeless dog. Sun Wukong's kick possessed the strength to crack stone. The boar had not even the slightest chance to resist before it met its glorious end. Sun Wukong approached the boar, effortlessly hoisting its hefty corpse onto his back. Next, let's catch some fish. Today, we must secure a plump one. I want something rich. Clearly, a single wild boar would not suffice for both of them, so they made their way to a nearby river. Sun Wukong, with ease, dived into the water and emerged with a fish larger than any Chu he had previously eaten. How much is this fish worth? Chu pondered, though his hunger took precedence. Now that he had the blood of a scion coursing through him, his strength had increased significantly, and with a combat power of 6, he could manage to carry the fish. Wukong, let us hurry back to cook. I can hardly wait. I'm starving. Understood. Chu and Sun Wukong each carried their respective spoils, one a wild boar, the other a hefty fish, as they navigated along the rugged mountain path. Suddenly, the sounds of an approaching vehicle echoed in the distance. Is there really a car out here? How strange to hear the sound of a vehicle in such a remote area. Chu mused, recalling the initial encounter between Sun Wukong and Bulma. This time, however, it was he who bore the fish, while Sun Wukong carried the boar. Before long, an off-road vehicle appeared, barreling down the bumpy path towards them at a breakneck speed. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of Chu and Sun Wukong, the vehicle hurtled toward them. There was no time to slow down, and it collided directly with the goodness. Can't they drive? Are they trying to take a life? Faced with the oncoming vehicle while balancing a fish on his back, Chu instinctively tossed the fish aside, prioritizing his safety, and shouted to Sun Wukong. Wukong, quick dodge! With the agility of a dragon diving into the sea, Chu leapt out of the vehicle's path. Sun Wukong, however, appeared not to comprehend Chu's warning, staring blankly at the approaching object. With a deafening crash, Sun Wukong and the wild boar were sent flying, crashing violently against a tree. Meanwhile, the vehicle screeched to a halt, and a clear, slightly trembling voice could be heard. I hit someone." A girl with sky-blue hair and braids poked her head out of the vehicle. Her fair skin and stylish attire complemented her delicate figure, though she trembled slightly, her wide blue eyes filled with panic. Observing this scene, Chu thought to himself, is this the moment when the plot truly begins? At that moment, Sun Wukong, unfazed by the collision, stood up, merely dusting off his clothes, which had become slightly messy. With a combat power of 10, he had easily withstood the full force of the vehicle's impact. Sun Wukong glared angrily at the unknown entity before him, furrowing his brow and shouting, "You foul monster! Are you trying to steal my prey?" Hearing this, Chu could not help but chuckle. Sun Wukong's innocence was endearing. He mistook the vehicle for a monster, which was quite amusing. Chapter 9. The first encounter. Seeing that the mysterious figure she had struck with her vehicle was unscathed, Bulma felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Sun Wukong stormed up to the off-road vehicle, his eyes wide and his hands gripping the bottom of the car, his arms straining with effort. To Bulma's astonishment, the seemingly heavy vehicle was lifted effortlessly by Sun Wukong. As the car shook, Bulma screamed in fright. Chu stood silently to the side, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. How could one not be captivated? It was as if they were witnessing the first episode of Dragon Ball in person, an opportunity that no other Dragon Ball fan in the world could hope to experience. As Chu watched the scenes play out before him, he felt a subtle thrill of excitement, witnessing the events of the original story unfold. Ignoring Bulma's terrified cries, Sun Wukong hurled the vehicle with tremendous force, sending it flying several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust as it crashed onto the ground. Sun Wukong, with a triumphant smile, brandished his Rui Jingu Bang across his chest, proclaiming loudly to the wrecked vehicle, "If you wish to claim my prey, then come and face me. I shall not back down." Chu, overhearing this declaration, stifled a laugh, realizing that Sun Wukong must have frequently faced beasts attempting to steal his catches in the past. Indeed, Wukong had it tough. From within the vehicle, Bulma cautiously peeked out, her expression furious as she brandished a black handgun at Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "You monster! How dare you damage my car?" Sun Wukong, astonished to see a person emerge from the vehicle, raised his Rui Jingu Bang towards Bulma, puzzled. Another monster has emerged from this creature's belly. Upon hearing the words of Sun Wukong, Bulma was instantly consumed by rage. In a moment of panic, she aimed at him and fired several shots, the bullets striking his shoulder, chest, and forehead. The force of the bullets knocked Sun Wukong to the ground, where he clutched his forehead with both hands, grimacing in pain and howling in distress. Witnessing this scene, Chu felt a surge of anger towards Bulma. Her impulsiveness was excessive. How could she, upon encountering what appeared to be a mere child, resort to gunfire? If it were an ordinary person in Sun Wukong's stead, they would have long since perished. Even now, he harbored doubts about his ability to evade bullets. However, a thought crossed his mind. I now possess the body of a scion, with the strength of a scion. Surely I can withstand a few bullets. Nevertheless, Chu had no intention of testing the efficacy of bullets on himself. Observing the anime had always been a detached experience, but being thrust into reality stripped him of that nonchalance. He hurriedly approached Sun Wukong, helping him to his feet and brushing the dirt from his clothes, expressing concern. Wukong, are you all right? I'm fine, but it hurts a lot. This monster actually knows strange sorcery. It really hurts. Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing at Bulma in the vehicle, his teeth gritted in frustration. How are you not dead? Why do the bullets have no effect? Who is this person that has appeared now? Bulma gasped in shock, taken aback by Sun Wukong's apparent invulnerability to bullets and the sudden emergence of another individual. Fool! I am not so easily dispatched. My body is as tough as steel. Sun Wukong retorted angrily. Preparing to swing his staff at Bulma to make a tea that moment, Chewie grasped Sun Wukong's arm and implored, Wukong, hold on. Why should I? Chewie, she tried to steal our food. Sun Wukong replied indignantly. Wukong, she is not a monster. She is merely a girl. Do you understand? A girl? A girl who wields strange weapons is just a girl. Sun Wukong's mouth fell agape in bewilderment. He cautiously glanced at Bulma in the vehicle and asked, You are a girl? Bulma, who had been fearful of Sun Wukong swinging his red staff at her, was on the verge of pleading for mercy. However, upon noticing the man who had appeared to assist her, she relaxed slightly. Hearing Sun Wukong's question, she quickly nodded, saying, Yes, I am a girl, and a beautiful one at that. Absolutely stunning. Oh, so you are a girl. Sun Wukong, who had just been filled with fury, now wore an expression of confusion as he stared at Bulma. Stop hiding in the vehicle. Come out. Don't worry, he won't harm you. Chewie called out to the timid Bulma, nestled within the car. Bulma looked up at the man speaking to her. Upon seeing Chu-Hi's delicate features, her fair complexion flushed slightly. She nodded shyly and clumsily crawled out of the car window. Her slender and graceful figure emerged before the two, and while Sun Wukong remained in a daze. Chu-Hi was struck by Bulma's beauty. Though her body had yet to fully develop, she stood elegantly like a vibrant orchid, captivating and enchanting. And oh, wonder Master Rashi, that old lecher, was so eager to see her figure. Chu-Hi thought to himself, marveling at the scientific prodigy from Dragon Ball, whose reputation was indeed well-deserved. While watching the anime had evoked little feeling, witnessing the real-life embodiment of such charm was undeniably enchanting. As a homebody, Chu-Hi was accustomed to solitude and was not particularly adept at interacting with women. However, Bulma was still just a young girl, exhibiting a hint of childlike temperament. Chu-Hi was intrigued to discover what kind of person this first-rate genius from Dragon Ball truly was. Who are you two? Exactly? Bulma asked timidly, glancing at Sun Wukong, and then at Chu-Hi. I am Chu-Hi, and he is Sun Wukong. We merely happened to cross paths when you drove into us. Chu-Hi explained to Bulma. I'm so sorry. I thought there was no one around, so I drove a bit too fast that I never expected to hit anyone, and I thought he was a monster. Bulma glanced at Sun Wukong, gently patting her chest in surprise. He's quite strong, certainly unlike ordinary people. However, as a girl, do you not think it excessive to brandish a weapon at someone? You are so young, and yet wield firearms. That is unacceptable. Chu-Hi admonished Bulma. I acted out of fear. I was just anxious. I'm sorry. Bulma expressed a hint of remorse and bowed towards Sun Wukong in apology. Forget it. My grandfather always said to be gentle with girls. Since he advised me so, I shall overlook your attempt to steal my food and your peculiar weaponry. Sun Wukong declared to Bulma, Your grandfather speaks wisely. One should indeed be gentle with girls. By the way, are you both from around here? Of course, we are both from this mountain. Chu-Hi interjected, weaving a small lie about their origins, knowing that Sun Wukong was unaware of his own background, rendering his statement inconsequential. That is wonderful. Since you both live here, you must be familiar with the area. Bulma's face brightened with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement like a rainbow after the rain. What is it? Is there something you wish to ask? Chu-Hi surmised that Bulma was eager to inquire about the Dragon Balls, prompting him to ask, I want to know if you have ever seen a ball like this. Bulma produced a yellow sphere from her pocket, holding it in her palm and shaking it before the eyes of Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong. Is that not the 4-star ball? How come there are 2 of them? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wukong, do not hastily claim it as your grandfather asks. Take a closer look at the stars on this ball. How many are there? Chu-Hi, amused by Sun Wukong's bewilderment, smiled, and reminded him, "Oh, right? I remember my grandfather S has 4 stars, while this one is 2 stars, so I ascend my grandfather S, but why does it look so similar? How strange." Sun Wukong observed the Dragon Ball in Bulma S' hand and compared it to his own fingers, counting until he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing it bore 2 stars. From the conversation between Chu and Sun Wukong, Bulma gleaned some information. She suddenly turned to Sun Wukong, her face flushed with excitement, and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "You said your grandfather has 4 stars. What does that mean? Does your grandfather have one of these balls too? How do you know I have one that looks exactly like the one in your hand?" "It was left to me by my grandfather after he passed. It is my most cherished keepsake," Sun Wukong replied, puzzled by Bulma's inquiry but sharing the details nonetheless. "Really? That's wonderful. Quickly, take me to see it. I knew there had to be one around here. My genius invention, the Dragon Ball radar, is indeed flawless." Bulma's face radiated joy, blooming like 100 flowers, seeing the anticipation on Bulma's face. Sun Wukong thought to himself that since it was a girl's request, he would acquiesce. That he turned to Bulma and said, "Then I will take you to meet my grandfather. That's fantastic." "Thank you," Bulma exclaimed, raising her hands in delight and bouncing with youthful exuberance. "By the way, my name is Bulma. Remember it." "Oh, Bulma, what a peculiar name. Come along with me. It's Bulma. Don't question my name." "Though I find it odd, I suppose it's acceptable," Bulma replied, her expression slightly glum, clearly dissatisfied with her name. Chu and Bulma followed closely behind Sun Wukong as they made their way along the mountain path, arriving at the doorstep of his humble abode. "Look, this is my home." Upon arriving at the residence of Sun Wukong, he swung open the door, revealing the 4-star Dragon Ball lying on the table before the 3 of them. "Oh, Grandpa seems to have spoken." Wukong, with keen eyes, immediately noticed the unusual glow emanating from the 4-star ball. He stepped forward, gazing at it for a moment, and exclaimed, "It's glowing. It's actually glowing. This is truly a Dragon Ball. How wonderful." Upon seeing the orb before her, Bulma was instantly filled with excitement. Just as she was about to reach for the Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong halted her. "What do you think you're doing? Don't touch my grandpa. Even if you were a girl, I won't let you lay a finger on it. I haven't even allowed Chu to touch it, and you certainly cannot." Wukong guarded the 4-star ball with his hands, determined not to let Bulma see it. Hearing this, Chu felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Wukong was not swayed by beauty. This brought a slight balance to his heart. "Wukong, calm down. While it's your grandfather's relic, don't you want to know the origins of this orb?" "Listen to what Bulma has to say," Chu chimed in cheerfully. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball she had previously shown the 2 of them from her pocket, followed by another one that she then proceeded to explain in detail the history of the Dragon Balls. After a lengthy discourse, she turned to Wukong, requesting the 4-star ball. However, Wukong remained unyielding. Bulma persistently tempted him, extolling the wonders of the Dragon Balls and their many benefits. Yet for Wukong, nothing was more tempting than a good meal. He steadfastly refused to part with the 4-star ball, as it held his cherished memories of his grandfather, and he could not easily relinquish it to this woman. For Chu, however, the allure was substantial. Who wouldn't he want to make a wish? He too desired a Dragon Ball to fulfill his wish, and knowing Bulma was essential for locating them. Only with her and Wukong could they find the Dragon Balls, after which he could seize the opportunity to wish for eternal life. This was the aspiration that occupied his mind. Although he was uncertain whether the eternal dragon possessed the power to grant such a wish, he felt compelled to try. After all, true immortality seemed improbable. Who in this world could claim it? Even the gods could not dictate their own life and death. Eternity was unattainable, yet longevity might be within reach. Chu was determined not to let the dragon's first wish be squandered on a trivial request like Oolong's absurd demand for a pair of underwear, which he deemed utterly foolish. Give it up, Wukong would never part with it. Contemplating these thoughts, Chu saw Bulma persistently pleading with Wukong for the 4-star ball, prompting him to smile and address her. "Umph, how infuriating! What a miser!" Upon hearing Chu speak to her and seeing his smiling face, Bulma felt a rush of warmth, her cheeks flushing suddenly. She quickly lowered her head, taking a deep breath, and muttered with a huff, in the next moment, Her eyes sparkled with renewed determination, and with a radiant smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, she said to Wukong and Chu, "Why don't you both accompany me on a quest for the Dragon Balls? It would be a splendid adventure, and with a beauty like me by your side, the journey will be anything but dull." Though her words suggested eagerness, Bulma secretly pondered that both of these individuals appeared quite formidable, which meant she could have 2 free bodyguards. How splendid! Moreover, that fellow named Chu, he seemed rather handsome. Perhaps the two remained oblivious to Bulma's inner thoughts, yet her suggestion instantly garnered Chu's approval. The forest was indeed dull, and accompanying Bulma promised excitement for the days ahead, not to mention an opportunity to hone his martial skills, as the journey would undoubtedly present many challenges. Wukong, let us heed her suggestion. We should embark on this quest for the Dragon Balls. After all, we have nothing else to do. Staying here will not significantly enhance your skills. The outside world is thrilling, and true warriors reside beyond these confines. You can constantly challenge various strong opponents to bolster your strength. Upon hearing the prospect of facing formidable foes and enhancing his abilities, the future unparalleled warrior felt a surge of excitement bubbling within him. Without hesitation, he replied, "All right, I'll follow Chu's lead. Bulma, let us travel together in search of the Dragon Balls." Fantastic! Welcome to the journey of seeking the Dragon Balls. With their hands united, Chu, Sun Wukong, and Bulma officially commenced their adventure. Chapter 11. Encountering Danger. Bulma. With this vast world, how shall we locate the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Wukong, that is a splendid question. Such matters are best left to this genius. You too, take a look at this. Bulma's face glowed with pride as she produced a small radar from her pocket, showcasing it to Wukong and Chu. This is my Dragon Ball radar. It can detect the general location of the Dragon Balls. See these 3 light points? They indicate the locations of our 3 Dragon Balls, while the remaining one is approximately 1,200 kilometers to the west. Witnessing the Dragon Ball radar firsthand, Chu felt a profound admiration for Bulma's brilliant mind. The ability to create a device capable of detecting Dragon Balls was truly remarkable. Not to mention, decades later, she would even invent a time machine. Truly extraordinary. Contemplating this, Chu extolled Bulma, "You're impressive. I can't believe you invented something like this. It seems you're destined to become a great inventor." "Of course, I'm a genius inventor," Bulma replied, basking in the praise, her lips curling into a satisfied smile, her demeanor radiating pride. She then informed the duo that they would set off in search of the Dragon Ball, located 1,200 kilometers away. Alas, such a long journey. How infuriating. It's all Wukong's fault for wrecking my vehicle. We can't simply walk. We need some form of transportation, Bulma lamented, directing her frustration at Wukong for having damaged her vehicle. "I thought it was a monster," Wukong exclaimed innocently. "Fine, I won't hold it against you. I'll think of another way." Bulma rummaged through her pockets and produced a white box. Upon opening it, the miraculous storage tool of the Dragon Ball world, the universal capsule, was revealed. She pulled out capsule number 9 and tossed it forward, unleashing a plume of white smoke. In the next moment, a high-end motorcycle materialized before the trio. Seeing the universal capsule for the first time, Chu was exhilarated. The technology of the Dragon Ball world was astonishing, and such a storage tool was unimaginable in his former era, a must-have for any home or journey. Wukong, too, was taken aback, his curious gaze fixed on the motorcycle, exclaiming it was Bulma's sorcery, which incited Bulma's ire as she attempted to clarify the situation to him, ultimately calming the tension. Bulma mounted the motorcycle and called out to the 2 behind her, "Hey, you 2, hop on the back. How could 2 people fit in such a small space?" Chu retorted, exasperated, assessing the limited space behind her. Bulma urged, "Just squeeze in, or do you plan to walk?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu nodded, "All right, let us give it a try." He turned to Wukong, who was still gazing at the motorcycle in awe, and said, "Wukong, stop staring. It's not edible. Let us get on." With that, Chu leaped onto the back seat, followed closely by Wukong, who sat behind him. As soon as he settled down, a faint fragrance reminiscent of a young girl wafted into Chu's nostrils. Intoxicating and alluring, as if he were surrounded by a field of flowers, he felt his cheeks flush, and his heart raced uncontrollably. A wave of nervous excitement washed over him. Just as Chu, he was lost in this delightful sensation. Bulma shouted, "We're off!" The motorcycle roared to life, shooting forward like a cannonball, and Chu, taken by surprise, leaned forward, inadvertently wrapping his arms around Bulma's delicate waist. "Ah!" Bulma squealed, feeling the warmth of his strong hands on her waist. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing like a wild deer, yet her driving speed did not wane. If anything, it intensified as she pressed the throttle harder, seemingly caught up in the thrill, regaining his composure. Chu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, quickly releasing his grip and stammering, "Bulma, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." "Oomph. Do not touch recklessly next time." Bulma turned around, casting a sharp glare at Chua. Her voice tinged with a hint of fluster, a delicate blush creeping on her fair, youthful face. However, Chua seemed oblivious, still feeling embarrassed about the earlier incident. Indeed, he was a true innocent at heart. Sun Wukong, excited from behind, exclaimed, "Wow, this creature is so fast, even faster than me. Chua, I never expected this strange thing to be so formidable. Not bad, but I believe we will outrun this thing in the future." The two engaged in lively banter, much to Bulma's irritation as she furiously navigated the motorcycle. "Humph, a mere girl driving for you too, and yet you dare to jest. How frustrating, utterly frustrating." After traversing a rugged stretch of road, the motorcycle suddenly leaped into the air, as if flying, prompting the two behind to scream in exhilaration. At that moment, Bulma abruptly halted the motorcycle. "What's wrong, Bulma? Why the sudden stop?" Chua questioned, perplexed. Although he had watched the entirety of Dragon Ball, he had scarcely retained the trivial plot points. It was impossible to remember every detail. He was only aware of the main storyline, having no time to delve into minor ones. "Apologies, please wait for me a moment. I will be right back." Bulma covered her mouth, speaking with a hint of shyness that, "Oh, I see." Upon witnessing Bulma's bashful demeanor and her hesitant tone, Chua's heart stirred with understanding of her intentions, and he nodded in acknowledgement. However, he realized that Sun Wukong was still in the dark, and he immediately inquired, "What is wrong, Bulma? Where are you going?" "Humph, Wukong, you're so dense. Chua understands, yet you remain oblivious. When a lady expresses such sentiments, it clearly indicates she needs to use the restroom." "Understood?" Bulma exclaimed in exasperation before hastily darting into the nearby thicket. Sun Wukong, suddenly enlightened, chuckled. "Oh, so she needs to relieve herself." Wukong was utterly unreserved, unconcerned with the girl's perspective, speaking his mind freely, which elicited hearty laughter from Chua. "You two, stay away," came Bulma's voice from afar. "Wukong, you certainly know how to provoke Miss Bulma." Chua remarked with a smile, "I don't understand why she always gets angry." Sun Wukong lamented, shaking his head in bewilderment. "Indeed, women are quite peculiar." Chua, not particularly adept at handling women himself, allied with Sun Wukong in agreement. As they continued their jovial conversation, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Help! Help!" The girl's voice was filled with immense terror, and the two rushed into the woods, discovering a winged dinosaur looming before them, with poor Bulma ensnared by its wings, unable to move. That a dinosaur. Chua's eyes widened in astonishment. A former inhabitant of the 21st century. One could not help but be fascinated by such a primeval creature, never expecting to encounter an extinct species of the 21st century today. The winged dinosaur, upon spotting Chua and Sun Wukong, widened its large, bell-like eyes and disdainfully inquired, "Who are you two?" Chapter 12. Rescue. Chua was taken aback that the winged dinosaur spoke to them. Indeed, the world of Dragon Ball was filled with wonders. The dinosaur was quite imposing and appeared fierce. Though Chua was not easily intimidated, a sense of trepidation crept into his heart. It was understandable. After all, in his world, even a tiger instilled fear in 9 out of 10 people. Yet, with Sun Wukong by his side, Chua felt somewhat reassured, knowing Wukong's strength surpassed that of the dinosaur. Furthermore, he himself was far from powerless, possessing physical strength that exceeded that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, a flicker of combat spirit ignited within him. Seeing Bulma ensnared by the dinosaur's tail, and knowing it could fly, Chuha pondered briefly before locking eyes with the dinosaur, resolutely stating, "I am Chuha, and this is Sun Wukong. We are friends of that girl. Release her at once, or you shall regret it. You foolish beast." With a plan forming in his mind, Chuha aimed to provoke the dinosaur into attacking him, ensuring it would not take to the skies. "You insolent, lowly human! How dare you speak to me, the great dinosaur, in such a manner? I shall not spare you." The dinosaur roared, its countenance twisted with rage. Come on, you wretched creature, if you have the guts. Come and bite me, fool, big fool." Chuha mocked, pulling faces at the dinosaur and hurling insults. The dinosaur, incensed by the relentless taunts, charged forward, its claws extended, sharp as daggers. Propelled by a fierce gale, in an instant, Bulma was released from its tail and tumbled to the ground. "Help! Help!" Bulma's cries echoed. "Wukong, catch Bulma!" Chuha urgently shouted as he retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the dinosaur's fierce strike. Wukong, reacting swiftly, dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, catching Bulma just before she hit the ground, her face pale with fright. Meanwhile, Chuha engaged in combat with the dinosaur. After all, he was a scion and had recently learned some martial art from Sun Wukong, eager to test his skills against this formidable creature. A glimmer of red light flickered in Chuha's right eye as the dinosaur's combat power registered in his mind. 7 points, slightly higher than his own. Yet that did not guarantee its victory. Battle was determined by many factors. "Come on, foolish dinosaur." Chuha exhaled, tightening his muscles and clenching his fists. A series of popping sounds emanating from his body, he assumed a fighting stance and bellowed at the dinosaur that charged at him. The dinosaur possessed considerable strength, each of its assaults generating a powerful wind. However, Chuha was no pushover. He was extremely agile, skillfully evading the dinosaur's attacks while landing punches on its body, swiftly escaping its counterattacks. "Good lad!" The dinosaur bellowed in fury, spinning around, its vast wings unleashing a powerful gale that kicked up dust and debris, enveloping Chuha in a cloud of chaos. The dinosaur smirked, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Suddenly, it let out a piercing cry before diving straight down toward Chuha. "Chuha, look out!" Bulma, having escaped danger, felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing Chuha under attack and shouted loudly, "You think this little dust will affect me?" Chuha scoffed, glancing upwards with disdain. His right eye gleamed red, clearly focusing on the incoming dinosaur. As it approached within a meter of him, Chuha swiftly leaped backward, and the dinosaur, unable to halt its momentum, crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chuhi summoned all his strength, unleashing an overwhelming force with his fists as he struck relentlessly against the body of the dinosaur with resounding thuds. Each punch landed with a visceral impact, reminiscent of the tolling of a bell, eliciting continuous cries of agony from the creature. After transforming into a scion, Chuhi possessed extraordinary power, and the sounds of cracking bones echoed from the dinosaur, clearly indicating that he had shattered its skeletal structure. With a series of relentless blows, the dinosaur's cries gradually diminished until they fell silent. It was unclear whether it had succumbed to unconsciousness or death. "Wow, Chuhi, you are incredible. Thank you for saving me," Bulma exclaimed as she rushed over, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Oh, it's nothing. We are all comrades here. How could I stand by and do nothing?" Chuhi replied, turning to Bulma with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. "Hey, Chuhi, you scoundrel. Why didn't you call me to join the fight?" "How infuriating," Sun Wukong shouted as he hurried over, panting. "Ha, Wukong, it was a matter of timing. Besides, you're so powerful. I thought I would practice a bit first. Wouldn't it be better to let you take over once I had my fill of fighting?" Chuhi quipped, "Fair enough, but next time, you must let me take a swing," Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists. "Haha, we'll see about that." Having just triumphed over a dinosaur, Chuhi relished the exhilarating rush that victory brought, perhaps due to the faint awakening of his scion blood. A burgeoning desire for battle arose within him, igniting a newfound appreciation for combat. The next time such an opportunity presented itself, he would not easily relinquish the chance to engage in battle. Only if he found himself unable to win would he consider stepping aside. The thrill of combat truly exhilarates the spirit. Chapter 13. Master Rashi, what an absurd predicament I have found myself in. Bulma pouted, her expression clouded with frustration. Yet, she reassured herself, grateful for her foresight in recognizing the reliability of these two companions. With their protection, she felt assured of a safe journey ahead. Bulma continued to encourage herself, her delicate white fists clenching slightly as she murmured, "I am not afraid. I am not afraid. This minor hardship cannot deter me." Bulma, having calmed her thoughts, Bulma addressed Sun Wukong and Chu He. "Hey, Chu He, Wukong, let us continue on our way. You must protect me diligently on this journey." "Absolutely, Bulma. Chu He and I will fend off any enemies," Sun Wukong said enthusiastically, his fists pumping in anticipation. "Indeed, Bulma, fear not. With me around, you are safe," Chu He boasted confidently, eager to accumulate more combat experience after successfully repelling the dinosaur. "Thank you both," Bulma bowed in gratitude. The trio soon returned to the location of their motorcycle. Once again, Bulma took the wheel, with the two boys seated behind her. The surroundings were eerily quiet until suddenly, the roar of an engine like rolling thunder filled the air. With Bulma's command, the motorcycle surged forward amid a cloud of thick smoke. After covering a considerable distance, the group paused to rest as dusk approached. Thanks to Bulma's capsules, they settled into what resembled a luxurious apartment. This delighted Chu He immensely, for he finally encountered modern amenities, all of high technology. He enjoyed a refreshing bath and savored a hearty meal with Sun Wukong. During this time, Bulma discovered Sun Wukong's tale. Exclaiming in surprise, and the lively night passed in a flurry of their cheerful banter. The following morning dawned anew. That day, Sun Wukong and Chu He engaged in their morning exercises. Sun Wukong began his peculiar gymnastics routine, during which he suddenly lifted a massive turtle that resembled a rock. Chu He recognized this turtle immediately. It was the legendary sea turtle of Master Rashi, renowned for its longevity. The turtle explained to Chu He and Sun Wukong that it had lost its way to the ocean while searching for mushrooms and sought their assistance. Sun Wukong, ever the warm-hearted soul, readily agreed to help, while Bulma sulked, declaring she would not accompany them if they went. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong insisted they assist the turtle. As the trio made their way, Bulma soon caught up on her motorcycle. Despite her earlier bravado, she was unwilling to face any potential dinosaur alone, so she reluctantly joined them. Amidst their banter, an unwitting wolf demon attempted to block their path, but Chu He swiftly dealt with it, leaving Sun Wukong feeling a bit miffed for missing his chance to fight. Eventually, they arrived at the ocean, where the gentle sea breeze tousled their hair. The vast, azure expanse of the sea was both beautiful and mysterious, its moist air refreshing. "This sea is truly splendid," Chu He exclaimed, gazing out at the boundless waters with outstretched arms, inhaling deeply. Sun Wukong was equally exhilarated, bouncing around with enthusiasm, while Bulma remained less impressed, evidently accustomed to such sights and devoid of excitement. The sea turtle expressed its profound gratitude, asking Chu He and Sun Wukong to wait for a moment, promising them a gift in return for their help. With that, it swiftly vanished beneath the waves. Chu He, understanding that the turtle was likely summoning Master Rashi, felt a surge of anticipation. After all, Master Rashi was a martial arts legend, a formidable figure in the early Dragon Ball series, despite later becoming somewhat of a background character. Nevertheless, he was an important figure worthy of meeting. As they waited, Chu He and Sun Wukong began building sandcastles on a beach. Suddenly, Bulma shouted, pointing toward the distant sea. "Look over there! What is that?" Chu He turned his gaze and saw a vague figure approaching. Before long, the silhouette became clearer, revealing a thin, elderly man. He wore a purple turtle shell on his back, an orange floral shirt, flip-flops, and sunglasses, holding a cane. His kind eyes were framed by a face that, despite his age, radiated a mischievous charm as he gazed at the trio. "Good afternoon," Master Rashi greeted Chu He and the others. Chu He studied Master Rashi, his expression shifting to one of surprise. To his perception, Master Rashi seemed devoid of any physical power, appearing like an ordinary person. Yet he understood that should he attempt to strike, he would be unable to land even a single blow against the master. This was due to Master Rashi's ability to control his power so effectively that it remained completely concealed. However, if he were to unleash his full strength, it would be devastating in an instant. A flash of red light flickered in Chu Hi's right eye as he activated his probing vision, revealing Master Rashi's combat power level before him. A staggering 139, a magnitude several times greater than that of himself and Sun Wukong. Indeed, the reality surpassed the reputation. Master Rashi was truly exceptional, and Chu Hi felt a profound sense of astonishment. "Good day, sir," Chu Hi greeted with a smile. "What a stylish old man." Bulma marveled. "I hear that you saved my turtle," Master Rashi said, his smile widening as he regarded the trio. His gaze briefly wandered over Bulma's form, a hint of a lascivious grin flickering at the corners of his mouth. "Who are you, old man?" Sun Wukong asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "I am known as Master Rashi." "I've never heard of you," Bulma replied, puzzled. "You truly are sheltered, not even knowing of my existence." Master Rashi muttered under his breath, then sighed in resignation as he patted the turtle shell. "It was you who saved him. I wish to gift you something." The sea turtle pointed at Chu Hi and Sun Wukong, replying, "It was these two." Master Rashi looked at Chu Hi and Sun Wukong, chuckling, "But I do not possess two gifts." Knowing that Master Rashi was giving away the Nimbus Cloud, Chu Hi couldn't help but sigh internally, thinking how poor Master Rashi was. He quickly smiled and said, "I don't need it. You should give it to Wukong." He gestured towards Sun Wukong, dismissing the offer with a wave of his hand. Master Rashi turned around, nodded with a smile, and suddenly shouted towards the sky, "Phoenix!" However, after calling out for quite some time, not even a sparrow appeared, until he was reminded by the turtle that the phoenix had long since perished, at which point he ceased his shouting. Following that, Master Rashi loudly called out for the Nimbus Cloud. And at that moment, a yellow cloud with a long tail streaked across the sky, swiftly floating before Master Rashi. "Behold, this is the Nimbus Cloud. I shall gift it to you. Once you mount it, you can soar through the skies at will," Master Rashi stated generously. However, he quickly added, "but only those with pure hearts, in other words, well-behaved children, may ride it. Do you understand?" Upon finishing, he leaped up to demonstrate. But unfortunately, due to his lecherous nature, he fell to the ground. Embarrassed, Master Rashi got back up, a cool breeze brushing past him as he scratched his head and sheepishly remarked, "It seems I will not have the chance to ride it. It is now up to you." With that, he gleefully fixed his gaze on the three of them. "Wukong, you should give it a try." The Nimbus Cloud could only be ridden by those with untainted thoughts and pure intentions. Chu Hi was aware that his mind was cluttered with distractions and selfish desires. Thus he was destined to have no connection with this wondrous cloud. It was undoubtedly meant for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, with a joyful exclamation, leaped onto the Nimbus Cloud and stood firmly atop its soft form. Chapter 14. Acquiring the Dragon Ball. Witnessing Sun Wukong effortlessly ascend the Nimbus Cloud, Master Rashi's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape, and his wrinkled visage filled with disbelief. What a good child! To be able to ride the Nimbus Cloud surely indicates a clear mind and innocent heart. You are quite remarkable, young lad. After a moment of contemplation, Master Rashi suddenly chuckled lightly, casting an appreciative glance towards Sun Wukong. "This Nimbus Cloud is of no use to me. Today I have finally found its true owner. It was worth the trouble of acquiring it," Master Rashi said with a comforting tone, his demeanor jovial. Sun Wukong's cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon receiving the Nimbus Cloud, he immediately soared into the sky. Reveling in the thrill, he darted across the heavens, climbing to the clouds and skimming over the ocean, his laughter echoing amidst the yellow streaks he left behind. After several rounds of exhilarating flight, he reluctantly descended, his face beaming with joy and pride. Bulma, feeling discontent, observed Sun Wukong as triumphant demeanor and indignantly exclaimed, "What is this? I'm also a good-hearted girl. I can ride it too. Wukong, get down and let me show you." "Wukong, can you really?" Chu Hi teased, gazing intently into Bulma's eyes with an air of skepticism. Accidentally locking eyes with Chu Hi, Bulma felt her heart race at the sight of his ink-black pupils and handsome features, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. "Bulma, go on. Give it a try." Chu urged eagerly, anticipating the spectacle of a beautiful girl falling. Master Rashi, too, encouraged her, the reflections of sunlight flickering off his sunglasses. The sea breeze tousled Bulma's hair as she took a deep breath, secretly cursing Chu for his delight in her potential embarrassment. Determined not to succumb to superstition, she resolved to leap confidently. But amidst the laughter of the three, Bulma gloriously failed, landing squarely on her bottom. Faced with their laughter, Bulma's fair complexion turned beet red. Rising from the ground, she unleashed a tirade of curses at the nimbus cloud, her demeanor hinting at a potential transformation into an irate old woman. Bulma, enough with the cursing. The facts speak for themselves. It seems you are not a good child. Chu quipped. Humph. If I'm not, then are you? Bulma retorted, realization dawning upon her. This wretched cloud only allows those with empty heads to ride it. As a brilliant and beautiful genius inventor like myself, my mind is filled with knowledge and therefore does not meet its standards. It appears that being pretty and clever is a crime. You have no shame, finding excuses for yourself that IT would suffice to acknowledge your limitations like I do. I am honest. If I can't ride it, I simply admit it. Humph. Mind your own business. Just then, Bulma's eyes brightened as she noticed the Dragon Ball hanging around Master Rashi's neck. Feeling her heart race, she hurriedly approached him, declaring, Grandpa, please give me the orb hanging on your chest. I saved the turtle. So you should give me something in return. This one. Master Rashi's eyes twinkled mischievously as he narrowed them slightly. He suddenly grinned lewdly, saying, I suppose I could, but you must allow me to touch your chest. What? Touch my chest? You lecherous old man. Are you seeking death? That is absolutely out of the question. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Master Rashi's eyes, but he continued to ogle Bulma's alluring figure. Salivating as he said, Well, can I at least take a look? What do you want to see? You perverted old man. Bulma replied warily, her eyes brimming with suspicion that I want to see your figure, for instance. Your lower half? Master Rashi gulped repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Old man, you truly lack shame. I, Bulma, am a pure and virtuous girl. How could I ever engage in such disgraceful acts? Unless, of course, you no longer desire this Dragon Ball. Master Rashi taunted, playfully waving the orb around his neck. Humph. If you don't give it to me, then fine. Do you think I care? Bulma shot him a fierce glare, feigning indifference, though her gaze remained fixed on the Dragon Ball. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with longing. The so-called martial arts deity, yet you only bully girls. You old man, you bad old man. I was initially inclined to introduce you to some lovely young ladies. But it seems that is unnecessary now. After giving Master Rashi another fierce glare, Bulma suddenly pouted, her face etched with discontent, her delicate features expressing a hint of grievance, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears. Seeing Bulma in such a state, Master Rashi's earlier smugness evaporated. Not wanting to see her cry, he quickly altered his expression and urgently reassured her, Hey, beautiful, don't cry, don't cry. I was just joking. Who do you think I am? Master Rashi, the legendary martial arts deity? How could I hold a grudge against a little girl like you? All right, it's yours. Master Rashi hastily removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and tossed it towards Bulma. At that moment, Bulma, who had been on the brink of tears, transformed her sorrow into joy as she caught the Dragon Ball, tightly clasping it in her hands, her earlier sadness vanishing as a beaming smile replaced it. Bulma's rapid mood swings left Master Rashi utterly astonished. Having finally obtained the Dragon Ball, Bulma, with an air of triumph, began to flaunt her achievement to Chu and son Wukong, who praised her exuberantly. Thus, after bidding farewell to Master Rashi and the turtle, the group disappeared into the vast ocean. Elated by their acquisition of the Dragon Ball, the trio returned home to discuss their next journey. The house reverted to its capsule form, and they set off once again. This time, however, the circumstances had changed. Wukong soared through the sky on his nimbus, while Chu remained seated on the back of Bulma's motorcycle. To be honest, although riding behind a young lady felt delightful, with her maidenly fragrance wafting in her soft, warm skin against his back, Chu couldn't help but feel envious of son Wukong's ability to fly. After all, flight is a human dream, and Chu yearned to ascend to the skies himself. Yet his current power was insufficient, and he lacked the skills for aerial maneuvers. He knew it would take time. Reflecting on this, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Nevertheless, he had made up his mind to learn to fly one day, and he would soar faster than a flash and more fiercely than lightning. Despite being somewhat of a recluse, Chu possessed an indomitable spirit at his core. In one wishes to live in humility, and Chu was no exception. Though he often appeared easygoing, he harbored a profound sense of rebellion. Witnessing others glide freely through the air ignited his dissatisfaction. Despite having previously been a couch potato, content to merely exist, his experiences in this world had awakened a fighting spirit within him. He resolved that one day he would shatter the shackles of his fate, overcome any obstacles, and transform from a meek and frail being into a true powerhouse. As they hastened their journey in search of the fifth Dragon Ball, they approached a valley in the west. With the assistance of Nimbus, Sun Wukong flew with remarkable agility, his speed far surpassing Bulma's motorcycle. He flitted about, grumbling that Bulma's pace resembled that of a snail. Feeling wronged, Bulma retorted in frustration, "Stupid Wukong, what is so impressive about that broken cloud? Why go so fast?" After her outburst, her small mouth continued to pout, her chest rising and falling in indignation, exuding a hint of girlhood charm despite her annoyance. Seeing Bulma's vexation, Chu found it amusing and chimed in, "Bulma, don't take it to heart. Just focus on driving. Look how you're swaying. You'll tip over." The moment he spoke, Bulma let out a startled cry. And as she swayed, she lost her grip on the motorcycle, causing them to tumble off. Chu, with remarkable agility, performed a somersault in mid-air and landed gracefully, while Bulma, lacking such finesse, fell clumsily to the ground. Her face covered in dirt and dust, and she cried out in fury, "Humph! It's all your fault for distracting me, making me look so foolish." In a fit of anger, Bulma retrieved a new outfit from her capsule and wiped her face clean, restoring her complexion to its usual fairness as she snapped, "Fine, it was our fault. All right, you could show some grace." Chu, well aware of the complexities of reasoning with a woman, quickly adopted an apologetic demeanor to appease her. It's true. All right, I'll forgive you, but only because you're sincerely apologizing." Upon hearing Chu's words, Bulma's irritation began to dissipate. Suddenly, Sun Wukong pointed excitedly at the Dragon Ball glimmering at Bulma's feet, exclaiming, "Bulma, look, the Dragon Ball is glowing." Bulma, filled with joy, picked up the Dragon Ball, her face radiant with excitement. "There must be more Dragon Balls nearby. This is fantastic. Let's hurry and find them." "Bulma, Wukong, look ahead. There's a village." Chu exclaimed, having spotted a row of domed houses resembling a cluster of mushrooms. As they ventured into the village, Bulma produced her dragon radar, which indicated that a Dragon Ball was indeed nearby. However, the eerie silence within the village puzzled her. With a furrowed brow and a glimmer of doubt in her eyes, Bulma wondered aloud, "Why is it so quiet here? Is there anyone around?" Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming, confidently asserted, "I can sense that people are here. There is no doubt about it." With a smile, Chu recalled the plot surrounding the Dragon Balls and realized they were about to encounter Oolong, a character he found quite intriguing, akin to Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. His shape-shifting abilities were particularly noteworthy. Determined, Chu decided to take action while the other two debated the village's occupancy. "Let us stop arguing and ask someone in a house." The trio halted at the entrance of a dwelling, and Sun Wukong knocked loudly, calling out. When no one responded, he punched the door, creating a large hole, and entered the house first. Suddenly, Chu noticed a shadow flicker inside and recalled a scene where Sun Wukong had been struck by an axe in the story. He quickly warned, "Wukong, be careful." Upon hearing Chu's warning, Sun Wukong glanced up just in time to see an axe descending upon him. With incredible reflexes, he stepped back and caught the axe with one hand, effortlessly shattering it into pieces with a slight exertion. "Who dares?" Sun Wukong shouted furiously, confronting the startled middle-aged man, who stared in disbelief at the remnants of his axe. After several explanations, they realized it was merely a misunderstanding. "I'm so sorry, young man. I mistook you for Oolong." The middle-aged man apologized sheepishly. Sun Wukong sighed in relief, grateful for Chu's timely warning, expressing, "Thank goodness I dodged that. If I had been struck, it would have hurt." Chu chuckled inwardly. Relieved he had remembered that minor plot point. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have faced a painful encounter. Bulma, visibly shaken, patted her chest in relief, saying, "If it had been me opening the door, I might have been done for." Curiously, Bulma asked, "What exactly is this oolong you speak of?" The middle-aged man began to recount his woes regarding oolong, sharing the troubles that had arisen since the shapeshifter's arrival, and he implored Sun Wukong and his companions for assistance. After hearing the man's tale, Bulma appeared hesitant, her gaze wavering, but Chuha boldly declared to the group inside, "All right, leave this matter to me. I will defeat Oolong and rescue those girls." "Really, young man? That would be fantastic." The middle-aged man exclaimed, visibly elated. "Consider it done. But in exchange, you must give me that Dragon Ball." Chuha waved a Dragon Ball he had obtained from Bulma, and just then, an elderly woman, who had been lingering near the door, stepped forward, trembling as she said, "Is this the kind of ball you mean?" "I have one." Chua's heart soared as he swiftly approached to accept the Dragon Ball, beaming with joy. "Thank you. This is exactly what I need. Now, just watch me." The room erupted in cheers at Chua's confident demeanor, though some remained skeptical, questioning whether he could truly defeat Oolong. As the discussions continued, the ground suddenly trembled, and debris fell from the ceiling. Sun Wukong exclaimed in confusion, "What is happening? Is something wrong? Not good. Oolong must be here. Just wait and see how I handle him." With a spirited demeanor, Chu strode confidently out of the house, his face adorned with an air of arrogance, and waved to the crowd inside before turning away. "Wukong, do you think Chu could defeat that fellow named Wulong?" "I'm not sure, but I don't sense any formidable aura. With Chu's prowess, he should be capable, right?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well. Let's go and see." Bulma and Sun Wukong followed Chu outside, while the remaining villagers, witnessing Chu's boldness, began to set aside their fears and curiously ventured to observe. As Chu reached the center of the village, a coarse voice rang out, "Miss, I have arrived. Come back to the castle with me." Chu lifted his gaze to see a towering figure, entirely clad in red, with horns and a pig-like nose, approaching the village while bellowing. With a dismissive expression, Chu regarded the transformed Wulong before him, finding amusement in the sight. Despite his colossal stature, he was merely Ade. Dealing with him would require little effort on Chu's part. Bulma, who had followed behind, let out a sharp scream upon spotting Wulong, instinctively hiding behind Sun Wukong, while the other villagers sought refuge. Sun Wukong, however, appeared puzzled, resting his hands behind his head and muttering, He seems rather weak." Chapter 16. The Transforming Wulong, Part 2. "Hey, stop shouting. There are no girls here for you. Now, your opponent is me," Chu called out as he advanced towards Wulong. "Who are you? Do you not know the reputation of this great king? Are you seeking death?" Initially, Wulong was filled with excitement, eager to capture a gentle girl. But upon encountering a young man daring to challenge him, his mood soured. He attempted to retort, but sensing Chu's formidable presence, he resorted to a blustering response. "Seeking death? Indeed, if I am. What can you do about it?" Chu laughed heartily, crossing his arms defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance that only served to infuriate Wulong further. The villagers, who had been evading Wulong, now looked on with anticipation as Chu boldly challenged the foe, their expressions reflecting hope. Bulma's eyes sparkled with confidence as she observed Chu, her blue irises shimmering with faith in his abilities. Glancing at his resolute features, her fair complexion flushed slightly, her heart racing with excitement. "You young lad, how bold! Do you truly not comprehend the might of this great king? You are doomed. If you beg for mercy now, perhaps I might spare your life." Wulong, noticing Chu's lack of fear, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he feigned bravery, yet his bravado faltered as he shouted again, "Enough of your prattle. Will you fight or not? If you refuse, I shall strike first." Chu smirked disdainfully, his pitch-black eyes scrutinizing Wulong with amusement. He chuckled softly, extending his hands into fists and squeezing them tightly, producing a series of crackling sounds that signified his readiness. Wulong gulped nervously, his breath quickening as he stole a glance at the clock. Cursing inwardly, Where did this insolent brat come from? He shows no fear of my reputation and appears quite formidable. This is bad. Time is short, and I possess little combat strength. What should I do? Wulong lamented internally as beads of sweat formed anew on his brow. Suddenly, he stepped back, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ah, how delightful! You possess courage, but alas, this king has a slight stomach ache and cannot afford to indulge in combat right now. Once I recover, I shall deal with you. With that, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and in the next instant, a black bull materialized. Now it's time. As Wulong transformed, Chu felt a surge of energy within him. His right eye, already prepped, unleashed an incredibly powerful memory skill, but a flash of red light illuminated his mind, revealing the essence of Wulong's transformation technique. With a single glance, he grasped its underlying principle. Chu's move was nothing short of spectacular. Without hesitation, the bull turned and bolted, but Chu merely chuckled, his legs propelling him forward with grace and explosive power. In a single somersault, he landed directly in front of the fleeing bull. With both hands extended, he shouted with great force and seized the bull's horns, bringing it to an abrupt halt amid a cloud of dust. Your strength is rather feeble, Chu remarked softly, exerting his arms to toss the bull aside as if it were mere refuse, sending it crashing to the ground. In a flash of smoke, a small, seemingly harmless white pig flopped onto the ground, writhing in distress. The villagers, witnessing Chu's triumph over Wulong, rushed forward in excitement. Bulma and son Wukong beamed with joy, giving Chu a thumbs up. A middle-aged man approached Chu, pointing at the pig on the ground, and inquired, "Could it be that this is Wulong's true form? Indeed, you have all been deceived by his appearance. In truth, he possesses no combat strength whatsoever. Had you dealt with him as you would with Wukong, a single strike would have dispatched him. Now it makes sense. This pig has caused us considerable distress. We owe you our gratitude." The middle-aged man clasped his fists in appreciation toward Chu. "Think nothing of it. It was merely a trifling effort," Chu replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "Hey, little pig, tell us your origins, and where are the girls you've kidnapped?" Bulma pressed. Wulong, trembling, climbed to his feet, gingerly rubbing his bruised face, casting fearful glances at the villagers before timidly saying, "All right, I shall speak. I will tell all I know, but please do not harm me." His demeanor was one of utter submission to Chu's display of strength. "Rest assured, we shall not harm you as long as you cooperate and release those girls. That I believe the villagers will show leniency towards you," Bulma coaxed in a tone meant to soothe the child. Taking a deep breath, Wulong stole a glance at the impassive Chu, steeling himself as he confessed, "My name is Wulong. I learned the art of transformation at a kindergarten in the south. With this ability, I sought to become a fearsome figure to intimidate these villagers. In truth, my only desire was to interact with beautiful young ladies." What a farce. So, he is merely a little pig, and yet he has caused us such turmoil. He deserves a thorough beating for this, my daughter. What has become of her? Is she well? The villagers clamored, vociferously confronting Wulong, who quaked as he replied, "They are all doing quite well. I shall take you to meet them right away." Chu and the others followed Wulong to his castle, where they encountered the young women he had abducted, each one dressed splendidly, reveling in laughter and merriment. "Look, they are all well. Hurry, take them home. I cannot afford to care for so many young ladies. I only wish for a gentle girl." Wulong pointed at the girls, lamenting to the gathered villagers, his expression fraught with helplessness. The villagers, unsure of how to react, quickly reclaimed their daughters, while the girls remained blissfully unaware, reluctant to leave. After finally resolving the incident involving Wulong and the girls, the villagers expressed their gratitude, and Chu and his companions responded with smiles. They had unexpectedly acquired a Dragon Ball, a truly delightful turn of events. Due to Wulong's transformation abilities, Bulma felt he could be of assistance and invited him to join their quest for the Dragon Balls. Chu had no objections, and neither did son Wukong. Thus, the four of them, no, it should be 3 humans and 1 pig, embarked on their journey once more. With Wulong's involvement, the usual errands, chores, and scouting duties were now taken care of, allowing Chu to feel a significant sense of ease in life. He mused to himself, "Ah, Having someone to assist truly feels splendid. The journey was not without its challenges, as they encountered a rabbit demon along the way. However, this demon proved to have some prowess, prompting Chu-hee to delegate the task to Sun Wukong, who lived up to expectations by swiftly defeating the rabbit demon, sending on a rather unexpected trip to the moon. Chapter 17. The appearance of Lepin following the guidance of the Dragon Radar. The group continued their long trek in search of the next Dragon Ball. Their pace was rapid, and the radar indicated they were drawing ever closer to their destination. At that moment, they were aboard a speedboat, racing across a river, piloted by Bulma, as the others were unfamiliar with operating such a vessel. Although Bulma was somewhat reluctant, she had no choice but to encourage herself silently, thinking of the high-tech contraption they were navigating. Chu-hee reclined leisurely in the boat, exuding an air of languor, while Sun Wukong peered ahead anxiously, soon asking, "How far away are we? Why haven't we arrived yet?" "Wukong, what's the rush? We shall arrive when the time is right. Your impatience will not hasten our journey. Relax a little," Chu-hee replied, gazing serenely at the azure sky with a smile. "Ugh, this thing is so slow. If I had my flying Nimbus, we would have been there ages ago. I feel like I'm getting a bit hungry," Sun Wukong lamented, patting his slightly protruding belly in discontent. "All right, Wukong, enough with the Nimbus already. Are you trying to make me jealous? You can soar through the skies while I chase along the ground. Just remember, not everyone can wield your cloud," Chu-hee retorted with a smirk, shrugging helplessly. In truth, he felt quite envious of the Nimbus, harboring a growing sense of discontent. Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering aloud. How much longer will it take? Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, Bulma quickly retrieved a map from her pocket and scanned it intently. Exclaiming in exasperation, "We still have quite a distance to cover. It will take us around 2 to 3 days. 3 more days?" Sun Wukong muttered to himself. Wulong suddenly interjected, "Bulma, where exactly are we headed?" "Let me take a look. The Bread Explosion Mountain should be in this vicinity," Bulma replied, glancing at the map. "What? Bread Explosion Mountain?" Wulong exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic, revealing his large white teeth, that he stammered, "That place is incredibly terrifying. It has said that the Ox King resides there, and he is exceptionally formidable. Isn't it just the Ox King? We have Chu-hee and Wukong with us. What is there to fear?" Bulma dismissed the concern nonchalantly. Her heart filled with confidence in Chu-hee. She believed that with his formidable skills, a minor figure like the Ox King would pose no challenge. This thought, a faint blush crept across Bulma's fair complexion, as her heart raced uncontrollably, and she bit her lip, inwardly chiding herself. "What am I thinking?" Seeing Bulma's indifference, Wulong grew anxious and shouted to Chu-hee and Sun Wukong, "He is the Ox King. You must convince her not to go and throw her life away. I don't want to die." "Is the Ox King really that strong?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Chu-hee chuckled lightly, teasing Wulong. "Oh, Wulong, aren't you the self-proclaimed Wulong King? You seem rather formidable. Why the fear?" Having been given a sound thrashing by Chu-hee, Wulong was still psychologically affected and dared not meet his gaze, lowering his head instead as he murmured, "I'm not lying. He is a terrifying existence known as the Demon King, truly fearsome." Wulong continued to recount the Ox King's terrifying reputation, embellishing his warnings. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, his interest seemingly piqued, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Observing Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, Chu-hee smiled subtly to himself, thinking, as expected of a natural-born warrior, always eager to engage with formidable foes. Truly, he is the protagonist I admire. Nevertheless, Chu-hee resolved not to be outdone. Silently vowing, "Just wait, Wukong." Wulong, gripped by fear of the Ox King's reputation, was adamant about not proceeding any further. Ultimately, it was only through the combined persuasion and coaxing of Chu-hee and Bulma, along with a series of incentives, that Wulong reluctantly acquiesced. However, in the midst of this, Bulma's capsule was unfortunately lost, meaning future endeavors would undoubtedly become more troublesome. Chu-hee administered a sound thrashing to Wulong, who cried out in despair, lamenting the loss of the capsule. Though the capsule was gone, they had no choice but to continue on foot. After walking for a while, they entered a desolate desert area. The sands stretched endlessly, devoid of any vegetation, with only a few protruding rocks breaking the monotony of the barren landscape. Under the blazing sun, the air grew increasingly stifling as they trudged through the arid expanse. Bulma cursed the weather incessantly, her throat parched and exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. Wulong, resembling a lifeless dog, continually complained of fatigue. Meanwhile, Chu He and Sun Wukong, with their exceptional physical prowess, found the desert hardly a challenge. Accommodating Bulma and Wulong's fatigue, Chu He remarked with a smirk, "You two never bother to train, do you? Look at your pitiful state. It's a testament to your lack of stamina." Wulong, looking pale and bruised, dared not retort, while Bulma shot back, "My stamina is quite adequate. It's just that you two are freakishly strong. You don't feel tired after walking for so long." Chu He and Sun Wukong exchanged a glance, opting to remain silent. Bulma insisted on taking a break, and the two, with no other choice, complied. They settled onto the sandy ground for a brief respite, with Bulma collapsing and falling asleep almost instantly. Quickly slipping into dreams, Sun Wukong and Chu He leaned against each other, with Sun Wukong patting his belly, saying, "I'm hungry. I want to find something to eat. There's nothing to eat in the desert." Chu He replied slowly, then suddenly glanced at Wulong with a grin, saying, "Oh, right, there's a pig here. Do you like pork?" Before Sun Wukong could respond, Wulong leaped up in a panic, exclaiming, "You can't possibly want to eat me. That is inhumane. Just kidding. You think a few pounds of meat would be enough to satisfy me." Chu He laughed heartily, enjoying the jest. "Humph, do not even think about it," in a fervent and righteous defense of his own being. Wulong was poised to continue his vigorous assertion when, out of the blue, the distant roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the air, except for the slumbering Bulma, who lay obliviously on the ground. Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Wulong had already risen, their gazes fixated on the source of the sound. Dust swirled amidst the desert as the engine noise intensified, culminating in the arrival of a hovering motorcycle that came to a stop before them. From it disembarked a young man accompanied by an enigmatic blue creature that floated gracefully in the air. Upon seeing the duo, Chu He immediately recognized them as the formidable earthling warrior from the early days of Dragon Ball. Lepin, along with his attendant, Per. To his surprise, Lepin was rather handsome. Beneath his flowing black hair lay a chiseled face, sharp as a sculptor's masterpiece. Although his physique was not particularly imposing, it exuded an undeniable sense of latent power. With a combat power of 8, Chu He quickly assessed that Lepin was indeed stronger than himself, yet still inferior to Wukong. With narrowed eyes, a glimmer of determination flickered in Chu He's dark irises. His right fist clenched slightly as he mused inwardly. With a combat power of 8, my current strength is just sufficient to engage him fully and enhance my own abilities. Lepin, your timing is impeccable. A flicker of excitement crossed Chu He's face, his lips involuntarily moistening as a spark of battle intent ignited within him. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two, fixed his large eyes intently upon them. One hand pressed against his somewhat hungry stomach while the other pointed accusatorily at them. He inquired loudly. Lepin smirked sinisterly, adopting an arrogant tone as he proclaimed, "I'm the bandit of this vast desert, Lepin, and this is Per." As Lepin finished speaking, the blue creature flitting about him chimed in as well. "Humph. If you wish to keep your lives, hand over your money in capsules. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow," Lepin stated coldly, a glimmer of menace dancing in his eyes. "Why wouldn't we see the sun tomorrow?" Sun Wukong queried, perplexed. "Humph. Of course, it would be because you are dead." Lepin retorted. "Why would we need to fight?" Sun Wukong asked, his expression one of confusion, while Wulong suddenly gasped in surprise, pointing at Per and exclaiming, "Per, aren't you the weeping Per?" Both Wulong and Per were equally astonished, their faces painted with disbelief. When Lepin inquired, Per, filled with grievance, lamented, "It was him. This fellow named Wulong frequently bullied me back when I transformed into a kindergarten student in the South. Lepin, you must stand up for me." Lepin's expression darkened with fury. He clenched his fists, glaring at Wulong, and reassured Per, "Fear not. I shall avenge you." Lepin's gaze swept over Wulong, who felt a chilling dread penetrate his very core, causing his legs to weaken and his body to tremble. He stammered to Chu He, Chu-Hee, you must save me. I've cooked, done laundry, and swept for days without any merit. Considering my efforts, you must come to my aid. Wulong, look at your lack of resolve. Fear not. I won't let him harm you. After all, you are one of us. Chu-Hee chuckled heartily, addressing Wulong. Wonderful. Thank you. Chu-Hee, thank you, Wulong exclaimed, his face brimming with gratitude and excitement, his plump cheeks quivering as he momentarily set aside his fears. Stepping forward, Chu-Hee positioned himself protectively in front of Wukong and Wulong, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, and provocatively declared, Lepin, dreaming of money and capsules. You must defeat me first. Lepin, incensed by Chu-Hee's dismissive attitude, smiled darkly and retorted, Very well. If it is death you seek, I shall gladly grant it to you, sending you to the heavenly realm. He slowly unsheathed a long knife, its sharp edge gleaming with a silvery sheen, radiating a menacing aura. Using a weapon? How quaint. I'm unarmed. Chu-Hee exclaimed, turning to the still hungry son Wukong, who was engrossed in his own thoughts. Wukong, may I borrow your Rui Bang? Son Wukong responded with an O, as he retrieved the Rui Bang from his back and tossed it to Chu-Hee. With the Rui Bang in hand, Chu-Hee felt a surge of confidence, gripping it firmly as he pointed it at Lepin and laughed. Come forth, let us see if you possess the skill to defeat me. Without hesitation, Lepin laughed heartily, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, sweeping horizontally with his blade aimed at Chu-Hee's waist. Chu-Hee, unfazed, leapt into the air, the sharp knife slicing beneath him. In that instant, he executed a somersault, grasping the Rui Bang tightly as he swung it at Lepin, delivering a flurry of strikes. Yet truth be told, Chu-Hee's technique was rather rudimentary. He had no formal training and merely relied on instinctive flailing. Lepin, agile in his movements, evaded several of Chu-Hee's attacks. Suddenly, Chu-Hee grinned, sweeping the Rui Bang horizontally. Lepin, already aware, retreated several steps to avoid the blow, but Chu-Hee shouted, Rui Bang, extend. The red staff surged in length, and Lepin had no time to evade, receiving a solid strike to his abdomen. With a pained gasp, he clutched his stomach, crying out in agony. How could it extend? This is infuriating. Isn't this the weapon of that martial arts master, Sun Wukong? Could it be that the boy who just threw it to him is related to Sun Wukong? Lepin pondered, grimacing as he held his midsection. Forget it. I shall not concern myself with identities. I am merely enraged. How dare I be humiliated? Lepin's heart burned with indignation after suffering such a setback. Prepare to witness my ultimate technique, Lepin announced, his expression turning serious, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him, resembling a ferocious wolf ready to pounce. Assuming a peculiar stance, a fierce glint flickered in Lepin's eyes as he bellowed. Behold my wolf-fang fist, like a ravenous wolf on the prowl. Lepin surged forward with astonishing speed, as if possessed by a wolf deity, charging at Chu-Hee with the ferocity of a storm. Come on then. Chu-Hee's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. His blood boiling in exhilaration, he tossed aside the Rui Bang and adopted the stance he had learned from Wukong's training in Sun Wukong's martial arts. Ready to confront the oncoming onslaught, Lepin transformed into a blur, akin to a tidal wave crashing, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Chu-Hee's chest, the very air around them seeming to simmer with intensity. Chu-Hee focused intently, sidestepped, raising his right hand to block Lepin's kick. However, an overwhelming force surged through his arm, causing it to tingle painfully. What incredible power! Chu-Hee mused, shaking off the sensation. He summoned all his strength, preparing to counter Lepin's relentless barrage. With a primal ferocity, Lepin's punches came crashing down like a tempest, devoid of any embellishment, adhering purely to the natural order of combat. Chu-Hee felt himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Thud! 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 Chu-Hee felt the impact against his abdomen, waves of pain radiating through him, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Indeed, with a combat power of 8, he surpasses me slightly, but I shall not be defeated. Amidst Lepin's explosive assault, Chu-Hee suddenly roared like a lion, muscles taut, his right eye flashing with fierce energy as he bellowed, I'll return your technique. Behold, wolf-fang fist. Having initially gained the upper hand, Lu Ping was reveling in his success when he suddenly noticed a dramatic change in Chu Hi's demeanor. The aura emanating from him surged with intensity, causing a deep sense of foreboding to swell within Lu Ping. Upon hearing Chu Hi's roar and witnessing his formidable techniques, Lu Ping was struck by an incredible oddity. The unique skill he had mastered, the Wolf Fang Fist, was now being wielded by this young man before him. How could this be possible? Like two wolves vying for dominance, Chu Hi's eyes glimmered with ferocity as he attacked with the precision of a wolf king on the hunt, engaging Lu Ping in a fierce counteroffensive. Chu Hi's capacity for learning was astonishing. In the span of a single skirmish, he had effortlessly grasped the essence of the boxing style, immediately employing it against his opponent. With the strength of Sion's physique combined with the Wolf Fang Fist, he unleashed an onslaught of power that rivaled that of Lu Ping. Chapter 19. Lu Ping's defeat. Chu Hi's momentum surged like a rampaging lion, each punch and kick harnessing the full force of his being, growing more valiant with every blow and gradually turning the tide of battle in his favor. Meanwhile, Lu Ping, increasingly alarmed and frustrated, felt the sting of multiple attacks from Chu Hi. Pain coursed through him, and his arms began to tingle with a sense of numbness that he never anticipated that this young man would force him into such a predicament using his own signature technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. Leaving Lu Ping emotionally conflicted, and his chaotic thoughts surged within him. A hint of panic flickered across his face, causing his movements to become erratic. Seizing the moment, Chu Hi launched a relentless assault, his strikes flowing like the rising tide, each wave more powerful than the last. With a thunderous roar, he executed a swift kick aimed at Lu Ping's abdomen, leaving him no time to react. The impact sent Lu Ping flying several meters away. He landed heavily on the ground, dust rising around him as debris scattered. Clutching his stomach with his left hand, he groaned in pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this blow had inflicted significant damage. Seeing Lu Ping incapacitated, Pu Air rushed to his side, concern etched on his face as he called out, "Master Lu Ping, are you all right?" Coughing, Lu Ping retorted, "How could I possibly be harmed?" Struggling to prop himself up with one hand, he gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet, his disheveled hair and soiled attire presenting a pitiful sight. His expression was one of bewilderment as he turned to Chu Hi, questioning, "How is it that you are able to use my unique skill, the Wolf Fang Fist?" Chu Hi, casually flexing his muscles and exhaling lightly, replied with a calm smile, "You taught me that technique. I learned it in a single viewing." "What? You mean to say that my Wolf Fang Fist is something you just learned?" Lu Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind struggling to accept that someone could so easily master the skill he had painstakingly honed over the years. Leaving him feeling profoundly shaken, he gazed at Chu Hi, a sense of inscrutability enveloping the young man. "What? Are you still intending to fight? That last blow seemed to have taken a toll on you. If you wish to avoid further injury, I suggest you flee." Chu Hi smirked, mocking him lightly. "Fight? How could I not? I still seek vengeance for that kick. That was merely a moment of carelessness on my part." Lu Ping regained his determination, his fists clenched tightly as he focused intently on Chu Hi, ready to unleash his full might without a trace of underestimation. "Very well. If it is a fight you seek, I shall oblige. Just remember, if it hurts, do not blame me." Chu Hi, having already enjoyed a taste of victory over Lu Ping, felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of another confrontation, just as the battle was about to reignite. A soft murmur from a young girl caught their attention. Turning to look, they saw Bulma, sprawled on the ground beside Goku, stretching languidly with an alluring grace. She opened her sleepy eyes and turned her head to gaze at the two combatants. Chu Hi remained unfazed, still contemplating the prospect of further confrontation, while Lu Ping, momentarily entranced, froze in place. His face flushed crimson, extending to his neck, leaving him feeling utterly weakened, as if he had been transformed into a mere puddle of mud. Could it be such an exaggerated reaction? While he had known of Lu Ping's tendency to swoon at the sight of a girl, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. Only moments ago, he had been as fierce as a wolf king, now reduced to the state of a defeated dog. With a bemused smile, Chu Hi addressed the prostrate Lu Ping. "What is the matter? Are you still intent on fighting?" Lu Ping, flustered, trembled as he stood, ignoring Chu Hi entirely. Instead, he urgently grabbed Pu Air, exclaiming, "We must retreat for now." Like a cornered animal, he swiftly dashed to his motorcycle, revving the engine and speeding away, leaving a trail of exhaust in his wake. Yet he did not forget to assert his bravado as he departed. "Mark my words, I will obtain that capsule." His voice echoed in the air, albeit tinged with a hint of panic. "Foolishness, with me here. Do you truly believe you have such an opportunity?" Chu-He chuckled softly to himself. He called after the fleeing Lu-Ping, "Very well. Little thief, I shall await your return," as Lu-Ping vanished from sight. Chu-He turned to retrace his steps, only to be greeted by Oolong, who approached with an eager smile. "Chu-He, you truly are the strongest in the world. Remarkable. When did I become the strongest?" "Flattering me so, but I must admit, I enjoy it." Chu-He thought to himself. A sense of pride swelling within him, he waved dismissively at Oolong, saying, "Let us dispense with the flattery. If I had lost, would you have praised that man instead? Impossible. How could you lose?" Oolong responded, his demeanor betraying a hint of discomfort, clearly having been seen through by Chu-He. Oolong was clearly a fair-weather friend, Duppy by the way. Who was that handsome fellow? He was rather striking, yet he fled. Bulma, stretching once more, approached Chu-He with a smile. "Just a little thief, nothing more. What, have you taken a liking to him?" Chu-He replied with a nonchalant grin. "Of course not. Don't be ridiculous," Bulma stammered, her heart racing. She lowered her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Chu-He before quickly averting her eyes. Her cheeks momentarily flushed. She bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable wave of resentment towards Chu-He's indifferent demeanor. Bulma sighed inwardly, perplexed by her own feelings. "Fine, I won't say anything more." Chu-He chuckled. Bemused by Bulma's apparent confusion, he surmised that she might have developed a fleeting interest in Lu-Ping, given their recent acquaintance. After all, he and Bulma were merely temporary companions, so he thought little of tea that moment. A rumble emanated from Goku's stomach, triggering a chain reaction. Soon, Chu-He's stomach joined in, followed by Bulma's, and ultimately Oolong's, creating a symphony of hunger. Desperate due to their overwhelming hunger, Oolong reluctantly retrieved his stash of universal capsules, transforming one into a mobile home. The group finally settled into a comfortable environment. As night fell, casting a shadow over the earth, the outside world grew eerily silent. Yet within the confines of the mobile home, the sounds of joviality erupted. "Another bowl, please. I want more." "How infuriating. Chu-He, that's mine." Don T. Steel. The clatter of chopsticks filled the air as Chu-He and Son Gohan engaged in a fierce contest of gluttony. The Scion's insatiable appetites drove them to devour their meals with fervor, neither willing to yield an inch as they polished off bowls at an astonishing pace. Oolong watched in despair, helplessly observing the mountain of empty plates accumulating, tears welling in his eyes, for it represented a significant portion of his savings. Now reduced by half in the blink of an eye, he cursed silently within, pondering the origins of these two peculiar creatures. After finishing his meal, Chu-He wore a broad smile, feeling utterly elated. Humming a cheerful tune, he leisurely reclined on the sofa and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Oolong engaged in light-hearted banter. Thus began the tumultuous night. Chapter 20. Nightfall. A solitary moon hung in the sky, casting a scattered glow of Chu-He's light upon the earth, bringing a glimmer of brightness to the somewhat somber desert landscape. Inside Oolong's mobile home, Chu-He remained blissfully asleep. It was worth noting that he had just engaged in a fierce battle with Lu-Ping during the day, employing the Wolf Fong Fist, which had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Consequently, his body was now sore and fatigued, necessitating rest to recuperate. Feeling an itch all over, Bulma decided to take a shower, while Sun Wukong and Oolong continued discussing the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Lu-Ping and Puar, who had stealthily returned outside, plotting to sneak into the mobile home to pilfer the capsules. This crucial piece of information thrilled Lu-Ping greatly, as he was eager to acquire the 7 Dragon Balls mentioned in Sun Wukong and Oolong's conversation, hoping to use a wish to alter his anxious demeanor around girls. Thus, Lu-Ping and Puar whispered conspiratorially outside, devising their plan to steal the Dragon Balls. In the meantime, Oolong, noticing that Chu He was sound asleep, felt a mischievous inclination arise within him. His eyes darted toward Sun Wukong, and a cunning plan formed in his mind. When Bulma emerged from her shower wrapped in a towel, Oolong swiftly assumed an affable demeanor, scampering to the fridge and retrieving 2 glasses of juice. In an instant, his expression shifted to one of feigned concern as he proclaimed, "Here you go, Bulma, Wukong. You must be parched. Come, refresh yourselves with this juice." Bulma, beaming with delight, praised Oolong and downed her juice in one gulp. Sun Wukong, unsuspecting, took his glass and happily drank, only to grimace and exclaim, "So sweet." Little did they know, Oolong's sly grin reemerged as he chuckled to himself. "Ha ha, time trickled by like sand through an hourglass." And soon both Sun Wukong and Bulma began to feel weariness wash over them, their energy gradually depleting. Yawning repeatedly, Bulma assumed she was simply tired and, in a daze, made her way to the bed on the 2nd floor, soon succumbing to sleep. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, collapsed to the floor and fell into a deep slumber. Within the room, save for Oolong, who was wide awake, Chu-Hi, Sun Wukong, and Bulma had all succumbed to sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Oolong's lascivious grin returned. Should Chu-Hi witness this, he would undoubtedly receive a thorough beating. "You deserve to laugh," he thought, for Chu-Hi despised such lascivious expressions. Oolong bore a deep-seated fear of Chu-Hi, the only one among the trio he truly feared, having endured countless knocks on the head at his hands. Oolong cautiously approached Chu-Hi's sleeping form. Gazing at his peaceful face, he softly called, "Chu-Hi, wake up! Wake up, please!" After several attempts with no response, Oolong's heart lightened, and a grin broke across his face as he thought to himself, "This is splendid, yes." Giggling foolishly, he murmured, "Heh, Bulma, I'm going to touch you to my heart's content. Let me make it worthwhile." Oolong's grin grew increasingly lascivious and brazen. Just as he was about to ascend to the 2nd floor to invade Bulma's room, he suddenly heard a sharp voice and the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, which pricked up his pig ears. The source of the noise was none other than Lu Ping and Puar, who, using Puar's transformation ability as a key, easily slipped into the mobile home. Spotting Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong in deep slumber, Lu Ping's face registered surprise, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Seeing the two asleep, Lu Ping thought to himself that this was a golden opportunity, and he immediately instructed Puar to transform into one of them. Given that Chu-Hi's physique was larger than Sun Wukong's, the transformation proved slightly more challenging, resulting in Puar becoming a version of Sun Wukong. However, to Chu-Hi's discerning eye, this form bore little resemblance, with eyes resembling mere sesame seeds. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the likes of Oolong to be deceived. The two exchanged glances and exited the mobile home, their intentions unclear that Lu Ping, feeling triumphant, began to scour the room, eager to uncover the hiding place of the Dragon Balls. After searching for quite some time without success, he grew anxious and resolved to continue his search on the 2nd floor. Just as he was about to ascend the staircase, a sudden noise caught his attention. Chu-Hi stretched lazily, rubbing his eyes, awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. Upon opening his eyes, he caught sight of Lu Ping sneaking towards the staircase. Instantly, he was fully alert, his sleepiness evaporating as he fixed a steely gaze on Lu Ping, exclaiming, "You little thief! What are you doing here?" With the plot of the Dragon Balls being far too convoluted, Chu-Hi couldn't possibly remember every detail, and seeing Lu Ping there jogged a vague memory of a similar scene that Lu Ping, taken aback, recalled how deeply Chu-Hi had impressed him during their earlier encounter. Not only had he soundly defeated him, but he had also mastered the Wolf Fong Fist, surpassing him in skill. Emerging from his earlier gloom, Lu Ping bristled as Chu-Hi referred to him as a little thief, his anger flaring as he retorted, "Who are you calling a little thief? I, Lu Ping, am a desert bandit, a great thief. Remember that. A great thief? What a joke. Sneaking into someone else's room like this and skulking around. Does that make you a great thief? Besides, is there really a distinction between a thief and a bandit? What? Do you intend to steal the Dragon Balls?" Chu-Hi replied with a derisive smile. "How did you know I was here to steal the Dragon Balls?" Lu Ping stammered, caught off guard by Chu-Hi's accurate deduction, abandoning his earlier defense regarding the thief issue that "I guessed. Is that a problem?" Chu-Hi shrugged, unwilling to divulge that it was merely a fleeting recollection of the narrative. "Little thief, my defeated foe, you've wasted your effort coming here today. As long as I'm present, you stand no chance, scram. You wouldn't want to be sent fleeing again, would you?" With a smug smile. Chu-hee's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. "Who fled in disgrace? I had my reasons last time. We haven't settled the score yet." Lu Ping retaliated, his temper flaring. "Fine, let us have another bout and see who truly is the stronger one." "Very well. I'll make you pick up your teeth from the ground," Chu declared with confidence, stepping out of the room as they prepared for battle once more. "Little thief, let me tell you, I've already grasped your fighting style, so defeating you this time will be even easier than before. Do you understand?" Chu smiled. "Less talk. Prepare yourself," Lu Ping shouted angrily, launching a flying kick at Chu. Chu sidestepped the attack and swiftly grasped Lu Ping's right foot, yanking him off balance. With a sharp shout, he swung Lu Ping around twice before throwing him aside, despite Lu Ping's considerable martial skills. He managed to twist mid-air and land gracefully. He retaliated with a whip kick aimed at Chu, who stood firm, engaging him in a fierce exchange of strikes. The intensity of their combat escalated. Yet this time, Chu clearly held the upper hand, smiling as he fought his own pace, even taunting, "Surrender. You stand no chance." Lu Ping, having endured numerous blows, roared in defiance as he unleashed the wolf fang fist once more. However, Chu countered with his own, and despite Lu Ping's efforts to defend himself, the onslaught from Chu was swift as the wind. Before long, Lu Ping found himself bruised and battered, crying out in pain. Clutching his swollen face, tears streaming down, Lu Ping bellowed, "Remember this, you scoundrel! I will settle the score with you." With that, he dashed out of the mobile home, fleeing in haste. Chapter 21. The Intrusion. Little thief. Reduced to this sorry state, and still trying to act tough? Truly, I am impressed. Gazing at the direction in which Lepin had vanished, Chu could not help but curl his lips in a disdainful smile. Still harboring contempt for Lepin, with Lepin having been driven away, the matter seemed settled. Chu promptly turned and returned to his room. There he found Sun Wukong still sprawled on the floor, blissfully asleep. A glimmer of drool at the corner of his mouth, exuding an air of innocent charm, that a flicker of thought crossed Chu's mind, stirring something within him. With a gentle smile, he approached and lifted Sun Wukong from the ground, taking a few steps to place him on the sofa. Naturally, given Wukong's robust constitution, he could have slept on the floor for 3 days and nights without catching a chill, but surely sleeping on the sofa would be far more comfortable. "Wukong, you ought to express your gratitude to me. May you have sweet dreams," Chu whispered softly to the dreaming Wukong. He recalled Lepin's earlier visit and wondered how Bulma was faring, as well as the whereabouts of Oolong. A tinge of concern crept into his heart, prompting him to ascend to the second floor to check on Bulma's condition. Yes, Chu, he ascended the stairs with measured steps. He arrived at the door of Bulma's room and gently nudged it open. There he beheld Bulma's figure clearly, one hand clutching the bag containing the Dragon Balls, evidently untouched by Lepin's intrusion. That moment, Bulma lay languorously on the water, having succumbed to a sweet slumber akin to Wukong's. Witnessing such a captivating scene, Chu found himself momentarily halted, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed upon Bulma's delicate, enchanting visage. In an instant, he felt a hitch in his breath, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart, beating faster than usual. After descending the stairs and tidying up Lepin's previously disordered drawer, Chu made a brief visit to the restroom before returning to conclude the task he had left unfinished, sleeping. The night swiftly passed in silence. Upon awakening, morning light filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow within the room. Chu opened his eyes, stretching languidly and yawning, only to find Oolong, bleary-eyed and clutching a gun. Appearing as though he wished to sleep but dared not do so. Startled by the noise, Oolong's eyes shot open at the sight of Chu, who had finally awoken. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, "You're awake. You've finally returned." Upon seeing Oolong, Chu felt a surge of irritation. He pointed an accusatory finger at Oolong and demanded, "Did you put Wukong and Bulma to sleep yesterday?" Under Chu's intense scrutiny, Oolong shivered, trembling with fright. He stammered, "No, it wasn't me." You must say again that it wasn't you. Chui's gaze flashed with determination as he gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open in a manner that was quite fearsome. Oolong, already haunted by Chui's glare, felt a wave of terror wash over him, and unable to maintain his deception, promptly divulged the mischief he had engaged in the previous night, casting a pitiful glance at Chu. It seems unless I give you a good beating, you won't come clean. With that, 3 lumps appeared on Oolong's head. Cowering, he covered his head with his hands, his eyes brimming with tears and fear. Consider this a warning that if there's a next time, it won't just be 3 lumps. You will come to understand why the flowers bloom so red. Do you comprehend? Chu admonished sternly. Thanks to Oolong's antics, Chu felt a twinge of guilt for the indecencies he had committed the previous night. However, he adhered to the principle of allowing the authorities to misbehave while the common folk must not. Thus, he tempered the severity of his reprimand toward Oolong, a small gesture of remorse. Understood. Understood. Oolong nodded vigorously, looking obedient, managing to muster a faint smile. Truly, he had learned to fear. With Chu around, his courage would only diminish. How lamentable, how pitiable. Not long after Chu awakened, Sun Wukong also stirred from his slumber, squinting his eyes and yawning widely, stretching his arms toward the heavens as he blinked away the remnants of sleep. He saw Chu and Oolong seated before him and greeted them with a cheerful smile. Good morning, Chu, Oolong. Good morning, my foot. I hardly closed my eyes all night. Oolong grumbled, rubbing the sore lumps on his head and shooting a glare at Wukong. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had been sleeping on the second floor, was also beginning to awaken. The sound of footsteps announced her arrival as she descended the stairs, clad in a pink nightgown, her figure exuding youthful allure. Vibrant and radiant, showcasing the essence of femininity, her delicate face bore a sleepy expression as she covered her mouth, yawning repeatedly while mumbling softly to herself, the content of which remained a mystery. Hey, Oolong, what happened to the lumps on your head? Sun Wukong tilted his head, surveying the room until his gaze landed on Oolong's 3 lumps, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Oolong carefully touched the lumps. Unable to suppress a grimace of pain and a forced smile, he glanced furtively at Chu, only to meet his piercing gaze, which seemed to threaten violence. His body trembled, and fear gripped his heart, rendering him incapable of revealing the truth behind his misfortunes or the events of the previous night. How embarrassing it was! After all his efforts, he had accomplished nothing, wasting precious time and enduring a beating. What a tragic fate! Sighing heavily, Oolong suddenly had a flash of inspiration that he straightened up and declared, Wukong, do you know? The desert bandit Lepin returned last night, intending to steal the Dragon Balls. Naturally, I had to put myself in harm's way to protect you and the Dragon Balls. Thankfully, I, Oolong, am exceptionally clever and managed to lead them away after a fierce struggle. Unfortunately, I fell victim to Lepin and Poir's despicable tactics, resulting in my current state. Look at these painful lumps, he pointed to his head. Feigning despair, Chu struggled to suppress his laughter, though his lips twitched slightly with amusement. Inwardly, he chuckled, thinking, with such a foolish demeanor, you dare claim to be clever? Truly laughable. Oolong, you certainly weave a tale. However, he chose not to expose Oolong's fabrication. Considering the matter settled since it had already transpired, Sun Wukong, oblivious to the deception, beamed at Oolong and said, Oh, I see. Thank you for your bravery, Oolong. Oolong waved his hand dismissively, boasting, it was nothing at all. Lepin, is that the same man we encountered yesterday? Did he come back? Bulma regarded Oolong with suspicion, her doubts evident. She knew him well enough not to trust his words entirely, yet the sight of his lumps reignited her curiosity. Ah, never mind. As long as the Dragon Balls are safe. Nothing else matters, she thought, shaking her head with a smile. Choosing to move on to it was time to prepare breakfast. The breakfast spread was quite lavish, and Chu felt his stomach rumble with hunger. Upon seeing the food, his eyes lit up, and he darted to the table like a hawk spotting its prey, diving head first into a hearty meal. Sun Wukong, equally eager, joined him at the table, devouring his food with abandon. Bulma looked on helplessly at the 2 voracious eaters, feeling a sense of resignation. She mused to herself, what kind of creatures are these? Can their stomachs truly hold so much food? Oh well, I can't judge them by ordinary standards. Thank goodness their meals aren't my responsibility. Observing Oolong's anguished expression as he watched them, she could only imagine how much he must be lamenting the loss of his food reserves. This meal alone must have cost him a week's worth of rations. Bulma, possessing a smaller appetite, delicately lifted her bowl, savoring her meal with graceful bites, exuding an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with the two boorish as she ate. She couldn't help but steal glances at Chu. Captivated by the sight of his focused profile and the depth of his dark, gleaming eyes, a warm flush crept across her cheeks, a sensation that began to spread to her neck, while her heart raced like a startled fawn, beating ever faster and more urgently. Unable to control herself, Bulma was perplexed by her own state that early morning. She felt an odd sensation within her, not quite understanding the cause. However, the previous night, she seemed to have dreamt of transforming into a princess, much like in a fairy tale, where she encountered a prince, an embodiment of perfection in her heart, handsome, suave, gentle, and caring. Who, most importantly, loved her deeply. Noticing Bulma's distracted demeanor, Chu found it somewhat curious and, breaking his usual routine, paused his meal. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Bulma, what troubles you? Your face is flushed. Are you unwell?" Gazing into Chu's soft eyes and hearing his words, Bulma's heart raced anew. She took a deep breath to steady herself and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, really. Perhaps it's just a bit warm in here, but I'm fine. Please continue eating." "Oh, I see. Then do make sure to drink plenty of water. We're in the desert. Be careful not to get heat stroke." With Bulma assuring him there was no issue, Chu nodded and resumed his hearty meal. "What is this feeling? This is utterly mortifying." Taking several deep breaths, the blush on her fair face gradually faded. Yet upon hearing Chu's concerned words, a subtle sweetness blossomed within her heart, filling her with an inexplicable joy. Although Bulma occasionally acted a bit infatuated, she remained somewhat naive about matters of the heart, considering she was merely a youthful girl in her prime. Thus, she was not entirely aware of her own feelings. However, she did know that every time she beheld Chu's face, with its pure and clean features like a clear spring, her heart would flutter inexplicably. Letting out a soft sigh, Bulma set down her utensils, resting her chin in her hands as she quietly observed the others eat. Remaining silent. Chapter 23. The Bull Demon King, having devoured breakfast with great haste, leaving behind a table full of empty plates, Wulong reluctantly began to tidy up, sulking as he cleaned the dishes with a sluggish manner that was truly infuriating. Observing Wulong's behavior, Chu felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He shot Wulong a fierce glare, a hint of threat flashing in his eyes, which made Wulong tremble with fear, prompting him to hasten his movements. Wulong is truly a deserving target for a scolding. Chu chuckled lightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, marveling at the scene before him. "I'm so full. The food was absolutely delicious. I could burst," Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his slightly rounded belly with a grin. "Indeed, it was quite a feast. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so eager to compete with me for it. Luckily, I was quicker. Otherwise, you would have devoured it all." Chu replied with a laugh. "That is not true. You were the one snatching it up. If I hadn't eaten quickly, there would have been nothing left," Sun Wukong retorted indignantly. The dining table is like a battlefield. Wukong, though I may not be able to best you in strength, when it comes to food, you are no match for me. Keep trying." Chu laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. "Next time, I won't lose," Sun Wukong declared, his expression turning serious as if he had resolved to prove a point. All right, let's stop this chatter about food and drink, shall we? I really don't understand you two. All you think about is eating. Do remember, our main priority now is to search for the Dragon Balls, understood? Bulma interjected, admonishing the two of them. Understood, they both replied in unison. Time is of the essence, transforming the house back into a capsule. Wulong produced a car capsule, and they all climbed in, driving toward the location indicated by the dragon radar. Wulong managed to drive relatively smoothly, encountering no obstacles along the way. During this time, Lu Ping had not shown his face. Likely intimidated by Chu, after sustaining a bruise from him, leaving him psychologically disadvantaged as they approached the direction indicated by the dragon radar. Wulong grew increasingly anxious, deliberately slowing down while incessantly recounting the terrors of the Bull Demon King. The three were soon overwhelmed with his warnings, their ears nearly ringing from his incessant chatter. Bulma, however, paid little heed, as she had immense faith in Chu He and Sun Wukong, firmly believing that their combined strength could handle the Bull Demon King. Wulong, on the other hand, remained skeptical as the car drew closer. The air grew increasingly stifling, and upon exiting the vehicle, they were immediately hit by a wave of heat. Moving forward, they beheld a scene of chaotic destruction. With dilapidated buildings scattered haphazardly and the ground littered with broken bones, straight ahead loomed a grand yet crumbling fortress, engulfed in roaring flames that resembled a burning mountain, exuding an intense heat. With flames surging like a tsunami, threatening to incinerate everything in its vicinity, Bulma's expression soured. With such a raging inferno, how could they possibly search for the Dragon Balls within? She was certain that they lay within. Yet the ferocious flames left her feeling utterly helpless. Alas, though she was somewhat clever, she was still an ordinary person. Regarding the challenge of retrieving the Dragon Balls from amidst the flames, Chu He felt equally powerless. Faced with such extreme heat, he could neither fly nor utilize energy for protection. He too could only stare helplessly. Although Sun Wukong bravely volunteered to ride the Nimbus cloud into the blaze, he was repeatedly forced back by the fiery onslaught, grimacing in discomfort. Chu He mused inwardly. It seemed they would have to follow the original storyline and seek out Master Roshi, that perverted old man. Haha, this is a splendid opportunity to witness the true might of the Kamehameha wave and perhaps learn it for himself. Just as Bulma found herself at a loss, the sky suddenly appeared to darken slightly, and the ground trembled. Feeling a disturbance behind her, she turned swiftly, her complexion paling, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "Why you? Who are you?" Following her gaze, the others beheld a massive figure wielding a giant axe. Adorned with a bullhorn helmet and draped in a heavy red cloak, his towering stature exuded an imposing presence, majestic as a mountain. The Bull Demon King. Wulong's eyes widened in terror, his teeth chattering as fear enveloped him. Stuttering his words, "Goodness, he's at least 3 meters tall, a true giant, a prime NBA center," Chu He thought to himself, eyeing the Bull Demon King. "What brings you here? Surely, you are not here to steal my treasures." The Bull Demon King looked down upon them with disdain, his voice booming like thunder. His fierce gaze intimidated Bulma and Wulong, both of whom lowered their heads in fear, unable to respond. "Who would covet your treasures? We merely seek a certain item." Chu He maintained his composure, stepping forward to meet the Bull Demon King's gaze, his right eye flashing crimson as the creature's combat power registered clearly in his mind. 13 points of combat power, stronger than him and even more formidable than Sun Wukong. Though not excessively high, it was more than sufficient to deal with Chu He. This could prove troublesome, given the Bull Demon King's muscular physique. His defense must be formidable. With my combat power, it seems I cannot breach his defenses. What is the point if I can't break through? Chu He inwardly lamented, contemplating the situation. Alas, it seems this matter should be left to Sun Wukong. After all, he is the grandson of Sun Gohan. With that lineage, they should be able to avoid conflict. Despite these thoughts, Chu He refrained from calling upon Sun Wukong. Deep down, however, the thrill of battle had ignited within him, and he yearned to test himself against the Bull Demon King, to experience the exhilaration of overcoming a challenge beyond his means. The Bull Demon King roared in fury, "You must be here to steal. I shall slay you all." With a thunderous bellow, he tightened his muscular arms, bringing his axe crashing down toward Chu He with tremendous force. Though immensely powerful, the speed of the strike was not particularly swift. Chu He's eyes glimmered, a light laugh escaping his lips as he danced aside, evading the blow with the grace of a butterfly. The Bull Demon King's expression shifted to one of surprise, but it quickly darkened as he unleashed another heavy strike aimed directly at Chu He's midsection. However, Chu He skillfully dodged the axe blows, his movements remarkably swift. In an instant, he maneuvered to the side of the Bull Demon King. Muscles taut, summoning all his strength, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, It struck the bull demon king in the abdomen, yet this blow landed as if it had hit a steel plate. A formidable rebound force met him, causing Chu Hi's hand to tingle slightly. He was inwardly astonished. He had anticipated the bull demon king's tough skin, but he was taken aback by the sheer hardness of his abdominal muscles. Akin to iron, the first-hand experience proved even more formidable than expected. As the bull demon king, frustrated by his inability to land a hit on Chu Hi, erupted with rage, he found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his immense strength and combat prowess surpassing that of Chu Hi, his massive form hampered his mobility, rendering him considerably slower. With his overwhelming strength rendered ineffective, he felt a sense of frustration. Providing Chu Hi with the opportunity to maneuver, as the saying goes, if you cannot kill me, you will exhaust me. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, one pursuing while the other evaded, prompting the bull demon king to let out furious roars. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, witnessing Chu Hi's fervent fighting spirit, grew somewhat impatient. Riding on his nimbus cloud, he felt a stirring desire to join the fray. Just as he was about to strike Chu Hi, upon spotting Sun Wukong, the bull demon king's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately ceased his assault. Noticing this, Chu Hi relaxed his stance, understanding that this battle was likely nearing its conclusion. As a scene of recognition between these two was about to unfold. Alas, it was somewhat regrettable. He had not yet exhausted the bull demon king. Nevertheless, reflecting on the recent clash, he felt exhilarated. It appeared that, deep down, Chu had developed a fondness for the thrill of battle. A glimmer of thought sparked in Chu Hi's mind. Chapter 24. The Kamehameha Wave indeed, following the progression of the original storyline. Due to the Nimbus Cloud gifted by Master Roshi, the Bull Demon King, after some contemplation, realized that Sun Wukong was the grandson of Sun Gohan. Instantly, his demeanor transformed from that of a fierce and fearsome warrior to one of warmth and enthusiasm. As he regarded Chu Hi and the others, the wariness in his gaze dissipated and hostility vanished. To think you were the grandson of Sun Gohan. The Bull Demon King gazed kindly at Sun Wukong. Speaking in a gentle tone, his expression mirrored that of an elder observing his own kin, revealing the depth of his past relationship with Sun Wukong, likely akin to the later bond between Sun Wukong and Krillin. Sun Wukong, looking at this senior disciple of his grandfather, felt a wave of warmth wash over him and began to recount tales of Sun Gohan's past. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King sighed deeply. A hint of sadness evident in his expression, clearly mourning the loss of Sun Gohan. When the conversation turned to Master Roshi, especially upon learning that Sun Wukong knew the location of Master Roshi's residence. The Bull Demon King's eyes lit up with excitement. He bent down, placing his hands on Sun Wukong's shoulders, exclaiming, "Wukong, are you saying you know where Master Roshi lives?" Sun Wukong nodded, and the Bull Demon King informed him that Master Roshi possessed a magical fan. And to acquire the Dragon Balls they had just discussed, they needed to extinguish the flames engulfing the castle. Sun Wukong agreed to seek out Master Roshi, and the Bull Demon King mentioned that he had already sent his daughter. Chi-Chi ahead. He hoped they would join forces to find Master Roshi. Sun Wukong bid farewell to the group temporarily, stepping onto the Nimbus Cloud, which soared into the sky with a whoosh, leaving behind a faint trail of cloud. The others remained, idly waiting. Bulma, having borrowed capsules from Oolong, produced a refrigerator and distributed cold drinks to everyone, as the heat was stifling, and they all anticipated the extinguishing of the flames. Chu Hi was elated, inwardly contemplating how he would relish witnessing Master Roshi unleash the Kamehameha Wave, eager to see the true power of Sun Wukong's signature technique. He had long admired this move since watching Dragon Ball, holding it in high esteem. Depending on the intensity of the energy exerted, this technique could be devastatingly powerful, capable of obliterating a mountain or a city or even the entire Earth, and in grander scales. The galaxy, to him, it was simply awe-inspiring. The radiant energy orb and the piercing beam of light that seemed to pierce the heavens, accompanied by its unparalleled might, stirred fervor within Chu Hi's heart. This technique had been a lifelong companion to Sun Wukong and had been passed down through generations, with his son Sun Gohan and Sun Goten also mastering this extraordinary skill. after more than 20 minutes. When Chu noticed that Sun Wukong had yet to return, he couldn't help but mutter to himself about the delay. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, he suddenly heard the distinct sound of the nimbus cloud slicing through the air. Looking up, he saw Sun Wukong landing back on the cloud, accompanied by an adorable little girl wearing a dart helmet. Bashfully tugging at Sun Wukong as clothing and timidly hiding behind him. This Chi-Chi? Chu-Hi's eyes brightened as he examined her, silently praising her cuteness. Indeed, witnessing her in person, the young Chi-Chi was utterly charming, resembling a small lowly. Yet, who could have imagined that she would later become a stern figure, akin to a fierce lioness, pressing Sun Gohan to study, upon hearing that Master Roshi's magical fan had gone missing. The Bull Demon King was understandably disheartened. However, upon learning that Master Roshi himself would come to extinguish the flames, he immediately leaped up in excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The group waited in silence. And soon, Master Roshi arrived riding a flying turtle that spun and breathed fire. He gracefully leaped from the air, landing steadily on the ground. Holding a cane and wearing sunglasses, his expression stern. The Bull Demon King, towering in stature, approached and knelt before Master Roshi, his demeanor filled with fervent eagerness. After explaining the situation, Master Roshi pondered momentarily before nodding. However, in the blink of an eye, a mischievous grin crept across his face. He beckoned Sun Wukong and called Bulma, his intentions shifting to something more lecherous. They discussed terms. Bulma, noticing Master Roshi's lascivious expression, flushed with embarrassment and felt a surge of indignation. Yet recognizing the necessity of his assistance to extinguish the flames, she quickly formulated a plan and temporarily agreed to his demands. Old lecher, trying to take advantage of me. Maybe in the next life, Bulma scoffed inwardly. Master Roshi gleefully approached the flaming castle, with the group gathering around, each anticipating how he would extinguish the fire. Their expressions varied. Excitement from the Bull Demon King, skepticism from Bulma, curiosity from Sun Wukong, and eager anticipation from Chu. Removing his cumbersome turtle shell, Master Roshi revealed his frail upper body. Skin thin and ribs protruding, he appeared as a feeble old man. Yet those who knew him dared not underestimate him. The title of martial arts god was not merely for show. After being pushed onto the stage by Sun Wukong, Master Roshi's expression suddenly grew solemn. His demeanor shifted, and with a powerful roar, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the very winds to still and the ground to tremble. Suddenly, Master Roshi's muscles swelled dramatically, transforming from a frail old man into a robust figure radiating blue energy. The onlookers were astounded, eyes wide in disbelief, especially Bulma, whose mouth hung agape in utter astonishment. Chu-Hi's eyes widened, filled with intense focus as he silently proclaimed, "The Kamehameha wave. You shall be mine." Sun Wukong, too, was brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The sheer force emanating from Master Roshi was beyond description, akin to a deity descending upon the earth. Experiencing it firsthand, Chu realized that he and Master Roshi existed on entirely different planes of power. This force was truly terrifying. Kamehameha, Master Roshi brought his hands together in a flower-like formation, then slowly positioned them at his waist. A visible swirl of blue energy rapidly coalesced between his palms, releasing a tempestuous aura. Moments later, a brilliant blue orb formed, and Master Roshi's demeanor turned authoritative, his power peaking at that moment, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding overwhelming might. With a thunderous roar, he stepped forward, thrusting his hands ahead, unleashing a dazzling blue beam infused with the power to obliterate all. Like a dazzling meteor streaking across the heavens, bursting forth with a myriad of brilliance, it surged ahead, leaving in its wake a shattered earth, swirling gales, and chaos as if all existence were rendered null. With a resounding boom, azure light enveloped the sky, save for Chu and Sun Wukong. Everyone else shut their eyes. At the moment the turtle sage unleashed the Kamehameha, a crimson glow surged within Chu-Hi's right eye, and the method of the Kamehameha instantly imprinted itself in his mind. In that fleeting instant, It felt as though he had rehearsed the technique countless times within the confines of his brain, and a spark of enlightenment ignited within him. He had, in that moment, mastered the Kamehameha. A smile curved upon Chuhi's lips, his heart brimming with elation. Chapter 25. Extinguishing the flames, a column of blue light plunged directly into the flames, erupting with a thunderous roar akin to the shattering of the heavens, as if the very sky had split apart. A tempest raged, dust and debris swirling chaotically, enveloping the entire castle in a thick shroud, rendering everything indistinct. Neo-Mo Wang gazed blankly at the devastation wrought by the Kamehameha, his mouth agape in silent lament. Pointing ahead, his voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Master Wu Tian, with such overwhelming power, my castle is surely doomed. All my treasures will vanish." Heartache gnawed at him as he despaired at the sight before him, having relinquished all hope. Indeed, as the dust settled, the onlookers blinked in disbelief. To their astonishment, the once grand castle engulfed in flames had vanished completely. All structures had seemingly evaporated, and even the mountain range was obliterated. The ground lay strewn with rubble, faint embers still flickering amidst the debris. The earth itself having caved in, leaving behind a profound chasm. As Chu, he surveyed the ruins. His heart raced uncontrollably, but he mused, "This is truly remarkable. Seeing is believing. The sheer impact is staggering. Such power rivals that of a small atomic bomb. This is incredible. Now that I have learned this technique, one day I shall reach such heights or even surpass them." The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, a jubilant smile spreading across his face as he grasped the true potential of the Kamehameha. Bulma, flabbergasted, glared furiously at the turtle sage, disregarding his earlier display of mastery. With her hands on her hips, she bellowed, "Old man, what have you done? I only asked you to extinguish the fire, and now you've destroyed the castle. What if the Dragon Balls are lost?" The turtle sage turned around, scratching his head sheepishly, and replied, "I'm truly sorry. I couldn't control my strength. Complaining now is futile. You'd be better off searching for them." With an exasperated huff, Bulma began to point accusingly at the turtle sage, and after a lengthy tirade, she produced the dragon radar, pressing a button to magnify the target and lock onto the Dragon Ball's location. Handing the radar to Chu, he began to search according to its guidance. The convenience of a dragon radar was undeniable. It wasn't long before Chu located the Dragon Ball, the 7-star ball. He presented it to Bulma, who received it with a beaming smile, bouncing with joy, exclaiming that only one Dragon Ball remained to be found, just as Chu and Bulma approached Sun Wukong. They witnessed him assume a stance, hands clasped together, chanting incantations. Suddenly, he thrust his hands forward, condensing a blue energy sphere, significantly smaller than the turtle sage's, which transformed into a blue beam that struck their vehicle. With a tremendous crash, the vehicle rattled violently, its doors bursting open, reduced to mere scrap metal. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Sun Wukong, while the turtle sage's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his expression tinged with surprise. After inquiring about Sun Wukong's lineage and learning he was the grandson of Sun Wukong, he nodded with a smile. Chu had anticipated Sun Wukong's ability to master the technique and found it unremarkable, reflecting instead on Sun Wukong's prodigious talent in martial arts. Stepping closer, he praised, "Wukong, that's impressive. You learned that technique so quickly." "Ha, I didn't expect it either. I simply imitated the turtle sage's movements, and it worked." Sun Wukong grinned widely, brimming with excitement. "Wukong, you fool! You've destroyed the vehicle. How will we get around now?" Bulma interjected, her frustration flaring once more. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I didn't mean to." Bulma was a loss for words, and Chu turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "Don't get too cocky, Wukong. That technique wasn't exclusive to you to I've mastered it too." Sun Wukong gasped, "Chu, you could do it too?" With a confident smile, Chu stepped forward, saying, "Of course, just watch me." Approaching the wreckage of the vehicle Sun Wukong had destroyed, he remarked, "Since it's already in such disarray, it won't team mine being further ruined. Rest in peace, dear vehicle." Focusing intently, Chu concentrated all his energy, a surge of power emanating from within him. This energy sparked from his earlier enlightenment of the Kamehameha, In that instant, he had grasped the method of its execution. The energy within him flowed like a gentle stream, gathering in his palms, radiating brilliance as the blue energy coalesced. With a commanding shout, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a beam of light that struck the already shattered vehicle with a thunderous explosion, scattering it into fragments. The onlookers turned once more, and Sun Wukong erupted into joyous laughter, delighted by Chu Hi's accomplishment. Bulma was once again astounded, while Oolong could only watch in resignation, feeling increasingly disheartened by Chu Hi's growing prowess. The turtle sage, too, observed with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. This young man, to think he could master my Kamehameha alongside Wukong. Just a glance, and his talent is truly formidable, though his energy may be less than Wukong's. His control over it surpasses Wukong's significantly, as if he has practiced it many times before. This truly his first attempt at this technique. After a moment of contemplation, the turtle sage approached Chu Hi and Sun Wukong. Smiling, "You both are quite impressive to grasp my technique, which took me decades to perfect in such a short time." "Not bad at all," Sun Wukong grinned. "This technique is quite remarkable," Chu Hi added with a smile. The turtle sage gazed deeply at the two, then suddenly proposed, "What do you say? Would you both like to come to my home? After a period of training, you may even surpass me." Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, excitement flooding his face. Given his love for battle, how could he not wish to learn from such a powerful master? Chu Hi, however, fell into deep contemplation, to go or not to go. After some deliberation, he concluded that it would indeed be beneficial. A solid foundation was crucial for his development. His current skills lacked refinement, but with dedicated training, he could master control over every aspect of his body, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, the turtle sage, revered as the god of martial arts, possessed a wealth of knowledge. Though his later prowess may be unremarkable, he was undeniably a genuine master of the craft. With this resolution in mind, Chu Hi, along with Sun Wukong, agreed with the turtle sage to return for training once they had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. The turtle sage beamed with satisfaction, observing Chu Hi and Sun Wukong as if admiring 2 uncut gems. His heart swelling with joy, he seemed to have already witnessed the emergence of 2 unparalleled powerhouses, rising gradually under his own craftsmanship. Chapter 26. The Dragon Balls have been stolen. After the flames of Bread Mountain were extinguished by Master Roshi, the weather became refreshingly cool, no longer stifling and dry as before. Occasionally, a gentle breeze swept through, as if soft hands were caressing the soul, instilling a sense of serenity. Observing this transformation, the Bull Demon King was naturally immensely grateful to Master Roshi, expressing his appreciation with gestures of thanks and excitement, which brought great satisfaction to Master Roshi, his old face unable to conceal a hint of pride. Bulma had garnered considerable rewards from this journey, her spirits high as she engaged in playful banter with Chu Hi and Sun Wukong. Thoroughly enjoying herself, it came time to part ways. Master Roshi's lecherous figure reappeared, reminding Bulma of their previous wager concerning the extinguishing of the fire. Bulma felt an unwillingness in her heart, thinking this old man could easily be her grandfather's grandfather. Yet he remained so lewd. If it were someone else, it might be acceptable. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind, causing her heart to flutter and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Akin to a blossoming flower, Bulma, feeling anxious, forced herself to suppress her chaotic thoughts. She secretly resolved to converse with Oolong as originally intended, compelling him to disguise himself as her. Oolong, intimidated by Bulma's threatening expression and recalling his previous embarrassing moments, quickly nodded in agreement, eager to comply. Thus, when Master Roshi beheld Oolong transformed into a voluptuous beauty, he was struck with a nosebleed, revealing his exuberance. Indeed, he was full of vitality, a true god of martial arts, brimming with energy. However, had he known that he was actually gazing at a little pig, and more specifically, a male pig, he might have found it difficult to keep his meal down. After Master Roshi was thoroughly satisfied, he bid farewell to everyone, casting a lingering glance at Chu Hi and Sun Wukong before departing on his turtle, vanishing into the waves in light of the fact that the small car they had been using was destroyed by Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King gifted them a car capsule, Although the vehicle was far from impressive, it was sufficient to carry them, which pleased Bulma immensely. Calling for her companions to board, Chu-Hee and Oolong hurried inside, only to find Sun Wukong still outside, looking helpless as Chi-Chi clung to his arm, determined not to let him leave. Don't go, Sun Wukong. I won't allow you to leave. I can't bear it. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with tears as she bit her lip, her face a portrait of reluctance. Chi-Chi, why are you tugging at my clothes? Please stop. This is my only outfit. Don't pull, or it might tear. Sun Wukong exclaimed, bewildered. Girls are so strange. Let go quickly. Chu-Hee and the others are waiting for me. As he attempted to push Chi-Chi away, he realized she was gripping his clothing tightly, fearing she might ruin it and leave him without attire for the night. Daddy, I don't want him to leave. You must stop him. I want to marry him when I grow up, Chi-Chi declared with a hint of stubbornness, her delicate silver teeth biting down fiercely. The Bull Demon King felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond as he observed the two grappling with one another, his mind a flurry of confusion. Wukong, Chi-Chi wishes to marry you. Will you accept? The Bull Demon King finally asked. After much contemplation, wife? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in confusion, two question marks seemingly appearing above his head. At the same moment, Chi-Chi froze, her large, bright eyes fixed intently on Sun Wukong, filled with nervous anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Chi-Chi was about to inquire again, Sun Wukong abruptly turned and shouted, Chu-Hee, what is a wife? Can you eat it? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, Chu-Hee could not contain his laughter, while Bulma and Oolong joined in, finding Sun Wukong's innocence utterly amusing. The Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi were equally flabbergasted, never expecting Sun Wukong to be so unique. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, looking at Sun Wukong with a mixture of grievance and longing. Wukong, what's going on? Chu-Hee asked curiously. I don't know. This girl said I look like her Prince Charming, but I don't understand what that means. Ha, is that so? Wukong, regardless of whether you can eat a wife or not, just agree to her for now. If you do, she'll let you leave. Look at how adorable she is, Chu-Hee said with a smile, glancing affectionately at Chi-Chi. Hearing Chu-Hee's words, Chi-Chi's face brightened, and she looked at him, saying sweetly, You're so nice, big brother. You're quite handsome too. Can you tell me your name? My name is Chu-Hee, little sister. You must remember it. Yes, I will remember. Chi-Chi nodded earnestly. Observing the exchange between Chu-Hee and Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong appeared bewildered. Although he did not grasp the concept of a wife, he figured that since Chu-Hee urged him to agree, he would do so. Thus, Sun Wukong nodded in consent to Chi-Chi's proposition. The engine of the car roared to life, and Chi-Chi glanced at Sun Wukong, then at Chu-Hee, her face reflecting a sense of reluctance. The vehicle swiftly disappeared from view, and Chu-Hee and his companions resumed their quest for the next Dragon Ball. The journey through the desert was quite a spectacle, with many peculiar sights that Chu-Hee had never encountered before, providing a delightful distraction from the monotony of travel. Just as the car approached a bend in the sandy road, an unusual noise echoed from above. Chu-Hee perked up his ears, turning sharply toward the source of the sound, only to see an egg-shaped steel robot perched atop a massive mushroom, its mechanical arm aimed at the vehicle, launching a small missile directly toward them. Watch out, Chu-Hee shouted urgently. Reacting swiftly, he grabbed Bulma, who was the weakest among them, and leaped into the air just as the explosion occurred, obliterating the car into fragments. Chu-Hee managed to roll over several times in midair before landing safely with Bulma in his arms. Sun Wukong and Oolong were not as fortunate, being thrown from the vehicle and rolling on the ground before finally coming to a stop, appearing quite disheveled as they stood up after the harrowing ordeal. Bulma's initial shock began to stabilize, her pale face still tinged with fear. She clung tightly to Chu-Hee's waist, seeking solace in his strong and warm embrace. Gradually, her racing heart calmed, and her anxiety lessened. Bulma, are you hurt? Chu-Hee gently released her from his hold, standing and looking at her with concern. Chu-Hee, thank you. I'm so glad you were here. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. Bulma murmured, her eyes downcast. When Chu-Hee had released her, she felt an abrupt emptiness, a sense of longing for the warmth and security he had provided, although she was aware of his formidable strength. She felt a surge of joy at his selfless act of jumping out with her, filling her heart with sweetness and exhilaration. Unaware of Bulma's emotions, Chu turned back to face the robot, which had swiftly moved to the wreckage of the car. The mechanical arm reached down and retrieved a bag. Then the robot turned to face Chu and the others. A shrill voice emanated from within its metallic body. I apologize, but we've taken these Dragon Balls. With that, the robot ignited its propulsion system and soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of exhaust. Seeing the robot escape, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Oh no, the Dragon Balls are in that bag. Wukong, hurry and chase after it." Son Wukong, still entranced by the peculiar robot, snapped back to reality at Bulma's urging and prepared to summon his flying nimbus. Meanwhile, Chu-Hi's voice rang out suddenly. "Wukong, stop. Don't pursue it." Son Wukong ceased his cries for the nimbus and cast a puzzled glance at Chu-Hi. Bulma, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Chu-Hi, why don't we pursue them? It might still be possible to catch up." "There's no need," he replied. "Here, only Wukong can fly, and those who snatched the Dragon Balls have surely relocated them. They must have come prepared, but why? Haha. Bulma, you know that one must gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. Look here, this is a relic of Wukong's grandfather," Chu-Hi said, pointing to the Dragon Ball still hanging from Wukong's waist. "With this one, we need not fear that they won't come." A smile graced Chu-Hi's face as he spoke. Feeling in his pocket, son Wukong suddenly understood, murmuring, "Grandpa, I won't let anyone take yours." Bulma nodded in agreement, her face lighting up. "Indeed, with Wukong's Dragon Ball and the Dragon Ball radar, the odds are in our favor." "Absolutely. Bulma, we owe it to your invention of the Dragon Ball radar. Otherwise, we would have no way of knowing their location." Chu-Hi praised with a grin. Bulma felt an immense joy swell within her at Chu-Hi's commendation. "All right, let us move forth. The one who ultimately gathers all 7 Dragon Balls shall be us," Bulma declared with spirited determination, striding confidently ahead. "But Bulma, what about the car? You must realize ours was destroyed, and only Wukong can ride the Nimbus. How shall we search for the Dragon Balls? Are we to walk?" Oolong interjected, attempting to dampen Bulma's enthusiasm. This, Bulma was left speechless, her smile fading, and her delicate face fell into a state of despair, followed by a deep sigh. What to do? What to do? Chapter 27. The Medley Rice Seeking Flowers. Seeking flowers, a sudden voice resonated, interrupting the moment. Chu-Hi quickly turned to see Luping and Pure arriving in a vehicle, slowly approaching with smiles. Luping, what brings you here? And you too, Pure? Oolong asked, stepping forward to scrutinize them. Just a mere coincidence. Nothing more, Luping explained with a smile. Could it be that coincidental? Oolong responded, skepticism etched on his face. Hey, who are you? Bulma inquired, curiosity evident in her tone as she approached the duo. I am Luping. We have met before, though you were asleep at the time. Luping's face flushed red, and he hastily lowered his gaze upon hearing Bulma's question. Bulma, he's the one who fought with Chu-Hi that day. The one who wanted to steal the Dragon Balls. Oolong remarked to Bulma, "Oh, so is he who clashed with Chu-Hi?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with recognition, having heard of Luping from Chu-Hi and Oolong. As she looked at Luping, a hint of wariness crossed her gaze. A misunderstanding indeed. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Chu-Hi is a formidable opponent, and I humbly acknowledge my defeat. I have come to my senses and no longer wish to engage in conflict. Nor do I desire to take any Dragon Balls, Luping proclaimed with an air of righteousness. You truly do not wish to seize the Dragon Balls? Chu-Hi approached Luping, questioning him. Such serendipity seems improbable. Luping undoubtedly followed them here, and appeared in an opportune moment after witnessing the previous events. However, Chu-Hi chose not to expose this, as their assistance might indeed spare them some trouble. Of course not. I merely wish to befriend you all. What do you say? Luping's smile radiated warmth, his tone earnest, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Very well. Then you may accompany us. According to the original narrative, Luping was set to join them at this juncture. After a moment's contemplation, Chu-Hi consented. After all, with Luping's strength, he posed little threat. The wish from the Dragon Balls would eventually be his. The group climbed into Luping's vehicle, forming a new alliance. Bulma, armed with the Dragon Ball radar, pinpointed the location of the Dragon Balls. Lu Ping, travel west for 25 kilometers at maximum speed, Bulma commanded. Lu Ping nodded, flooring the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward at breakneck speed, rapidly nearing the coordinates of the Dragon Balls, within a vast castle, a diminutive man with blue skin and a small cap. His attire emblazoned with the words fried rice, eagerly opened a black box before him, revealing 5 Dragon Balls that radiated a soft glow, illuminating his greedy eyes. With arms outstretched, he exclaimed in exhilaration, "Wonderful! I have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls." Beside him stood an ordinary-looking, tall young woman and a small fox-like man. Observing the blue-skinned man's excitement, the young woman stepped forward and remarked, "Lord Fried Rice, the count seems off, including the one we have. It appears we only possess 6, leaving us 1 short." Upon hearing this, Fried Rice's excitement turned to shock, as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished the fervent flames of his enthusiasm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He counted repeatedly, growing increasingly disheartened as he failed to find the 4-star ball. Panic set in, and he spun around, berating his companions. "You 2 fools, idiots, imbeciles, hurry and search for it." "Yes, yes," they replied, sweat beading on their foreheads in unison. "Look, there lies a castle ahead. I suspect the individuals who intend to steal the Dragon Balls are concealed within." As the vehicle approached the Dragon Ball's location, a magnificent and imposing castle came into view. Bulma gasped, pointing at the structure. "Stop!" Chu commanded immediately. Lu Ping slammed on the brakes, halting the vehicle. They all disembarked, and Lu Ping transformed the vehicle back into a capsule. Chu gazed at the castle, and they deliberated on how to proceed. "Exercise caution, understood?" Chu advised his companions. They nodded and approached the castle's grand entrance, where an imposing stone door stood closed. Sun Wukong stepped forward, volunteering to push the door open with all his might. Before them lay a dark passage, shrouded in shadows and exuding an eerie atmosphere. As Bulma beheld the darkness ahead, she shivered, instinctively stepping back, her complexion paling and a flicker of fear crossing her bright eyes. Just as her trepidation peaked, a broad hand rested reassuringly on her delicate shoulder. "Do not fear. All shall be well. Stay close behind me." Noticing Bulma's apprehension, as she was the only female in the group, Chu felt a surge of compassion and approached her with a comforting smile. The fear that had gripped her heart began to dissolve like snow under the sun upon hearing Chu's gentle reassurances. No trace of dread lingered. The Bulma's eyes sparkled, her lips forming a soft smile as she replied, "All right." She gently positioned herself behind Chu, gazing tenderly at his back, admiring the figure that, though not towering, appeared monumental in her heart, evoking a myriad of emotions within her. With Sun Wukong leading the way, Chu, Bulma, and Oolong followed closely behind, while Lu Ping and Pure brought up the rear. They entered the castle without hesitation. As they progressed, the path proved perilous, fraught with thorns, swarms of bats, and treacherous rocky terrain. However, with Chu and Sun Wukong's formidable skills, they navigated the dangers with relative ease. Ultimately, however, they found themselves ensnared. Indeed, there was no escape. The multitude of traps was overwhelming, and the devious Fried Rice had confined them within a stone prison. "This is dire. What shall we do now?" Huddled with her knees drawn to her chest, Bulma gazed at the unforgiving stone walls surrounding them, sighing in despair. She occasionally glanced at Chu, her expression betraying her uncertainty. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Lu Ping pounded the walls with their fists. But the stone proved exceptionally resilient, far beyond their expectations. Despite their combined strength, they found themselves utterly powerless, panting from exertion. "Do not strike any longer. Conserve your strength and take a moment to rest. With your current capabilities, breaking through is an impossibility. Focus on recuperating." Chu sat cross-legged, his gaze flickering as he spoke softly. Sun Wukong and Lu Ping appeared quite helpless, sinking down to the ground to rest, their eyes lost in thought as they stared at the stone wall. Just as the group fell into silence, a screen suddenly materialized on the surface of the wall, revealing the face of Zawifan. Chapter 28. The breach. Foolish beings, that wall cannot be shattered by mere fists. The arrogant voice pierced the ears of those present, grating and unpleasant. "Who are you?" The group stood up, staring at the large screen. With Bulma exclaiming in surprise, "I am Zawifin, the future ruler of this world. If you surrender the remaining 4-star ball, I shall grant you mercy and spare your lives." Zawifin smirked ominously, addressing Chu He and the others. "Dream on. Only a fool would comply. If you desire our Dragon Balls, that is utterly out of the question," Bulma declared resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Turning to Sun Wukong, she playfully asked, "Right, Wukong?" "Absolutely. I would never hand over my grandfather to anyone." Sun Wukong affirmed, his fists clenched tightly, showing no sign of wavering. "Very well. If you refuse to comply, then you shall regret it." Zawifin's anger flared, his voice dripping with menace. Before long, everyone suddenly noticed small holes appearing all around the wall, from which a pale yellow gas began to spew forth. Gradually, it filled the stone chamber, enveloping everything in a dense fog. The smoke thickened, becoming more oppressive. Although Chu-Hi quickly covered his mouth and nose, he still felt an overwhelming fatigue clouding his mind. He was alarmed to realize how weak his will was. The weariness grew stronger, and despite his efforts to keep his eyes wide open, he slowly succumbed to exhaustion. Finally, he felt darkness engulf him, and he fell into a deep slumber, as did Sun Wukong and the others, who were already sprawled on the ground, drooling in their sleep. Meanwhile, the stone wall opened, allowing Zawifin to enter. As he attempted to search for the Dragon Balls, he foolishly let down his guard and also succumbed to slumber, while the 4-star ball was taken by a young woman following behind him. "The Dragon Balls are gone!" A shocked exclamation echoed through the silent stone prison. The effect of the gas was more pronounced on those with greater strength. Bulma, the weakest among them, was the first to awaken. Upon realizing the Dragon Balls were missing, she hurriedly shook the others awake. Soon, everyone was alert. Chu-Hi wore a grim expression, not having anticipated that he would succumb to such a lethargic fog. However, considering that even Sun Wukong had been knocked out, he understood he was not immune. That he resolved to become stronger. Otherwise, such petty individuals might just lead to his downfall. Upon waking, Sun Wukong, hearing Bulma's words, looked panicked, feeling his empty pockets at his waist, utterly disoriented. "What do we do? Those villains might have already made a wish to the dragon," Bulma lamented, her eyes welling with tears. "Not necessarily. Look, the door is open. Let's hurry and go reclaim the Dragon Balls. There might still be a chance," Chu-Hi urged, pointing toward the open door. The group dashed outside, only to encounter Zawifin and his companions just as they were about to make their wish at a fork in the path. They all froze. Chu-Hi quickly charged forward, demanding, "Hand over the Dragon Balls." Zawifin let out a shriek, panicking. "We need to get out of here." With that, he bolted away with all his might like a gust of wind, followed closely by his 2 subordinates, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Zawifin and his 2 subordinates were remarkably swift at fleeing. Although Chu-Hi was not slow himself, he was at a disadvantage due to the distance of several dozen meters between them and the multiple paths at the fork. By the time he reached the junction, he had no idea which path they had taken. Just as the group was about to pursue again, the mechanisms within the castle activated once more, contracting the long walls. The thrilling and perilous mechanisms were akin to a funhouse, with massive rolling iron balls, forcing Chu-Hi and Bulma to inadvertently become separated at a fork. Chu-Hi found himself cornered in a dead end, trapped within a stone prison, while Bulma and the others were pushed into another dead end, confined within a separate stone cell. Once again ensnared in a stone prison, Bulma and her companions were filled with trepidation. Bulma worriedly exclaimed, "I hope Chu-Hi is all right." "No need to worry. With that guy's skills, he should be fine. His situation is likely the same as ours. Don't fret," Lu Ping reassured her. Bulma nodded, her face pale, her small hands tightly clenched. She thought to herself, "He will be fine. He must be fine. He is so powerful. If we are safe, he will surely find a way out of this predicament." She surveyed the walls surrounding him. Chu-Hi, unlike Bulma and the others, did not display any signs of anxiety. His gaze was calm as he contemplated the walls. Remembering the progression of the original storyline, he realized that it was nearly time to summon the dragon. "It is time," Chu-Hi thought, focusing intently on the walls confining him. Clenching his fists, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. He steadied himself, lowered his voice, and slowly raised his hands, allowing the flowing energy within him to circulate and concentrate in his palms. Chu enunciated clearly, Kamehameha. A blue sphere of light coalesced in his palms, radiating beams of energy. Chu fixed his gaze ahead and thrust his hands forward. The beam collided with the stone wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the incredibly sturdy wall was breached, creating an opening the size of a bowl. Peering through the breach, Chu saw that the sky had darkened and a massive azure dragon coiled through the air like a great wall, its long body glowing faintly as it soared. Filled with exhilaration at the sight of the bowl-sized opening, Chu realized that while he could not escape through it himself, he had mastered Oolong's transformation technique. Whatever Oolong could transform into, he could as well. Transforming into a bee, Chu silently recited, invoking the transformation spell. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, and he vanished, reappearing as a small bee hovering in the air. As a bee, Chu effortlessly flew through the bowl-sized opening and swiftly made his way to the side of the dragon. Below the majestic dragon, Zoethan was brimming with excitement, gazing up at the imposing azure dragon. His face alight with joy, almost delirious, he stood frozen, mesmerized by the sight. "What are you waiting for? Speak your wish," the dragon's authoritative and resonant voice reverberated, echoing in the ears of all present. Zoethan stammered, nearly losing control of himself, overwhelmed by excitement. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts and articulate his wish, he suddenly noticed a swirling smoke in the sky, and Chu descended gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. Chapter 29. The Wish, Flowers, Flowers, Flowers. Upon landing safely, Chu felt a surge of exhilaration. His mind raced as he dashed forward without hesitation, facing the dragon and shouting, "Great dragon, I wish to learn King Kai's instant transmission technique. Is that possible?" This wish had been carefully contemplated during his quest for the Dragon Balls, although he longed for immortality at this stage. That wish held little significance for him. He had many days ahead, a sharp blade must be wielded effectively, and instant transmission was an invaluable skill for him. After all, any wish was preferable to the foolhardy wish Oolong made for a woman's underwear. Chu had been thoroughly frustrated upon witnessing that scene in the anime, and now the opportunity to alter his fate had finally arrived. That be why making this wish, he would be able to traverse any location effortlessly, eliminating the frustration of not being able to fly. Moreover, when it came time to seek the Dragon Balls again in a year, it would prove immensely convenient. Thus, he had long since made up his mind. King Kai's instant transmission was a remarkable skill, far superior to the instant transmission Sun Wukong had acquired. It allowed travel across the universe, to any destination imaginable, being one of the innate skills of Jebit. Chu could learn any skill, but innate abilities were beyond his reach. Thus, it is only now that he harbors such a desire. Gazing at the suddenly appearing Chu, Zoethan remains engulfed in excitement and agitation, entirely unprepared to react. By the time he hears Chu articulate his wish, it is already too late. The colossal body of the divine dragon sways gently, regarding Chu with a glimmer of strange light flickering in his blood-red eyes. His deep voice resonating with an air of arrogance. "No problem." With that, the divine dragon's eyes blaze with crimson light, emitting a beam that envelopes Chu's body as the light engulfs him. Chu feels it penetrate his very being, and in an instant, a clarity emerges within his consciousness, followed by a flurry of indistinct impressions flashing through his mind. Suddenly, the method of instantaneous movement is firmly grasped in his awareness, as if he has been mastering it for decades. You have mastered instantaneous movement. Now, farewell. The divine dragon speaks slowly, his demeanor still regal. Abruptly, the massive form of the divine dragon trembles, a flash of light illuminating the air as 7 Dragon Balls transform into stones, floating momentarily before each darting off in a different direction, becoming shooting stars until they vanish from sight, staring dumbfounded at the dragon's disappearance. Zoethan is left speechless, his expression nearly frozen in shock. With a jolt, he snaps back to reality, and in that moment, his heart swells with profound indignation. With bloodshot eyes, Zoethan clenches his fists, nearly grinding his teeth in fury, glaring at the exhilarated and smiling Chu. Consumed by jealousy to the brink of madness, Zehufen's fists tighten, veins bulging on his forehead, as he bellows frantically at Chu. "Damn it! You should die. I will kill you." Having achieved his wish, Chu turns with a cold smile, casting a disdainful glance at Zehufen and contemptuously inquires, "Is that all you are capable of?" Upon encountering Chu's scornful gaze, Zehufen shudders, feeling a chill creep down his spine. He steadies himself and hastily shouts to his two subordinates, "You fools! What are you waiting for? Shoot him dead!" Responding to Zehufen's command, the fox-like man and the young woman brandish their firearms, shells flying as they unleash a hail of gunfire at Chu. However, Chu's agility leaves them astounded. His body moves like a flash of lightning, effortlessly evading every bullet that comes his way. After an extended barrage of gunfire, not a single bullet finds its mark, not even grazing the hem of his clothing. What on earth is happening? The two stare at Chu in disbelief, their minds reeling with shock that, that all you've got? I forgot to mention, such pathetic weaponry has no effect on me. Chu scoffs at the armed duo, his disdain palpable. Then behold my wolf god special forces. The fox-like man exclaims in panic. He hastily whistles, and suddenly, from the darkness, countless red eyes flicker into existence, glowing ominously. Chu scans the surroundings, spotting a pack of wolves roaring, charging toward him with bared fangs. Wild as the wind. What a ridiculous so-called wolf god squad. Watch me finish them in 30 seconds. Chu boasts, plunging headlong into the throng of wolves, as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles. Each punch and kick, infused with tremendous power, lands with brutal precision, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he takes down wolf after wolf. In a matter of moments, dozens of wolves lie defeated, their lives extinguished. A smirk graces Chu's lips as he slowly strides up to Zehufen, chuckling softly. "What's the matter? Is that all you can do? Do you have any tricks left? Don't let me down." The more Zehufen gazes at Chu's smile, the more terror grips his heart, a chill running down his spine. He stammers, "With your demeanor, it seems you have no tricks left. Now it's my turn, you little brat. You were so arrogant just now, with those clever contraptions. Now it's time for me to collect some interest." With that, Chu strides forward and delivers a swift kick, striking Zehufen squarely in the jaw. Zehufen tumbles to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, several teeth knocked loose. Struck by that kick, Zehufen loses consciousness, unresponsive. Chu lets out a cold laugh, moving on to the other two. Both kneel, pleading for mercy, but Chu remains unmoved. He strikes both of them on the back of the head, allowing just enough force to leave them unconscious, for they are mere small fry. Killing them would only dirty his hands. "Insignificant," he declares, brushing his hands off with a triumphant smile, brimming with arrogance. "With newfound power, I am formidable." By the way, has Wukong not emerged yet? Suddenly reminded, Chu recalls that in the manga, Wukong and the others should have been using the Kamehameha wave by this point. Just as he is about to call out for Sun Wukong, he is interrupted by a distant shout. "Chu, we are here." Turning toward the source of the voice, he sees Bulma, Wukong, Lu Ping, and others waving at him from a high platform. Seeing them safe, Chu smiles slightly and calls out, "Wait for me. I am coming over now." Chapter 30. Wukong transforms into a monkey. Flowers. Flowers. I seek flowers. The high platform where Bulma and the others stand is several meters away from Chu. He slowly ascends the steps, preparing to meet them. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others are engaged in conversation. Thank goodness for Chu. If those villains had succeeded in their wishes, it would have been disastrous. Bulma expresses her relief, a joyful smile gracing her face. "Alas, the plan has been foiled. My wish," Lu Ping laments, though he agrees. "Indeed, I wonder what wish Chu made. We didn't hear what he said just now. That we'll find out when we ask him later." Bulma chuckles, glancing at son Wukong, noticing his gloomy demeanor. "Wukong, why do you seem so downcast?" Grandpa has vanished. I just witnessed the 4-star ball turn to stone and fly away." Son Wukong replies, sorrow evident in his voice as he cradles his head and looks down. "Wukong, cheer up. Just look at how beautiful the moon is tonight. So round and bright. On such a splendid night, we cannot afford to be sad." observing Wukong's typically cheerful disposition now clouded with gloom. Bulma feels a pang of sadness. She gazes at the flawless moon hanging in the sky, its beauty striking, and hastily offers comfort. The moon, following Bulma's gesture, the sight of a pristine, round moon fills Wukong's eyes. Its silvery light cascading down. The moon. It's my first time seeing it. So round and large, it resembles a giant pancake. I wish I could eat it. Wukong stares at the moon, licking his lips and murmuring to himself. Just as he continues to gaze at the moon, he suddenly feels a jolt coursing through his body. A red glimmer flashes in his eyes, and his expression morphs into one of ferocity. Veins bulging on his forehead, sharp teeth glinting with a menacing light. Wukong feels his blood boiling, as if it cannot be contained, his consciousness slipping from clarity to chaos, overtaken by a primal ferocity. He lets out a thunderous roar, echoing far and wide, causing Bulma, Lu Ping, and the others to stare in shock at Wukong's transformation. Approaching Wukong, Chu hears the roar and watches in horror as Wukong's form expands drastically. Damn it, I never anticipated he would transform here. What is happening? He is unaware that this transformation is triggered by Bulma's unintended consolation, initially believing the resolution of Zehofen would prevent such a scenario. He had not considered the original's formidable restorative abilities. Indeed, the plan could not keep pace with the unfolding events. Quickly, you all must flee. He has lost his reason and will kill you. In a moment of urgency, Chu bellowed fiercely at the crowd, rousing Bulma and Lepin from their stupor. The group swiftly gathered their wits and fled from Sun Wukong's side, instinctively seeking refuge beside Chu. As if his presence represented their safest haven. When they cast another glance at Sun Wukong, they beheld his previously diminutive form being torn asunder. His bones expanded with a cacophony of cracking sounds. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder, shaking the very air around them. Suddenly, a colossal ape, covered in fur and towering several hundred meters high, appeared atop the platform, its cries echoing relentlessly. The creature's massive hands pounded against its chest, a frenzy of madness, as if proclaiming its arrival. The platform itself seemed unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the beast, collapsing into ruins, sending debris flying and dust swirling into the air. Is this truly Wukong? Bulma murmured in disbelief. What a terrifying sight! It's absolutely horrifying. Lepin stammered, his legs trembling in fear. Chu gazed intently at Sun Wukong, a glimmer of light flashing his right eye. As the combat power of the transformed giant ape registered vividly in his mind. A staggering 100, this represented a tenfold increase from his previous strength. What significance this held? It could be said that the current Sun Wukong was now a formidable match for Master Roshi. The prospect of a direct confrontation filled Chu with dread. He sensed that defeat was inevitable. We must remove its tail. Just as in the original tale, the ape began its rampage, leaving devastation in its wake. The ground trembled beneath its steps, structures crumbled, as it wildly swung its enormous fists, wreaking havoc upon the castle. The fortress, before the might of the beast, was as fragile as paper, collapsing into ruins with a single blow. The mindless fury of the transformed Sun Wukong left chaos in its path, and around him, not a single structure remained intact. His eyes glinted with cruelty and rage, unleashing his destructive desires upon the world. Bulma, quickly retreat to a safe distance and find somewhere to hide. Chu urged her in a hushed tone. Bulma nodded and swiftly fled, seeking refuge further away. Lepin, you're aware that Wukong's weakness lies in his tail. Aren't you? Chu inquired, narrowing his eyes. I happen to learn about that as well. Lepin admitted sheepishly, if we sever his tail, he will revert to his original form. We must work together to grasp his tail. And have Poir transform into scissors to cut it off. You understand? Chu strategized, echoing the plan from the original story. Understood. As they spent time together, Lepin had gradually come to regard Sun Wukong as a friend. Witnessing Wukong's terrifying transformation filled him with urgency, and upon hearing Chu's plan, he nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Poir transformed into scissors, ready for action. Chu and Lepin charged forward. seemingly sensing their approach. The ape pivoted sharply, towering over the two assailants. With a furious roar, it grasped a massive boulder and hurled it towards them. "Watch out!" Chewie shouted in alarm, swiftly dodging to the side. The stone hurtled past him, crashing into the ground with a tremendous force that shattered the earth, creating fissures. What incredible strength! Chewie marveled at the devastation left in the boulder's wake. Regaining his composure, he sprinted once more, flanking the ape with Lepin, aiming to seize its tail and incapacitate it. Yet the ape's agility surpassed their expectations. Its tail thrashed uncontrollably, and its massive body swayed violently, delivering relentless punches that rained down upon Chu-Hi and Lepin. They were pushed back step by step, desperately evading the onslaught of colossal fists. The ape's strength seemed boundless, thwarting their attempts to grasp its tail. How infuriating! How can it be this powerful? Is the Wukong from the original story truly weaker than this one? Had I known, I would have skipped breakfast this morning. Chu-Hi lamented, frustrated by his futile efforts and seeking excuses for his failures. As time raced onward, the ape's fury intensified. The rampaging beast continued to collide with the remnants of nearby buildings, sending debris flying, the sounds of destruction echoing like a cacophony of thunder. Given the current circumstances, Chu-Hi and Lepin found themselves in peril. The prospect of capturing the ape's tail was overshadowed by their struggle for survival. Under the relentless assaults, Chu-Hi bore several minor injuries, his expression growing increasingly grave as a sense of dread settled in. The ape bellowed skyward, a gust of air swirling around it, forming an invisible barrier that obstructed their advance. Chu-Hi staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. "Lepin, be careful," Chu-Hi suddenly warned, his expression shifting in alarm. He focused intently on Lepin, who was oblivious to the approaching danger. The ape swiftly turned, charging at Lepin with a powerful leap, delivering a crushing blow aimed directly at him. Upon hearing Chu-Hi's warning, Lepin's heart raced as he turned to see the gargantuan fist barreling toward him. Panic seized him, knowing that a direct hit would spell disaster. In that moment of peril, Lepin concentrated fully. Summoning all his strength, he tightened his muscles, coiling like a spring, and suddenly darted aside, just in time. The ferocious punch grazed his abdomen, narrowly missing its target, but the force of the wind generated by the blow sent him sprawling backward. With a cry of despair, Lepin fell to the ground. Unconscious from the impact, Poir, frantic, rushed to his side, calling out in distress. The loss of Lepin's combat strength shifted the balance of the situation, leaving Chu-Hi feeling increasingly helpless against the raging ape. "There has to be a way. I must sever its tail," Chu-Hi resolved, his determination reigniting as he dashed toward the beast's rear once more. However, the ape remained vigilant, its fists forming an impenetrable barrier that thwarted Chu-Hi's every attempt. With a deafening roar, the ape's cries reverberated through the air, the moon shining brightly overhead, casting a silvery glow upon the creature. Its eyes glimmered with a malevolent light, radiating a savage aura. What an astonishing presence! Chu-Hi thought as he stood in close proximity to the beast, feeling a chill run down his spine as his body began to numb uncontrollably. The ape's frenzied attacks continued, and Chu-Hi dodged left and right, barely managing to evade the relentless barrage. His stamina had waned significantly, and he felt his speed diminishing under the weight of the beast's powerful strikes. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Alarmed, he realized the gravity of the situation. Seizing the opportunity, the ape unleashed a flurry of punches, its fists crashing down like hammers. Chu-Hi's heart raced as he desperately tried to evade. But one colossal blow grazed him. He gasped, blood spraying from his mouth as he fell heavily to the ground, feeling as though he'd been struck by a 100-pound hammer, the pain radiating throughout his body. "It hurts so much." Chu-Hi lay on the ground, one hand clutching his chest and the other gripping the earth tightly. His complexion was pallid, and a hint of ferocity flickered in his expression. At that moment, he felt as though his body had disassembled, a profound pain coursing through every inch of him. The monkey beat its chest and stomped its feet, growing increasingly fierce and brutal. A sight that sent shivers down the spines of Buma and Wulong, who were hiding in the distance. "Wulong, we must go rescue Chu-Hi," Buma cried out hoarsely, her heart sinking as she witnessed Chu He spitting blood and collapsing. Feeling as if she had been stabbed deeply, her pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. Wulong, gripping Buma tightly, hastily reassured her, "No, it's far too dangerous. Charging him would be a death sentence. I believe Chu He will find a way. He is incredibly strong and will be fine." Though Wulong himself harbored little hope for Chu He could only say this to calm Buma's agitation. "Damn it, how can I possibly die here? It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Chu He roared in fury within his mind. Yet his limbs ached immensely, and as he gazed at the monkey relentlessly demolishing structures nearby, his anxiety intensified. Am I truly going to perish here? Taking a deep breath, he forcefully expelled the thought from his mind, suppressing his panic and compelling himself to remain calm. There must be a way. There must be, he declared inwardly. Heaven does not close off all paths. I refuse to believe I will meet my end like this. However, the tenfold disparity in combat power loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm, rendering victory impossible given his current capabilities. Chui's mind was in turmoil as he slightly turned his head, his gaze suddenly fixating on the resplendent full moon hanging in the night sky. The luminous orb shone like a silver disk, exuding a touch of ethereal clarity, its silvery light cascading down to envelop Chu He like a gentle veil. In that fleeting moment of gazing at the moon, he felt his blood surge as if ignited, his heart racing with escalating fervor, akin to gasoline ablaze. Chu could sense a tremendous transformation occurring within him. What is happening? What is wrong with my body? He murmured, pondering whether this change was due to the moonlight. Suddenly, realization struck him. Of course, I'm a scion. He recalled how, in the original narrative, it was said that upon gazing at the moon, a scion's eyes, bathed in moonlight, would trigger a transformation that exponentially increased their power. But I don't have a tail. How can this happen? Isn't it only scions with tails who undergo this transformation? Confusion still lingered his mind. Yet his muscles began to swell, veins appearing prominently as they expanded like steel. His body felt as though it were being assaulted by countless currents, spasming violently, an observable aura erupting from him and quickly enveloping his surroundings. Unable to restrain himself, Chu He let out a ferocious roar that reverberated through the night, akin to thunder in the stillness, shaking the very earth. The energy within him surged like a tidal wave, filling every corner of his being with an indescribable force. All his previous injuries vanished in an instant, replaced by an unstoppable vigor radiating from within. Slowly, he rose to his feet, standing tall, transformed in a manner that was nothing short of astonishing. Influenced by his earlier gaze at the full moon, Chu He now stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, his muscles dramatically enlarged and sculpted like a masterpiece of explosive power. His eyes had turned a deep crimson, resembling blood, and his disheveled black hair danced in the absence of wind, glimmering faintly with a red sheen. This form bore striking resemblance to Trunk's transformation into a super scion during his battle with Cell. However, unlike Trunks, who suffered a significant energy drain affecting his speed, Chu He felt an equal enhancement in both strength and speed. The perfect fusion of power and velocity left Chu He in awe. As he sensed the ceaseless flow of energy within him, his eyes gleamed, and an indescribable aura burst forth from him in a frenzy. This overwhelming presence instilled in him the notion that the very world lay beneath his feet, and a powerful urge to battle ignited within his mind. Suddenly, unable to contain himself, he unleashed a triumphant roar, sending ripples through the air like crashing waves upon the shore, each subsequent wave more powerful than the last. The surrounding atmosphere seemed on the verge of shattering, rocks splintering and currents swirling. The massive form of the monkey trembled in response, and it turned, bellowing angrily at Chu He, charging towards him with fists pounding its chest. In his previous state, facing this creature head-on would have been akin to a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot. But now, Chu He felt a newfound confidence. He sensed that this sudden surge of energy matched that of the monkey, filling him with fervent battle intent. Who would have thought that gazing at the moon would lead to such a transformation? He exclaimed inwardly, elation coursing through him. The thought of shattering a mountain with a single punch ignited in his mind. As the monkey closed in, Chu He remained composed, Devoid of fear, he no longer sought to evade, but instead prepared to confront the impending battle head-on. With a punch that sliced through the air like a detonating bomb, Chu struck out in the blink of an eye. They exchanged dozens of blows, the massive fists of the monkey crashing against Chu with resounding thuds, while his strikes rained down upon the creature like a torrential downpour. Thanks to the substantial increase in his defensive capabilities, he merely felt pain from a monkey's furious onslaught, well within his tolerable limits. Given the monkey's immense size, the damage inflicted by Chu was significantly greater. What exhilaration! The thrill of battle surged through him, as if every drop of blood in his body were boiling. Chu threw back his head and laughed heartily. His energy swelled dramatically, the aura surrounding him erupting like a howling blizzard. The air thickening as white energy continuously emanated from his form. With his power growing ever stronger, he struck with lightning speed, the monkey battered relentlessly by his onslaught, in the throes of battle. His mind was consumed by an overpowering desire to fight, his rationality nearly eclipsed by instinctual combat awareness. Fortunately, he retained enough lucidity to temper his strikes, ensuring not to maim the monkey too severely, lest Goku suffer dire consequences. The monkey, astonished that this individual could challenge him on equal footing while inflicting genuine pain, roared in fury, swinging a fist with overwhelming force, intent on obliterating everything in sight. Yet Chu remained unfazed, gazing skyward, a fervent battle spirit igniting within his crimson eyes. He, too, launched a punch, the two fists colliding with a thunderous explosion of energy, their sizes contrasting as they remained locked in a fierce struggle. Neither yielding an inch, the other fist of the colossal ape swung towards him, only to collide with Chu's opposing fist. Thus, the towering giant, nearly 100 meters tall, hunched his body, engaging in a direct contest of strength with Chu. Chu's biceps tensed, muscles coiling tightly, veins bulging as he faced the immense force of the ape, appearing remarkably composed. He did not retreat an inch, but rather radiated confidence, his gaze fixed upon the ape, his expression marked by indomitable spirit. With a resounding bang, their powers clashed, akin to an explosion, forcing both combatants to stagger backward under the impact of a powerful energy. Although Chu felt a slight numbness in his arm, his aura shone brilliantly like the moon, unwavering in his advance. The ape shrieked in frustration, its feet stomping the ground. Clearly agitated, it unleashed a frenzy of punches and kicks upon Chu, the air vibrating and the force of its strikes tearing through the atmosphere. Yet Chu moved through the flurry of blows with the grace of a leisurely stroll, displaying no hint of panic. Seizing the moment while his strength still surged, Chu concluded that this battle must come to an end. A faint smile graced his lips, a peculiar light gleamed in his eyes as he spread his legs apart and positioned his hands firmly at his waist, gazing intently at the ape. With a long howl, he proclaimed, "Kamehameha, times 10. The relentless energy coursing through his body surged into his palms, coalescing into a massive blue orb, significantly larger than his previous Kamehameha. The myriad beams of the blue energy illuminated the surroundings. The ground trembled, and the air swirled violently. Chu's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he aimed at the ape's tail, thrusting his hands forward with great force. With a thunderous crash, the blue beam transformed into a majestic blue dragon, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, striking the ape's tail directly. The tail was severed from the impact of the energy wave, yet the force continued unabated, surging forward. A deafening roar echoed as a mushroom cloud rose, revealing a vast crater formed in the earth 100 meters behind the ape, the ground fissuring and dust swirling into the air. With the loss of its tail, the ape was enveloped in a faint blue glow. Gradually, its form diminished until the naked figure of Sun Wukong emerged upon the ground, eyes tightly shut, lips slightly parted, lost in a deep slumber, exuding an innocent demeanor. Chapter 33. Restoration. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong revert from his ape form, a smile crept onto Chu's face as he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After unleashing the full force of his Kamehameha, he felt the powerful energy within him dissipating as his muscles relaxed. In no time, his once towering frame of nearly 2 meters, brimming with muscular expansion, returned to its original state, his fiery red eyes now dark as ink, sparkling like stars. The restoration of his original form signified the loss of the immense power he had just wielded, a stark contrast to the exhilarating sensation he had experienced moments before. Though a hint of disappointment lingered in his heart, Chuha reassured himself that what he had just accomplished was merely a stepping stone. He would undoubtedly become stronger, far surpassing his previous capabilities. However, amidst this restoration, an unexpected joy surfaced. Although most of the energy had dissipated, a small portion remained within him, having become an intrinsic part of his own strength. Chuha sensed a notable increase in his power after the transformation, feeling a newfound vigor in his clenched fist. Indeed, upon further inspection, he discovered that his combat prowess had reached 16 points, surpassing Sun Wukong's original 10 points. Yet, as he glanced at the slumbering Sun Wukong, it was evident that the latter's power had also increased, now standing at 20 points following his transformation into the great ape. Chua's mind raced. It seemed his hypothesis held true. Transformations could indeed enhance combat strength. Chua, how are your injuries? Are you all right? Bulma and Oolong rushed over, their expressions filled with concern as they observed Sun Wukong's return to his original state. Bulma's heart ached at the memory of Chuha being struck by the ape's powerful blow. Look at me. How could I possibly be hurt? Chuha smiled gently, spreading his arms to reveal his body to Bulma. His clothes had been reduced to tatters due to his earlier transformation, leaving his upper body exposed, showcasing his sculpted physique, with 8 chiseled abs firmly defined. Upon seeing Chuha's bare torso, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness as she gazed at his flawless form, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chuha, noticing Bulma's dazed expression, felt his own heart quicken, taking a deep breath to steady himself. You scared me. I clearly saw you get injured, Bulma exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart as she looked at Chuha. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Look at me now. I'm as lively as ever. I can punch a tiger and kick a dinosaur. I'm made of steel. Chuha chuckled. Bulma couldn't help but giggle at his playful banter. Thank goodness we had you. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. I never imagined Wukong could turn into such a monster, she remarked, glancing at the peacefully sleeping figure of Sun Wukong. Indeed, I was taken aback by how terrifying Wukong turned out to be. It gave me chills. Oolong chimed in, clearly shaken. Honestly, I never expected Wukong to transform like that. But let me tell you, keep this a secret from him. During the full moon, he transforms into a gigantic ape upon seeing the moon. His grandfather was actually crushed to death by him back in the day, understand? Chuha stated with a serious tone. The full moon? It's my fault. I was the one who told Wukong to look at the moon. Bulma gasped, her expression turning complex as she stared at Sun Wukong, then lowered her head, filled with self-reproach that don't blame yourself. We're all safe. Chuha realized that Wukong's transformation was triggered by Bulma's words. Initially, he had thought it occurred when Wukong inadvertently gazed at the sky. Meanwhile, the previously unconscious Lepin had awakened, joining Purr in approaching Chuha. With a complex expression, he glanced at Sun Wukong and suddenly clasped his fists towards Chuha, stating earnestly, Chuha, thank you for your earlier warning. Without it, I might not have been able to rise again after that assault. Don't mention it. Since we fought side by side before, we're comrades. Chuha waved dismissively at Lepin, unconcerned. Comrades? Lepin's body jolted at the term, his head lowering slightly, a flicker of shame crossing his face. That I'm sorry. Chuha, Bulma, Oolong. The truth is I helped you because I wanted to seize the Dragon Balls in the end, so Lepin looked at Chuha and the others, gathering his courage to confess. Bulma and Oolong gasped in surprise, looking at Lepin. While Chuha's face displayed understanding, his demeanor unfazed, he smiled gently, saying, I already knew your intentions. That's all in the past now, and your wish has been granted. Besides, you truly helped us. Lepin sighed, smiling as he said, well, even without the Dragon Balls, I believe I can work hard to overcome my shortcomings. At that moment, Lepin resolved to rely on his own efforts to conquer his shyness around girls. By the way, Chuha, what wish did you make earlier? We couldn't hear clearly. Share it with us so we can celebrate together. Oolong suddenly clapped his hands and asked Chuhi. Bulma, Luping, and Pu'er also displayed expressions of curiosity, clearly eager to learn about Chuhi's wishes. Haha, What I wish for isn't anything grand. You might be disappointed. It's merely a little trick for escaping. Chu-hee explained with a slight smile. He proceeded to inform the group of his wish for teleportation, eliciting envious glances from them, as they were evidently a bit green with envy over Chu-hee's ability to make wishes. As the sky grew darker, fatigue settled upon the group after their earlier flight and battles. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's sleeping posture, they couldn't help but yawn and felt an urge to rest. They quickly laid out a few simple sleeping mats, and soon Chu-hee and the others drifted into slumber, time quietly slipping away. Chapter 34. Farewell. The dawn gently broke as the sun rose from the east, marking the early morning hours when the horizon brightened with a hint of pearly white. The morning light, akin to a joyful child, gleefully gazed upon the earth, while sounds of chatter filled the quiet morning, heralding a new chapter. Where's my tail? Where is it? Sun Wukong was the first to awaken, and, upon realizing something was amiss with his body, became somewhat flustered. Although Sun Wukong was quite strong, he still possessed the heart of a child. He swayed unsteadily, oscillating between falling and getting back up, struggling to adjust to the absence of his tail. Chu-hee and the others were roused by Sun Wukong's commotion, noticing his discontent and hearing his inquiries about the whereabouts of his precious tail. They exchanged glances, having already agreed to keep quiet about the transformation he underwent the previous day. Thankfully, Sun Wukong's naive nature allowed him to quickly forget matters beyond his comprehension, and soon, an innocent smile returned to his face. No longer dwelling on the tail, his optimism and cheerfulness touched Chu-hee deeply. If only everyone possessed a heart as pure as Sun Wukong's, how much less intrigue and deception would there be in this world? Unfortunately, there was but one Sun Wukong. As morning arrived, Chu-hee felt his stomach growl with hunger. He beckoned Oolong, who prepared a sumptuous breakfast spread. The group gathered together, chatting and laughing as they enjoyed their meal. With the matter of the Dragon Balls settled, a sense of melancholy filled the hearts of each person, contemplating their future paths. What should we do now? After all, we won't be able to retrieve the Dragon Balls for another year. Someone suggested, perhaps it is best to disband for now. Although everyone knew this day would eventually come, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber until Oolong broke the silence, voicing the thought that lingered in everyone's mind. Chu-hee observed the reluctant expressions on their faces and felt a pang of emotion. After all, they had fought side by side. There's no helping it. It must be so, Bulma remarked, gazing around at her friends before her eyes settled on Chu-hee's resolute face. She lowered her head, feeling a wave of sadness wash over her as she sighed. Indeed, all gatherings must eventually come to an end, that a group cannot remain together at all times. The moment has arrived for us to part ways. Each person has their own responsibilities, and we all tread different paths, she continued. Such is the nature of fate. Gatherings and separations are part of the cycle of life. Pu'er. Let's hurry home, Lu Ping said, gently patting Pu'er on the head with a smile. And you, Chu-hee and Wukong, where will you go? Bulma asked, her eyes filled with expectation as she looked at the two. Why not accompany me to West City? It's a wonderful place with all sorts of fun activities and delicious food. I promise to treat you to grand feasts every day. Grand feasts? Sun Wukong's ears perked up, his clear eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. However, a look of determination quickly replaced his initial enthusiasm. Bulma, I'm sorry, I don't think I'll be visiting your home. I want to go to Master Roshi's place. I want to train and become stronger, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists and flashing a toothy grin. Disappointment flickered in Bulma's eyes as she turned to Chu-hee, her expression filled with hope. After a brief pause, sensing the earnestness in Bulma's gaze, Chu-hee sighed softly. Though reluctant to reject such an expectant look, his resolve to grow stronger was unwavering. The path of training was long, and his current focus must be unwavering. With a calm demeanor, he said, I'm sorry, but like Wukong, I will also be going to Master Roshi's to train. Chu-hee's refusal struck Bulma like a thunderbolt, leaving her visibly disheartened, but a strong sense of reluctance surged within her as she gazed into Chu-hee's determined eyes, her heart aching with mixed emotions. With a gentle sigh, Bulma endured her sorrow, gazing at Chu-hee's face while recalling all the moments they had shared, particularly how he had saved her time and again. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with warmth as she found herself enraptured by the memories. "Bulma, are you all right?" Chewie noticed her somewhat dazed expression and asked with concern that, "Oh, I'm fine," Bulma replied, shaken from her reverie by his words. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and looked Chu-Hi in the eye. "Well, if that's the case, I can't do anything about it. But please do come visit my home when you have the chance." "I certainly will," Chewie responded with a smile. "We'll be leaving now. Let us meet again when the opportunity arises." As the engine roared to life, Luping and Pu'er hopped into their vehicle. Waving goodbye to Chu-Hi and the others as they sped off, by the way, "Bulma, how will you get back?" Sun Wukong was initially eager to urge Chu-Hi to hurry to Master Roshi S, but then noticed Bulma still lingering, prompting him to inquire. "Right? The car capsule is out of commission, and West City is so far away. How am I supposed to get home?" Bulma lamented, feeling a bit distressed. "It's a shame you can't ride on my flying Nimbus. Otherwise, I could take you home," Sun Wukong said cheerfully, scratching his head. "Ugh, what should I do?" Bulma shot a glare at Sun Wukong, deep in thought. "Let me give you a ride back to West City," Chu-Hi suddenly offered. "Chu-Hi, do you have a means of transportation?" Bulma questioned, puzzled by the realization that Chu-Hi appeared empty-handed. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he chuckled. "Chu-Hi, how will you take Bulma? Did you both forget? I told you yesterday that I wish for instant transmission from the dragon. With West City being just a short distance away, getting there is a matter of moments," Chu-Hi said with a proud grin, addressing Bulma and Sun Wukong. "Wow, Chu-Hi, you can teleport. That's an incredible ability." Bulma's expression shifted to one of joy, but then a thought struck her. She couldn't help but say, "Chu-Hi, after you take me home, with your convenient trick, it will surely be easy for you to visit me often, right?" With her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Bulma gazed at Chu-Hi. In response to her hopeful gaze, he smiled and replied, "I will definitely come. Just make sure to prepare plenty of food. You know I have a hearty appetite." Bulma chuckled. "I'll make sure you eat until you can't take it anymore." "All right, let us get you back to West City," Chu-Hi said to Bulma. As the moment of parting drew near, a hint of sadness crossed Bulma's face. Chu-Hi noticed and chuckled softly. "It's not like we want to see each other again. You're behaving like a child." With a soft Bulma replied, "I'll be waiting for you to visit." Having clarified the general location of West Capital with Bulma, Chu-Hi gently grasped her delicate hand, closed his eyes, and instantly envisioned a map of the Earth in his mind, with the coordinates of various regions distinctly delineated. The approximate position indicated by Bulma was now indelibly etched in his consciousness. Chu-Hi's ability to teleport allowed him to sense the energy and instantly appear beside her, free from any such constraints, effortlessly traversing the cosmos. In a mere flash, their figures vanished from the astonished gaze of Sun Wukong, whose eyes bulged like light bulbs. Chapter 35. West Capital is a remarkably beautiful metropolis, characterized by its favorable climate, elegant environment, and exquisite architecture, making a truly thriving economic hub, as the name suggests. The city is situated towards the west, hence its designation as West Capital. As usual, the streets bustled with a flurry of activity, a constant flow of people and vehicles, each individual preoccupied with their own affairs, painting a vivid picture of urban life at a rapid pace. Amidst this vibrant cityscape, unnoticed by anyone, a man and a woman quietly set foot on the soil of this bustling metropolis. The man possessed a handsome countenance and a tall, slender frame, while the woman radiated youthfulness and charm, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. As they strolled down the expansive thoroughfare, their presence drew attention, causing passers-by to glance back in curiosity, thus disrupting the flow of traffic. "Bulma, is this city where you reside?" With Bulma's guidance, they had instantaneously arrived in West Capital, breathing in the pristine, unpolluted air of the city. Chu-Hi felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. He inhaled deeply, marveling at the quality of the air in this Dragon Ball world, pondering how the inhabitants maintained such a harmonious relationship with nature. Reflecting on the pollution of his own world, he felt a sense of despondency at the stark contrast. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it prosperous? Unaware of Chu-Hi's past life, Bulma assumed he, like Sun Wukong, had not encountered much of the world. Thus, she eagerly began to elaborate on the wonders of the city. Not wishing to interrupt her excitement, Chu patiently endured her enthusiastic descriptions, clearing his throat. He interjected, "Bulma, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Now that we are here, you should be able to return home swiftly. Why don't you head back first? Wukong is still waiting for me." Bulma abruptly fell silent, her expression dimming momentarily as her head lowered slightly. Suddenly, she fixed her large, sparkling eyes on Chu He, mustered her courage, and softly inquired, "Could you possibly escort me home? Since we are already here, I promise to treat you well." Faced with Bulma's almost pleading gaze, Chu He found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you. Consider it a reconnaissance mission for my next visit." Expecting a refusal, Bulma was pleasantly surprised when Chu He agreed, and she leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Come on, I'll take you to my home. I will ensure you are well taken care of." With that, she took his hand and led him towards her residence. Chu He did not resist, allowing Bulma to guide him along the path. Before long, a grand villa came into view. The sheer size, spaciousness, and opulence of the estate left Chu He in awe, affirming its status as Bulma's family home, a wealth beyond his imagination. Gazing at the luxurious villa, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon entering, he was greeted by a veritable menagerie of exotic animals, making him feel as though he had entered a grand zoo. While robotic servants greeted them warmly, "Ah, Bulma, you're back. Look at you, even more beautiful than before, and you've brought a handsome young man." Upon entering, a cheerful blonde woman greeted Bulma, and when she turned her gaze to Chu He, her eyes lit up. She approached him, unexpectedly took his hand, and said with a grin, "Young man, are you Bulma's friend? You're quite the looker. Would you care for a drink? I have the finest grape juice available. Just let me know what you fancy, Mom." "What are you saying?" Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she quickly pulled her mother away and positioned herself protectively in front of Chu He. She turned to him, hastily explaining, "Chu He, my mom is just joking. Please don't take it to heart. She has a rather childish disposition." Though aware from the original story that Bulma's family had eccentricities, Chu He was nonetheless taken aback by her mother's exuberance. However, he did not dislike this trait. He simply found it a bit overwhelming. "That I don't mind," he assured her, shaking his head. "Your mother is just quite enthusiastic." "Why do you say that about your mom, dear? Are you feeling jealous? Don't be upset." "Look, the young man isn't bothered by it," her mother chimed in. "And by the way, don't call me Annie. Let us just call each other by our names. You can call me sister. Now, enough of that. Why don't you both try some grape juice to quench your thirst?" With that, Bulma's mother handed each of them a glass of grape juice, beaming as she watched them. "Sweet daughter, I won't intrude any longer. I'll go fetch some drinks for your father. You two enjoy yourselves." With a playful laugh, she left them to their conversation. At last, the atmosphere settled into a calm. Chu He gulped down the grape juice, savoring its refreshing sweetness, and remarked, "Your mother may seem a bit outlandish, but she certainly knows how to provide delightful refreshments." She only knows how to fuss over things," Bulma muttered, pouting slightly. Guiding Chu He through her home, Bulma noted that her father was engrossed in his research and had not yet made an appearance. Chu He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of Bulma's family estate. One word to describe it would be grand. Eventually, feeling that the visit had reached its natural conclusion, Chu He decided it was time to take his leave. Standing up, he bid farewell to Bulma. "Wait." Chu He, Bulma, though reluctant to see him go, knew she couldn't retain him. She extended her small hand, revealing a universal capsule that appeared before him. "This is for you and Wukong," Bulma explained. "What's inside?" Chu He inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the capsule. "I know you're training with that old pervert, and it must be quite arduous that he looks like he is starving. And both you and Wukong have such hearty appetites that I worry you won't have enough to eat. This is a food capsule, a portion of my family's food reserve that IT contains 10 capsules, each filled with enough provisions to last you for months. Please, take it." Food capsules. Chu He's heart soared with joy at the thought of such a coveted item. He licked his lips, touched by Bulma's thoughtfulness and concern. "All right, I won't be overly formal. I'll accept the capsule. Please thank you on behalf of Wukong as well." Accepting the capsule and placing it into his pocket, he smiled at Bulma, and in silence, He turned to glance back at her before employing his teleportation ability once more, vanishing from sight and returning to the location from which he had come. Bulma watched his disappearing figure for a long moment before slowly exiting the house. Chapter 36. Krillin's son Wukong sat idly on the ground, gazing up at the sky, reminiscing about his grandfather. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, and he widened his eyes, fixating on the horizon. Chu Hi's figure appeared before him without any prior indication. As if he had been standing there all along, never having left, this astonished Wukong. Fortunately, his nature was rather carefree, and after a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure, a radiant smile breaking across his face like sunlight. He approached Chu Hi and asked, "Chu Hi, you've returned from escorting Bulma home, right?" "Indeed," Chu Hi affirmed with a nod, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped closer to Wukong. "Wukong, I have some exciting news. Would you like to hear it?" "What's the good news?" At the mention of something favorable, Wukong perked up, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Wukong, from now on, we shall no longer need to forage for our sustenance. Bulma bestowed upon us a plethora of delectable treats before her departure, so prepare your belly to expand. Ha ha. Ah, truly, this news is splendid," and son Wukong's face radiated pure joy. He could not help but lick his lips, saliva pooling in anticipation, and he immediately began to dance with exuberance. For son Wukong, two things were indispensable in his life. The first was food, and the second was cultivation. These two pursuits complemented each other. Without nourishment, how could one cultivate, especially with such delightful provisions? Lost in thought, Wukong's mouth watered once more. "Wukong, try to have some restraint. Stop thinking about food all the time, or you will truly become a glutton." Chu Hi, observing son Wukong's elation, felt a shared sentiment. For ever since he became a scion, he too found it difficult to control his appetite upon seeing food. Although he harbored similar thoughts, he maintained a serious demeanor and began to admonish Wukong, urging him to eat less. Whether this was for Wukong's benefit or his own remained uncertain. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, and suddenly he called out to the sky. The nimbus cloud descended gracefully, floating before the two. Wukong nimbly leaped onto the cloud, while Chu Hi, despite possessing the skill of instantaneous movement, was unaware of Master Roshi's precise location and thus could not pinpoint it. Given his current abilities, he could not sense the energy of individuals from a great distance. So he had no choice but to wrap his legs tightly around Wukong's waist and hold on his back as they soared through the air. "Wukong, just so we're clear, do not fly too recklessly. If I fall and meet my demise, I swear I shall haunt you as a ghost. Do you understand?" Like an arrow released from a bow, they surged into the clouds, the rushing wind striking Chu Hi on either side. Although Wukong shielded him from some of the gale, Chu Hi was still taken aback and hastily threatened Wukong. "Got it," Wukong replied, patting his chest with a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Indeed, the nimbus cloud's speed stabilized thereafter. Sitting atop the cloud, despite the lack of a solid foundation beneath them, the sensation of flight invigorated Chu Hi, who gazed at the scenery rushing past with great exhilaration. He opened his heart, shouting joyfully into the sky. Once he finished, he felt an immense wave of relaxation wash over him as he leisurely admired the vast expanse above. Wukong led Chu Hi back to his home first, gathering bedding and supplies to prepare for their training and accommodation. With Wukong steering the nimbus cloud, they broke through vast forests, towering mountains, and expansive seas. After a diligent search, they finally discovered a solitary island floating upon the ocean's surface, a simple cottage perched atop it, adding a splash of color to the boundless sea. "Wukong, let us descend. This must be Master Roshi's abode." Chu Hi exhaled with relief, pointing at the cottage with a smile. After a long search, their efforts had not been in vain. The nimbus cloud landed on the island, and as they approached the door to knock, faint, undulating melodies began to drift into their ears. Following the sound, they noticed the window was open, and they peered inside. There, they beheld Master Roshi, engrossed in a fitness program featuring women, his eyes fixated on the television as he excitedly waved his arms. This old man, Chu Hi thought, feeling somewhat speechless, and no matter how he attempted to show respect to this martial arts master, he could never quite manage it. This Master Roshi is indeed a peculiar character. Exchanging glances with Sun Wukong, they shared an unspoken understanding and leaped through the window. Master Rashi remained oblivious, focused entirely on the screen. The two shouted in unison, "Old man, Grandpa," in two distinct tones. Master Rashi jolted as if struck, the ringing in his ears snapping him back to reality. He glanced around, his expression momentarily familiarizing itself with their faces before he exclaimed in surprise. "What is going on? You two rascals, what brings you here?" "My apologies, Grandpa. We merely wish to call out to you. We have come to train," Sun Wukong replied eagerly. "Please guide us in our cultivation." Chu feigned reverence, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture. Master Rashi acknowledged them with a grunt, scrutinizing the two. Although he quietly approved of their presence, he retorted, "Humph. Is this how you address an elder? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? If you wish to train, that is permissible, but I have a condition. Only upon fulfilling this condition shall I teach you." "What condition?" Sun Wukong asked, eagerly anticipating the requirement, so they could begin their training. His wide eyes fixed intently on Master Rashi. Chu merely rolled his eyes, thinking, this lecherous old man is up to his tricks again. Having read the original story, he already knew what the condition would entail. "Bring me beautiful, charming young ladies," Master Rashi declared with a grin. "Young ladies?" Sun Wukong echoed, confusion evident in his gaze. "What beautiful young lady would come to this place to entertain you, old man?" Chu mused disdainfully, contemplating that perhaps only a girl with a wildly contrasting personality like Lan Shi would be able to navigate this situation without making a fool of you, old man. Lan Shi, a woman of such peculiar duality, embodying both tender grace and fierce strength. It seems I must go with Wukong to search for Lan Shi. Chu thought, a sly smile forming on his lips as he replied to Master Rashi. "All right, Wukong, and I will go find her." Just as they were about to depart, a small wooden boat appeared on the horizon, gradually approaching the island. The three gazed forward, and on the boat sat a diminutive figure clad in a yellow monk's robe. Bald-headed, with 6 peculiar marks on his forehead and devoid of a nose, a smug smile adorned his face as he looked toward the cottage, the corners of his mouth curling upward to owe their astonishment. He leaped into the air, performing several flips, but perhaps due to a lack of balance, he landed head first into the ground. "Ah!" Chu could not contain his laughter at the comical sight, finding it immensely entertaining to witness firsthand. This person, of course, was none other than Krillin, Sun Wukong's loyal friend and brother. Master Rashi instructed Sun Wukong to pull Krillin's head from the ground. As Krillin stood up, he thanked Wukong, though he felt quite embarrassed. Having intended to showcase his skills, but instead having made a fool of himself before the three, he feigned indifference, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, then turned to the three, finally settling his gaze upon Master Rashi. Bowing respectfully as he asked, "Excuse me, are you the legendary martial arts master, Master Rashi?" Chapter 37. In pursuit of beauty, sigh, such few flowers. I hope someone might shower me with support to know that someone is watching. Thank you. Master Rashi gave Krillin a cursory glance, chuckling, and nodded. "Indeed, I am the one revered as the martial arts god, Master Rashi. What brings you to seek me?" "Greetings. I hail from the distant east, and my name is Krillin. Please, Master Rashi, I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple and to receive your guidance in my training." A flicker of surprise crossed Master Rashi's eyes as he stroked his beard. Sighing, "Your journey to find me was indeed arduous. However, I regret to inform you that I do not easily take on disciples." Hearing Master Rashi's refusal, Krillin's expression remained undeterred, as though he had anticipated this outcome. His cunning eyes sparkled, and with nimble fingers, he swiftly produced a flashy magazine from his pocket. Presenting it with both hands before Master Rashi, he said respectfully, "This magazine is a token of my esteem. I implore you to accept it." Master Rashi, who had initially worn a serious expression, glanced at the magazine's cover and immediately broke into a wide grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In the blink of an eye, he snatched the magazine from Krillin's grasp, rapidly flipping through the pages, his gaze growing increasingly animated. Subsequently, Krillin presented a series of other magazines, and Master Rashi graciously accepted each one with a beaming smile. Chu cast a glance at Krillin, inwardly reflecting on how adept he was at flattering others, having clearly discerned the old man's interests and promptly catered to them. It was indeed a clever maneuver. Ahem. After a brief moment, Master Rashi set down the magazine, cleared his throat, and addressed the three individuals before him with a languid tone. Your potential is indeed commendable, yet to become my disciples. You must first procure a young lady for me. Here's the deal. The three of you shall venture forth together to find one that if you fail, do not return. Whenever you manage to bring someone back, I shall guide you in your training. I shall remain here, awaiting your return, Master Rashi declared. Cloud of Nimbus? Among the trio, only Krillin appeared perplexed by the term. After a brief explanation from Sun Wukong, he attempted to leap onto the Nimbus cloud, but with his less than noble intentions, he ended up landing awkwardly. The other two could not manage to mount the cloud either, so after a short discussion, they arrived at a makeshift solution. Perched atop a small, fluffy yellow cloud, Sun Wukong sat in the center, Krillin on his shoulders, while Chuha clung to Wukong's waist, creating a rather cramped situation as they wobbled and soared through the skies in search of a lovely maiden. We're truly flying. How exhilarating, Krillin exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Chuha, stop tugging at my waist. It tickles, Sun Wukong chuckled, turning to glare at Chuha in jest. Wukong, bear with it if I don't hold on tightly. I might fall and meet my demise. Consider it an exercise in your endurance. Chuha replied with a grin, clinging even more tightly to Sun Wukong, as the Nimbus cloud continued its flight, at times soaring high, at others dipping low. The trio kept their eyes peeled for any sign of a beautiful girl. Lanchi, oh Lanchi, where are you? Please, show yourself, Chuha murmured to himself, pondering how the original story had led to their finding her. Likely through sheer happenstance, with Sun Wukong leading the way. Surely luck will be on our side, he reassured himself. The Nimbus cloud drifted aimlessly under Sun Wukong's guidance, eventually reaching a desolate, barren rocky area devoid of life. The terrain undulated beneath them, prompting Chuha to reflect that one would typically search for people in more populated areas. Yet here they were, flying further into solitude. To encounter Lanchi in such a desolate place would indeed be a matter of extraordinary fate. Chuha focused intently, his senses heightened, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he heard a faint yet melodious cry reach his ears, a girl's voice. Ha! We've finally found her, he exclaimed. Wukong, over there, he pointed toward the general direction for which the sound had emanated. Understood, Sun Wukong responded, steering the Nimbus cloud toward Chuha's indicated location. As Chuha peered down, he finally spotted Lanchi, who was desperately calling for help between two mountain peaks. Help! Someone, please! Her voice, soft and clear, rang out like the song of a lark, filled with vulnerability. Look below! The girl we were searching for is right there, Chuha exclaimed with a grin, gesturing to the scene below. Indeed, it's a girl. It appears she is surrounded by foes, Krillin gasped. Leaning over to get a better look, isn't that indeed a girl? Shouldn't we rescue her? Sun Wukong interjected, glancing down. Below them were two men in uniforms, wielding firearms, threatening the delicate figure of the girl, who appeared frail and innocent. She had flowing blue hair, slightly curled and held back with a red ribbon, dressed in a short top and shorts that revealed her fair, delicate arms and legs. Sitting helplessly on the ground, she emanated an aura that instinctively invoked a desire to protect her. This must be Lanchi. She is quite lovely, Chuha observed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. That's her. I shall take it upon myself to rescue her. Wukong, Krillin, stay up here and stand by. I shall return shortly. With that, Chuha released his grip on the Nimbus cloud and, without needing to jump, let himself fall directly toward the ground. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is a fantasy held by many men, and Chuha was no exception. Such an opportunity to showcase his valor was not one he intended to squander, especially not in favor of the two younger companions who, in his eyes, were still naive youths. Having acquired power, he felt compelled to display it, indulging in a moment of pride and vanity, while also hoping to earn the admiration of the lovely girl. As Chuha descended, Krillin watched in alarm, shouting, "Be careful!" Yet, just before hitting the ground, Chuha performed a graceful flip and landed deftly on his feet. This display left Krillin feeling embarrassed, as he had previously stumbled awkwardly during his own attempt to showcase his skills. A flush of shame crept over his face, akin to standing before a blazing furnace, as Chapter 38 unfolds. Chua's arrival caught the attention of the two men below. They turned to face him, their expressions shifting to one of wariness. One of the men aimed his weapon at Chua, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want? Release that girl." Chua pointed at Lanchi, disregarding the man's inquiry with an air of confidence. Krillin, observing from above, was taken aback by Chua's boldness towards the armed man. "Hey, is it going to be all right? Those two are police officers, armed and dangerous. It's hard to fight two with just one." "Not to worry. They appear to be rather weak," Sun Wukong reassured him with a grin. "Chua can handle this." Seeing Chua's audacity, the two men exchanged furious glances, their anger palpable. One stepped forward, barking, "Are you in cahoots with this criminal?" "No, I don't know her. But for the sake of my old master's task, I kindly ask you to step aside. Even if you are police officers, rest assured, I shall go easy on you." Chua smiled wryly, his confidence unwavering. I could see that moment. Chua sensed someone watching him intently. He turned to find Lanchi gazing at him, wide-eyed, but a smile broke across his face as he locked eyes with her. And he noticed a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, akin to a startled rabbit quickly averting its gaze. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you," Chua assured her softly. Lanchi glanced up, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of trust as she felt reassured by his words. The two men, incensed by Chua's disregard for their authority, raised their weapons and fired. The sound of gunshots echoed, bullets flying toward Chua, who remained unfazed, merely shifting his body slightly as the projectiles grazed past him. How could he possibly evade the bullets? The men stuttered, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Chua, unperturbed, exuded an air of calmness. With a powerful stride, he swiftly approached the two men, delivering a precise elbow strike to each of their heads, rendering them unconscious. His demeanor remained tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Without a glance at the incapacitated men, he stepped toward Lanchi, extending a hand with a warm smile. "Miss, are you all right?" Gazing at the man who had saved her, with a countenance adorned with a smile, Lanchi's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn. She took a gentle breath, and at that moment, a soft breeze swept by, teasing her flowing hair. With delicate grace, she gathered her scattered locks and clasped Chua's hand with her fair, tender fingers, offering him a grateful smile. This smile blossomed like a pristine lily, clear and unblemished, akin to the refreshing caress of a gentle wind that brings forth a sense of tranquility. Chua was momentarily taken aback, utterly immersed in Lanchi's untainted and radiant smile. Quickly regaining his composure, he grasped her soft, delicate hand and helped her rise from the ground. "Thank you for your timely assistance. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Lanchi declared. Her hands crossed over her chest, standing poised and graceful, her innocent smile illuminating her lovely face. Her bright eyes gazed intently at Chua, filled with appreciation. "There's no need for such formality. It was but a trifling matter," Chua replied with a smile, observing Lanchi's fragile demeanor, struggling to reconcile the fact that this girl possessed two contrasting personas, one as gentle as water and the other as fiery as flame. An embodiment of stark opposites. "I wonder if you would accompany me on a brief journey?" Chua inquired directly. "Accompany you? Certainly," without a moment's hesitation, Lanchi readily assented. Chua noted her simplicity and mused, how innocent she is, not even inquiring about her destination, seemingly unafraid of being led astray. "Hey, Wukong, come down here," Chua called out loudly, tilting his head towards the sky. Under Lanchi's curious gaze, Sun Wukong descended on his cloud, carrying Klin beside him. "I can't believe you actually prevailed. Just moments ago, I worried you might get shot. You're quite impressive," Klin remarked. "Thank you for your concern, but such a level of threat poses no challenge to me," Chua replied confidently, gesturing towards Lanchi. "You see, the mission was effortlessly accomplished. She is the key." Sun Wukong and Klin scrutinized Lanchi. Confusion clouded Wukong's eyes as he muttered, "So this is the fresh and lovely girl." Meanwhile, Klin's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously. The pure-hearted, Blue-haired Lan Shi effortlessly settled upon the cloud, and the four of them found themselves in a cozy yet crowded space. Yet, Chua's heart raced even faster, for Lan Shi sat just behind him. Nevertheless, it was an undeniably comfortable sensation. Chua contemplated, glancing back at Lan Shi's innocent and delicate visage. His heart involuntarily fluttering again, he steadied himself, silently reminding himself to remain calm, to maintain composure. Indeed, the speed of the cloud was no exaggeration. And soon they arrived at the island housing came house. Stepping onto the ground, Sun Wukong was the first to boldly push open the door, exclaiming with exuberance, "Grandpa, Grandpa, we brought the fresh and lovely girl you mentioned." "Really? Where is she? Allow me to admire her." The moment Wukong's words fell, an excited voice resonated from within the house, as the turtle hermit, donned in a floral shirt and sunglasses, rushed to the entrance. Brimming with enthusiasm, "Look, the girl beside Chuha. That's her," Wukong proclaimed loudly, pointing outside. The turtle hermit dashed out, swiftly arriving beside Chua, his gaze fixated on Lan Shi, a glimmer of light flashing in his sunglasses that he straightened himself, extending a greeting with palpable excitement. "Greetings, beautiful miss. Welcome to my humble abode." He then attempted to approach Lan Shi for a closer encounter. With a smile, Lan Shi replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lan Shi. I'm deeply grateful for your disciple's timely intervention on my behalf." As she spoke, her gaze turned towards Chua, her charming smile reminiscent of autumn waters. "Disciple? Ah, yes, they are indeed my disciples. In truth, I dispatched them to rescue you," the turtle hermit declared, stroking his beard with unabashed pride. How shameless! Chua internally scoffed at the turtle hermit. Why admit to being a mentor now? Where was this acknowledgement earlier? Meanwhile, Klin's face radiated excitement as he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Master Wu Qian, you just said we are your disciples. Since you have completed the task I entrusted to you so splendidly, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciples. However, do not express too much gratitude." The turtle hermit chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Klin, his tone casual. His eyes, however, remained fixated on Lan Shi, sparkling with fervor. Evidently, in the eyes of the turtle hermit, the allure of a stunning beauty outweighed the significance of accepting disciples. The turtle hermit gazed intently at Lan Shi, his face barely concealing his excitement, nearly drooling at the sight of her enchanting beauty. Naturally, he made an effort to uphold the demeanor of a martial arts master, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Lan Shi. "Lan Shi, I propose you reside here for a while. What does that sound?" Lan Shi hesitated momentarily, then surveyed her surroundings. The azure sea, the refreshing breeze, and the pristine air all delighted her senses, and the house seemed to meet her approval. Nodding, she smiled, "That sounds wonderful. I hope I won't be a bother, and oh bother at all. As long as you enjoy your stay, you are always welcome here." The turtle hermit exclaimed, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures, resembling a child who had just received a new toy. His antics drew the astonished gazes of Chua, Sun Wukong, and Klin, leaving them in awe. Who could have imagined that the revered martial arts deity, the mythos behind countless martial artists, would exhibit such behavior? Indeed, one must witness to believe. The turtle hermit continued, "Lan Shi, since you will be staying, would you like to train in martial arts? I can impart to you profound techniques." Lan Shi gasped softly, her delicate features lighting up with excitement as she joyfully replied, "You want to teach me martial arts? Oh, I am indeed very interested, but I fear I might not keep pace with everyone." "Not at all. How can one know without trying? Approach it with a light heart," the turtle hermit encouraged with a grin, adding, "Moreover, martial arts are quite beneficial for beauty." As he spoke, the turtle hermit stepped closer to Lan Shi, smiling as he said, "Lan Shi, come. Allow me to show you our turtle school's martial arts attire. I assure you, you will be pleased." He reached out to take her hand, intending to lead her to don the so-called martial arts outfit. At that moment, however, Chua interjected, positioning himself between Lan Shi and the turtle hermit, shielding her behind him. "Hey kid, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin my fun?" The turtle hermit grumbled, casting an annoyed glance at Chua. "Not at all. Master Wu Qian, I hold you in the highest regard. How would I disrupt your affairs? I am merely here to assist you." Chu replied cheerfully, attempting to explain himself, while he claimed to be aiding the turtle hermit. It was evident that Chu's true motivation was to protect the innocent, delicate Lanchi from the lecherous advances of the turtle hermit and to avoid forcing her into that peculiar martial arts attire. Thus, he sought to summon the golden-haired Lanchi to bring an end to this farce. There was no way he would ever wear such a martial arts outfit. Chu crouched down, gently plucking a blade of grass from the ground. With a subtle smile directed at Lanchi, he suddenly lifted the grass and brushed it against her delicate nose, eliciting a gentle tickle. Immediately, he turned to the turtle hermit with a mischievous grin, declaring, "Master Wuqian, be cautious. We are about to witness a miracle." Wukong, Klin, step back. Hearing Chu's words, Sun Wukong and Klin exchanged puzzled glances, remaining stationary as they stared at Lanchi, contemplating the miracle Chu had mentioned. Ticklish, so ticklish. Chu! Under the watchful eyes of the three, a crisp sneeze erupted from Lanchi, prompting an astonishing transformation. Her azure tresses instantaneously morphed into a striking shade of gold, and her gentle, endearing visage contorted into a fearsome and menacing expression. Although she remained a beautiful girl, the golden-haired Lanchi exuded an aura of deep defiance and untamed spirit. With a fierce glare, she scrutinized the bewildered Master Rashi and the varying degrees of shock evident on the faces of Sun Wukong and Krillin. Coldly, she mused, "Where am I? This does not resemble a prison. Who are you lot? And why do you stand before me? Are you here to capture me? Damn it, you should perish." Suddenly, malice gleamed in her eyes as a machine gun materialized in her hands as if conjured from thin air. A manic grin danced on her lips as she shouted, "Die, die, die." With rapid-fire bursts, the bullets rained mercilessly towards Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, who frantically dodged for cover, while Chu had already sought refuge behind the house during Lanchi's transformation. Though none of them were ordinary beings, the bullets, while painful, were insufficient to inflict serious harm. After an exhilarating barrage, a gentle breeze swept through, tousling Lanchi's hair, which fluttered delicately before her, only for her to sneeze again. Reverting to her innocent self, with wide, bewildered eyes, she inquired, "What just happened?" Master Rashi, trembling in fear, gazed at the innocent-looking Lanchi, his heart racing. With a pale countenance and a quivering voice, he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. We were just playing on the ground." "Right, Wukong, Krillin." They exchanged glances, hastily wiping the cold sweat from their brows, and nodded in agreement that, "Oh, is that so? By the way, I forgot to mention, when I sneeze, my personality undergoes a complete transformation. So, you all should be cautious." "Oh, we will be careful." The three responded with fervent nods. "Well, Master Wu Tian, did you witness that?" Chuha emerged from behind the house, wearing a broad smile. Upon seeing him, Master Rashi sprang to his feet, rearranging his disheveled attire. His expression regaining its seriousness. Clearing his throat, he said, "Hey, Chuha, I owe you a great debt. Otherwise, who knows when a disaster might have struck." Master Wu Tian, you might be exaggerating. Besides, I am your disciple. After all, of course, I must care for my master." "Right?" Chuha replied with a playful smile. Everyone had become acutely aware of Lanchi's unpredictable nature, treating her with utmost caution, lest she transform unexpectedly, a life akin to living with a ticking time bomb. It was exhilarating yet perilous. For the sake of their training, Master Rashi led Sun Wukong, Chuha, Krillin, and Lanchi to relocate from the small island to a populous coastal area, due to Lanchi's volatile temperament. Master Rashi's earlier intentions to teach her martial arts had been abandoned. However, Lanchi did not mind. Instead, she volunteered to become the cook for the group, preparing their daily meals. As dawn approached, the sky remained dimly lit. The sea breeze whispering softly, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The turtle hermit's abode, situated along the coast, was enveloped in a profound stillness, as if caught in a deep slumber. Suddenly, the serene silence was shattered by the sharp ring of an alarm clock, followed by a shout, "Wake up! Wake up! It's time to train! Good morning, Wukong, Krillin, Chuha. Rise and shine." Inside the turtle hermit's dwelling, he banged on the door to the room where Chuha and the others were sleeping, rousing them from their dreams. Chuha opened his sleepy eyes, rubbed them gently, and yawned. "Why so early? It's just 4 o'clock. Why wake us at this hour?" The morning is the best time for training. We must not squander it. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. In the turtle hermit style training, it all begins with the morning. He urged, hurry and get dressed. I'll wait for you outside. Dante fall back asleep. With that, he flashed a grin and dashed out, leaving them to ponder whether he truly intended to wait. How exhausting. Chu yawned again and glanced at the equally lethargic Krillin and Wukong, chuckling as he asked, so, do you two wish to continue sleeping? No. Since we've decided to train, we cannot let such trivial matters delay us. I want to train to grow stronger, Krillin asserted, slapping his cheeks to invigorate himself. Son Wukong echoed, I will train, I will grow stronger. I want to sleep or feel tired. Chua smiled at their determination, pleased with their commitment to training, for only those who persistently rise early can achieve progress and reach new heights. The three swiftly dressed, when suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from a room downstairs. Chua smiled knowingly, realizing that Master Roshi had likely taken the opportunity to sneak a peek at Lanchi while they were changing. Sure enough, as they exited, they found Master Roshi waiting for them, a bandage wrapped around his head. Upon seeing his state, they exchanged bemused glances. Chuha, suppressing his laughter, feigned ignorance. Master Wutian, what happened? How did you end up like this in just a short time? Clearing his throat, Master Roshi's expression faltered slightly before he feigned nonchalance. I'm getting old. My legs aren't what they used to be that I slipped on the stairs just now, and this is the result. Truly, age takes its toll. Oh, is that so? However, it seems that this isn't merely an injury from a fall, Chuha inquired curiously, amusement dancing his tone. What kind of look is that? If I say I fell, then I fell. Do I not know my own condition? Enough of this. Let us discuss training. Master Roshi retorted, flustered. He composed himself, smoothing over his annoyance, and redirected the conversation. Very well, I shan't pry further. However, Master Wutian, do be cautious on the stairs in the future. Chuha teased with a grin. Master Roshi shot him an exasperated glare, choosing not to respond, while Krillin wore an expression of sheer delight, clearly having deciphered the source of Master Roshi's predicament. Sun Wukong, although oblivious to the nuances of their banter, found the scene amusing and could not help but chuckle. Humph! With the trio's laughter directed at him, Master Roshi's mood soured once more at long last. It was time to commence the training in the turtle hermit style. With hands clasped behind his back, Master Roshi addressed the three lined up before him with a serious tone. Listen closely. Training in martial arts is not merely for fighting or seeking victory, nor is it to gain the favor of girls. It is about fostering a healthy mind and body, living a meaningful life. This is the true essence of martial arts. Do you understand? The three exchanged glances, nodding in a somewhat perplexed manner. Martial arts can be used to uphold justice and protect others. Remember, do not wield your skills to bully the weak or engage in wrongdoing. Master Roshi admonished. We understand. They affirmed with nods. Good. Now that you comprehend, I can rest easy. I hope you live up to your words. First, I shall conduct a test to evaluate your fundamentals. Master Roshi stroked his beard and smiled. He pointed toward a distant tree and then to a nearby stone, stating, Observe. The distance from the stone to that tree is approximately 100 meters that I want you to sprint at full speed over that distance. I wish to see your maximum sprinting speed. With that, Master Roshi retrieved a stopwatch from his pocket and jogged over to the small tree, preparing to time their performance. Krillin, with a smug grin, declared, short distance running is my forte. My legs possess the potential to dominate the Olympic Games, allowing you to witness the prowess of a true sprinting champion. With that, Krillin assumed the starting position, Team Master Roshi's command. He propelled himself forward with great force, swiftly dashing ahead. His speed was indeed remarkable, and within moments he had raced past a small tree. Master Roshi glanced at his stopwatch, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, Ha! Krillin, splendid performance. Your physical condition is impressive, and your fundamentals are solid, resulting in an astonishing time of 10 seconds and 4/10. My personal best is 10 seconds and 1/10. Krillin responded with pride. Afterward, he stepped aside, his eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety as he observed Sun Wukong and Chu He, curious about their results. Sun Wukong was the second to run, approaching the starting line. He spread his arms and leaned slightly forward, adopting a casual stance that Team Master Rashi's signal. He shot off like a gust of wind, his body a blur, swiftly covering several meters like a cheetah in full sprint. Kicking up dust as he dashed past the small tree, 0.8 seconds and 5/10. Master Rashi exclaimed, astonished, while Krillin stood frozen in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. It's my turn. Chu-Hee, having previously trained in sprinting, now felt a distinct confidence as his physique had transformed remarkably. Although his fighting prowess paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's, he was exceedingly experienced in sprinting, well aware of how to exert force and unleash maximum power. Assuming the starting position under the watchful eyes of the three, he awaited the signal, the command. He surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. His muscles erupting with power, he appeared as a fleeting shadow. Akin to an arrow in flight, nearly vanishing from sight. With a swift whoosh, Chu-Hee reached the finish line. Master Rashi's expression shifted dramatically, his astonishment palpable as he scrutinized the stopwatch, murmuring, "This fellow has achieved a time of 7 seconds and 1/10. Such a feat is approaching the limits of human capability. Remarkable, truly remarkable." Gazing at Chu-Hee for a moment, Master Rashi suddenly burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Well done, well done. Indeed, the younger generation is surpassing the older. This world will soon belong to the youth." After praising Chu-Hee, Master Rashi turned to the trio, smiling as he remarked, "You all performed admirably. Your physical abilities have exceeded my expectations. Clearly, you have been training regularly." Following his compliments, he paused briefly before continuing. "However, despite your impressive speed, even Chu-Hee is yet to surpass the limits of human potential, the limits of humanity." Sun Wukong and Krillin exchanged puzzled glances, their faces betraying their confusion over Master Rashi's statement. While only Chu-Hee understood the underlying truth, that he still had room for improvement. Indeed, while Chu-Hee's current 100-meter speed was remarkably swift, if he were to enter any competitive event like the Olympics, claiming victory would be almost effortless. Yet, this speed, which seemed unattainable to the average person, fell short in the eyes of Master Rashi, a martial artist who recognized that human potential is boundless. The journey of cultivation is a continuous process of discovering one's limits and transcending them. The strength beyond human limits is unpredictable. Master Rashi slowly addressed Krillin. "Hold the stopwatch and prepare time. Today, I will unveil before you the concept of transcending limits and the essence of ultimate speed." "Fantastic, Master Rashi. Let us witness this swiftly," Krillin exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation as he accepted the stopwatch. In the next moment, he felt his heart racing, unable to calm down. Today had brought him an overwhelming series of surprises. First Sun Wukong, then Chu-Hee, each stronger than the last. His confidence had taken a significant blow, and now the prospect of witnessing Master Rashi's extraordinary speed performance loomed ahead. With an air of ease, Master Rashi ambled to the starting point. Appearing as if he were strolling leisurely, he removed the turtle shell from his back and tossed it aside, creating a small cloud of dust as it struck the ground. Then he rolled up his sleeves, his eyes glinting with determination, ready to commence Krillin's loud countdown. Master Rashi's body surged forth like a bolt of lightning, a whirlwind of motion that left behind only echoes of his presence. Coming to an abrupt halt at the finish line, he glanced at Krillin, who had diligently recorded the time. "Krillin, how many seconds did I take?" Master Rashi inquired nonchalantly, his demeanor calm, though a hint of pride sparkled in his eyes. 3 seconds and 2/10. Krillin gasped, his eyes wide as he struggled to contain his astonishment, his hands trembling slightly over the stopwatch. Drawing a deep breath, he stammered, "Master Rashi, your speed is astonishing," with a relaxed smile. Master Rashi nodded, stroking his beard as he sighed. This performance is somewhat satisfactory. Acceptable indeed. Your speed is truly remarkable, akin to a gust of wind. No, it is more like a flash of light. You are indeed the legendary Master Rashi, the god of martial arts, as the tales proclaim." Krillin gazed at Master Rashi with admiration, expressing his genuine respect. "Indeed, your speed surpasses mine by leaps and bounds." "Oh, I must improve. I shall strive to train diligently until I can match Master Rashi's strength." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong looked at Master Rashi with deep admiration, silently resolving to grow stronger. Chu He, however, was merely taken aback for a moment, now wearing an expression of calm indifference, revealing no signs of envy or admiration. Indeed, while Master Rashi's speed far exceeded the limits, completing the 100 meters in just over 3 seconds was a feat that most could only aspire to. Yet, in the later arcs of Dragon Ball, such speed became trivial. Any character could traverse thousands of meters in mere seconds. Chu He felt confident in his abilities, believing he would eventually surpass this speed and break the barriers of velocity. This minor challenge was insignificant to him. Unbeknownst to Master Rashi, the speed he so proudly showcased did not impress Chu He in the slightest. Had he known Chu He's thoughts, he would have certainly taken him to task. As the physical testing concluded, Master Rashi imparted some fundamental knowledge on martial arts cultivation, providing the trio with a broader understanding. "Now, let us commence our training," Master Rashi declared, hands clasped behind his back. Smiling at the three, "Those who cannot keep pace with me. If you cannot persevere, I will not hesitate to suggest that you give up immediately." "Understood," the three responded in unison. "Very well. Let us begin with a light jog." With that, Master Rashi took the lead, and the trio followed suit, jogging along the seaside until they reached a small village. Master Rashi engaged in conversation with a local about delivering milk, and after their discussion, he commanded each of the three to carry a box of milk, instructing them to hop along the way. Chu He remained unfazed, accepting the box, and resolved to follow Master Rashi's guidance. For one must endure the bitter cold to appreciate the sweet fragrance of plum blossoms. To achieve anything worthwhile, one must be willing to exert effort. Sun Wukong and Krillin, though initially hesitant, each hoisted a box and began to bounce along, delivering the milk. Thus, they traversed from house to house, continuously leaping, climbing mountains, and scaling hills. Though the journey was arduous, none faltered. While Krillin occasionally voiced his complaints, the unwavering perseverance of his companions inspired him to push forward. Refusing to give up, observing the trio's diligent efforts, Master Rashi wore a satisfied smile, murmuring softly to himself, "Not bad, quite commendable." Chapter 42. The Pursuit of Mastery of the Turtle Sage, along with Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Klin, after numerous twists and turns and countless paths traversed, finally completed their delivery of milk within the stipulated time. Exhausted, they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Each of them was drenched in sweat. Their faces flushed like the rising tide, and their chests heaved with exertion. Clearly, this endeavor of delivering milk had proven to be a formidable test of their stamina. The turtle sage, with a gaze as deep as the ocean, observed the three exhausted figures sprawled on the ground. Rising to his feet, he approached them with a playful smile, inquiring, "How do you feel now? Can you continue running? Surely, you won't allow such a minor journey to render you immobile. What has become of the vigor you displayed during that 100-meter sprint?" Upon hearing the mildly mocking tone of the turtle sage, the three of them flushed with indignation. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, yet his expression radiated determination. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he slowly rose, panting as he declared, "I can keep running. I can." Chu He, not one to be outdone, felt a surge of competitiveness. Though he too sensed the weariness weighing heavily upon him, he was far from reaching his limits. Clenching his fists, he disregarded the aches coursing through his body and gradually stood up, silently vowing to himself, "I will not give up. I will not fall, that I shall transcend my limits and surpass myself." Klin, slightly weaker than the other two, watched as they regained their footing, after resting for a few moments. He too stood up again. Witnessing the determination of his companions to continue, a glimmer of admiration flickered in the turtle sage's eyes. With a gentle smile, he encouraged them, "Excellent, since all three of you can still run. Let us proceed. We shall return home just as we did before, leaping as fast as we can. The first to arrive shall dine first. The last may find their meal gone, having expended considerable energy during their training." Their stomachs rumbled in unison. The trio instinctively patted their bellies, their eyes sparkling with an intense craving for food, an urgent desire to fill their empty stomachs. They bounded along the path they had come, with the turtle sage following at a leisurely pace, overseeing their training. Chu gritted his teeth and pressed on, leaping forward despite the persistent waves of fatigue and mental sluggishness that washed over him. Yet, deep within, he clung to his unwavering belief in perseverance, his eyes filled with determination that he continued to advance step by step. Although his strides were small, he did not falter. Thus, they leaped and moved forward without respite, until finally, Chu, nearly depleted of energy, wearily returned to the turtle sage's abode. Sun Wukong and Klin were similarly exhausted, but had managed to persist. All three were resolute individuals, united in their training. With no one daring to utter the word give up, in the presence of each other, a competitive spirit arose, propelling their training to continue more effectively. With a growling stomach, Chu felt both exhausted and famished. As he pushed open the door, an aromatic wave of delicious food wafted into his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, his eyes instantly lighting up with delight. Unable to control himself, he licked his lips and gulped. For before him lay a banquet of sumptuous dishes, chickens, ducks, fish, and meats, all beautifully prepared, fragrant, and appealing to the senses. The dining table, Lan Chi, adorned with a white embroidered apron, sat serenely. Upon seeing the door swing open and the return of her companions, she stood up, beaming at them with a gentle smile. Training must have been arduous. I imagine you are all quite hungry. I bought a plethora of dishes this morning. Please sit down and eat. What a lavish breakfast. I could eat a horse. Lan Chi, you are truly wonderful, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the food. Before Chu could react, he dashed to the table, seized a roasted chicken, and began to devour it. Chu stared in disbelief at Sun Wukong's voraciousness, feeling a twinge of disdain for his lack of hygiene, but as he witnessed his friend's speed of consumption, he thought little of it. After all, if he paused to wash his hands, the entire spread might be devoured by Sun Wukong alone. Chu rushed to the table, snatched a roasted duck, and began to feast voraciously. Lan Chi's culinary skills were indeed impressive. It was simply delectable. The turtle sage and Klin, observing the rapid pace at which the two were eating, joined the fray, and the sound of clattering plates filled the air. Lan Chi tirelessly served them rice. Yet she soon realized that her pace in dishing out servings could not keep up with their ravenous appetites. As the plates rapidly emptied, she felt a deep satisfaction watching them enjoy their meal, even if she herself had barely eaten. Just as Lan Chi was lost in her thoughts, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air. She looked up to see a fly hovering near her nose, its wings brushing against her skin, provoking an involuntary sneeze that transformed her into the golden-haired Lan Chi. The moment she transformed, her face burned with fury as she glared at the still-eating trio. With one swift kick, she sent the table flying, shattering plates across the floor. The startled trio looked on, dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. "You gluttons! I haven't even had my fill, and you dare feast so heartily?" "It's infuriating," golden-haired Lan Chi exclaimed. Brandishing a machine gun, she unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the remnants of the discarded food, startling Sun Wukong, who had been about to scavenge from the floor. The food was reduced to mush, and Lan Chi, pleased with herself, blew on the barrel of her gun, laughing triumphantly. "Eat on, continue to eat." Witnessing the triumphant demeanor of golden-haired Lan Chi, the trio felt utterly helpless. "Let us retreat. While she is still gloating, we should make our escape," Chu suggested, and the group hurriedly exited the room, panting as they settled at a distance, relief washing over their faces. They collectively thought, "Thank goodness she only transformed at the end of the meal. Otherwise, we might not have escaped." They shared a mutual understanding, grateful for the chance to savor the delicious aroma of the food. Chapter 43. Klin's reluctance due to the volatile temperament of golden-haired Lan Chi. Chu and the others hesitated to return to the turtle sage's abode, uncertain of when she might explode again. After deliberating, they decided to cherish their lives and steer clear of her wrath. They resolved to gradually build a better rapport with her, thus avoiding the risk of being shot at every time they dined. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, the physical exertion from their previous milk delivery training had restored roughly 70 to 80% of their energy. The turtle sage, observing the three with a smile, cheerfully remarked, "Ha ha, for you, delivering milk was merely an appetizer. Are you ready for the more significant training that lies ahead? We are all prepared. Though the prospect of immediate training was daunting, the trio bore no intentions of defiance. They understood that enduring hardship is essential for personal growth. As the saying goes, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. No one can ascend to greatness in a single bound. The turtle hermit, accompanied by Chu and a few others, began to run around the periphery of this area, engaging in an extensive distance run that spanned at least several dozen kilometers. The wind rushed against them as they sweated profusely, their strides swift and determined, completing lap after lap. 2 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps, 20 laps. Exhaustion soon set in, and once more they found themselves gasping for breath. Chu, with a rapid heartbeat threatening to burst from his chest, felt as if his blood were ignited like gasoline, boiling within him. His entire body ached, akin to a state of dehydration. Yet despite his extreme fatigue, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. He was once again intimately acquainted with the sensation of nearing his limits, a breathless, trembling feeling that vibrated through his very being. Approaching this threshold granted him a euphoric detachment from life, a thrilling transcendence of self, a mastery over his own spirit, a relentless pursuit of his beliefs. Observing the equally exhausted Sun Wukong and Krillin, Chu pondered for a moment before turning to the turtle hermit and proclaiming, "Master Wu Qian, I can continue running that I wish to taste the limits once more." "Is that so? Do you truly desire this?" The turtle hermit, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, gazed deeply at Chu and smiled, saying, "Very well, since you feel this way, I shall not hinder you. Proceed as you wish." The turtle hermit chose not to restrain Chu, eager to witness how far he could push himself and just how great his potential truly was. With unwavering determination, Chu rose, his body trembling slightly, resembling a sapling threatened by a tempest, swaying precariously as if it might be uprooted at any moment. Yet he steadfastly held on, braving the wind with fervor. Flames ignited in his eyes, and a singular thought consumed his mind. To surpass his limits and conquer himself that he ran step by step, his gaze resolute and unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. Sun Wukong stared in astonishment at Chu's relentless pace. Clenching his small fists, his eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. Though he too felt fatigued and sore, witnessing Chu's unwavering progress inexplicably ignited a fiery resolve within him. Sun Wukong resolutely decided to forego rest, dragging his weary body to follow Chu. Both engaged in a fierce contest to transcend their own limits, each step taken with steadfast seriousness. Only Krillin, despite watching Chu and Sun Wukong continue their arduous run, found himself unable to join their ranks. He was utterly exhausted, so much so that even lifting a hand or moving a finger felt like an insurmountable effort. Without rest to regain his strength, he realized he could not take another step forward. With a downcast expression, he sat despondently, tears swirling in his eyes as he murmured, "Why is it only me who cannot continue? Why am I the only one unable to push on?" The turtle hermit gently approached Krillin, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and replied with a calm smile, "Krillin, you have already accomplished much to reach this point. Remember, there is no need to compare yourself to them. Simply measure yourself against your own progress. Today, you have reached your own limits. To surpass yourself. Further effort is required, but now is not the time." Upon hearing the turtle hermit's words, Krillin buried his head deeply into his knees, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, he relaxed his grip and whispered, "Master Wu Qian, I understand. I will follow your guidance." Yet, despite his words, a flicker of reluctance lingered in his eyes. The turtle hermit regarded Krillin. Sighing inwardly, he thought to himself that Krillin, with his innate talent, martial foundation, and even perseverance, was undoubtedly exceptional. A martial genius, indeed. Such individuals are rare gems, appearing only once in several decades. However, with the presence of the infinitely promising Chu and Sun Wukong, Krillin's brilliance dimmed in comparison, akin to a firefly beside a bright moon. Unbeknownst to the turtle hermit, this exemplified the fundamental disparity in innate talent between Earthlings and Scions. Scions grow stronger through adversity, thriving in battle, and are a race of born warriors. While their initial advantages may not be overt, as time progresses and their potential is realized, the gap in prowess becomes monumental. Krillin sat quietly, observing the two as they continued to train within their limits, a fervent flame igniting within him. Like a flickering ember, a resolute determination glimmered in his eyes. Krillin, will strive with all my might in my training. I refuse to lag behind anyone. I shall exert every effort to complete each training session, without fail. This was the ambition Krillin set for himself at a tender age. Inspired by the actions of Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong, that he resolved to devote his life to this unwavering pursuit. With a burgeoning fighting spirit, Krillin resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, accumulating energy within his small frame, radiating an aura capable of shattering all obstacles. The turtle hermit sensed this shift in Krillin's demeanor and nodded appreciatively, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter that echoed for quite some time. At last, Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong had exhausted all their strength, repeatedly pushing their limits until they could no longer stand. They collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, like two puddles of mud. The turtle hermit surveyed the two sprawled on the ground. A slight smile gracing his lips, he effortlessly lifted Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong, one in each hand, appearing as if they weighed nothing to him, his demeanor relaxed and unconcerned. Krillin followed the turtle hermit outside, where they took shelter beneath a window. Gently lowering the two, the turtle hermit cautiously peered inside. Squinting to catch a glimpse, inside, the golden-haired Lan Shi had transformed into a raven-haired version of herself, seated quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Suddenly, caught up in the moment, she covered her mouth with a delicate hand, letting out a series of melodious giggles. The turtle hermit's anxious heart finally settled, and he whispered to Krillin, "Quickly, go open the door. Hurry." "All right." Krillin, having spotted Lan Shi through the window, boldly pushed the door open. The turtle hermit, carrying one boy in each hand, strode inside. Upon seeing the turtle hermit and the others enter, Lan Shi quickly rose from the sofa, noticing the turtle hermit lifting Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong and placing them gently on the ground. A wave of concern washed over her as she pointed to the two and urgently asked, "What happened to them?" The turtle hermit chuckled and replied, "They've simply encountered a minor situation and need to rest for a while." "What kind of situation? Weren't you all supposed to be training?" Lan Shi asked curiously. To its precisely because they trained so hard that they ended up like this, exhausted and resembling two dead dogs. The turtle hermit said with a grin, gesturing toward them. "Are they going to be okay?" Lan Shi asked, her expression one of genuine concern as she stole a glance at Chu-Hi, who had already succumbed to slumber. Of course, with their physique, after a good nap, they'll be as lively as ever. The turtle hermit reassured her. "Oh, then I can relax and I'll go make their beds. We can't let them sleep on the floor and catch a chill," Lan Shi said softly. After which, she entered a room to prepare the bedding and blankets. The turtle hermit placed Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong on the bed, where they continued to snore peacefully. Lan Shi tucked them in, then gently closed the door before joining the turtle hermit and Krillin outside. Their slumber was long and restful, lasting until the next morning when Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong finally awoke. "Good morning, Lan Shi." Chu-Hi greeted her with a smile, feeling refreshed and invigorated after his sleep. "Have you eaten yet?" Sun Wukong chimed in, emerging with a grin. "What do you mean, have you eaten? You two have slept for so long. Hurry up and get ready for today's training." The turtle sage imparted a lesson to the two individuals. Understood. They nodded in response, and together with Krillin, they commenced another day of training under the turtle sage's guidance. "Make sure to train diligently. I shall prepare breakfast," Lan Shi remarked to the group that was about to embark on their training journey. The faces of Chu-Hi and the others brightened with smiles as they replied to Lan Shi. Understood. Subsequently, Chu-Hi and his companions resumed their task of delivering milk. This time, the challenge of milk delivery had significantly escalated compared to the previous day. Incorporating elements such as climbing stairs, navigating through forests, crossing narrow bridges, traversing swift rivers, and evading pursuing dinosaurs, in essence. Each task was fraught with peril, and the group endured numerous hardships until they finally reached their last destination, a monastery where they completed their final milk delivery, thus concluding the day's task. "All right, that will suffice," The turtle sage remarked with a smile. Ha! These young fellows delivered the milk quite punctually. Master Wu Tian, it appears your disciples are making commendable progress. A middle-aged man clad in monk's robes greeted the turtle sage with a grin. Ha! We have only just begun, but I believe they possess great potential, the turtle sage replied, upon hearing the sage's praise. Krillin and Sun Wukong beamed with joy, while Chu He wore a slight smile, brimming with confidence that if we train earnestly, I believe we should be ready to compete in 7 months. The turtle sage stated thoughtfully as he stroked his beard. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired, "Are you referring to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" "The Grand Martial Arts Tournament," Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, his face displaying shock and incredulity. "What is the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Sun Wukong asked with a look of confusion and curiosity. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is a gathering of martial arts masters from across the nation, determining who is the strongest in the world, Krillin excitedly explained. The strongest in the world. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement and longing as he exclaimed, "I want to participate." Chu He felt a surge of excitement. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, familiar to anyone who had watched Dragon Ball, had witnessed Sun Wukong's growth as he aspired to be the best. It had forged lifelong friendships and partnerships for him, serving as a stage for his development. Chu He too yearned to showcase himself, using the grand tournament as a springboard to announce his arrival to the world. His eyes sparkled with determination, and he clenched his fist tightly, envisioning the scenes of the tournament, a smile occasionally gracing his lips. "Can we compete now?" Krillin eagerly asked the turtle sage, his tone filled with anticipation. "If you commit to your training without slacking, I shall allow you to participate." The turtle sage replied sternly, "That's fantastic." "Yay!" the three exclaimed joyfully. The turtle sage cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed them. "I do not expect you to win the championship. Rather, I want you to experience the vastness of the world outside, to immerse yourselves in your training. Do you understand?" "We understand," they replied in unison. "Well, that's good." The turtle sage nodded with a smile. The thought of participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament filled Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Krillin with elation, motivating them to train even harder. With this aspiration in mind, their subsequent training was infused with renewed vigor. Delivering milk was merely a small part of their training. Next, the turtle sage led them to a vast agricultural estate. After conversing briefly with the farmer there, he instructed Chu He and the others to complete the tilling of hundreds of acres that was meant to be done with hoes, using only their hands. The group resolutely followed the turtle sage's command, tirelessly turning over large tracts of soil. Chu He's fingers throbbed, tingling with fatigue, yet he did not flinch, relentlessly digging as if he were an inexhaustible excavator. Sun Wukong and Krillin also worked with remarkable efficiency, their figures flitting about the fields, their training ongoing. Chapter 45. The Food Capsule, Seeking Support with Flowers. Chu He and his companions exhibited great enthusiasm for their labor, each of them industrious and willing, tirelessly moving about the fields. The once barren land was transformed under their diligent hands, the soil accumulating steadily as they grew increasingly animated, scarcely feeling fatigue. Field after field was tilled by their hands, their footprints scattered everywhere, leaving the farmer watching in astonishment. The turtle sage reclined comfortably in a chair, fanning himself gently to tea that moment. He raised his head slightly, smiling as he observed the three busy figures. Feeling a sense of satisfaction within and unable to suppress a pleased smile, "It has been quite some time since I've seen such spirited young individuals, and three at that." The turtle sage gazed at the clear blue sky, sighed lightly, and murmured to himself. After a considerable amount of time, the designated portion of barren land had finally been tilled by their hands. Once the work was finished, Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Krillin panted heavily. Drenched in sweat, their hands trembling intermittently, they lined up next to the turtle sage and reported, "Master Wu Tian, we have completed the tilling you assigned us." The turtle sage rose from his chair, his gaze sharp as he swept over the three, ultimately resting on their slightly trembling hands, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Their hands bore numerous small wounds, the skin slightly torn and blistered, resembling the aftermath of a grueling ordeal. The turtle sage's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Well done. You all displayed tremendous spirit. This is the attitude I seek. Remember to maintain it." Upon hearing the turtle sage's praise, the three felt invigorated and quickly vowed to continue their efforts. The turtle sage chuckled softly and said, "Do not let your guard down. Tomorrow, the day after, and in the days to come, there will be even larger fields awaiting your cultivation. This is merely the beginning. We understand. Please continue to train us, and we will give our utmost effort and never give up? Absolutely not." Chu, Sun Wukong, and Krillin exchanged determined glances before collectively shouting at the turtle sage. "Good, you all possess great ambition. Now continue to show me your resolve," the turtle sage said, gazing at them for a long moment before speaking in a slightly serious tone. "Yes, Master Wu Tian," they replied in unison. Today's hand-tilling training concluded, and as the group was about to leave, the turtle sage requested some labor fees from the farmer. Without hesitation, the farmer handed him some money for the tilled land. The turtle sage cheerfully placed the coins into his pocket, of course, not distributing a single cent to Chu and the others, who cared little for it, as money was far less significant to them than a hearty meal. "Gurgle, my stomach is so hungry. I'm starving." After finishing their work in the fields, the three had expended considerable energy and were famished, especially Sun Wukong, who incessantly began to shout. Previously, when Chu was escorting Bulma back to West City, the food capsule that Bulma had given him was now put to good use. Chu opened the food capsule box that Bulma had gifted him, revealing several neatly arranged capsules, all of which contained food. He casually took one capsule from the box, pressed the button, and instantly, a cloud of smoke appeared before him. As the smoke dissipated, a large warehouse materialized in front of Chu. With a soft gasp, he raised his eyes to survey the warehouse, unconsciously licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "What is this, Chu?" Krillin asked, staring at the enormous warehouse in bewilderment. "It's definitely something wonderful," Chu replied confidently. He stepped forward, pushed open the warehouse door, and upon entering, his heart soared with joy, his eyes glistening with excitement. Food, so much food. It was a veritable mountain of sustenance. The interior of the warehouse resembled a vast supermarket, with shelves of all sizes lined up in neat rows, displaying a plethora of food items that dazzled Chu's eyes. The three of them were instantly captivated by the bountiful food within the warehouse. In the face of hunger, all other concerns faded away, and the primal instinct to satiate their appetites took precedence. Upon seeing so much food, they pounced upon it like hungry beasts, swiftly darting to the shelves and eagerly devouring everything in sight. They gorged themselves with unrestrained delight, Chu consuming over 50 chicken sandwiches, sausages, and an abundance of meat products. For him, a meal devoid of meat was unimaginable, as long as there was meat to be had. His appetite would surge, leading to an insatiable feeding frenzy in a remarkably short span of time. Every morsel on one shelf had been devoured, leaving nothing but an empty space that, of course, the majority of the food had been consumed by Chu and Sun Wukong. The two voracious eaters, while Krillin, despite having eaten a fair amount, was merely a trifling competitor in comparison, like a small fish before a great whale, adding a touch of humor to the scene. Little did they expect Bulma's food reserves to be so plentiful and seemingly delectable. Next time they met, he would surely have to ask her for more. This was essential for their training. After a hearty meal, Chu rubbed his now full belly and sighed contentedly. Thinking to himself, he collected the food capsules for future use, and following their satisfying repast, the trio regained their vigor, with Master Roshi leading them into the next phase of training. Chapter 46. Tutoring Wukong, Seeking Collections and Flowers. Thank you. The early morning milk delivery training and the subsequent ground-tilling exercises had come to a temporary halt. Now, Master Roshi's instruction for Chu and the others would shift from martial arts to the realm of cultural knowledge. Upon hearing this announcement, it was evident that Chu and his companions were less than enthusiastic, casting dissatisfied glances at Roshi, who cheerfully ignored their discontent. From now until lunchtime, we will dedicate this time to reading. You must understand, if you only train your body without exercising your mind, you cannot truly consider yourself a martial artist, Roshi proclaimed with a smile. Remember, martial arts is not our only goal. We must strive for excellence in both intellect and strength to become true warriors. Sun Wukong, upon hearing Rashi's words, visibly sulked. He pouted and gritted his teeth, unwillingly exclaiming, "I hate reading." For Wukong, the idea of studying and writing was as daunting as the prospect of starvation. It was a substantial trial and torment for him. It is important to note that Wukong was not cut out for academics. He would willingly leap into a fiery pit without hesitation, yet the thought of studying was 100-fold more difficult for him. He pursued the path of a warrior, seeking enjoyment in battle rather than aspiring to be a scholar. In stark contrast, Krillin displayed a relaxed and content demeanor. He appeared at ease with the notion of studying, exuding confidence. While he might not match Wukong in martial prowess in the realm of academics, Wukong was certainly no match for him. Every individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses, and Krillin was optimistic about the impending lessons. Prior to arriving to study under Master Roshi, he had acquired a fair amount of knowledge at the temple he had attended, having read several books, and his intellect was commendable. Once Master Roshi began outlining the subjects to be taught, Wukong and Krillin remained silent, but Chu suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with indignation. His expression was one of utmost frustration. Why, you might ask? Because when Roshi announced the curriculum, the mathematics being taught was evidently that of a first-grade level, and no matter how one looked at it. He had been a high school student in his past life, and now, at his age, much older than Wukong and Krillin, he was being asked to learn basic addition and subtraction that felt like a grave insult to his intelligence. With a fierce glare, Chu confronted Roshi, gritting his teeth. "Master Wutian, do I look like a child to you? Do you think I'm someone who doesn't know such basic concepts? I have no objections to you teaching them. But I refuse to learn addition and subtraction within 10. At my age, do I really need to be taught this?" Upon hearing Chu's exasperated outburst, Master Roshi's face turned slightly red. He hadn't anticipated this reaction. He quickly cleared his throat and hastily explained, "Haha, Chu, please don't be angry. I momentarily forgot. You certainly don't have to learn these basics. My primary intention was to teach Wukong and Krillin. As for you, perhaps you can serve as their study companion, that if they encounter anything they don't understand, you can assist them. How does that sound?" Rashi's suggestion significantly eased Chu's demeanor. His reasoning was sound, and after considering it, Chu agreed. Thus, Rashi commenced teaching the group how to perform calculations, explaining addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. With chalk in hand, he scribbled incessantly on a small blackboard, passionately articulating his lessons, even gesticulating animatedly at times. Chu, however, found the lecture dull and chose to momentarily rest his eyes, while Wukong and Krillin exhibited contrasting reactions. Wukong appeared drowsy and bewildered, whereas Krillin remained focused, nodding in understanding. In this educational atmosphere, Rashi swiftly concluded the arithmetic lesson, and to assess their comprehension, he posed a few questions. Krillin passed the assessment without issue, while Wukong looked utterly perplexed, stumbling over his responses that it was unclear whether he had been paying attention during the lesson or if he simply struggled to grasp the material. Rashi sighed softly, shaking his head in disappointment at Wukong's academic abilities. He then turned to Chu with a smile, saying, "Why don't you help Wukong with his studies, ensuring he grasps the concepts? I must tell you, if you cannot teach him successfully, you shall forfeit your lunch today." Hearing this, Chu could only manage a wry smile, resignedly stating, "All right, I will do my best." What a twist of fate this was. It was now Chu's turn to tutor Wukong in arithmetic, a reversal of roles from when Wukong had previously imparted martial arts techniques to him. He called Wukong over, carefully explaining how to perform calculations. Yet Wukong remained confused, frequently making errors. Chu patiently provided examples, but Wukong continued to struggle in exasperation. Chu suddenly had a brilliant idea. Employing a masterstroke, he utilized food as an example: chicken legs, pork legs, and various delectable meats, capturing Sun Wukong's evident interest, instantly invigorating his spirit. Observing this, Chu secretly chuckled, continuing to tempt Sun Wukong to learn in this manner. Indeed, the results were promising. Sun Wukong finally grasped the skill of arithmetic. Being able to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division independently. Chu let out a sigh of relief, vowing never to teach Sun Wukong cultural lessons again, for he was simply not cut out for it, nor did he need to be. Under several inquiries from Master Rashi, Sun Wukong answered each one correctly, finally eliciting a satisfied smile from the master. He nodded at Chu, praising, Shunyu, your ability to teach Wukong is truly commendable. It seems you surpass me as a teacher. Haha, I merely discovered the appropriate method. Otherwise, I might not have succeeded. Chu laughed heartily, shaking his head. Now then, the lessons conclude here. It is time for lunch. Upon returning to Master Rashi's abode, Lan Shi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. The group gathered around the table, swiftly devouring the food like a whirlwind, the clattering of chopsticks echoing continuously as laughter and tales of various amusing anecdotes filled the air. Chapter 47. The rigorous training at high noon. The sun blazed like a raging fire, hanging high in the sky, mercilessly radiating its intense rays, scorching the earth. The temperature on the ground continued to rise, creating an inescapable warmth that enveloped everything. In such weather, for individuals reclined in hammocks strung between trees in a shaded grove, leisurely closing their eyes, relishing the coolness provided by the foliage. The crisp chirping of birds occasionally broke the tranquility. While a delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air, butterflies danced gracefully and blossoms flourished, painting a breathtaking scene. Now, from this moment until 1:30, it is time for our afternoon rest. The essence of our martial training lies in diligent practice. Diligent study, enjoying hearty meals, and then indulging in a rejuvenating nap. This is our path to martial mastery. Afternoon naps are indispensable. The balance of work and rest is the true way of cultivation. Such a training method is the most suitable approach. Youngsters who only bury themselves in relentless practice are misguided. Master Rashi languidly lectured the three that really. Krillin, upon hearing Master Rashi's words, felt a twinge of doubt and quietly inquired, Haha, do you not feel the weariness of your body gradually alleviating and dissipating in sleep? It seems I do feel a bit of that. Krillin slowly closed his eyes, attempting to sense it, and suddenly opened them with a hint of joy. Ha! Indeed. After this, your body will revel in the transformation of fatigue into relaxation. Such a metamorphosis is a truly wondrous experience. Master Rashi reminisced with a contented expression. His eyes narrowed in pleasure. It truly is delightful. Krillin yawned, letting out a contented sigh, stretching his sore shoulders gently, humming a lullaby, savoring this rare moment of comfort. Sun Wukong lay in the hammock, hands cradling the back of his head, his clear eyes gazing straight at the sky through the gaps in the leaves above, fixating on the azure expanse. He hesitated, voicing, Is this permissible? Surely, there are others fervently training at this very moment while we rest. Wukong, worry not. Have faith in yourself. Chu replied softly, casting a reassuring glance at Sun Wukong. Indeed, Wukong, you must learn the art of balancing work and leisure. How can life be devoid of enjoyment? Master Rashi encouraged. Oh, I understand now, Grandpa, seemingly enlightened. Sun Wukong broke into a smile, slowly closing his eyes, his breaths deepening as he quickly fell into slumber. Seeing that Sun Wukong had drifted off, the others ceased their chatter, one by one succumbing to sleep, the sounds of their snoring resonating within the tranquil grove, while the leaves rustled gently, bringing a cool breeze, allowing Chu and the others to sleep even more soundly. After a while, the shrill sound of an alarm clock shattered the tranquility of the grove, signaling the end of the afternoon rest. Master Rashi led the three to commence the next phase of their training. On a construction site, the trio found themselves amidst bustling workers, bulldozers, and machinery, the cacophony of activity deafening as perspiring figures flitted past. Chu understood that shortly, they too would become part of this industrious scene, and the sweat they shed would undoubtedly exceed that of the workers. Master Rashi approached a middle-aged foreman, who appeared to have been expecting them. The foreman cast a curious glance at Sun Wukong and Krillin, adopting a skeptical demeanor towards Master Rashi. Hey, old man, what else with the two kids? Do you really think these youngsters can manage? This is no easy task. Noting that Chu was the only adult among them, and seeing him relatively robust, the foreman withheld criticism, But he regarded the other two with disdain, assuming children possessed no strength at all. One cannot judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by a mere dip. How can you know without trying? Master Rashi replied cheerfully, leaning closer to the foreman, whispering, I would like to negotiate a deal. Could they receive a larger share of wages? Are you joking? That's impossible. The foreman frowned, glaring at Master Rashi. Let us not be hasty with our words. You three, hurry along. This time, you are permitted to use tools. Master Rashi remained unfazed, smiling at the foreman, then turning to the trio. He waved his cane, issuing the command. The three nodded, excitement flashing across their faces, resembling arrows launched from a bow as they swiftly pushed the wheelbarrows, diving into the labor. They darted back and forth across the site with remarkable efficiency, drawing the attention of other workers, their heads turning in astonishment, while the foreman looked on, stunned, exclaiming, What incredible youngsters! The trio's enthusiasm for work was palpable, relentlessly tilling the soil, pushing the earth, and engaging in various arduous tasks. The trio eagerly undertook every laborious endeavor. Under their remarkable efficiency, what would typically require an extensive duration to complete was swiftly accomplished by the three of them in the end, the foreman awarded Master Rashi with wages equivalent to 10 individuals and expressed a desire for their assistance once more. With a smile, Master Rashi graciously accepted, yet the entirety of the remuneration was, in fact, directed into his own pockets, which he explained to the trio as a form of tuition and sustenance fees. The three had no objections. The subsequent training involved swimming across a vast and wide river, where Master Rashi instructed them to swim back and forth to the opposite bank, completing this task 10 times. Sun Wukong and Krillin found it rather simple, but Chuha, having seen Dragon Ball, was aware of the lurking dangers and cautioned them to remain vigilant. Thus, at Master Rashi's command, the trio plunged into the water, propelling themselves towards the distant shore. As they neared the midpoint of their journey, the once tranquil river suddenly roared to life, the waters churning violently, waves crashing in chaotic succession, that a massive shark fin erupted from the surface like a curved blade, hurtling towards them with astonishing speed. The trio was taken aback, their expressions shifting, aware that being bitten by such a creature was no trifling matter. Even Sun Wukong and Chuha, should they fall prey to those thousands of sharp teeth, would find her current physical strength insufficient to avoid becoming mere remnants, let alone Krillin's diminutive frame. Thus, they swam with all their might, desperately evading the shark's pursuit, their speed reaching its zenith as the water surged past their bodies. After an arduous escape, they finally reached the opposite bank, only to be confronted by a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, thundering towards them with great strides, causing the ground to tremble. The beast bared its razor-sharp teeth, exuding ferocity and menace as it advanced. Such a formidable creature was beyond their current capabilities to confront. Thus, they leaped back into the water to evade the dinosaur's onslaught. Yet, submerged once more, they found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place, with the shark pursuing them from behind. Thus, they oscillated between fleeing from the shark's jaws and dodging the dinosaur's crushing steps, each moment a test of their utmost endurance. Ultimately, they completed the 10 rounds, emerging like drenched chickens before Master Rashi, who merely cast a fleeting glance at them before nodding and stating, All right, on to the next training. Next came the so-called evasion reflex training, bound by ropes within a designated area. They had to dodge swarms of bees and their stings. Unsurprisingly, the outcome left them with swollen faces, and even Master Rashi emerged with a swollen head, reaping the consequences of his own teachings. Looking at the three with their swollen heads, Master Rashi remarked nonchalantly, Do you understand now? This is the essence of daily training, and today was relatively easy. As you progress, the difficulty will gradually increase. With that, he produced 3 turtle shells and informed them, Starting tomorrow, you will be enduring multiple rounds of training similar to today, but you must carry these 20-kilogram turtle shells on your backs. Upon receiving the shells from Master Rashi, the trio immediately felt their hands grow heavy, their palms dipping slightly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chua's eyes as he smiled subtly. For him, this added weight was a boon for his training. With the burden, he could progress at any moment. Under the strict guidance of the formidable Master Rashi, they diligently engaged in their training, embarking on a grueling regimen in preparation for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their meals were entirely managed by Lanchi, and as they continued their arduous training, the ever-changing golden-haired Lanchi gradually grew familiar with the four, no longer inclined to aggression upon their encounters. It appeared that the memories and feelings associated with the golden-haired Lanchi were slowly influencing her perception of the four. Thus, their training persisted relentlessly. Chapter 48. 7 months later, as time flowed like a river, the sun and stars shifted in an endless cycle, and the days continued to unfold in the blink of an eye. Over 7 months had quietly slipped away. Under Master Rashi's tutelage, Chu, the son Wukong, and Krillin practiced diligently every day without a hint of complacency. Their dedication and effort bore fruit, laying a solid foundation for their future endeavors. On a particularly sunny morning, son Wukong excitedly dashed into Master Rashi's abode, peering through the window to call out to the master, who was engrossed in watching a fitness program featuring attractive women. Grandpa, could you come over here for a moment? Distracted by son Wukong's exuberant voice, Master Rashi reluctantly shifted his gaze from the television screen to the eager face of his pupil. Wukong, can't you see I'm busy? Why are you calling me instead of training? Son Wukong's face radiated excitement as he replied, Don't ask. Just hurry over here. Without waiting for a response, he rushed inside, grabbing Master Rashi's hand and pulling him outside. Master Rashi, caught in son Wukong's enthusiasm, called out in exasperation, What is it? My lovely ladies, please wait for me. Son Wukong led Master Rashi to a rocky hillside where Chuha and Krillin had been waiting. Upon their arrival, the two greeted Master Rashi promptly. With a puzzled expression, Master Rashi scrutinized the three before turning to son Wukong. Wukong, what is going on? Why have you brought me here? Grandpa, do you see that rock? Son Wukong pointed at a massive boulder behind Chuha and Krillin, which stood about 5 to 6 meters tall and weighed several tons. What of it? Is there something wrong with that rock? Master Rashi inquired, his confusion evident as he examined the massive stone. Master Wutian, have you forgotten? A while back, you told us that if we moved these stones, you would teach us martial arts. You said that yourself. Krillin exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation at Master Rashi's apparent forgetfulness. Yes, Grandpa, you did say that, son Wukong chimed in. Master Wutian, you can't go back on your word, Chuha teased with a smile, knowing full well that Master Rashi's training did not encompass any formidable martial arts, but was focused on daily physical training to enhance their abilities. Seeing son Wukong and Krillin attempting to extract martial arts secrets from Master Rashi brought a smile to his face. Oh, is that so? I suppose I did say something like that. Well, why don't you give it a try? Master Rashi remarked, casting a furtive glance at the enormous boulder, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Can they truly move such a heavy stone? Fantastic. We can definitely do it. Grandpa, let me go first. Son Wukong volunteered eagerly, his face brimming with excitement. He stepped up to the boulder, took a deep breath, and focused on the stone. With determination, he placed his hands firmly against the rock, his eyes wide and his face flushed. He gritted his teeth, and suddenly, small veins bulged on his little arms as his muscles surged with newfound strength. Despite its size, the boulder began to shift under the force of son Wukong's exertion. Dragged along the ground as he pushed it back, with a mighty effort, son Wukong managed to push the rock several dozen meters before finally stopping. Master Rashi, watching in disbelief, was left speechless. It's my turn now. Wukong, I won't be outdone. With the eyes of the others upon him, Chuha confidently approached the stone that son Wukong had just moved, declaring, Watch me. Clenching his fists tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoed as he focused intently on the boulder. Instead of pushing it with his hands, he wrapped his arms around the massive stone. Lift for me. With an explosive surge of muscle, Chuhi harnessed the flowing energy within him, concentrating it in his hands. In the next moment, he emitted a soft shout, and astonishingly, he hoisted a large boulder with ease. Following this, he hurled the stone skyward, raising his arms to the heavens, effortlessly lifting the massive rock above his head. Despite the immense weight, Chu-Hi's expression remained unchanged. His training had significantly augmented his strength, and his mastery over energy had become increasingly refined. The combination of energy and physical prowess produced an extraordinary force. For him, lifting such a colossal boulder posed little challenge. With a powerful motion, he propelled the rock into the air, where it traced a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, causing the earth to crack and dust to billow. The turtle sage stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as saucers. Chu-Hi's display was even more awe-inspiring than Sun Wukong's earlier demonstration, leaving him profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated such remarkable progress. Next came Krillin. Although his performance did not possess the same flair as that of Chu-Hi or Sun Wukong, it was nonetheless commendable. "Grandfather, look at what we've accomplished. Can you now teach us the art of boxing?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he turned to the turtle sage. There's really no special boxing technique to impart. The essence of turtle school martial arts has already been absorbed during your rigorous training over these past 7 months. The turtle sage replied with a gentle smile, letting out a sigh. "Through your arduous efforts, your bodies have been tempered to perfection. Your strength, stamina, and speed have all surpassed your former selves, but without a signature move. How can we hope to win at the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in concern. The art of boxing is not paramount. The essence of martial arts is not merely to defeat others, but to transcend oneself. Thus, you should utilize your bodies creatively and develop your own unique fighting style to pursue your martial path. The turtle sage spoke slowly and deliberately. Transcend oneself and pursue one's martial path. Chu-Hi's eyes sparkled upon hearing the turtle sage's words, and he clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to achieve it. "But isn't the goal to win first place at the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Krillin asked, his excitement palpable. "I have no expectation that you will win at the tournament, for the odds are against you," the turtle sage replied matter-of-factly. "Participating is meant to help you recognize your limits and elevate yourselves further. All right, you may now remove the turtle shells from your backs. I permit you to do so." The turtle sage's gaze flickered as he smiled at the trio, following the turtle sage's instructions. The three removed their weighted shells. Instantly, a wave of lightness enveloped them. Chu-Hi felt as if his body had become feather-light, unbound as if freed from the gravitational pull of the earth. With the slightest movement, he felt as though he might soar into the sky, filled with an indescribable sense of ease. Chapter 49. The journey begins. Chu-Hi had not anticipated that shedding the weights would result in such a remarkable transformation in his bodily sensations. Indeed, the burdens had constrained him at every moment, akin to a heavy mountain pressing down upon his spine. While the pressure had been immense and nearly unbearable, releasing it felt like a dragon unleashed into the vast sea, free to roam without restraint. This method of training greatly satisfied Chu-Hi. The turtle sage observed the trio with keen eyes, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "So, how does it feel to be rid of those turtle shells?" "So comfortable, so light," they exclaimed in unison, reveling in the newfound freedom. "Indeed, it feels delightful, unencumbered. I feel as though I could fly," they continued, brimming with enthusiasm. But alas, while it is unfortunate, you can only savor this marvelous sensation for a fleeting moment. The turtle sage said with a sly grin. "What do you mean, grandfather?" Sun Wukong asked, perplexed by the turtle sage's cryptic smile. "Come, you three, take a look at this." The turtle sage chuckled mischievously as he slowly removed his own turtle shell, holding it up with a grin. The weights you carried were a tad too light. Now, you will bear this 40-kilogram shell. Do you understand?" The trio exchanged glances, Krillin's face drained of color, while Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong appeared eager for the challenge. As expected, the turtle sage would not allow them a moment's respite. He continuously increased their burdens, intensifying their training, especially with the World Martial Arts Tournament fast approaching, accepting the turtle sage's demands. The three resumed their training under the added weight, pushing themselves further. Chu-Hi maintained rigorous standards for himself, setting strict time frames to complete his training tasks. His passion burned fiercely, the flames of determination driving him relentlessly toward the approaching tournament. Thus, the relentless cycle of training continued. Time flew by, and the date of the World Martial Arts Tournament drew ever closer on a bright morning. With warm sunlight and blooming flowers, 5 individuals stood at the entrance of the Turtle Sage's abode. Bidding farewell. The 5 were Chu-hee, Sun Wukong, Krillin, the Turtle Sage, and Lan-chi. Ahi, Wukong, Krillin, you must achieve a commendable rank at the tournament. Lan-chi said, her gaze soft as water, resting gently on Chu-hee's face. Her hair dancing in the breeze, as she spoke with a radiant smile. Don't worry, Lan-chi, we will certainly secure a good position, Krillin assured her with a grin. What if the 3 of us end up facing each other? Sun Wukong suddenly posed, uncertainty flickering across his face. Krillin stammered, caught off guard by the thought. The prospect of the 3 of them clashing early in the competition caused his complexion to shift slightly. If that were the case, it would indeed be unfortunate. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin exhaled, smiling at Sun Wukong. If that happens, we'll be in trouble. One of us would definitely be eliminated. But don't worry. The chances of that happening are slim. What are the odds of such a coincidence? But what if it really does happen? Sun Wukong pressed, unrelenting in his inquiry. Krillin faltered, struggling to articulate a response. Enough, Wukong, that it's unlikely to occur. Besides, even if we do face each other, we should simply fight without reservations. The purpose of participating in the tournament is to assess our strengths, as long as we understand our own levels. Rankings are secondary, Chu-hee interjected, seeking to alleviate their concerns. Upon hearing Chu-hee's words, both nodded in agreement, exclaiming, understood. Chu-hee smiled faintly, then turned to Lan-chi at the door, calling out, Lan-chi, please take care of the house. Lan-chi gazed into Chu-hee's eyes for a moment, a flicker of reluctance passing through her sparkling gaze. Upon hearing his request, she lowered her head, nodding obediently. In a bashful tone, she stammered. All right, Ahi, I understand. You all must return early. I'll prepare dinner and wait for you. Chu-hee cast a warm smile at Lan-chi before turning to the Turtle Sage. Master Wu-tien, we are ready to depart. The Turtle Sage, dressed formally in a suit and topped with a black hat, resembled a distinguished gentleman. He glanced at Chu-hee and addressed him. Sun Wukong and Krillin, today marks the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. You may now remove your weights. Upon hearing the command of Master Roshi, the 3 individuals swiftly removed the turtle shells from their backs. This newfound sense of lightness was far more profound than the last time they shed them. It was truly incomparable. Chu-hee felt as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, as though the weight of his body had entirely dissipated. The trio sensed their immense transformation, their faces alight with joy. Master Roshi nodded in approval and instructed them, excellent, very good. Now, all 3 of you, jump vigorously to test your bodies and assess your newfound abilities, as well as to evaluate the results of Chu-hee's training. In unison, the 3 leaped into the air, their bodies soaring like missiles, instantly breaking free from the ground and ascending to heights exceeding 100 meters. Their altitude did not diminish. Rather, they continued to rise. With Chu-hee reaching the highest point, followed closely by Sun Wukong and Krillin, who achieved heights of 300 meters, 270, and 240 respectively. What an incredible height. This is amazing. I never imagined we could fly like this. Chu-hee experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies under his own power for the first time, prompting him to burst into hearty laughter. His excitement was palpable. Although they were leaping rather than flying in the conventional sense, for him, it marked the beginning of his aerial endeavors. He returned to Earth from the lofty perspective of gazing down upon the world. Chu-hee's heart raced with exhilaration. He could distinctly sense that he had indeed grown stronger. After 7 months of rigorous training, his strength now subtly surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Though the difference was not vast, it was gradually becoming evident. Chu-hee had tirelessly honed his skills, aware that, as a scion, he was several years older than Sun Wukong. The thought of remaining beneath him was something he found difficult to accept. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, had already made a name for himself as a formidable super scion at a young age, commanding respect and admiration. Chu-hee, in comparison, felt a sense of inadequacy. Nevertheless, he continuously motivated himself, reminding himself that age was merely a number and that it was the strength one possessed in the later stages that truly mattered. Many gifted individuals began as brilliant stars, only to fade into obscurity their brilliance extinguished. Regaining his focus, he glanced at the still excited Sun Wukong and Krillin. Contemplating, this is merely the beginning. Time was of the essence. Master Roshi urged them. It's getting late. We must hurry to the airport. A sleek black car appeared, and from the window, Master Roshi called out to the trio. They waved goodbye to Lan Shi and climbed into the vehicle, which soon roared to life and sped toward the airport. After the four had departed, Lan Shi quietly watched the car until it became a mere speck in the distance. With a hint of melancholy, she slowly turned away, making her way back to the Turtle Hermit's house. The World Martial Arts Tournament was being held in South City, which lay hundreds of thousands of miles from the Turtle Hermit's abode. The four boarded a plane and flew from morning until evening to reach their destination. South City at night was a vibrant spectacle, alive with dazzling lights and a lively atmosphere. The streets bustled with people, and the architecture was exquisite, a true feast for the eyes, upon their arrival. Sun Wukong, with his wide, sparkling black eyes, eagerly surveyed the surroundings, filled with wonder, while Krillin attempted to rein him in, reminding him to maintain decorum. However, Sun Wukong remained oblivious, embodying the demeanor of a country bumpkin in the city. The quartet took a taxi to the registration point for the tournament, where a grand venue loomed before them. Imposing and solemn, a registration official was calling out, "Hurry up! Is there anyone else wishing to register? Come on, we close at midnight. Don't miss your chance." Hearing this, Master Roshi promptly registered the three to ensure they wouldn't miss the deadline. After completing the registration process, the group familiarized themselves with the venue. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Hey, Chu Wukong." Upon hearing his name, Chu paused momentarily, then turned to see Lu Ping excitedly waving at him from among the throng. "Hi, Lu Ping." Chu smiled and waved back. Calling out to him, Lu Ping approached, flanked by Puar and Oolong. He beamed at Chu and Sun Wukong, saying, "Hey, it's been ages since I last saw you two. Indeed, it feels like it's been over 8 months." Chu stepped forward, grinning as he patted Lu Ping on the shoulder. Reflecting on their time apart, Lu Ping, "It truly is you. It's been so long. By the way, what happened to your hair?" "It took me a moment to recognize you." Sun Wukong, initially puzzled, quickly recognized Lu Ping through their conversation and exclaimed with excitement, "Haha, why did you change your hair? You look different." Lu Ping sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I heard that long hair is out of style in the city and that girls prefer short hair, so I cut it." "How could that be? I actually think you look better with long hair." "It's a shame you cut it," Chu remarked, shaking his head. That's so. I guess I'll let it grow out again." Lu Ping chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. "Hey, isn't that Oolong?" Chu asked, noticing Oolong among them. "What brings you here?" Oolong, looking a bit timid, responded, "Long time no see, Chu. After we parted ways, I didn't have anywhere to go, so I decided to join Lu Ping. I didn't want to keep deceiving anyone, and Lu Ping has been kind to me. I'm helping out alongside Puardo. Congratulations." Chu laughed heartily, offering his best wishes. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Krillin, my training partner alongside Wukong under Master Roshi. Chu gestured towards Krillin, introducing him to Lu Ping and the others. Krillin, noticing he was mentioned, quickly greeted Lu Ping and said politely, "Nice to meet you all. I'm Krillin." "Hello. I'm Lu Ping. I'm Puar. I'm Oolong." They exchanged pleasantries and, after a casual conversation, they became acquainted. The World Martial Arts Tournament was set to take place the following day. After bidding farewell, the four found a hotel to stay in, their hearts filled with a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and excitement as they prepared for the competition. The night passed without incident. The next day, before dawn had broken, Chu and the others awoke early. After washing up and having breakfast, they departed the hotel to meet Lu Ping. As they made their way to the venue, they were met with a throng of eager spectators, all wearing expressions of excitement and animated energy, indicating the tournament's immense allure. "Chu, whatever happened to that girl you were with before?" Lu Ping suddenly inquired. "Oh, right. Bulma probably doesn't even know we're participating in the tournament." Chu was momentarily taken aback, only to recall the matter at hand, that he realized that it had indeed been several weeks since he last saw Bulma, after returning to West City from dropping Bulma off. During the initial weeks of his training, he had made it a point to visit her, as per his promise, spending time at her home. Each time, Bulma had been delighted, accompanying him on various outings. However, as his training intensified, he found himself consumed by the pursuit of cultivation, neglecting to visit Bulma and failing to inform her about the martial arts tournament. Now, suddenly reminded of this by Leping, Chu felt a pang of guilt. How could I have forgotten about this? Chu chastised himself inwardly. He turned to Leping and said, "Oh, you mean Bulma? She's at home right now, and she is unaware of our participation in the tournament." "Oh, what a shame for her to miss out on such an exciting tournament." Lu Ping sighed, shaking his head. "It's all right. I'll go fetch her." Chu replied with a smile, then turned to Master Roshi, saying, "Master Wu Tian, I have something to attend to. You all can head to the competition venue first. I will join you shortly." Without waiting for a response from Master Roshi, Chu hurriedly departed, seeing Chu's figure gradually fade away. Master Roshi could only chuckle wryly and said to Sun Wukong and the others, "Let him be. We should head out first." "Yes," the others replied in unison. Finding a secluded spot, Chu executed a brief instant transmission and vanished from sight, only to reappear in West City, thousands of miles away. Familiar with Bulma's residence, he swiftly made his way to her villa. In a flash, he leaped over the wall, deftly evading the various mechanical guardians of Bulma's home, and approached the front door. Chapter 51. Fetching Bulma to watch the tournament Chu, he pushed open the door and was greeted by an expansive living room adorned with exquisite furnishings and an array of amenities. Upon a large table, a delightful assortment of snacks was laid out, and in front of it, an enormous home theater featured a massive LCD screen. Playing a film out on the adjacent sofa sat a striking young girl with flowing hair, quietly munching on potato chips. Although her eyes were glued to the screen, a hint of melancholy flickered across her face, suggesting her mind was elsewhere. As she watched the movie, the girl seemed to sense someone entering her home and turned slightly to glance at the doorway. Suddenly, she froze, her body stiffening, and the potato chips she held slipped from her grasp. Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, stared unblinkingly at the figure in the entrance, and in an instant, a spark of excitement flared within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Hi, Bulma. I've come to see you." Chu greeted her with a warm smile. He stood there quietly, awaiting her response. Bulma gazed at Chu, her heart brimming with emotion. Ever since he had stopped visiting, she had felt an emptiness within her, as if something precious had been lost. A pervasive sadness clouded her heart, and throughout these weeks, Chu's image had repeatedly surfaced in her thoughts. His smile, his gestures, his words. He invaded her dreams at night as well. This longing had weighed heavily on her, causing her restless nights, and now, seeing the person she had missed so dearly stirred a tempest of feelings within her. Her heart raced wildly as she steadied herself, taking a deep breath before stepping forward to meet Chu. Locking her gaze onto him, she could not help but let out a soft huff. Raising her head slightly as she asked, "Chu, where have you been these past few months? Didn't you promise to come visit often? Had you forgotten about your friend?" "How could I forget? It's just that I've been engrossed in my training." Chu chuckled, eager to explain that he himself was unsure why he felt such urgency to clarify. Perhaps it was simply because he did not wish to see Bulma upset. "Is that truly the case? I thought perhaps you just didn't want to come see me." Upon hearing Chu's explanation, Bulma sighed in relief, her expression brightening considerably. Chu was quite taken aback by the swift change in her demeanor. Yet he brushed it aside, smiling as he said, "How could that be? Your place is wonderful. Why would I not want to come? I promise to visit whenever I have time from training." "All right then. Since you say so, make sure to come often. I really don't understand why you and Wukong find training so appealing. It's exhausting and tedious. It's so much more relaxing and enjoyable to come play at my house. What if you end up ruining your body from all that training?" Bulma exclaimed, her joy evident, yet a hint of discontent crept in her tone as she pouted slightly. For me, training is a form of enjoyment, just as essential as eating. Besides, the more I train, the stronger I become. Steel is forged through fire. How could I possibly ruin my body? It's neglecting training that leads to deterioration." Chu countered, dismissing her concerns with a laugh. Suit yourself. Training, training, training. What is so exciting about it?" Bulma huffed, her frustration evident, but she quickly shifted back to a cheerful demeanor, gently asking, "By the way, Chu, are you thirsty? Shall I get you a glass of juice?" Why do both you and your mother love offering juice so much? No wonder you two are alike. Chewie thought helplessly, raising a hand to stop Bulma from pouring him juice. Bulma, I'm not thirsty right now. I came to invite you to watch the world's greatest martial arts tournament. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Bulma exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Chu-Hi's words. Her excitement quickly bubbled over as she asked, Chu-Hi, you're so skilled. Are you really participating in the tournament this time? Indeed. Not just me, but Wukong as well that we're both entering. Chu-Hi nodded, smiling in affirmation. Really? I've heard that the world's greatest martial arts tournament attracts countless martial arts masters. With your skills, you must be a contender for the title of the greatest. Bulma gazed at Chu-Hi with admiration, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Thank you for your kind words. I hope so too. Chu-Hi chuckled, then continued. So, what do you say? Are you coming? Wukong and the others are waiting for me. If you agree, I can use instant transmission to take you to South City to watch the competition. Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? I've been bored out of my mind at home. Why didn't you tell me sooner? How rude. Bulma eagerly agreed to attend, quickly rushing to her room. After nearly 10 minutes spent applying makeup and changing outfits, she finally emerged, carrying AB-8G. Is it really necessary to fuss over such trivialities just to watch a tournament? Chu-Hi couldn't help but ask. This is not trivial. It's very important, you understand? Don't you know that a girl's appearance is paramount? I hurried my pace this time because I'm going to watch a tournament on regular days. I wouldn't even come out without spending a few hours. Bulma shot Chu-Hi a playful glare, her pride evident. Ugh. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to find you. Chu-Hi exclaimed, startled. He had neither the interest nor the patience to wait for Bulma to finish her makeup. Especially not for several hours. He was grateful for her swift preparations today. Otherwise, they might have arrived at the venue only to find the tournament already concluded. All right, now that you're ready, take my hand and let's go. Chu-Hi cast a glance at Bulma and spoke. Bulma nodded slightly, her delicate, fair hand shyly extending to gently grasp Chu-Hi's palm. The gentle touch of her slender fingers against his palm sent a delightful shiver through him. A stirring sensation flickered within Chu-Hi as he observed Bulma, who had lowered her gaze slightly. Her lovely face now adorned with a faint blush surprised. He quickly dismissed his wandering thoughts and initiated a swift movement, causing both of them to vanish in an instant. In the West City, at the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. The crowd was abuzz with fervor, and the contestants, eager and ready, were all filled with a spirited anticipation, each hoping to make a remarkable impression. Meanwhile, in the preparation area for the matches, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Yamcha were busy getting ready. Where is Chu-Hi? The competition is about to begin, Sun Wukong remarked, scanning the crowd as he spoke to Krillin and the others. Don't worry, he should be here shortly. Krillin replied with a reassuring smile, but just as he finished speaking, he felt a familiar tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by a familiar face and a youthful girl with striking blue hair. Chu-Hi! Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly, while Krillin turned as well. Grinning, you're back. Yes, I made it just in time. Chu-Hi replied with a smile and a nod. Krillin, allow me to introduce you to Bulma, a former companion of mine and Wukong's, Chu-Hi said as he introduced Bulma, who smiled and greeted Krillin warmly, albeit a bit shyly. As it was their first meeting, Krillin, taken aback by the beauty before him, felt a slight flush creep onto his cheeks, responding with bashful remarks. The others, already acquainted with Bulma, also exchanged cheerful greetings, particularly Master Roshi, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with interest as he fixated on Bulma's subtly rounded figure, his gaze wandering uncontrollably. Bulma, unwilling to be outdone, shot a fierce glare at Master Roshi, retaliating with various gestures of disdain. The others could only chuckle helplessly at Master Roshi's shamelessness, lamenting his peculiar behavior at such an advanced age. Chapter 52. The first match of the preliminary rounds. The number of participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament was quite substantial, with a total of 138 contestants gathered from across the country. However, only 8 of these fighters would be able to compete in the main event, necessitating a preliminary round to select them. In the preparation area, the contestants were buzzing with excitement, eager to showcase their skills. Chu-Hi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin were called aside by Master Roshi, who instructed them to don the Turtle School martial arts uniforms he had specially tailored for them. Haha. How does it look? This is the Turtle School's martial arts attire. Made just for you. Master Rashi beamed with pride as he handed the uniforms to the three. That the orange uniforms featured a circular emblem on the chest, emblazoned with the character for turtle, reminiscent of the iconic attire worn by Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball series. Both Sun Wukong and Krillin eagerly accepted their uniforms, excitedly putting them on, while Chu he held one that was several sizes larger, reflecting on how he never imagined he would wear such a garment. However, he had always admired this style when watching Dragon Ball. As he changed into the outfit, he found it fitting quite well. The orange uniform accentuated Chu he's tall figure, his well-defined muscles subtly stretching the fabric. Standing tall, he resembled an unyielding rock, steadfast against the fiercest storms and earthquakes. As immovable as a pine tree. Chu-hee, that outfit suits you perfectly, Bulma remarked, her large eyes sizing him up with admiration, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Well, it's not too bad. Chewie chuckled, graciously accepting Bulma's compliment. The praise brought him a sense of joy, especially coming from a girl. Bulma circled around Chu-hee, nodding in approval, which prompted Sun Wukong to approach her and inquire about his own appearance. She affectionately ruffled Sun Wukong's hair, offering him similar praises, causing him to bounce with delight. As the preliminaries were about to commence, Bulma, Along, and Puar, not being competitors, bid farewell to Chu-hee and the others. Making their way to the spectator area at the same time, Master Rashi also disappeared from sight, while Sun Wukong and Krillin searched for him. Only Chu-hee understood what Master Rashi was up to. Soon, a clear clang of a gong echoed, and with a commanding shout from the organizers, the World Martial Arts Tournament officially began. The organizers took to the podium, delivering a lengthy speech outlining the rules, regulations, and various points of caution for the competition. In essence, the tournament was to proceed as follows. First, the preliminary rounds would take place, divided into 4 areas, where the last 2 standing in each area would advance to the main tournament. The rules dictated that the matches would be one-on-one duels on the stage. Falling off the platform or losing consciousness would signify defeat, but killing or using weapons was strictly prohibited. Additionally, each match was limited to 1 minute, with judges determining the winner if no victor emerged within that time frame. Once the rules were established, the contestants began drawing lots. Fortunately, Chu-hee and his companions drew different areas, alleviating the initial anxiety of Krillin and Yamcha. Let us each head to our respective areas, and we'll meet afterward. Chewie called out to Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, bidding them a temporary farewell. They nodded, clutching their drawn lots, and made their way to their designated areas. Chewie strolled leisurely to his assigned first area, where he observed 2 fighters engaged in a fierce battle on the stage. The combatants exchanged blows with great intensity, while the audience, comprised of robust and fierce-looking contestants, watched with varied expressions, some gleeful, others disdainful, and a few astonished. Chu-hee's arrival went unnoticed by the fighters, as they were consumed with their own anticipation of victory, finding the spectacle dull. He sat idly to the side, glancing at the stage a few times before losing interest entirely. The fighters were lacking in strength, too slow, and their techniques were unimpressive. None could pique his interest. Scheduled to compete in the 3rd match, Chu-hee remained relaxed, waiting with disinterest. With a sudden scream echoing from the stage, one contestant fell heavily off the platform, marking the end of the first match. The bouts proceeded swiftly, and soon it was time for Chu-hee to make his entrance. Contestants 5 and 6, please step forward, the referee announced from the stage. Chu-hee wove through the crowd of competitors with a leisurely gait, effortlessly leaping onto the stage. Opposite him stood a towering figure, a lion-headed man nearly 3 meters tall, his muscular frame imposing and a scar marred his face, giving him a fearsome appearance. While Chu-hee was certainly not short, he felt dwarfed in comparison, akin to a small fish before a great beast. Haha, kid, you got bad luck running into me. With that little frame of yours, I could squash you like a bug. Better surrender now, and I might let you walk away. The lion-headed man sneered down at Chu-hee, his eyes filled with contempt. My goodness, it's Lion King Samba. That kid is in trouble, a voice from the audience suddenly exclaimed. What? Lion King Samba? ISNT, he won the top 8 from the last tournament. I heard he is a ninth-degree Taekwondo master, and everyone he faces ends up crippled. Oh dear, that young man better count his blessings. He is in for a rough ride. Indeed, it said that few can withstand his powerful punches. A voice filled with trepidation murmured among the crowd, underscoring the palpable fear of the lion-headed man. It was evident that the prowess of Chu, his adversary, had instilled a sense of dread even in the competitors seated beneath the arena. The lion-headed man, upon overhearing the murmurs from below, wore a smug expression, his laughter echoing with disdain as he looked down upon Chu, declaring with arrogance, "Did you hear that, kid? Are you frightened? Kneel and concede." Chu, however, remained unfazed by the derision directed at him from the audience. Maintaining an air of indifference, he regarded the lion-headed Samba with an expression of contempt, his lips curling into a sneer as he retorted, "What nonsense, Lion King! If you wish to fight, then fight. Spare me the theatrics. In my eyes, you're worth less than a mere cat. Even a dog surpasses you." Furious at the insult, Samba's rage ignited. His golden hair bristled with fury as he bared his teeth, growling, "You're courting death." With that, he swung a massive fist toward Chu, the sheer force of his blow creating a fierce gust of wind that showcased his formidable wrath. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as all eyes turned toward Chu. In the eyes of the spectators, Samba's punch was as swift as the wind, fierce and unyielding. Should it land, it was certain to shatter bones and inflict grievous harm. They found it inconceivable that the seemingly slender Chu could evade or withstand such a powerful strike. Some even shut their eyes, unwilling to witness what they believed was an inevitable defeat for Chu. Yet, Chu remained indifferent to their assumptions. That moment, Samba's enormous fist approached Chu's face. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips, cold and savage, him. Chu appeared as nothing more than a helpless insect awaiting its demise. Facing the impending strike, Chu maintained an air of nonchalance. Exuding a calm demeanor akin to a gentle breeze, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips, as if he were merely an observer, utterly dismissive of his opponent's aggression. His gaze was as tranquil as still water, betraying not a hint of anxiety. Why now? Chu had transcended the limitations of mere mortals. His cultivation had reached heights far beyond common comprehension, a realm unimaginable to him. Samba's fist moved as slowly as a tortoise. And while others might perceive its power as a significant threat, to Chu, it was as inconsequential as a gentle breeze or the bite of a mosquito. Prepare to die. Samba, oblivious to the chasm between them, laughed maniacally, convinced of his impending victory, his face radiating disdain. Yet soon enough, that mirth would evaporate. His expression shifted from triumph to shock, disbelief flickering in his eyes as they widened like lanterns in an astonishing turn of events. A single slender hand moved with the speed of lightning, effortlessly intercepting his thunderous punch, halting it in its tracks. And no matter how he strained, Samba found himself unable to withdraw his hand, which was held firmly in place by Chu's grip. A harrowing scream escaped Samba's lips, echoing with the agony of a wounded creature. Chu's fingers clamped down like iron pincers, and the expression on Samba's face twisted in torment as he felt his hand crushed. The bones within threatening to splinter. The onlookers below were thrown into a frenzy, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed this stark contrast to Samba's earlier bravado. Fear, confusion, and terror coursed through the crowd. Their eyes fixated on Chu. "Let me go! Let me go!" Samba bellowed, his voice rife with panic. As he saw no mercy in Chu's gaze, he lashed out with his other fist in desperation, hoping to compel Chu to relinquish his hold. "Humph! Foolish and reckless," Chu scoffed, disdain evident in his demeanor. He swiftly reached out, seizing Samba's flailing arm, and with a gentle yet decisive squeeze, he shattered the thick limb as easily as one might crush a block of tofu. Bone protruded grotesquely, blood oozing forth, a ghastly sight. Samba's face turned pale, his features contorted in agony, as he was besieged by an unbearable pain that coursed through him. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow, and a paralyzing dread enveloped his heart. The opponent he had deemed weak was far beyond his imagination. "Your earlier bravado was quite excessive, but considering you're my first opponent, I shall grant you a swift end. Chu remarked with a condescending smile. With a swift kick, he struck Samba squarely in the abdomen. Though not imbued with much force, Samba was propelled through the air, crashing against the wall several dozen meters away before crumpling to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Chu, still reeling from the ferocity of his attack. Incredible, truly remarkable. I have never witnessed such power. They murmured in a "Is this even human? How could he send the Lion King flying like that? Is he still alive? He is too strong to be believed. I can never hope to match him. It would be better to concede early." The spectators expressed their astonishment, each face reflecting their disbelief at Chu's overwhelming strength. The referee, wiping the sweat from his brow, hurried to assess the situation before announcing loudly, "The match is won by contestant number 5. Contestant number 6 is unconscious, thus declared defeated." Calmly, Chu descended from the arena, his expression serene and composed. He returned to his original place, quietly sitting down as the competition continued. Yet the contestants occasionally stole glances at him, each secretly wishing to avoid facing him in battle. In the ensuing matches, Chu effortlessly secured victory after victory. By the end, his opponent surrendered without contest at the mere sight of him, leading to his unchallenged triumph in the preliminaries and successful advancement. However, a sense of joy eluded Chu. He found little happiness in his wins. The disparity between his abilities and those of his opponents was stark. In his assessment, most competitors only exhibited combat power in the range of 8 or 9 points, with the stronger ones barely scraping into the double digits. Defeating them felt as easy as taking candy from a child, devoid of any challenge. Internally, Chu fervently hoped for a worthy adversary, someone of equal or greater strength. Only through combat against such a rival could he evolve, learn, and improve, striving to surpass his limits. This was his true desire, to thrive in battle, honing his skills amidst the chaos, undeterred by the tempest surrounding him. Chapter 54. Advancing to the top 8. Having secured his first victory, Chu successfully advanced in the preliminaries, officially ranking among the top 8 amidst the awe and reverence of those around him. He emerged from the preliminary area with an air of calm composure. As he walked, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on a figure at the entrance. There stood Buma, vibrant and enchanting, akin to a delicate orchid awaiting admiration. Her clear, sky-blue eyes scanned the departing crowd, and upon spotting Chu, they sparkled with recognition. A gentle smile blooming on her lovely face. With a playful wave of her hand, she greeted him. Chu smiled softly and approached her leisurely, speaking gently. "Buma, have you been waiting long?" "Not long ago. I felt the competition was progressing swiftly, especially in your area. So many people have surrendered because of you," Bulma chuckled. "But to be honest, Chuha, I believe you performed exceptionally well in this preliminary round." It was truly remarkable. Bulma, her face aglow with excitement, clenched her little fists and spoke animatedly, her lovely countenance brimming with joy and pride, as if she herself had achieved victory. "Bulma, this isn't a formal competition. What do you think of my performance?" Of course, I secretly watched your preliminary match from outside the window." "Pretty clever, right?" Bulma said with a hint of pride. Chua, momentarily taken aback, nodded in response to Bulma's praise. He gently shook his head and replied, "It's merely a preliminary round. It doesn't amount to much. The finals are the real competition, and only then can true performance be measured. For now, it's just a bit of play." "Chua, there's no need to be modest. I didn't see anyone who could surpass you in the preliminaries. Regardless, you must not lose." By the way, Chuha, you should thank me because of your victory in the preliminaries. I specially bought you a bottle of drink. Come on, taste it and see if it's good." With a radiant smile, Bulma swiftly produced a bottle of drink from her bag, presenting it with both hands. Her sparkling eyes fixed on Chuha, as if urging him to drink. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chuha was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Bulma to be so thoughtful, considering whether he needed a drink after the match and waiting for him outside. Although Chuha felt little thirst after expending minimal energy in the preliminaries and wasn't particularly fond of beverages, Bulma's kind gesture, as a companion and friend from their travels, warmed his heart. It had been a long time since he felt such warmth, a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing his cool skin, tickling and tinged with warmth, evoking a complex and indescribable comfort. This feeling caused a slight intoxication within Chua's heart. He gently accepted the drink, his dark eyes gazing softly at Bulma's delicate, fair face. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "All right, let me see how it tastes. It must be delightful." Suddenly captivated by Chua's mesmerizing gaze, Bulma's heart raced, her feelings a tumultuous blend of shyness and excitement. A faint blush graced her fair cheeks as she lowered her gaze to her toes, her small hand subconsciously playing with the hem of her clothing while stealing glances at Chua. Chua twisted off the bottle cap, glanced at the shy Bulma, smiled, and then raised the drink to his lips, taking large gulps. The cool liquid flowed into his mouth, and immediately, a refreshing sensation spread through him. The taste was reminiscent of chilled orange juice on a scorching summer day. Chuha praised it aloud, exclaiming how delightful it was, while Bulma felt a sweet satisfaction in her heart, akin to honey, seeing him enjoy the drink she had bought for him. After finishing the drink, Chuha casually tossed the bottle into a nearby trash bin and turned to Bulma with a smile, saying, "Bulma, that drink was exquisite. I've never had anything quite like it. I wonder if I can have more after my next match." Whether you get more depends on your performance. If you do well, rewards await you. What do you think?" Bulma replied with a cheerful grin, her heart swelling with happiness upon hearing Chuha express a desire for more of the drink she had purchased. "Watch my performance. I won't lose, Bulma. Just be ready to keep buying until the competition ends." Chuha laughed heartily as Chuha and Bulma chatted merrily. They made their way to the other competition venues to watch the preliminary matches of other contestants, where the battles were nearing their conclusion. Sun Wukong and Krillin had indeed shone brightly during the preliminaries, triumphing over older, stronger, and more renowned warriors, leaving onlookers astounded and speechless. Many remarked how the younger generation was pushing the older one aside, anticipating thrilling battles in this martial arts tournament. Notably, an elderly contestant showcased remarkable prowess, often knocking out his opponents within 3 moves. This contestant, known as Chung Long, was, of course, the turtle hermit in disguise. The preliminaries concluded swiftly, and the list of the 8 finalists was promptly announced. Chua and Lan Fong from the first division, Sun Wukong and Krillin from the second, Lu Ping and Nan Wu from the third, and Chung Long and Jian Long from the fourth. These 8 contestants would advance to the quarterfinals, competing again to determine who would enter the semifinals. Chapter 55. The quarterfinals commenced. Chuha, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the other finalists took a brief respite in the waiting area before a tournament official arrived to inform them that the quarterfinals were about to begin, instructing them to warm up and prepare. The quarterfinals differed from the preliminaries. While the latter were held in a closed arena, without an audience solely for the purpose of eliminating contestants, the quarterfinals would take place on a large stage outside, attracting a multitude of spectators to cheer and watch. The contrast of the 2 scenarios was evident. Under the guidance of the tournament official, Chuha bid farewell to Bulma and joined the other finalists in the preparation area behind the competition stage. A high wall loomed before them, beyond which lay the arena. Peering over the wall, Chuha was struck by a wave of nostalgia, recalling how Sun Wukong and Krillin used to peek over this very wall to watch the matches. Chuha sighed softly, his expression reflecting a sense of realization at that moment. The area surrounding the stage was teeming with spectators, a dense crowd that merged into a sea of faces, their cheers ringing out in a cacophony. "Wow, there are so many people. Are they all here to watch us?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, climbing onto the wall several times to peek outside. His curiosity piqued. "Indeed, I never expected the World Martial Arts Tournament to attract such a crowd. Honestly, I'm starting to feel a bit nervous," Krillin said, lightly patting his chest and exhaling deeply, feeling a mix of emotions. "Nervous? Why would you feel that way?" Sun Wukong asked, his face a picture of confusion. "Fool, with so many eyes on us, of course, it's nerve-wracking. Only someone as oblivious as you could remain unaware of it. If I were to lose in front of all these people, it would be humiliating. Don't you understand? Moreover, if I lose, I must do so with dignity. It seems I must perform well." Krillin stepped forward, patting Sun Wukong's shoulder with a resigned expression. "Well, I won't lose easily," Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists and nodding with determination. Chu, witnessing the throngs of spectators for the first time, felt a wave of astonishment. He thought to himself, what a grand spectacle. Just looking at the number of people, there must be at least tens of thousands. At this moment, the victor stands on the precipice of fame. And I, too, have the opportunity to prove my worth, to affirm my existence. Within his heart, Chu silently cried out, his gaze burning with an extraordinary brilliance. In the preparation area, Chu and the other 8 finalists stood in a line when a young referee entered, clad in a black suit and dark sunglasses, with golden hair glinting in the light. He approached them, cradling a draw box in his hands. Chu scrutinized the referee, who seemed faintly familiar, stirring memories of the Dragon Ball tournament in his mind. The referee, wearing a smile, addressed the contestants. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the draw. Each of you will draw once to determine your numbers, which will establish the matchups for the quarterfinals. One by one, the contestants stepped forward to draw their numbers. And after the process was complete, the referee matched the draw numbers with the 8 finalists. The quarterfinal battle followed an elimination format, consisting of 4 matches to determine who would advance to the semifinals. The matchups were as follows. In the first match, Sun Wukong would face Lan Fong. In the second, Chu would confront Jilang. The third featured Jackie Chan against Nan Wu, and the fourth had Clin battling Liping. Chu felt a sense of satisfaction with these results. Although his presence had altered the original narrative, causing some changes in the matchups, overall, the events remained on a familiar trajectory, with a resounding drum roll. Accompanied by the fervent cheers of the spectators and the sharp clang of a gong, the quarterfinals officially commenced. Sun Wukong, as the first contestant, ascended the stage. His appearance elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Is that little boy really one of the top 8? No way, exclaimed a spectator, visibly taken aback. I heard there were 2 formidable children in the preliminaries. Could he be one of them? Another marveled. What? There's another child? Incredible, but I wonder if it's true. We'll find out soon enough. The crowd buzzed with curiosity at Sun Wukong's entrance. Welcome our first contestant, Sun Wukong, the referee proclaimed from the center of the stage, waving at him with a smile. Next, I invite the second contestant, Lan Fong. As the referee finished speaking, a young woman with flowing purple curls and striking beauty stepped forward with delicate strides. The referee nodded at both participants, waved his hand, and declared, "Let the first match begin." Sun Wukong fixed his earnest gaze upon the purple-haired lady, adopting a battle stance. Just as he was about to strike, Lan Fong playfully placed a finger on her cherry lips, giggling softly as she swayed her supple waist. "Little one, if you concede, I'll give you a kiss," she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sun Wukong blinked in confusion, his brow furrowed. "What? You want to kiss me? Is that some kind of technique?" At that moment, the seemingly innocent expression on Lan Fong's face shifted, and a glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. With a sudden cry, she lunged at him like a leopard, delivering a swift kick to Sun Wukong's neck. Caught off guard and still pondering her words, he was struck hard. Lan Fong, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of punches that pounded against Sun Wukong's chest. After a relentless barrage of strikes, she knocked him to the ground and took a moment to catch her breath. With a triumphant smile, Lan Fong glanced at Sun Wukong lying on the stage, her expression quickly morphing into one of disbelief as he rose and scathed. He rubbed his neck and dusted himself off, glaring at her with indignation. "You despicable person! How dare you launch a surprise attack? That's just vile." Chapter 56, Sun Wukong versus Lan Fong. Flowers. Flowers, collect, collect. Despite his tender years, Sun Wukong's furrowed brow and furious demeanor inexplicably sent a chill through Lan Fong, causing her to shiver subtly. "How is it possible that you withstood my full-force attack and remain unscathed, able to rise once more?" She stammered, disbelief coloring her tone. "That my body is as tough as steel. How could you possibly knock me down with just a few hits?" "I've trained diligently," Sun Wukong responded, his tone slightly miffed. He then glared at Lan Fong, declaring, "I want to be caught off guard again. I'm going to take you down." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Lan Fong's expression shifted, her composure faltering. She inhaled deeply to suppress her rising fear, re-establishing her smile. With a cunning glint in her eye, she replied, "Little one, Don't be so fierce, okay? You're so strong that it frightens me. He never encountered a boy as formidable as you. In an instant, her demeanor shifted to one of vulnerability, her large, glistening eyes filled with a pleading expression. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong's demeanor softened. He recalled his grandfather's advice to be gentle with girls. Convinced that she was indeed a girl, he adjusted his tone to one of kindness. All right then, if you concede, I won't hit you. You are a girl after all, and I will be gentle, concede. Oh no, that won't do. I'm very eager for that prize money, and I'm not one to back down easily. Lan Feng replied, her laughter bright and playful. Little one, I want to give you a reward for your earlier restraint. How does that sound? Lan Feng giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stared at her blankly, puzzled and not quite understanding her insinuation, dressed in a blue tank top and dark pants. Lan Feng subtly shifted her arms forward, grasping the hem of her clothing. Why do you have 2 lumps on your chest? It looks rather strange. Sun Wukong inquired innocently, his gaze clear and untainted as he scrutinized her form. Genuinely perplexed, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any embarrassment or hesitation. For Sun Wukong, distinguishing between genders was a challenge, and his innocent heart was free from any worldly confusion. Lan Feng, initially hoping to captivate the young boy with her beauty, found herself flabbergasted by his bluntness. In disbelief, she thought, how could this boy be so oblivious to her allure? Anger surged within her, realizing her previous tactics had borne no fruit. This was her ace in the hole. Yet it seemed utterly ineffective against Sun Wukong. How infuriating! I won't concede. Lan Feng muttered under her breath, summoning her resolve. With a fierce cry, she launched a kick at Sun Wukong, who nimbly leaped aside, avoiding the strike. Lan Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, yet not once did she manage to graze him, and soon she found herself panting, her breath ragged. Now it's my turn to attack. With a cheerful grin, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his body shifting with a sudden movement. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the side of Lan Feng, delivering a gentle punch in her direction. Instinctively, Lan Feng raised her arm to block, yet to her astonishment, that seemingly light punch unleashed a force akin to a tidal wave, propelling her backward with tremendous strength. She staggered back, ultimately tumbling head over heels. Landing squarely beneath the arena, with just a single punch, he had effortlessly knocked Lan Feng out of the ring. Such power was truly astonishing. The spectators wore expressions of disbelief. Lan Feng, dazed as she gathered herself, dusted off her clothes and stood up, appearing remarkably unscathed. Thank you, little friend, for your earlier restraint. I apologize for my previous actions, she called out to Sun Wukong, bowing slightly from her position below the arena. No worries. My grandfather always said to be gentle with girls, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Following this, the referee announced Sun Wukong's victory, thus ensuring his advancement into the top 4. Chapter 57. Chu He vs. Jilang. Sun Wukong, his brows dancing with excitement, descended from the arena, returning to the contestant waiting area. Clint approached with a grin, embracing Sun Wukong before playfully patting his shoulder. Wukong, I envy you. You had such a beautiful opponent. Who would have thought you had such a tender heart? Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling. I don't really understand what that means, but I just know to go easy on girls. I try my best to control my strength. Hearing Sun Wukong, Chu He smiled faintly, sighing softly. Wukong, I never imagined you had mastered the art of controlling your strength to such a degree. Truly remarkable. I've been putting in the effort. Sun Wukong beamed with pride at Chu He's compliment. Chu He, you need to do your best next. Don't lose. I'm looking forward to battling you. Don't worry. I won't lose, that we'll have our chance to spar. The one you should be concerned about is Clin. Right? Isn't that so, Clin? Chu He said with a gentle smile, swiftly shifting his gaze to Clin. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong turned to Clin, asking, by the way, Clin, do you have confidence in defeating Lu Ping? I'm not sure if I can win. I've heard he is quite formidable, able to hold his own against both of you. But I will give it my all. I promise, Clin replied resolutely, clenching his fists. Chu He and Sun Wukong exchanged encouraging glances, followed by a fist bump, rallying each other for support. The interval between the first and second matches was 5 minutes, and soon the next contest was about to commence. Chu He was up next. Now welcoming contestant number 3, Chu He, and contestant number 4, Ji Lang. The referee in a black suit announced loudly from the center of the arena, microphone in hand. As his words faded, Chu He confidently stepped onto the stage, while his opponent, a colossal dinosaur with wings, blue-green skin, and pointed facial features, loomed before him. Ji Lang's massive and fearsome presence created a stark visual contrast against Chu He. The second match is now underway. The referee proclaimed as he stepped down from the arena. From his elevated position, Ji Lang glanced down at Chu He, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. "Hey, kid, encountering me is the worst luck you've ever had. Just look at that tiny frame of yours, and yet you think you have the right to fight me. I wonder if you're just incredibly lucky, or if your opponents are all worthless. However, your luck ends here," Ji Lang jeered, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain for Chu He, whom he regarded as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, while he considered himself a ferocious wolf on the prowl. "Why do you and that so-called Lion King Samba love to chatter so much?" Chu He shrugged at Ji Lang's taunts, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, you really don't know your place, do you? Allow me to enlighten you," Ji Lang retorted, fury igniting within him. With bared teeth and a fierce expression, he charged forward, propelled by a gale-like force, akin to thunder itself, barreling towards Chu He. Were an ordinary person to be struck by such force, they would likely be sent flying, bones shattered. Yet, facing Ji Lang's fierce onslaught, Chu He remained unfazed, his eyes calm as a tranquil sea. His black hair whipped about him as he stood resolute, like a mighty mountain. As Ji Lang approached, roaring with laughter, he swung a punch, combining his momentum with the sheer power of his blow, resulting in an explosive impact. Chu He's eyes gleamed, a smile gracing his lips as he deftly sidestepped the attack, evading Ji Lang's strike. Surprised at missing his target, Ji Lang let out a furious roar, flapping his wings and clawing at the air with reckless abandon, launching a flurry of attacks towards Chu He's face. However, Chu He moved with the swiftness of lightning, evading every blow, not even grazing his clothing. That moment, Ji Lang's breaths became labored as he panted heavily. Chu He regarded him with disdain, maintaining his composure as he effortlessly sidestepped Ji Lang, moving to his side. Before Ji Lang could react, a pain cry echoed as Chu He delivered a powerful uppercut directly to Ji Lang's abdomen. Ji Lang's face contorted in agony, sweat beading on his forehead as he doubled over, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. With a retching sound, he expelled a mouthful of bile onto the ground, his face filled with disbelief. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted with fervent cheers, their voices a cacophony of excitement and astonishment. "Did you see that? Just one punch. That young man knocked that monster down. Impressive. No wonder he's among the top 8. He's truly extraordinary. It seems this year is worth watching. So handsome. Absolutely stunning. Handsome boy, keep defeating him. Keep defeating him." The female spectators, their eyes sparkling with admiration, shouted animatedly from the stands. "Chu He, you're amazing. Keep it up." Amid the uproar, Chu He's ears perked up at a familiar voice, scanning the crowd. He spotted Bulma at the front, her face alight with enthusiasm, waving and cheering him on. Chu He smiled and waved back, acknowledging her, which only heightened Bulma's excitement. Meanwhile, on the stage, Ji Lang had regained his footing, facing Chu He once more. His complexion, however, appeared slightly pale. It was undeniable that a dinosaur's resilience to blows far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Were it anyone else, they would have remained down for the count. Ji Lang's gaze darkened, the earlier arrogance and disdain replaced by a palpable sense of wariness and animosity towards Chu He. "Kid, that punch you landed earlier hurt like hell. I underestimated you. You're strong enough to inflict pain on me. But next, I will return the favor tenfold." Rubbing his sore abdomen, Ji Lang bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Chapter 58. The Rubber Band Circle. Haha. What a grand joke. You really overestimate yourself. Don't you? It's not that I'm strong. It's that you are simply weak. Do you understand? You are weak. Chu He laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance as he regarded Ji Lang with icy disdain. Upon hearing Chu He's scornful mockery, Jilong felt as though he had received a resounding slap across the face. His cheeks flushed crimson, and fury etched itself upon his features, nearly causing him to grind his teeth in rage. As if his very lungs might burst from the pressure of his indignation, Jilong panted heavily, his eyes wide as copper bells, fixed with a fierce glare upon Chuha, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, radiating a chilling intensity that seemed to yearn for the dismemberment of Chuha, in order to quell the wrath that simmered within him. With a series of furious roars, Jilong's expression became a terrifying mask of rage, his body darting about as he unleashed a flurry of punches, intent on delivering a savage beating to Chuha. Yet, Chuha maintained an air of effortless nonchalance, skillfully evading each assault, leaving Jilong to flail about like a headless fly in a chaotic frenzy. Eventually, Jilong ceased his onslaught, his agitation mounting, his complexion darkening into a stormy scowl. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he suddenly burst into a raucous laugh, his wings flapping vigorously as he soared into the sky. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed Chuha on the arena below, a cold smile gracing his lips as he bellowed. "Ha! You've truly angered me this time, my boy. Don't say I didn't warn you. My powers are formidable that I shall pummel you into a state of utter disfigurement, shattering your bones." His words dripped with self-assurance. "I can see this." Chua's heart stirred slightly as he recognized the nature of the ability Jilong boasted. Recalling his past viewing of Dragon Ball, he remembered one of the top 8 contenders from the World Martial Arts Tournament, a foe who could unleash rubbery rings to ensnare his opponents, ultimately succumbing to Goku's might and being pierced through the chest by Piccolo's subordinate. Indeed, that ability was quite peculiar. The rings he expelled resembled swimming floats, while their power might not be overwhelming. They effectively immobilized their targets, rendering them incapable of resistance or counterattack, essentially making them lambs to the slaughter. This was a method of subduing foes, for an ordinary martial artist, even one slightly superior to Jilong. If caught off guard by such a technique without sufficient strength, they would find themselves helpless in a moment. In those instances, defeat would have been inevitable. It was worth noting that although Jilong was not widely recognized, he had triumphed over numerous stronger adversaries in the previous martial arts tournament using this very ability. Jilong believed Chuha would be no exception, underestimating the latter's strength. Chuha gazed upward at Jilong, who flapped his wings in midair, his expression serene and unperturbed, his heart as tranquil as still water. Rather than feeling troubled by the impending technique Jilong was about to unleash, a sense of eager anticipation began to swell within him. Chuha was curious to discover the extent of his current power, and whether he could effortlessly break free from the so-called inescapable rubber ring. That Jilong's eyes widened as he unleashed a stream of purple gel from his throat, forming it into a stretchy ring that he held aloft. "This must be your ability, right? I look forward to seeing what this pathetic trick can do against me," Chuha replied with a faint smile, a hint of disdain in his demeanor. "Humph, don't get too cocky. Kid, I will see just how long you can maintain that smile. This time, I will render you utterly immobile and shatter you to pieces. Let us see if you can still smile then." Jilong's expression turned savage, laughter booming as he tightened the ring, reinforcing its strength before flinging it at Chuha. Chuha stood firm, like an unyielding mountain, as the ring descended upon him, wrapping around his torso and limbs in a constricting embrace. The ring swiftly shrank, binding him tightly and completely restricting his movement. Observing Chuha's apparent indifference toward his attack, Jilong's brow furrowed in mild surprise as he shouted, "Hey kid, aren't you supposed to be fast? Why aren't you dodging?" "Humph, do I truly need to evade such a trivial trick? I warned you not to overestimate yourself. Your strongest move, that self-aggrandizing rubber ring, is utterly insignificant in my eyes," Chuha retorted calmly, unruffled. "You arrogant brat. I will crush you. I swear it. You are beyond redemption." Jilong's forehead pulsed with veins, his eyes gleaming with malice as he clenched his fists. The sound of cracking bones echoing ominously, bound by the 3 layers of the rubber ring, Chuha exhibited no sign of distress. Instead, he closed his eyes momentarily, feeling the strength of the binding. A subtle smile crept across his lips. "Ah, you brought this upon yourself. Prepare to meet your demise," Jilong thundered, his voice booming as he surged downward. Propelled by the force of his wings, fists raised to strike at Chu's forehead with the might of a mountain-splitting blow. The audience gasped collectively, some shielding their eyes, unable to bear witness to Chu's impending misfortune. That Bulma's face drained of color, her worry evident as she cried out, "Chu, dodge!" Her calls echoed like a mournful bird, filled with concern for him. However, Goku, Krillin, and Jackie Chan, observing from the competitor's area, remained unperturbed, conversing cheerfully, evidently brimming with confidence in Chu's abilities. Chapter 59. The match continues with a demeanor as calm as a still lake. Chu remained unshaken, his expression unchanged, and a gentle smile graced his lips, and within his dark eyes, a flash of light flickered. In a moment of concentration, the energy within him surged, coursing through his body. Suddenly, he felt as though his strength had multiplied several times over, each muscle brimming with the potential for explosive power. With a hearty laugh, he exerted a slight force with his arms, pushing gently against his sides. In an instant, with a resounding pop, the rubber ring, which Geelong had deemed inescapable, was effortlessly shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. Geelong, taken aback by this astonishing display, halted his attack, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the remnants of the rubber ring on the ground. It was as though a thunderclap had reverberated through his mind, shattering his already fragile nerves. "Impossible! This cannot be," Geelong murmured, his gaze fixed in shock upon Chu, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, drenching him as his legs trembled visibly. "Pathetic! Are you frightened now, realizing just how weak you truly are?" Chu scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Geelong. "Now, it's time for this match to conclude. Allow me to escort you on your way. Come at me." With these words, Chu advanced step by step towards Jianlong, each stride striking Jianlong's heart like a heavy hammer, causing him to feel a surge of terror. His scalp tingled, and his complexion turned as pale as death. Fear enveloped him, a palpable dread that he could no longer endure. Succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, he brandished a white flag and surrendered. Consequently, the match concluded with Chu He as the victor due to Jianlong's automatic concession. At that moment, the audience erupted with fervent enthusiasm, their cheers resonating in unison, celebrating such a spectacular contest. Among them, Bulma radiated joy, her demeanor as exuberant as a little bird, her face aglow with pride and delight. The referee announced Chu He's successful advancement to the top four, preparing for the upcoming semifinals. Chu He returned to the preparation area where he reunited with Sun Wukong and Klin, both of whom expressed their elation at his progress, showering him with praise, which left Chu He feeling somewhat bashful. Jackie Chan also conveyed his congratulations, to which Chu He feigned ignorance of his identity, responding with a smile. The group exchanged light-hearted banter when the third match was about to commence. This time, Chu He assumed the role of an observer, a perspective that proved quite intriguing. Watching others engage in combat, learning from their strengths to address his own shortcomings, was immensely beneficial. The martial arts training and cultivation process is one of continuous self-improvement. Next up was Jackie Chan, also known as Master Rashi, facing an opponent named Nan Wu, a dark-skinned monk with a sorrowful visage, who was a martial artist from a challenging background. Frankly, in Chu He's eyes, the outcome of this match held no suspense. Despite Nan Wu's resolute determination to save his hometown and seek victory for his loved ones, such tenacity was futile against the disparity in absolute strength. As anticipated, the battle concluded swiftly. Within mere moments, Jackie Chan's lightning-fast movement struck Nan Wu at the neck, rendering him unconscious amidst despair and reluctance. Thus, Jackie Chan also advanced to the top four. Fortunately, the progression of events mirrored that of the original narrative. Out of curiosity for the sorrowful Nan Wu, Jackie Chan had previously used telepathy to probe into Nan Wu's memories, discovering the plight of his hometown and his purpose for participating in the tournament. Without hesitation, he extended a helping hand, seeking out Nan Wu post-match to present him with a water well capsule to aid in his struggles. With Nan Wu's situation temporarily resolved, Master Rashi could offer no more assistance. Ultimately, it would be up to them to alter their destiny and forge their future. The final match of the quarterfinals featured Klin against Leping, both of whom were well known to Chu He. Particularly Klin, who had trained alongside him for nearly a year, fostering a deeper bond than with Lu Ping. Chu He and Sun Wukong encouraged Clin to give his all and showcase his skills, to which Clin nodded in agreement. Lu Ping, meanwhile, was eager and visibly prepared for the bout, frequently glancing at Clin with an expression brimming with competitive spirit. As the referee in a black suit ascended the platform to declare the commencement of the match, Clin and Lu Ping leaped into the arena with grace. The two faced each other, neither opting to strike first. Lu Ping exhibited a newfound composure, his gaze sharper, radiating a predatory intensity akin to that of a beast. With a grin, he addressed Clin. "Clin, I look forward to your guidance." Clin nodded in return. No need for formality. He then assumed a fighting stance, poised for action. With a sudden command, Lu Ping could no longer contain himself, launching forward with the agility of a wild wolf, his entire being exuding ferocity. As he approached Clin, his hands morphed into claws, attacking with the ferocity of a wolf king. But a bead of sweat trickled down Clin's forehead as he swiftly retreated. Narrowly evading Lu Ping's assault, he leapt into the air, executing a front flip over Lu Ping's head, landing behind him to deliver a swift punch. Lu Ping quickly pivoted, raising his arm to block the strike, resulting in a dull thud as Clin's fist connected with his forearm. Lu Ping felt an immediate jolt of pain, followed by a powerful force coursing through him, causing him to stagger backward several steps before managing to regain his balance. Alarmed, he assessed his arm. Now reddened from the impact, a surge of apprehension coursed through him as he regarded Clin with newfound respect, contemplating how can Clin possess such immense strength. Lu Ping, resolute, unleashed a flurry of punches, an unrelenting barrage directed at Clin. Rather than retreating, Clin met the onslaught head-on, skillfully countering Lu Ping's strikes. Their exchange was fierce and relentless, the sounds of their blows echoing throughout the arena, igniting the spectators' fervor as they cheered louder with each clash. As the battle escalated, Lu Ping became increasingly astonished, secretly marveling at Clin's strength. Though Clin's stature appeared diminutive, Lu Ping recognized that his speed, power, and stamina rivaled, if not surpassed, his own, with a determined glint in his eye. Lu Ping resolved to unleash his ultimate technique against Clin. "Clin, receive my attack." Lu Ping's demeanor shifted, his presence transforming into that of a ferocious beast, a primal energy emanating from him. "Wolf Fong Fist." He roared, leaning forward before launching himself with a ferocious momentum, embodying the spirit of a wolf god as he charged at Clin. Though Lu Ping's ferocity was undeniable, Clin, having undergone rigorous training under Master Rashi's guidance, remained composed. With a slight change in expression, he began to retreat, deftly evading Lu Ping's wolf Fong Fist with remarkable agility, moving as swiftly as lightning. His nimbleness rendered Lu Ping's strikes ineffective, as Clin evaded with ease, sustaining minimal contact despite Lu Ping's relentless assault. Lu Ping's heart sank. He realized that despite his full-strength attacks, he could not land a decisive blow on Clin, who appeared to have reserves of energy left. This realization instilled a sense of defeat within him. Clearly, Clin's training had propelled him far beyond Lu Ping's self-taught skills. Lu Ping's initial ferocity waned as he faced repeated setbacks, his once fierce momentum faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Clin's eyes gleamed with determination. "What a perfect chance!" he exclaimed, charging forward like a bullet, his punches falling like rain, a whirlwind of strikes directed at Lu Ping. Surprised, Lu Ping struggled to fend off Clin's onslaught. Despite his best efforts, he found himself on the defensive, unable to retaliate effectively as Clin's punches struck with increasing force. Lu Ping stumbled back, ultimately losing his footing and being sent sprawling out of the ring by a sweeping kick from Clin. In that moment, the outcome was clear, and the arena erupted with thunderous applause, cheers echoing as the crowd chanted, "Clin! Clin!" The audience's spirits soared momentarily, and it was hardly surprising. The intensity of the battle, in their eyes, had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, the final match of the quarterfinals came to an end, giving rise to the four contenders who would advance to the semifinals: Sun Wukong, Chu He, Jackie Chan, and Clin. These four would once again compete against one another for the coveted spot in the finals. Chu He felt a surge of excitement within him. At this stage of the competition, he was well acquainted with the other three finalists. Engaging in combat with any of them would be far more exhilarating than facing other participants. He sensed that his blood was beginning to boil, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. As a scion, a race inherently inclined towards battle, Chu felt a flicker of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. He now harbored a fervent desire for a confrontation, regardless of the outcome. It was the thrill of battle that he craved. "Clin, you truly put in a remarkable effort," exclaimed Sun Wukong, rushing to Clin as he stepped down from the arena, exuberantly grabbing him and commenting cheerfully. Clin beamed with pride, chuckling, "Of course, just remember who I trained with. I never slacked off during our training sessions together. How could I possibly lose so easily?" At that moment, Lu Ping approached with a glum expression. Upon seeing Clin, he forced a smile, sighed softly, and clasped his fists in salute. "Clin, you were impressive. It's no wonder you trained under Master Wu Tian. I admit defeat this time, but I will continue to strive for improvement. I will also seek to train under Master Wu Tian, and I hope to face you again in the future." Clin smiled and nodded, replying, "Sure. Next time, I won't lose either. However, if you hope to train under Master Wu Tian, be prepared to face the possibility of death. That I hope you can endure it." Lu Ping nodded in agreement, bade farewell to Chu and the others, and exited the arena, concluding his participation in this round. After Lu Ping departed, Chu approached Clin, lightly patting him on the shoulder, and encouragingly said, "Clin, you did well. Keep up the good work moving forward." Clin's cheerful demeanor shifted to one of concern upon hearing Chu's words. He shook his head, sighed, and replied with a rueful smile, "Chu, I feel I have reached my limit. While I may not fully understand the strength of you and Wukong, I can gauge it to some extent. As for that old fellow named Jackie Chan, his prowess is unfathomable, and no matter what, I must face one of you next, and to be honest, I truly lack confidence." Clin's words were laden with helplessness. Chu was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that a simple word of encouragement would evoke such a response from Clin. Unsure of how to console him, Chu pondered for a moment before gathering his thoughts and addressing Clin. "Clin, don't think like that. It's detrimental to your confidence. Remember to maintain a winning mindset at all times. Whether your opponent is me, Wukong, or Jackie Chan, what does it matter? You simply need to give it your all. Rankings are merely illusions. The key is to truly showcase your strength, grow through combat, continuously refine yourself, and surpass your own limits. That is our true objective." Upon hearing Chu's words, Clin exhaled deeply, nodded, and smiled. "Chu, after listening to your encouragement, I feel an immense weight lifting off my shoulders. Who knew you had such a talent for motivating others?" Chu laughed heartily. "Well, you did put me in a position to do so. Now, Clin, don't overthink it. Adjust your mindset and prepare for the next match. Remember, if your next opponent is me, I'll 1T hold back." Chapter 61. The next opponent is Wukong. Clin huffed in response, somewhat indignantly retorting, "Of course not. Who would expect you to go easy on me?" Hearing the banter between Chu and Clin, Sun Wukong joined them, grinning broadly as he interjected, "Clin, I won't go easy on you either. If you face me, just prepare to get beaten up." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his expression brimming with pride. "Wukong, I 1T lose to you. You think it'll be that easy to take me down?" "Just wait and see." Clin shot back defiantly, glaring at Sun Wukong. Chu and the others discussed the upcoming semifinals, speculating on who would emerge victorious and who would claim the championship. Each of them was filled with excitement and anticipation. During this time, the black-clad referee sought out Chu, Sun Wukong, and Clin, who were all clad in similar orange martial arts uniforms, when a referee inquired about their martial arts lineage and background. The trio spoke in unison, causing the referee's expression to shift from astonishment to exhilaration, and then to sheer excitement, as the black-clad referee announced to the audience that the three were disciples of the legendary martial arts master Wu Tian. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The audience, filled with fervor, erupted into applause, cheers, and shouts, creating an electric atmosphere that reached a fever pitch. Chu was slightly taken aback. He scanned the jubilant crowd outside the arena and was astonished to realize the extent of the Turtle Hermit's fame in the mundane world. It was remarkable to witness so many people admiring and remembering him. After a while, the audience's enthusiasm began to wane, and following a brief intermission, The black-clad referee led Chu He, Sun Wukong, Clin, and Jackie Chan into the semifinals area. The referee smiled as he approached a tournament staff member, accepting a wooden box containing the draw for matchups. Nodding to the staff member, he turned back to the four contestants with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to commence the semifinals. The next step involves drawing lots to determine your opponents. Inside this box are 4 balls, numbered 1 through 4. The number drawn will dictate the matchups. After the referee explained the process, he continued. Now, Sun Wukong, you shall draw first. Approaching Sun Wukong, the referee held the box toward him. All right, let's do this, Sun Wukong exclaimed, eagerly nodding. With a quick blink, he plunged his hand in the box, randomly selecting a ball, which he waved before the referee with a grin. It's the number 2 ball. I drew the number 2 ball. The black-clad referee nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. A nearby tournament staff member promptly recorded Sun Wukong's number on the competition announcement board. The referee then called out, Next up, Chu He. Upon hearing his name, a flicker of anxiety welled up within Chu He, as he too was curious about who his next opponent would be. This draw, based entirely on chance, left him uncertain. Well, whatever will be, will be. Chu He silently thought, before breaking into a smile and reaching into the box. He carefully grasped the ball and steadily pulled it out, his gaze steadying as he saw the number 1 clearly marked on it. It was decided. His semifinal opponent was revealed. After defeating Sun Wukong, he would advance and vie for the championship title. Excitement, anticipation, and nervousness surged within him, a blend of emotions swirling as he lifted his gaze to meet Sun Wukong. In that moment, he found Sun Wukong as dark eyes also fixed on him. Their gazes locking in a silent confrontation. A spark of exhilaration danced in Sun Wukong's eyes, a hint of battle intent flickering within, that a smile crept across his face, radiating joy and anticipation. Sun Wukong stepped closer to Chu He, grinning broadly. Chu He, I didn't expect you to be my opponent this time, that I have been looking forward to this day, and now it has arrived so swiftly. Chu He, this time I will fight seriously, and you must give it your all. Let us determine the victor. Sun Wukong's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Chu He, his tone resolute and earnest, a single fist clenched tightly as he proclaimed loudly. Chu He responded to Sun Wukong with a gentle smile and a nod, saying, All right, Wukong, I will. Let us engage in a thrilling battle this time. Let us see the fruits of my training. The two, both unwilling to yield, stared intently at one another, each eagerly anticipating the unfolding of the next match. Meanwhile, the remaining contenders, Chung Long and Colin, naturally had no need for further draws. The last 2 players were destined to face off against one another, pitting Colin against Chung Long. Observing this scene, Chu He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, silently mourning for Colin, for his opponent was none other than their master, Master Rashi. Although Colin possessed immense potential and was a rare martial arts prodigy, his current strength paled in comparison to Master Rashi's vast experience and age. After all, the Master's prowess and battle-hardened expertise were well established. While Colin still had much to learn, he was not endowed with the extraordinary gifts of beings like Chu He or Sun Wukong. Even Chu He himself would not dare claim he could defeat Master Rashi outright, unless he were to tap into his most powerful transformation, which might grant him the edge he needed. Colin should perhaps train for another 2 years. Chu He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. His sole focus now was to triumph over Sun Wukong in the upcoming match and secure his place in the finals. A peculiar glint sparkled in Chu He's eyes as his heart brimmed with an insatiable thirst for combat, his mind incessantly echoing, Wukong, Wukong, come forth, let us fight, let us engage fervently in battle. Chapter 62. The first battle of the semifinals begins after the draw was complete. The referee clad in black advised Chu He and the others to prepare themselves, to adjust their moods and restore their optimal state, after exchanging a few words with the event staff. The referee exited the preparation area to announce the matchups, subsequently sending someone to tidy the venue before ushering the 4 contestants out. The 4 approached the battleground, readying themselves for the semifinal. Wukong, you're about to take the stage. How do you feel? Exhilarated. I could distinctly feel my heart racing, pounding with excitement. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face aglow with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with vigor as he clenched his fists. Eager to engage. Chu He, I too share your sentiment. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Chu He replied, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I've longed to witness who among you two will emerge victorious. Wukong, Chu He, deliver a spectacular battle for me to behold your true might. Colin interjected with a beaming smile. Chu He and Sun Wukong exchanged knowing glances and laughed in unison, declaring, then be sure to watch closely. Suddenly, the sound of drums began to resound throughout the arena, reverberating in all directions in that instant. Chu He and the other spectators fell silent, turning their attention toward the competition stage. The referee strode with purpose to the center of the arena. His posture straight, his eyes bright and full of vigor, gazing intently at the audience. Clearing his throat, he solemnly announced, now, we shall commence the semifinals. 4 contestants will compete, divided into 2 groups, with the victors advancing to the finals. I hereby declare the match to begin. Now, I invite contestant Sun Wukong and Chu He to the stage. As the referee's resonant voice faded, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic applause. Cheers and shouts, chanting the names of Chu He and Sun Wukong. Witnessing such a scene, Chu He felt a flicker of emotion. He anticipated their entrance would incite such fervor, and a sense of pride surged within him. A smile graced Chu He's lips as he took a deep breath and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, let's ascend the stage. Ha, indeed. Let us go. Chu He advanced, halting a few meters from the arena. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed, and he firmly planted his foot on the ground, leaping into the air like a soaring eagle, effortlessly landing on the stage. Not to be outdone, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination. With a low shout, he leaped into the air, executing a somersault, descending upon the stage with a grace akin to falling snowflakes or drifting feathers. As the two took the stage, their extraordinary prowess stood in stark contrast to that of ordinary fighters. Igniting fervor within the audience, they waved their arms and cheered loudly. The atmosphere pulsating with excitement. It was only when the referee raised a hand for silence that the crowd began to quiet. On the arena, Chu He and Sun Wukong stood at opposite ends, forming a straight line as their gazes locked. Their silhouettes mirrored each other in their eyes, as if flames danced within, colliding and igniting. Chu He, facing Sun Wukong, broke into a slight smile and declared, Wukong, you may strike first. Sun Wukong replied with a grin, since you insist, I shall not hold back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong surged forward like a tempest, his fists poised at his sides, ready to unleash a strike. Chu He focused intently, his gaze unwavering on the approaching figure of Sun Wukong, refusing to exhibit any hint of complacency. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a fierce shout, his right fist slicing through the air, aimed squarely at Chu He's abdomen. With a glint in his eye, Chu He moved with the grace of a dragon, leaning back slightly as the punch grazed past his skin. That very moment, Sun Wukong's left fist came crashing toward Chu He's chest with lightning speed. Unfazed, Chu He swiftly retreated a few steps, raising his hand to counter. In the blink of an eye, the arena resonated with the sounds of their bodies colliding, as Chu He and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. They danced around each other, shadows flickering in rapid succession, their strikes so swift that onlookers felt dizzy, as if caught in a whirlwind. The trajectory of their attacks seemed to resonate like thunder, leaving the audience in awe. What incredible speed! It's as if they're truly thunder incarnate. Are they even human? Gasped one spectator, wide-eyed in disbelief. What a spectacle! This is the essence of a true martial artist. A genuine master. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, and this is no exception. Remarkable! Another praised, showering accolades upon them. Meanwhile, on the arena, Chu He continued to spar with Sun Wukong, realizing that the latter's speed was nearly on par with his own. Thus, to defeat Sun Wukong, Chu He knew he would need to rely on his superiority in strength. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, each refusing to yield, unleashing considerable power. In that moment, both felt a powerful force pushing them backward. Chu staggered back 5 steps before finally regaining his footing. However, Sun Wukong, in comparison to Chu, retreated 3 steps more, and after backing away 8 steps, he managed to stabilize his body. Chapter 63. Chu versus Sun Wukong. Remember to save it after reading, and I also humbly request some flowers. The disparity in the number of steps retreated by these two individuals is sufficient to demonstrate that Chu's strength surpasses that of Sun Wukong. With a hearty laugh, Chu's gaze flickered with intense battle intent. In an instant, he darted forward like a flash of lightning, swiftly approaching Sun Wukong's side. With a powerful kick, Chu unleashed a furious gale in the air. His assault fierce and relentless, akin to undulating waves crashing against the shore. Sun Wukong's expression remained defiant, his gaze resolute. In the face of Chu's swift and vicious attacks, he evaded with agile movements like a bolt of lightning, dodging left and right, skillfully avoiding blow after blow. Despite Chu's relentless kicks, Sun Wukong attempted several times to seize his legs, yet the speed was too great, and he could never find the opportunity. The battle continued, a bead of sweat trickling down Sun Wukong's cheek, splattering onto the ground. However, he paid no heed to wiping away the sweat, maintaining a vigilant watch as he countered. Chu's fists surged like a tide. Employing both hands and feet with formidable force, at this moment, he unleashed the ultimate technique of leaping, the wolf fong wind fist, a ferocious and violent aura emanating from him. Unable to contain himself, he let out a long howl towards the heavens, and then, with his muscles taut, he exploded forth like a bullet aimed at Sun Wukong. Chu moved with the swiftness of a wolf, his fists casting shadows, and as he engaged, gusts of wind swirled around him, a ceaseless onslaught akin to a tsunami. Faced with such an assault, Sun Wukong not only did not retreat, but instead met it head-on with unwavering resilience. Striking back with his own fists, the speed of Chu's wolf fong wind fist surpassed that of Sun Wukong by a considerable margin, landing numerous blows to Sun Wukong's abdomen and chest. The sound of impact echoing continuously in the arena. Sun Wukong's body was driven backward by Chu's strikes, the wild ferocity of the wolf fully realized in Chu's form. Giving him a distinct advantage, as Sun Wukong retreated further, his footing faltered, and he stumbled, crashing to the ground. He propped himself up with both hands, gasping for breath, and suddenly, he lunged forward, regaining his stance, feeling the pain coursing through his body. Sun Wukong displayed no signs of fear or retreat. Rather, a surge of excitement welled up within him, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Chu, you've indeed become formidable after your training. You've never been this strong before. It truly stings a bit. Yet I'm so delighted, genuinely delighted." Sun Wukong grinned, revealing his pearly whites that I've been earnestly training, no slacking off. What do you think? I sent there a sense of heavenly disparity compared to when I first met you. Chu chuckled in response. Indeed, Sun Wukong, you've made great strides. However, I shall not concede. Sun Wukong resumed his fighting stance, his eyes rekindling their fierce determination, fixating intently on Chu in a sudden burst of motion. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, launching a flying kick directly at Chu. Chu met it with a punch, the two forces colliding, causing him to lean back slightly. In that moment, Sun Wukong swiftly spun around, evading to Chu's rear, delivering a sweeping kick that struck Chu, followed by a relentless barrage of punches that left multiple bruises on Chu's body. The two figures danced around the arena, a whirlwind of motion, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Chu seized an opportunity, landing a decisive kick on Sun Wukong, resulting in a resounding crash as Sun Wukong's form arced backward, crashing into the wall of the arena with such force that it left a noticeable dent. Despite this, Sun Wukong merely winced a few times in pain before continuing the battle with Chu. The silhouettes of Sun Wukong and Chu intertwined on the arena, their speed surpassing what the ordinary eye could perceive. As Sun Wukong moved, he left behind a trail of afterimages. Remarkably, amidst their fierce combat, both combatants' movements produced multiple overlapping afterimages, an extraordinary sight that drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. Incredible. The speed of these two can create afterimages. It is truly remarkable. exclaimed the referee, visibly excited as he raised the microphone to address the spectators. Outside the crowd, Jackie Chan squinted, a fleeting glimmer of light crossing his eyes as he murmured to himself. I never expected these two youngsters to grasp the afterimage technique. Their comprehension is indeed extraordinary. The afterimage technique is a skill that reaches such high speeds that it creates phantoms through rapid movement, utilizing the manipulation of energy to create an effect similar to a technique that confuses the enemy. And at this moment, the multitude of afterimages danced around the arena, leaving spectators dazzled and unable to discern reality from illusion. Like the wind, Chu-hee engaged with Sun Wukong at high speed, undeterred by the myriad of afterimages created by Sun Wukong. His expression remained calm as he focused on the shifting phantoms surrounding him. Then, with a swift shift of thought, he attuned himself to the flow of energy around him. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Chu-hee's lips, his eyes gleaming brightly as he moved like lightning, executing a sidekick toward one of the mirages. With a single strike, a muffled grunt echoed as the real Sun Wukong was sent flying into the wall of the arena. With a thunderous crash, the already dented wall crumbled further, debris raining down. Although this blow appeared severe to onlookers, it was inconsequential to Sun Wukong. He flipped over, stood upright, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and rubbed his neck, turning to Chu-hee with a hint of bewilderment. That hurts. I truly didn't expect you to see through me. Chu-hee, I thought my speed was sufficient to deceive you. Yet, you saw right through it. But how did you know? In the face of Sun Wukong's inquisitive gaze, Chu-hee smiled and replied, Haha, Wukong, your speed is impressive, but the energy flowing through your body during movement cannot deceive my senses. And my vision is sharp as well. And no matter how you change, I can always feel where your true form is. After hearing Chu-hee's words, Sun Wukong, feeling a mixture of resignation and frustration, scratched his head and said, Is that so? That truly is unfortunate. However, in an instant, a smile returned to Sun Wukong's face as he said to Chu-hee, If that is the case, then I shall employ another absolute technique. Chapter 64. The semifinals come to a close. Save it, save it. Flowers, flowers. After a swift contemplation, Sun Wukong pressed his lips together, arriving at a decisive resolution. His expression grew slightly more serious, his small face reflecting earnestness. At this moment, Sun Wukong first distanced himself from Chu-hee, then halted in his tracks. With a swift motion, he stepped back with his right leg, his body following suit as he assumed a stance, slowly bringing his palms together at his waist. Chu-hee's eyes, fixed upon Sun Wukong, suddenly brightened, and he realized that Sun Wukong intended to unleash the Kamehameha. This technique was currently Sun Wukong's ultimate secret move. And Chu-hee thought to himself that it seemed Wukong was finally ready to exert his full strength. The energy surrounding Sun Wukong rippled outward like water, the turbulent flow gently lifting a strand of hair from Chu-hee's forehead. The visible blue energy sphere rapidly condensed between his palms, radiating a blinding brilliance that illuminated the eyes of everyone present, causing the spectators outside the arena to blink incessantly. With a whoosh, the battle reached a new intensity. A brilliant blue beam erupted like a majestic azure dragon, roaring forth with an indomitable spirit, surging towards Chu-hee with the swiftness of lightning, confronted by the oncoming wave of energy. Chu-hee felt the potent force contained within the light, and his expression shifted slightly. He had no desire to meet it head-on, and thus had to momentarily evade its sharp edge. With a reaction that defied the ordinary, as the energy wave drew near, he propelled himself skyward with a powerful leap, soaring dozens of meters into the air. The beam whooshed beneath him, crashing violently against the already battered wall behind him, which crumbled under the impact, sending debris flying and leaving a pockmarked surface in its wake. At that moment, Sun Wukong gazed up at the airborne Chu-hee, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. In an instant, he propelled himself towards Chu-hee with the speed of a flash, his focus unwavering as he observed Chu-hee descending. Suddenly, with a sharp exclamation, Sun Wukong launched himself, aiming a flying kick at Chu-hee in midair. Chu-hee, unable to utilize any aerial techniques, felt the pull of gravity urging him downward, As he caught sight of Sun Wukong's intent, he had already prepared himself for the impending strike. After all, with his mobility severely hampered in midair, he found himself in a rather helpless position. The moment Sun Wukong's foot was about to connect with Chu's waist, Chu took a deep breath and twisted his body mid-fall. Sun Wukong's kick merely grazed the fabric of Chu's clothing, missing its target entirely. Both combatants landed back on the ground, with Chu smiling at Sun Wukong, remarking, "Wukong, I was already anticipating your little ploy. You thought to catch me off guard? Not so fast. How infuriating." Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, steeling himself for the next round. Moments later, his eyes sparkled anew with the fervor of battle. With a loud shout, he charged at Chu, his body weaving and twisting as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and strikes, each one as swift as lightning. Chu remained calm and composed, his dark eyes reflecting a boundless depth as he nimbly evaded the onslaught. Most of Sun Wukong's blows fell short, while a few that landed were deftly countered. The two warriors engaged in a fierce clash, each sustaining their share of bruises, their bodies marked by the intensity of their skirmish. Moving like shadows in a storm, each strike resonating like thunder, in that moment, it seemed as if the world had been reduced to the spectacle of their duel. "Wukong, after such a prolonged assault. It's my turn now," Chu declared with a grin, launching himself forward. "That technique you used earlier was impressive. Now allow me to show you my own." With that, his form blurred, leaving behind a flurry of illusions around the arena. Each doppelganger mimicking different actions, confounding Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, taken aback, had not anticipated such a display from Chu. Was this a testament to his confidence and speed? Steeling himself, he focused intently, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he sprang towards one of the illusions, striking with a punch that passed right through it, akin to ripples in water. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he shifted his gaze to another, only to find himself striking air once more. Damn it! There are so many of Chu's illusions, and they move so quickly. How can I discern the real one? He muttered under his breath, frustration mounting as he scrutinized each illusion that appeared just as real as the last. Just as he prepared to attack again, a wave of astonishment erupted from the audience outside the arena. Sun Wukong instinctively turned his head, only to feel a fierce gust of wind overhead. He quickly looked up to see Chu descending with tremendous speed, his fist propelled forward like a tempest, striking Sun Wukong squarely on the back of the head before he could react. Sun Wukong let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground, his vision spinning and stars dancing before his eyes. Yet his formidable physique allowed him to withstand the blow. He struggled to prop himself up with his hands, attempting to rise, but Chu seized the opportunity, descending swiftly to deliver another elbow strike. Sun Wukong felt darkness envelop him as he fell, unable to rise again. After the referee counted to 10 and Sun Wukong remained unconscious, the referee declared Chu the victor, granting him a place in the finals. The audience erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the thrilling match and Chu's advancement. The first semi-final concluded, and the second match commenced between Krillin and Jackie Chan, the latter known as Master Roshi. After several rounds, as in the original story, Krillin was ultimately defeated, allowing Jackie Chan to advance, though Krillin's impressive performance garnered widespread admiration. This set the stage for the upcoming final showdown between Chu and Jackie Chan for the championship title. The crowd's cheers grew louder, eagerly anticipating the climactic battle. Chapter 65. The final begins. The finals would take place in 15 minutes. Chu, in high spirits, descended from the arena and made his way to the resting area, where he found Sun Wukong already being carried in by Krillin. 5 minutes later, Sun Wukong regained consciousness. Upon learning of his defeat, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as Chu entered. He noticed Sun Wukong sitting with Krillin, his head bowed in a dejected manner. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chu chuckled lightly and approached, saying, "Wukong, how are you feeling? No lasting injuries, I hope." Hearing the familiar voice, Sun Wukong looked up, glaring at Chu with his large eyes, his lips pouting slightly as he retorted, "Chu, you hit far too hard. And what else with the sneak attack? My head still feels a bit fuzzy." "Haha, Wukong, that is simply the art of war. You have much to learn. Besides, in a competition against such a formidable opponent like you, If I didn't T-push you to the brink, we might have been fighting for hours without a victor. I assure you, I exercised restraint, Chu said, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder with a smile. Humph, I know that. I can't believe you actually managed to outpace me this time. It's frustrating. Sun Wukong bit his lip, fists clenched tightly, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Chu responded with a smile. I believe you'll grow stronger, but so will I. I won't just wait for you. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing a radiant smile, and nodded in agreement. Krillin suddenly interjected. Chu, you must give your all in the upcoming finals. Be wary of Jackie Chan. He is quite formidable. Yes, I will defeat him and also avenge you. So rest easy, Chu replied, a broad smile lighting up his face. But you must not lose, otherwise it would tarnish the reputation of our turtle school. Krillin added, encouraging him. With confidence, Chu radiated determination, thinking to himself, this championship is surely mine. Master Wu Tian, let us settle this once and for all. Surpassing you begins now, right before your eyes. Due to the final significance, the arena underwent thorough cleaning to ensure the competitors could perform at their best. The referee stood atop the stage, and the gong sounded, its vibrations resonating through the air, captivating the attention of thousands of spectators. Each individual's spirits soared, their faces alight with anticipation. With a cheerful expression, the referee proclaimed, after rounds of rigorous selection, we have finally arrived at the championship battle. The finalists have truly showcased remarkable prowess. I believe everyone knows their names. Chu and Jackie Chan. As soon as the referee's voice faltered, the audience erupted in a cacophony of shouts, fervently chanting the names of the contenders, their enthusiasm causing beads of sweat to trickle down the referee's brow. Regaining his composure, the referee smiled gently and declared, now, let us welcome them to the stage to deliver a spectacular performance. With the referee's words lingering in the air, the crowd surged with excitement, fervently calling out the names of the two fighters, their spirits soaring, before the fervent gaze of tens of thousands. Chu, having weathered the trials of the preceding rounds, remained unfazed, observing the blooms and withers of the arena with a calm demeanor. In stark contrast, Chung Long exhibited a carefree attitude, prancing towards the stage while playfully gesturing to the audience, even blowing kisses to a few lovely ladies, his expression brimming with delight. Witnessing this, Chu could not help but chuckle inwardly. Shaking his head, who would have imagined that the god of martial arts would display such frivolity? Were he in Chung Long's position, he would rather face death than indulge in such embarrassing antics. Once the two ascended the stage and took their positions, the referee raised his hand and officially announced the commencement of the finals. Chu gazed steadily at Chung Long, his fists subtly clenched, his internal energy swirling, muscles tensing in anticipation. Chung Long chuckled, remarking, Kid, I shall not hold back. With that, he propelled himself into the air with a nimble leap, his body spinning like a top, punches and kicks intertwining in a whirlwind of force directed at Chu. The intensity of Chung Long's opening assault weighed heavily on Chu, who, with a flash of determination in his eyes, swiftly countered. The sounds of impact resonated as Chung Long's astonishing speed hampered Chu-hee's attacks. And in mere moments, Chu-hee felt several blows land on his shoulder and arm, a faint ache beginning to surface. Nevertheless, Chu-hee retaliated with a few punches of his own, his body soaring into the air like a great rock. Arms outstretched like a white crane unfurling its wings, evading the relentless barrage of strikes. He executed several flips, and as Chung Long paused for breath, Chu-hee launched himself forward like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Chung Long's midsection. Chung Long, agile as lightning, pivoted his body, the gust of wind sweeping past him as he transformed his fist into an open palm, launching a forceful push towards Chu-hee. A wave of energy surged forth like a tumultuous sea. Chu-hee's tousled hair seemed to dance in the wind as he instinctively recoiled, maintaining his composure while channeling his energy, which coalesced into formidable strength. With a sudden roar, Chu-hee unleashed a flurry of punches, causing the ground beneath him to crack underfoot, stones scattering in all directions. Seeing that Chu-hee had effortlessly countered his explosive palm strike, Chung Long's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Not bad, kid. You've managed to break this technique. Now, prepare to witness my next move. As his body shimmered, he split into multiple afterimages, darting around Chu-Hee in a mesmerizing display. This technique was none other than the Phantom Fist. Chu-Hee smiled brightly and replied, "Old man, do you not know what I used to defeat Sun Wukong? Employing this technique against me is rather amusing." With a hearty laugh, he continued, "Just a test. Nothing more. I merely wish to see if I can outwit you." Chu-Hee's eyes gleamed as he effortlessly discerned all the phantoms, capturing Chung Long's movements with ease. Etching them into his mind, with unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, "Chung Long, pay attention." In an instant, his figure blurred, moving with the swiftness of the wind as he threw a decisive punch. The impact echoed as Chung Long was sent hurtling backward into the wall, which splintered, cracks radiating like a spider's web. Coughing, Chung Long propped himself up with one hand, gazing at Chu-Hee with astonished eyes. "You actually saw through my speed." Halting his advance, Chu-Hee smiled and replied, "Is your speed truly remarkable? To me, it seems rather lackluster. Did I not mention that the Phantom Fist is ineffective against me?" Admittedly, Chu-Hee's words carried a hint of arrogance, had it not been for the aid of his right eye. Perceiving Chung Long's speed, faster than Sun Wukong's, would have been no simple feat, Chung Long scoffed, bemused yet intrigued by Chu-Hee's words. However, feigning indifference, he retorted with a huff, "You speak with such bravado, young one. Humility would serve you well." Chu-Hee chuckled lightly. "I merely speak the truth. What is it, old man? Are you admitting your age has caught up with you? Accepting your own limitations would save you from seeking excuses." Aware that his opponent was the turtle sage, Chu-Hee could not resist teasing him, oblivious to the fact that he had unraveled the old man's secret. Chung Long, feeling both irritated and flustered, shot Chu-Hee a glare, his lips quivering as he exclaimed, "You know nothing, child. I have consumed divine elixirs. My vitality will always surpass that of the young. Do not underestimate me." Chu-Hee nodded, a grin on his face. "Oh, that's splendid. This means we can dismiss the notion of fatigue leading to our defeat. No one can claim I triumphed through youthful advantage." "Humph. Do you believe victory is assured? Do not be overly confident. I have plenty of techniques left unutilized. It seems time to show you some true prowess." Chung Long glared at Chu-Hee, his expression fierce. "Then let us proceed. I am eager to witness the surprise techniques you possess." With an unusual glint in his eyes, Chung Long began to move his arms in a rapid, rhythmic manner, creating a series of intricate gestures, his fingers weaving together as he locked his gaze on Chu-Hee. Advancing steadily, within Chung Long's eyes, two luminous orbs flickered, casting a soft light that enveloped Chu-Hee in an instant. Chu-Hee felt an overwhelming wave of lethargy wash over him, as if an invisible whisper was lulling him into slumber. The compulsion to succumb to sleep grew stronger, and he found himself battling the urge to close his eyes. Sleep, sleep, la la la. Chung Long's hands danced as if enchanted, coaxing Chu-Hee's sleepy neurons. While he chanted incantations, a sly smile spreading across his face. "How drowsy I long to close my eyes and drift off." A profound weariness enveloped Chu-Hee, and he fought to keep his eyes wide open. Realizing that Chung Long was employing hypnotic techniques, his astonishment. This hypnosis proved potent enough to make even Chu-Hee struggle against the encroaching drowsiness, and oh wonder, even Sun Wukong succumbed to deep slumber in the original tale. The turtle sage truly embodied a martial arts master, possessing such extraordinary techniques. Just as Chung Long intensified his hypnotic efforts, Chu-Hee, who had been on the verge of surrendering to sleep, suddenly felt a surge of crimson light flow through his right eye, infusing his consciousness with clarity as if the clouds parted to reveal the moon. He regained his alertness, shaking off the shackles of fatigue. In that moment, the knowledge of Chung Long's hypnosis crystallized within him, firmly grasped in his mind. Chung Long, initially poised to revel in his apparent victory upon seeing Chu-Hee's drowsy expression, was taken aback as Chu-Hee's eyes transformed from drowsy to vibrant clarity. "How is this possible? You cannot have broken my hypnosis," Chung Long stammered, astonished, pointing at Chu-Hee. Pleased with his newfound mastery of hypnosis, Chu-Hee felt a flicker of trepidation at Chung Long's words. Had it not been for the assistance of his right eye, he too might have fallen prey to the old man's cunning. Yet now, Fear was a distant memory. With a grin, Chu declared, I told you, age has dulled your edge. What do you have to say now? You little rascal, just wait until I deal with you. Long's wrinkles quivered as he seethed. Ha! It was you who sought to confront me. And now it is my turn to show you something extraordinary. Chu suddenly spoke, causing Long, who was opposite him, to pause in slight bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Chu reined in his smile, his face a mask of calm, as he slowly raised both hands, mimicking the movements Long had just executed. The actions were strikingly similar, leading to a collective gasp from the audience. Look, Chu has just performed the very technique that Long displayed earlier. What could this mean? Do they both possess this skill? The referee, witnessing the spectacle, raised the microphone and shouted to the crowd. Long, equally astonished, was filled with confusion. How is this possible? How could he know this technique? I never taught him. It is my own creation, and no one should be able to replicate it. Yet his demeanor suggests he learned it from me. That a tempest of emotions surged within Long as he took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had caught a glimpse of my Khmer earlier and had mastered it, demonstrating even greater control than Wukong. Now, having witnessed me perform the hypnosis technique, he had learned it in an instant. However, to grasp a technique so quickly and thoroughly is a rare talent indeed. He was truly a prodigy seldom seen in decades. Long's eyes sparkled with a newfound determination as he faced Chu, who had employed the hypnosis technique. Unconsciously drawn to the movements of Chu's hands, Long found himself captivated, his gaze fixed on the shifting trajectory of those palms, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Damn it! How could I fall under his spell? This novice has mastered it to such an extent. Long felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, ensnared by a mere beginner. He focused his mind, channeling centuries of mental fortitude to resist the encroaching hypnosis. In a sudden moment of clarity, he bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him awake. When he looked again into Chu's deep, dark eyes, an inexplicable flutter of apprehension stirred within him. Oh, I didn't expect my hypnosis to have no effect on you. It seems your mental strength far surpasses my own. Chu smiled, his gaze unwavering. I have lived for centuries. How could I be ensnared by your trivial hypnosis? Nevertheless, I must admit, I am impressed that you have learned my technique so swiftly. Young one, you are quite remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. Chu replied, nodding cheerfully. Long sighed inwardly, contemplating his next move. This is troublesome, not if he can see through my techniques so easily. Using them against him would only bolster his strength. The hypnosis technique, while relatively simple, demanded something more intricate to ensure his victory, something that would leave no room for retaliation. With resolve solidified, Long stepped closer to Chu, who clenched his fists, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. Chapter 67. The World-Shattering Palm. Long steadied his mind, his gaze piercing as he addressed Chu. Kid, the next move I make will not be as simple to learn as the last. I advise you, should you find it unbearable, to concede swiftly, and I shall spare you. Long regarded Chu with a mocking glint in his eyes, inquiring softly, What say you? Hearing Long's words, Chu chuckled lightly, dismissing the warning with a grin. Thank you for your concern, but you underestimate me. I would never beg for mercy. Ha! Then I shall eagerly await your performance. Long laughed heartily, slowly retreating a couple of steps before rolling up his sleeves, revealing his slender arms. In that moment, Long's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his aura intensifying as the air thickened with tension. With a commanding shout, his arms flexed with visible veins, and with a resounding clap, his palms came together, an electric energy crackling around him. Witness as he slowly parted his hands, two dazzling orbs of electricity flickering to life, enveloping his entire being, hair standing on end as the ground beneath him fractured, resembling a transformation into a super scion. Kid, behold my world-shattering palm. Long's eyes sparkled with electric fervor as he unleashed a thunderous roar, thrusting his hands toward Chu, sending twin bolts of lightning racing forth. Simultaneously, Chu felt an overwhelming paralysis seize him, unable to move as the electric currents encircled him, launching him into the air. With a muffled grunt, he could no longer contain his cries, his body ravaged by the relentless electricity, every fiber feeling as though it were being torn apart, a pain indescribable. Even with Chu Hi's resolute will, he found himself on the brink of collapse. "How about it, kid? Surrender quickly, or this pain will be your end." Chung Long's voice echoed with a mixture of mockery and warning. "Chu Hi, please, don't push yourself. If you can't hold on, just give up." Bulma, watching from the sidelines, stared intently at Chu Hi, fearing he might overexert himself, her heart filled with worry. Chu Hi remained oblivious to the external voices, his expression pale. Teeth clenched tight, he fought against the urge to cry out, desperately attempting to circulate the energy within him to break free from the electrical grip. Yet under the assault of the electrical current, the energy he gathered was swiftly shattered, rendering him unable to concentrate or resist. What a formidable world-shattering palm. I underestimated him. Chu Hi realized the severity of the situation. The technique effectively sealed off his energy, rendering him powerless. It was no wonder even the indomitable Wukong nearly conceded defeat when confronted with it. Had it not been for the moon's appearance in a moment of desperation, he would have lost the match. In that moment of introspection, Chu Hi's thoughts shifted. Of course, tonight is a full moon, and the sky above the arena is perfectly positioned for me to see it. With renewed determination, Chu Hi tilted his head back. Searching the sky for the moon, as dusk settled, he spotted a massive, disc-like orb suspended in the eastern sky, timeless and radiant, casting a silvery glow over the ground like shimmering water. Chu Hi clearly beheld the full moon, and as his heart raced, he felt an incendiary surge within him. The energy that had been scattered throughout his body began to coalesce, doubling in strength, filling him with vigor. The electrical currents that had once tormented him trembled and dissipated. At this moment, Chu Hi regained control of his energy. Now amplified to twice its original strength, he sensed the surge within him, and with this newfound power, he could unleash a force capable of dispersing the electrical storm surrounding him. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head, choosing not to gaze upon the moon any longer. This level of power was sufficient. Any further contemplation risked losing control and transforming into his strongest form beneath the full moon. Such a transformation would elevate his strength, not merely twofold, but tenfold, rendering the match devoid of any suspense. Moreover, he wished to avoid such a transformation in front of so many spectators, as it required vast amounts of energy, all of which needed replenishing. Meanwhile, Chung Long, observing Chu Hi's previously pained expression now return to calm, felt a surge of astonishment. What disturbed him further was the new sensation of unease as Chu Hi, now seemingly unfazed, evoked a sense of trepidation within Chung Long. The current from his world-shattering palm could no longer approach Chu Hi's body. They were in retreat. Chung Long's heart raced with shock, his astonishment reaching new heights. Chu Hi exuded a powerful aura, the electric energy retreating from him as he regarded Chung Long with an impassive expression, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. At this moment, Chu Hi was filled with elation. He had just learned another technique. Jackie Chan was momentarily stunned, gazing at the dissipating electric sparks and the serene, youthful visage of Chu Hi. For a fleeting moment, he found himself utterly bewildered. Chu Hi offered a slight smile, stepped forward, and fixed his gaze upon Jackie Chan, asking, "So what other techniques do you have? Feel free to use them all." Jackie stammered, I still have the verbal termination technique." Deep inside, he sighed, realizing that the move he had just executed was, apart from a few forbidden techniques, his strongest skill, yet had been so effortlessly countered. Moreover, it was his own disciple who had managed to do so, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to employ next. Night Godyu, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, urged, "Hurry and showcase more techniques. I am eager to learn additional skills." Jackie Chan was taken aback by these words, hesitating as he wondered, could it be that you easily mastered the world-shaking palm just now? "Indeed, you are correct," Chu Hi chuckled, nodding in response to Jackie Chan's incredulous gaze. He then mimicked Jackie Chan's previous movements, with electric sparks crackling from his palms. Chapter 68. The champion is born, treating to a feast. It was truly astonishing. No one expected that Chu Hi would replicate the same technique previously demonstrated by Jackie Chan. It was simply incredible. Chu He's terrifying learning ability was nothing short of remarkable. The judge's astonished commentary echoed throughout the arena, broadcasting through the microphone to all corners, as the audience outside the stage collectively turned their attention to Chu He, their expressions brimming with fervor and excitement, as if it were a foregone conclusion that he would perform in this manner. Chu He's actions rendered Jackie Chan momentarily silent. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a long pause, he reopened them that moment. Jackie Chan tilted his head back, exhaling deeply, his expression heavy with a sense of despondency. The sudden wave of helplessness surged within him as he gazed at this talented young man, his own disciple whom he had personally trained. Jackie Chan, akin to a turtle sage, felt a tumult of emotions flooding his heart. Disappointment, sorrow, loneliness, and a sense of relief all intertwined. It seemed that he truly was aging. Aging indeed. The path of martial arts is a long and endless journey, and the title of martial arts god is indeed a splendid appellation. However, it appears I have only reached this point and no further. The road ahead shall be carved by the youth. How fortunate I am to have such a disciple. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Jackie Chan's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, his thoughts drifting like snowflakes. Noticing Jackie Chan lost in contemplation, Chu He halted his steps, his eyes sparkling as he inquired, "What are you thinking about? Shouldn't you continue fighting? Losing focus in a match is unacceptable. I certainly don't wish to easily send you flying." Chu He's words, akin to a melodious tune, jolted Jackie Chan back to reality. He quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, forcing a smile. Suddenly, without warning, he turned his back to Chu He, and under the soft glow of the setting sun, his figure appeared steeped in profound solitude. Without turning back, Jackie Chan fixed his gaze ahead, speaking earnestly and resolutely. "I concede." Upon hearing Jackie Chan calmly announce his defeat, Chu He was momentarily taken aback, his mind flooded with confusion. "The outcome is not yet decided. I have not truly bested you. And judging by your demeanor, you should still possess the stamina to continue." "Why concede?" Jackie Chan, still not turning, continued his steady, determined stride, responding in a low voice, "Ha! In truth, I have already lost. There is no further need to continue. And it seems that my purpose for being here has now been fulfilled. Victory or defeat holds no significance for me any longer. Young man, it has been a pleasure to battle with you. I am truly delighted. I can sense your potential. The path you must tread is long and arduous, far more so than the one I've traversed. I hope that one day you may reach the pinnacle of your journey. And when that time comes, I wish for you not to lose your true self." Jackie Chan's voice trailed off, and then he turned to Chu He with a faint smile before decisively leaping from the arena, officially concluding the finals amidst the astonished gazes of the audience. That moment, cheers erupted outside the arena, the conclusion of the match igniting a fervent enthusiasm among the spectators, who joyously shouted Chu He's name. In an instant, Chu He became the focal point of attention in the center of the stage, countless gazes converging upon him, revealing fervor and admiration. The judge, brimming with excitement, ascended the stage, facing the crowd as he raised the microphone and announced loudly, "The champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament has been determined. Due to Jackie Chan's voluntary concession, Chu He is crowned champion. Let us respond to their remarkable performance with resounding cheers and applause." No sooner had the judge concluded his statement than the audience outside the arena sprang to their feet, showering the stage with flowers and confetti, a vibrant display resembling drifting snowflakes, enveloping the arena in a festive atmosphere. Chu He gazed at the ecstatic audience cheering for him, and a wave of intense pride surged within him. That moment, he had finally proven his existence in this martial arts tournament. Standing before the world, he had truly arrived. After officially declaring Chu He the champion, the martial arts competition reached its conclusion. Accompanied by the event staff, Chu He received the grand prize of 500,000 yuan. A considerable sum indeed. Exiting the competition venue, Bulma, Goku, and others were already there to greet him. Bulma hurried forward, her face radiating joy as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, Chu He, for winning the martial arts tournament." Didn't I say I would be the champion?" Chu He replied with a broad smile, "I knew you were incredible, but don't let it go to your head." Bulma teased, pouting playfully to I understand. Humility is key. I get it, Chu responded, smiling and nodding eagerly. Look, Chu, here, ask the energy drink to replenish your strength. Drink up. I saved this for you to enjoy after the match. Bulma joyfully produced a can of drink from her small bag and handed it to Chu, tilting her head to watch him. Chu gladly accepted the drink, opened it, and quickly gulped it down with great haste, prompting Bulma to retrieve another can from her bag, beaming as she offered it to him for another round of refreshment. Seeing Chu indulging, Goku and Krillin clamored for a drink as well. Bulma rummaged through her bag, only to reveal it was empty, expressing her disappointment. This left the eagerly anticipating Goku and Krillin quite dejected, and they turned their envious gazes toward Chu, who held an empty can. They could only stare longingly at him, their expressions one of resentment. Feeling the weight of their stares, Chu chuckled nervously and waved his hand, saying, all right, don't be upset. Goku, Krillin, let us go. I'll treat you to a meal that we've expended quite a bit of energy in this match and need to replenish. Yay, Chu, that sounds great. I'm starving. Let us hurry. Goku exclaimed, I want 20 servings. I'm famished, Krillin added. All right. Eat as much as you like. Just don't exceed 500,000 yuan. Chu laughed, patting his pocket where his freshly won prize money resided. Only able to smile wryly at their enthusiasm. Oh, so Chu is treating us. I know a fantastic restaurant. Let me take you there. At some point, the turtle hermit, now free of his disguise, had appeared behind them, waving and greeting the group with a broad smile. Chu and the others turned to respond, and when Goku inquired about the turtle hermit's whereabouts during the match, he simply chuckled and fabricated an excuse, leaving everyone but Chu oblivious to the truth. Chu had no intention of exposing him, and thus managed to muddle through. Under the guidance of Master Roshi, Chu arrived at a restaurant reputed to be a century-old establishment. He ordered an abundance of dishes, and the group gathered around the table, engaging in lively conversation while indulging in their meals in the restaurant. The table where Chu sat was filled with the clattering sound of stacked bowls and the rhythmic clinking of chopsticks against the porcelain, creating a chorus of noise that was incessant. This spectacle drew the attention of other diners, who turned to witness the mountainous piles of dishes before Chu's table, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief, followed by a flurry of whispered exclamations of surprise. Chu, Sun Wukong, can you two not eat so fast? We're not competing with you, Bulma interjected softly, her voice tinged with irritation. Look, everyone around us is watching. Don't you feel embarrassed? I'm blushing for you. Wukong, don't reach for that. It's mine. Slow down. I want to save some for last. Chu and Sun Wukong were locked in a fierce competition over the food on the table, rendering Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi nearly speechless, confined to merely preserving their own portions. The two were intent on devouring the entire spread before them, as if engaged in a contest. Their plates, stacked high, towered above their heads and continued to rise, while Sun Wukong seemed to channel all his frustration from the martial arts tournament into his voracious appetite. With his mouth agape, he voraciously stuffed various delicacies into it, his manner of eating far from decorous. His seemingly small stomach appeared to be an insatiable abyss, showing no signs of fullness. Chu was no less eager. His appetite rivaled that of Sun Wukong's, and given that all the food on the table was his prize, he felt compelled to consume it quickly lest it all be devoured by Wukong. Thus, he too engaged in a frenzied contest of gluttony. Noticing their lack of response to her words, Bulma, his beautiful brows furrowed, her cheeks slightly flushed as she puffed them out in annoyance. Unable to contain herself, she let out a small huff, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently on the two, and her lips pursed in displeasure. However, the two continued their feast. Much to Bulma's chagrin, in a fit of frustration, she raised her delicate hand and brought it down sharply onto the table. The resounding clap startled both Chu and Sun Wukong, momentarily breaking their food frenzy. They turned their heads in unison to face her, their expressions reflecting confusion. With a resigned glance at the two, Bulma raised her voice, propping herself up on the table, her delicate face leaning forward towards them as she reiterated her earlier admonition. This time, both of them listened intently, and after a quick exchange of glances, Sun Wukong, set down his utensils while continuing to chew on a mouthful of chicken. Bulma, if we slow down, all this food will disappear. When it comes to eating, one must be swift. The joy lies in consuming it. He mumbled, his words slightly garbled. As soon as he finished, Chu hurriedly chimed in. Bulma, you see, I've just returned from the tournament, and after so many matches, especially the last two, I've exhausted a great deal of energy. I'm absolutely famished. He pointed at son Wukong and then at his own stomach, exclaiming, look at Wukong's speed. If I were to hesitate even slightly, I wouldn't even get to drink the soup. And my appetite, I can hardly get enough. After Chu earnestly expressed himself, he gazed at Bulma with sincere eyes. Faced with the innocence of their expressions, Bulma could only sigh in resignation. Fine, fine, I won't bother you anymore. Eat as you please, but please be mindful of your manners and don't disturb others. Got it, got it. Bulma, you're so nagging, they replied and resumed their meal, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. Transitioning from a frenzied gulping to a more measured consumption, Bulma considered this a small victory. Master Roshi observed the youthful faces of Chu, Sun Wukong, and Krillin with a smile playing on his lips. I observed your performances during the tournament, and I must say, I was pleasantly surprised by all three of you. Particularly you, Chu. You have truly surpassed expectations and are ready to embark on your own journey. As for you, Wukong, your display of skill was impressive as well. Lastly, Krillin, your performance was commendable, but you still need to hone your skills further. His words prompted the trio to cease their eating, their eyes wide with attention as they prepared to absorb his wisdom. Chu, although you've claimed victory in the tournament, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remember, the path of martial arts knows no bounds. Your journey is only just beginning. Wukong and Krillin, you two must remember that there are always those stronger than yourselves. Do not underestimate others, for even now, Chu stands ahead of you. From here on, do not become complacent. Do you understand? Yes, they responded earnestly, their eyes filled with determination. Sun Wukong and Krillin radiated a fervent desire for self-improvement, while Chu contemplated the formidable foes that lay ahead. The more he thought about it, the more his blood surged, akin to a volcano erupting, his heart racing with anticipation. Chu knew that his strength was far from sufficient. The future promised a world far more thrilling than the present. His task was to continually surpass himself in the pursuit of power, ensuring his place in the future and preventing himself from fading into obscurity. After their feast, Chu intended to escort Bulma home, but she insisted on staying a bit longer, declaring she would leave the next day. Thus, that evening, Chu, Sun Wukong, and the others gathered to play poker. Laughter and joy filling the air as they reveled in the moment. And the night swiftly slipped away as dawn broke. The distant horizon glimmered with a pale light, heralding the ascent of the sun, its gentle rays warming the earth and marking the arrival of a new day. Downstairs at the inn, after breakfast, Chu and his companions assembled, preparing to depart. What are your plans? Master Roshi inquired, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed Chu, Sun Wukong, and Krillin. What plans? We're going back to continue our training, aren't we? Sun Wukong replied, bewildered by the question as he looked at Master Roshi with wide eyes. Ah, Wukong, you must understand that after this martial arts tournament, returning with me is no longer suitable. It would only hinder your growth. Master Roshi explained that I have imparted all I can. From now on, you each have your own paths to forge. You must train independently. I have faith that you can accomplish this. I would hate to be disappointed in my disciples, though. Is that so? Grandpa, you want us to train on our own? Sun Wukong tilted his head, a look of uncertainty crossing his face before he turned to Chu, urgently asking, Chu, what do you think? Indeed, Wukong, I believe Master is correct. After the rigorous training with Master Wu Tian, we have matured and grown significantly compared to a few months ago. However, if we remain stagnant in one place, we will only find ourselves at standstill. Thus, I pondered, I too wish to journey across the world, to cultivate my skills through travel, and to diligently enhance my abilities. Upon hearing Chu's response, Sun Wukong's eyes, once filled with confusion, now radiated determination as he nodded and proclaimed loudly, Yes, I understand, Chu. Since you have suggested it, I shall also endeavor to embark on a journey. The turtle sage, upon overhearing their conversation, exhibited a look of satisfaction, smiling broadly as he remarked, Chu-hee, you speak wisely. Young people should venture forth alone to cultivate their skills, to explore and experience, for it is through numerous trials that one can truly forge their strength. Set forth on the path you have chosen to become a formidable warrior. After a brief pause, the turtle sage continued, Wukong, you too should seek the path that suits you best. Remember, try to rely less on the flying nimbus, as it may lead to complacency. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement with the turtle sage's advice, resolving to minimize his use of the nimbus in favor of relying on his own legs. Journeying far and wide, traversing rivers with his hands at this juncture, the turtle sage turned his gaze to Krillin, who had remained silent. He inquired, Krillin, what are your thoughts? I am not yet ready to make a decision, but I believe it would be best for me to stay with Master Wu Tian for a while longer, if that is all right. The turtle sage was about to find an excuse to decline when Krillin, perceiving the situation, swiftly moved to whisper a few words to him. The turtle sage's face instantly brightened with joy, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Witnessing this exchange, Chu-hee felt speechless, instantly realizing that Krillin must have promised the turtle sage something regarding beautiful women. Chu-hee, Wukong, do you both wish to cultivate together, or separately? Krillin asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Chu-hee and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, pondering whether separation was necessary. The turtle sage, smiling, interjected, Chu-hee, Wukong, you must understand that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Parting can be beneficial. It allows for focused cultivation and the discovery of your own path, but a man must learn to face challenges alone. And when you meet again, there will be anticipation to see who has grown stronger. What a delightful prospect. Very well. Then let us part ways. Chu-hee replied, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet resolved to heed the turtle sage's wisdom, embarking on his solitary journey of cultivation. Sun Wukong, hearing this, nodded with a smile and declared, All right, Chu-hee, when we meet again, I shall seek you out for a battle. With that, the turtle sage decided it was time to leave. He waved at Krillin, saying, Krillin, we must be on our way. He then prepared to depart for the airport. While Krillin waved goodbye to the others, Krillin, please remember to send my regards to Lan Chi when you return. It's truly regrettable that I can no longer enjoy her cooking. Understood? I will convey your message. Take care, everyone. When we next meet, I will have grown stronger as well. Farewell, Chu-hee, Wukong. Krillin exclaimed loudly before turning to leave, joining the turtle sage in their swift departure. As Chu, he watched the vehicle gradually fade from view. A sense of longing welled within him, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. That moment, Bulma, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Her gaze shimmered as she looked at Chu-hee, sighing softly with a tone filled with reluctance. Chu-hee, with this departure, I truly wonder when we shall meet again. Seeing the unwillingness in Bulma's expression stirred something within Chu. He took a deep breath and smiled. How could that be? When I have the chance, I will visit you frequently. You always say that, but your visits are few and far between, sometimes months apart, Bulma said, her head lowered, her eyes filled with a deep sense of longing as she spoke softly. Hee, this time will be different. I shall come often. Chu-hee noticed Bulma's forlorn demeanor and felt a twinge of guilt, yet he knew he must continue on his path of cultivation, resolutely focused on becoming stronger. All right, Bulma, it is time to bid you farewell. Chu-hee momentarily set aside his complex emotions, inhaling deeply before regaining his composure. Turning to Sun Wukong, he waved goodbye, his face adorned with a smile, saying, Wukong, I will take my leave first. Until we meet again. Sun Wukong also exchanged farewells with Chu-hee, who then took Bulma's delicate hand, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Sun Wukong gazed at the spot where Chu-hee had disappeared. His eyes filled with resolve, he vowed to relentlessly train and surpass Chu-hee. With this determination, he sprinted northward, embarking on his own journey of cultivation. Meanwhile, in a villa within West City, Chu-hee returned to Bulma's home, ensuring she was safely back without anyone noticing. Bulma, we've arrived home, and I must take my leave. Chu-hee released her hand, preparing to depart. Bulma sighed, her heart heavy with reluctance as she suppressed her myriad thoughts. She retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from her pocket and handed it to Chu, saying, "The Dragon Ball should have returned from the stone by now. While you cultivate, perhaps you could seek them out and see if you can gather all of them." Chu gratefully accepted the radar, tucking it away as he bid Bulma farewell and stepped out. Bulma silently watched Chu's departing figure, releasing alongside in that moment. A wave of emotions surged within her. Recalling the myriad memories shared with Chu, each moment replayed in her mind like a film, leaving her momentarily entranced, her heart yearning. Flowers, flowers. We seek flowers for support. Chapter 71. A bottle of Ergo-2 sparks a bloodbath. It had been over a month since the last World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, Chu journeyed northward, cultivating through travel, traversing various cities, and crossing renowned mountains and rivers on a certain day at noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting down its scorching rays, which infused the air with a sense of heat. I could see this moment. Chu found himself standing before the only tavern in an obscure little town. Having abstained from alcohol for quite some time, the serendipitous encounter with this tavern on such a sweltering day rekindled his longing for the taste of liquor. Pushing the door open, Chu entered the tavern and spotted an elderly man, likely in his 50s or 60s, diligently calculating accounts at the counter, occasionally furrowing his brow or sighing. The tavern appeared rather desolate, devoid of patrons. Upon hearing the door open, the old man glanced up to see Chu enter. Recognizing a customer had arrived, he quickly adjusted his attire and approached with a warm smile, saying, "Young man, what would you like to drink?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu recalled the first alcoholic beverage he had consumed in his past life, Ergo-2. The mere thought of it made his mouth water, and he felt an overwhelming desire to indulge once more. "Excuse me, do you have Ergo-2?" Chu inquired. The proprietor chuckled and replied, "Ah, young man, you've arrived just in time. I have only one bottle left. I shall fetch it for you right away. Please wait a moment." Having spoken, the proprietor of the hotel approached the bar with nimbleness, deftly climbing onto a stool to retrieve a bottle of Ergo-2 from the high shelf. He then made his way over to Chu, presenting the bottle with a courteous gesture. Chu accepted it with thanks, casually selecting a seat as he prepared to indulge in a few drinks. Reminiscing about the past, just as he was about to uncork the bottle, the door suddenly swung open with a loud clang, revealing a slight, disheveled man with a sycophantic expression, clad in attire reminiscent of a military uniform. He bore a red insignia resembling a bow on his left arm, adorned with the letters twice. Following him was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an air of authority, dressed in a camouflage vest that showcased his well-defined muscles. Akin to rugged mountain peaks, a testament to his immense strength that on the front of his vest, a similar red silk ribbon graced his chest. As these two entered the tavern, the proprietor was visibly startled, immediately rushing to greet them with a beaming smile, bowing and asking, "How may I assist you, gentlemen?" The diminutive man initially ignored the proprietor's inquiry, instead bowing respectfully to the imposing figure, addressing him as Major Leo, and inquiring, "What beverage would you like, sir?" Major Leo slightly lowered his head, casting a discerning glance at the smaller man, his brow furrowing as he replied, "Hey, Pai, after all this time, do you still not know my preferred drink?" At these words, Hey Pai trembled involuntarily, hastily lowering his head and stammering, "Oh, I understand, Major." He then turned to the tavern owner, puffing out his chest and commanding, "Quickly bring me every bottle of Ergo-2 you have. And do it promptly." The tavern owner instinctively shuddered, casting a sidelong glance at Chu before bowing his head with a troubled expression. Noticing the proprietor's lack of action, Hey Pai scowled. "Barking, old man, why are you still standing there? Hurry up, don't waste my time. Forgive me, but we are currently out of Ergo-2. Would you care for something else?" The proprietor replied, his face a mask of sincerity. Upon hearing that the establishment had run out of the drink favored by his superior, Hey Pai's agitation surged. With a menacing glare, he threatened, "What? You dare claim you don't have it? How can you deny us what we desire? It seems your little tavern has no intention of remaining open. Please, don't be angry. I truly have none left." The proprietor pleaded, "Oh, since you say so, then there is no reason for this wretched tavern to continue operating." Hey Pai's expression darkened, his tone frigid, devoid of any hint of jest. The proprietor felt a wave of panic wash over him upon hearing Hei Pai's words. He hesitated, his face twitching with anxiety, a fleeting glimmer of guilt flashing in his eyes, before he pointed to the table where Chu sat, hesitantly stating, "The last bottle was sold to him." Hei Pai's gaze followed the proprietor's gesture. And indeed, he spotted the bottle of Erguo II on Chu's table. He turned back to glare at the tavern owner, exclaiming, "Old man, why didn't you say so sooner? You've made me waste so much time. I will deal with you later." After delivering this rebuke, Hei Pai pivoted to face Major Leo, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of obsequiousness, a humble smile gracing his face as he respectfully said, "Major, please take a seat that I shall fetch the wine at once for your enjoyment." Once he saw Leo seated, Hei Pai smirked and sauntered over to Chu's table, arriving before Chu. Hei Pai adopted an arrogant demeanor, slamming his hand on the table with an authoritative glare, demanding, "Hey kid, hand over that bottle of Erguo to now," having overheard the previous exchange between Hei Pai and the tavern owner. Chu was fully aware of the unfolding situation. He had not anticipated that a mere desire for a drink would lead to such unwarranted conflict. "What are you waiting for? Are you daft? Hurry up and give it to me," Hei Pai bellowed, his patience waning as he noticed Chu's noncompliance, who remained unfazed by his demands. With an air of tranquility, Chu lifted the bottle, shaking it slightly before placing it back on the table, and calmly inquired, "Who are you? This is already mine, so why should I give it to you? Provide a reason." "Humph, a reason? You dare ask such a ludicrous question? How absurd!" Hei Pai retorted, his tone dripping with arrogance. He pointed to the insignia on his chest, adopting a condescending attitude as he said, "Open your eyes and observe. Do you see this?" Chu casually raised his gaze and asked, "See what? Ha! You don't even recognize this? No wonder you're so oblivious to your own insignificance. You're just a naive fool." Hei Pai laughed, arrogantly proclaiming, "This is the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. I'm Second Lieutenant Hei P. Do you understand, punk?" "Oh, understood." Chu nodded then, with a flicker of insight in his eyes, he turned back to Hei Pai, calmly asking, "But what of it?" Chapter 72. A sudden strike to calmness in Chu's voice conveyed an air of indifference, as if he viewed the Red Ribbon Army as nothing more than a child's play, utterly inconsequential. Modern firearms and high-tech weaponry held no fear for Chu. After all, even the likes of the past Sun Wukong had managed to dismantle such organizations single-handedly. How could they pose a threat to someone stronger than Sun Wukong himself? Hei Pai was momentarily taken aback by Chu's composed response. He had always believed that no one could challenge the authority of the Red Ribbon Army, for it was synonymous with power. Yet here, before him, stood someone openly insulting him, disregarding both him and the army. Since joining the Red Ribbon Army, he had been accustomed to wielding power, and it had been long since he had faced such treatment. A surge of rage welled within him, darkening his expression and filling his narrow eyes with venomous intent. "You little brat, it seems you're truly tired of living. You have committed a grave offense, an unforgivable sin. No one can save you now. I shall ruthlessly kill you, and the tavern owner who sheltered you will meet the same fate. Under the looming authority of the Red Ribbon Army, all must submit. No one could show disrespect, defiance, or disloyalty." Hei Pai's eyes flickered with fervent zeal for the Red Ribbon Army as he coldly declared, "You can meet your end now." A large-caliber Desert Eagle swiftly emerged from his sleeve, aimed directly at Chu's forehead. Hei Pai smirked disdainfully, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he lightly squeezed the trigger. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the air, while the tavern owner, pale and trembling, shut his eyes, unable to bear witness to Chu's impending doom. Meanwhile, Major Leo appeared utterly unfazed, his eyes half closed in contemplation, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos that TO'd him. It seemed as if Hei Pai were about to crush an insignificant insect rather than take a life. Hei Pai, expecting to see Chu's body crumple to the ground, was taken aback to find Chu still seated, gazing at him with an expression of utter indifference, his eyes reflecting a serene calmness. The shot he had fired had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Hei Pai could not contain his astonishment, internally questioning, "Impossible! Did I miss? At such a short distance? Could it be a jam?" But the bullet clearly fired. His expression fluctuated between confusion and disbelief. "Are you searching for something?" Chu-hee gazed coldly at Hei-pai, his eyes betraying a flicker of murderous intent. As he fixed his stare upon Hei-pai, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc. He slowly extended his right hand across the table, revealing a bullet that lay steadily in his palm, still warm to the touch. Hei-pai, who had been engulfed in uncertainty, suddenly turned to see Chu-hee's action. Upon recognizing that the bullet in his hand was from his desert eagle, a wave of shock crashed upon his soul, akin to a tempestuous sea, as feelings of terror and unease surged within him. Impossible. This cannot be. Who is he? Who on earth is he? Hei-pai felt his heart racing wildly, a visceral sense of trepidation overwhelming him. Looking into Chu-hee's dark eyes that glimmered with malice, he felt as if he were utterly exposed in a frigid wasteland, a chilling sensation enveloping him, causing his limbs to tremble uncontrollably. The astonishment displayed by Hei-pai did not go unnoticed by Leo, who had been seated calmly. A spark of realization flashed in Leo's eyes as he too observed Chu-hee and the bullet in his hand. At that moment, his pupils narrowed slightly, a strange light flickering in his gaze. You just told me you wanted me dead, didn't you? Very well, but now I'm still alive. It is you who shall die next. Chu-hee spoke with a chilling indifference. He rose to his feet. In an instant, with no warning, he unleashed a swift kick that struck Hei-pai squarely in the chest. The speed of the blow was akin to lightning. Hei-pai had no time to react before the impact caused his chest to cave in, his internal organs shattered. His body was propelled backward, flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Chu-hee operated under the principle of an eye for an eye. Since Hei-pai had drawn a weapon, clearly dismissing the value of his own life, Chu-hee wasted no time in executing him. He bore no hesitation, indifferent to the consequences. No matter who Hei-pai was or what power he wielded, in the face of absolute strength, all would crumble to dust. Just after dispatching Hei-pai, Chu-hee noticed Major Leo striding towards him. With a calm gaze, he addressed Leo. What? Do you seek revenge? That fool. Let him die. He was nothing but a mere pawn. Leo halted, his gaze lingering on Chu-hee, responding with a newfound wariness in his eyes. As a martial arts expert holding the rank of major within the Red Ribbon Corps, he had not fully grasped Chu-hee's technique earlier, leaving him equally astonished. In his mind, Leo speculated about Chu-hee's identity, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. You are his superior, are you not? He died serving you, and yet you speak so lightly. Chu-hee remarked. Leo scoffed. He was merely my dog. His allegiance to me was for his own sake. Chu-hee countered. Then what do you intend to do now? I would like to offer you a position within the Red Ribbon Corps. With your skills, wealth, and power will be at your fingertips, Leo said, his eyes gleaming with expectation, choosing not to mention the earlier incident. His silence did not deter Chu-hee. A faint smile graced his lips before his tone shifted to one of cold indifference. Ah, how eloquent! However, I believe you have misconstrued a matter. What matter? I never stated I would spare you. The man who erred has met his fate, and you shall bear the consequences of his actions. Regardless of his status, he was your man, and thus, you too shall perish. Chu-hee's eyes were devoid of warmth, filled instead with a chilling resolve. I could see these words. Leo's expression shifted abruptly, his heart racing uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, a wave of icy dread coursing through him, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. Leo composed himself, his voice trembling. What do you want? I never intended to oppose you. I do not wish to repeat myself. Chu-hee replied coldly, his eyes dark as ink, radiating a lethal glint. With that, he moved swiftly, as if thunder and lightning had converged. Leo. Chu-hee appeared as a fleeting specter, moving with such speed that even Leo, a martial arts adept, could not react in time. Wait, do not kill me. If you do, you will be at odds with the entire Red Ribbon Corps. They will not spare you. You will be hunted down to the ends of the earth. Leo cried out, panic-stricken, retreating further as his expression twisted in fear. His scalp tingled with terror, and he felt his very soul fleeing as he yearned for escape from the seemingly demonic figure before him. Regret washed over him for not recognizing Chu-hee's formidable nature sooner, and for allowing Hei-pai to provoke him, thus incurring his wrath. Chu-hee remained impassive and ruthless, showing no signs of faltering. His speed was blinding, and he closed the distance to Leo in an instant, disregarding Leo's desperate pleas, thrusting his palm forward with ease to strike Leo's chest. A wretched scream escaped Leo's lips as his eyes bulged. Blood erupting from his mouth, his once formidable frame collapsed like a pile of mud, lifeless on the ground, his face devoid of color, leaving only an expression of unending despair and horror. As Leo fell, a device resembling a circular watch, pulsating with a red light, slipped from his grasp, emitting a series of beeps. Chu paid it no mind, his demeanor unruffled as he calmly applauded, as if to rid himself of any lingering negativity. He then leisurely returned to his seat, pouring himself another drink, behaving as if nothing had transpired, the fallen bodies of Hei Pai and Major Leo appearing insignificant, like mere insects, with a flick of his finger. The bottle cap flew off, and Chu raised the bottle to his lips, drinking deeply. The fiery sensation surged down his throat, and memories flooded back, prompting a nostalgic look to cross his face as he took several more swigs. Meanwhile, the innkeeper, still shaken from witnessing the brutal slayings, approached Chu with trepidation, his heart racing as he implored, "Young man, why do you linger here? You must leave at once. The Red Ribbon Corps is a fearsome entity. No one who crosses them meets a favorable end. They are equipped with unique signal devices that can detect their officer situations. They surely know of the deaths you caused." Pausing for breath, the innkeeper continued, "I recognize your exceptional skills, yet they are numerous, boasting an army of over 10,000, equipped with aircraft and artillery. You must depart quickly, or they will soon arrive." Chu, unfazed by the innkeeper's warnings, turned with a serene smile, softly replying, "Thank you, but there is no need for concern. Even if their entire army descends upon me, they cannot harm me. I shall remain here, awaiting them." Though his words were calm, an undeniable confidence and audacity radiated from him. The innkeeper stared, a flicker of belief igniting in his heart. "This is for the drinks," Chu said, handing over some coins. The innkeeper sighed, pocketing the money without counting, hastily gathering his belongings before rushing out in fear of retribution from the Red Ribbon Corps. Chu finished his last sip of drink, his expression placid as he observed the innkeeper's hasty retreat. Driven by the fear of the Corps' vengeance, he could not help but let out a soft sigh, reflecting inwardly, "This is the price of weakness. The weak can only flee, while it is the strong who confront everything head-on. It is precisely because I possess strength that I need not cower in fear before the Red Ribbon Army, nor retreat in disgrace. Instead, I can single-handedly annihilate them with unrelenting force." The tavern has grown increasingly desolate. Apart from two lifeless bodies, only Chu remains alive amidst an array of assorted spirits upon the counter. Noticing that the Erguo too has been exhausted yet his thirst remains unquenched, he casts a glance at the arranged bottles and rises to approach the counter. He casually grabs a bottle, uncorks it, and takes hearty swigs, exclaiming with satisfaction after each bout, before continuing to indulge. In the entire establishment, only two sounds resonate: the glugging of Chu as he drinks, and the shattering of bottles as he carelessly discards them upon the floor. His capacity for alcohol seems boundless, akin to an insatiable abyss. One bottle after another is drained and shattered, yet his mind remains as clear as ever, and his belly shows no signs of expansion. One must commend the Scion physique for its extraordinary resilience. The tavern, under Chu's rampage, now bears witness to the near-total destruction of its bottles, the floor littered with shards of glass, resembling a makeshift recycling plant for broken bottles. Just as he revels in his indulgence, suddenly he perceives a subtle movement in his ears, and a glint of sharpness flickers in his eyes, accompanied by a faint smirk of disdain on his face. Silently, he muses, have they finally arrived? At this moment, with nothing but time on his hands, he welcomes the Red Ribbon Army's intrusion, which would have otherwise been avoided. Sooner or later, Sun Wukong would have dealt with them, obliterating their entire force. Yet now, the Red Ribbon Army shall serve as a significant sharpening stone on Chu's path of cultivation. Although this stone may be superfluous, the monotony has driven him to seek amusement. And in doing so, he could rid the populace of a menace, a twofold benefit that begs the question, why not? A peculiar grin plays upon his lips as he strides out of the tavern. Hands clasped behind his back, surveying his surroundings from every direction, the sound of marching footsteps draws nearer, and soon, armed men clad in military garb, brandishing submachine guns, pour forth from the various streets of the small town. Each uniform is unmistakably marked with a red bow emblem, adorned with the letters R. Above, the relentless hum of aircraft fills the air as 5 fighter jets hover ominously, poised for battle like eagles ready to strike. Chapter 74. Encirclement. Faced with such an overwhelming display of armed forces and the glint of deadly gun barrels, Chu remains as tranquil as still water, devoid of any ripples. His demeanor is exceedingly calm, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as though he were seated in a serene garden, observing the ebb and flow of nature. The Red Ribbon Army's deployment is a direct command from headquarters, dispatching a regiment from the nearest 15th Division to the small town. Commanding the troops is Colonel Byron, who at this moment occupies one of the circling fighter jets, utilizing the screens to direct his forces with utmost seriousness. Focusing entirely on Chu, leaving no room for complacency, as he recalls the messages relayed from headquarters and the visuals transmitted via the signal device. Colonel Byron's expression grows grave, his entire attention fixated on Chu, wary of any misstep. Chu halts in the center of the street, his eyes gently closing, and in an instant his mind becomes crystal clear. He perceives the positions of all moving individuals around him. He senses soldiers approaching him like an unending tide. Come on. The more, the merrier. A sinister smile flickers at the corner of Chu's mouth, and a glint of murderous intent ignites in his eyes. This desire for destruction and battle pulses through his veins, a harbinger of chaos. Observing Chu's nonchalant demeanor, Colonel Byron feels a surge of anger at the blatant disregard for the Red Ribbon Army. With a stern expression, he issues a command without hesitation. Instantly, the soldiers surrounding Chu raise their weapons, countless barrels aimed at his vital points, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire that shatters the town's silence with an explosive roar. Countless bullets rain down like a tempest, converging upon him in an inescapable onslaught. Yet Chu merely smirks at the oncoming barrage, unperturbed. His gaze remains steady, his muscles taut, as a white aura envelopes his form. Upon contact, the bullets seem to wither, losing all momentum, suspended in mid-air before cascading to the ground in a delicate clatter, resembling pearls upon a jade plate. The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, along with Colonel Byron commanding from the aircraft, are struck with incredulity. The bullets have proven utterly ineffective against this man. What manner of power is this? It is beyond comprehension, bordering on the monstrous. Stunned into silence, they are overwhelmed by a wave of despair, their expressions morphing in disbelief. Colonel Byron wrestles with his shock, his mind racing for a solution. The threat before him is unprecedented, and the bullets are rendered harmless. He swiftly relays a new command for all soldiers to abandon their firearms and instead employ more destructive rocket launchers. They would spare no effort to eliminate him. Each soldier of the Red Ribbon Army swiftly equips themselves with rocket launchers, their faces etched with solemn determination as they aim at Chu. This volley of firepower, in stark contrast to the previous, is ferociously intensified. The command. Rockets are launched in rapid succession toward Chu. The might of the Red Ribbon Army laid bare in this moment. The earth trembles under the thunderous barrage. The air quakes with the force of the explosions. Yet Chu remains unhurried. His gaze sharp as a blade, he focuses his energy, amplifying the aura around him, which swells and envelopes him. As the rockets approach, they halt in their tracks, detonating harmlessly at his side. Boom! 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 The ground shakes. Thick plumes of smoke rise and flames soar into the sky, debris scattering. The area where Chu stands is reduced to ruins. The buildings along the street crumbled into dust, leaving only deep craters in their wake. Yet for Chu, this overwhelming destruction amounts to nothing. He stands unscathed, not a speck of dust upon his clothing, still wearing a faint smile. This astonishing scene ignites despair within the hearts of every member of the Red Ribbon Army. The figure before them transcends humanity. He is a monster. Among the ranks, some, gripped by terror, abandon their weapons and flee from this harrowing place. with cold light radiating from his eyes. Chu cannot allow those who seek to challenge him to escape. Regardless of their numbers, everyone must pay the price. With a swift movement, like a fleeting glimmer, he appeared beside a soldier in an instant. The soldier barely had time to react, his eyes still reflecting terror. Before Chu, he unhesitatingly grasped his throat, effortlessly twisting it, shattering his windpipe, and leading him to a swift demise. Chu picked up the fallen rocket launcher from the ground, holding it in his hand. As a red light flickered in his right eye, the skill of firing a shot was already etched in his mind. As if rehearsed thousands of times, he slung the rocket launcher over his shoulder, casually turned in a direction, and pulled the trigger. A deafening explosion erupted, echoing the anguished screams of numerous soldiers that reverberated through the sky, as a thick mist of blood enveloped the air. Chu moved like the wind, continuously bending down to retrieve rocket launchers from the ground, then unleashing a frenzied barrage. Furthermore, he infused his energy upon the surface of the rockets, amplifying their lethality. In less than a minute, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion lying on the ground had been utterly annihilated by Chu alone. Around him, no soldier stood except for himself. The ground remained littered with corpses. A river of blood flowing freely. Above, fighter jets circled and fired bullets downwards, targeting Chu, yet not a single shot grazed the edge of his garment. I could see that moment. 5 fighter jets aligned in formation, centered around Colonel Byron, preparing to launch missiles. This was the most formidable assault they could muster. 5 missiles were launched, descending from various angles like comets plummeting to Earth. Chu, momentarily shedding his earlier nonchalance, could distinctly sense the destructive force contained within the missiles, that a direct confrontation with the explosion's devastation could render him slightly injured, though it would not obliterate his formidable form. Unlike bullets or rockets, missiles unleashed a far greater energy, with a correspondingly higher lethality. Although Chu's physique was robust, remaining unyielding would still entail pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu raised his head and hurled the rocket launcher at one of the incoming missiles with all his might. Instantly, the rocket launcher collided with the missile mid-air, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion that resonated for miles. 1 missile was successfully destroyed, while the remaining 4 descended relentlessly, seemingly intent on transforming the entire landscape into an inferno, ready to consume everything in sight. A glimmer flashed in Chu's eyes, and a faint smile crept across his lips as his figure vanished just as the missiles were about to make contact with the ground. In that fleeting moment, a colossal roar erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing and the sun and moon shattering. The earth trembled as if on the verge of collapsing, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended slowly, nearly obscuring the entire sky above the town. The once thriving town lay in ruins beneath the missile's obliteration. Every soul, including its residents, now lifeless. The ground was shrouded in smoke and dust, enveloped in a dense fog that rendered everything indistinct. Colonel Byron, seated in his aircraft, felt his heart racing. Internally pleading for the demise of Chu, he commanded his subordinates to maintain a vigilant watch below, ready to report any movements, ensuring absolute security. Yet he remained unconvinced. Logically, under such a cataclysmic assault, the entire town should have been reduced to ashes. No matter how skilled, a mere mortal could not survive the impact of 4 missiles, unless he was no longer human. As Colonel Byron pondered, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through him, a visceral sense of impending crisis enveloping his mind. Abruptly, he felt a tremor atop the aircraft, followed by a voice crackling through the intercom. Laced with panic, "Colonel, he's on top of the plane." Before the warning could conclude, an intense explosion resonated in his ears, causing Colonel Byron's expression to shift dramatically. Drawing on years of experience, he instantly recognized the sound of an aircraft explosion. And soon after, 3 more explosive sounds erupted. A wave of terror washed over him. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his breath seemingly suspended, dread spreading across his face. He could distinctly sense the oppressive force from above, akin to a rabbit confronted by a lion, overwhelmed by an incomprehensible fear. The last words he barely heard were Kamehameha, followed by a blinding blue light piercing through the aircraft, akin to a bolt of lightning, engulfing him in excruciating pain before plunging him into darkness. Meanwhile, Chu reappeared on solid ground, having utilized instant teleportation to momentarily alight atop the aircraft, subsequently dispatching it using the Kamehameha technique. He gazed at the town now reduced to rubble, a sigh escaping his lips as a flicker of regret swelled within him. Suddenly, a profound surge of murderous intent ignited in his eyes, and he murmured ominously, "Red Ribbon Legion, very well. I shall ensure your premature obliteration, erasing you from this world." With newfound resolve, he turned away from the ruins and set forth on his path towards the Red Ribbon Legion's headquarters. At the highest floor of the headquarters, a diminutive man with red hair and a single eye erupted in fury upon hearing the reports from his officers. Incompetence, utterly useless. How could an entire regiment be annihilated so easily? What is the explanation for this? He thundered that in that case, we must deploy more forces, and if necessary, utilize atomic weapons. N01 shall challenge the authority of the Red Ribbon Legion. Any adversaries must be obliterated without mercy. Understood? But, sir, he is exceedingly powerful, and we currently cannot locate him. What of his strength? My ambition is to dominate the entire world. Under my command, everything must yield. If he remains unfound, continue searching relentlessly. Once located, we shall eliminate him at all costs, lest we be deemed incapable. Yes, sir. The multitude of officers received their orders and promptly dispatched individuals to search for Chu, unaware that he was en route to their main headquarters. As Chu, he prepared to depart. He held the Dragon Ball radar, gifted to him by Buma, which displayed the locations of the Dragon Balls at the northeast, over 300 kilometers away. 3 Dragon Balls were clustered together, their points flashing incessantly. A glimmer of realization flashed in Chu's eyes. This gathering of Dragon Balls was likely the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Very well, he thought. He would annihilate their headquarters and seize the Dragon Balls for himself. A faint smile graced Chu's lips as he already envisioned the Dragon Balls as his own possessions, although he had identified the general direction of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. The exact location remained elusive. Chu first pinpointed a location and, with a swift move, teleported to a rugged mountain range over 300 miles to the northeast. He took out the radar once more, adjusted the search parameters, and proceeded in the direction indicated, gradually approaching the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The headquarters was established on a vast, verdant plain, heavily guarded by numerous soldiers and fortified with a plethora of high-tech defensive installations, forming an impenetrable bastion. Once intruded upon, any trespasser would be swiftly detected. As Chu traversed a glacial area, he breached the defensive line of the Red Ribbon Army, coming under immediate attack from their forces. Countless bullets rained down like a tempest, and the snow-covered ground was riddled with bullet holes. With the speed of lightning, Chu unleashed the Kamehameha wave, obliterating one defensive stronghold after another. The icy terrain bore witness to widespread devastation. With shattered ice and collapsing earth, the entire headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army erupted in alarm as their high command witnessed Chu's formidable presence and supernatural assault through their screens. The red-haired commander, Ruder, wore a grim expression as he gathered his officers to devise a strategy against this formidable foe. Chu, whom he had previously underestimated, as Chu advanced, the path behind him was left in utter ruin. The ground marred by craters and destruction, he surged forward with unstoppable momentum, akin to an arrow soaring toward the heavens, piercing through obstacles with relentless force. The images of the Red Ribbon Army's catastrophic defeat triggered a visceral reaction in Ruder. The diminutive red-haired commander, who suppressed his growing dread and clenched his fists, murmuring in frustration, cursed invader. Ruder abruptly turned, furrowing his brow, and bellowed at his subordinates, "Quickly send reinforcements to stop him. Are there no skilled fighters in our ranks?" A colonel bowed his head in acknowledgement. "The strongest in our ranks, General Lon, has already gone to confront him. However, given the enemy's strength, even General Lon may not hold out for long." At this, Ruder's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, "By the way, where is Tao Bai, the world's #1 assassin?" The response came swiftly. Tao Bai was commissioned by Black Commander 2 days ago to search for the Dragon Balls and has yet to return. Ruder cursed under his breath. Why must that rascal choose this moment? If Tao Bai were here, perhaps he could have dealt with him. Reuter glared at Black Commander with contempt, who lowered his head. Regret etched across his dark features. Outside the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, artillery roared and the earth trembled, smoke billowing and dust rising. Chu strode through the hail of gunfire, his black hair billowing in the wind, each strand dancing like willow fluff, light as snowflakes. With an air of calm, he advanced leisurely, as if strolling through a garden, unaffected by the chaos around him. Bullets and shells lost their velocity and direction before him, turning back upon the Red Ribbon Army, decimating their ranks. Witnessing such a display of power, the remaining soldiers who had managed to observe were engulfed in terror, their fighting spirit shattered, scattering like birds and beasts. Unperturbed by the fleeing soldiers, Chu maintained his steady pace. Unwavering and resolute, at last, he arrived at the inner sanctum of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, a place that struck fear into countless hearts. Towering military structures stood in orderly formation, exuding an air of solemnity, with various combat equipment in plain sight. Aircraft circled above, and armed soldiers were visible in every corner of the expansive compound. Suddenly, with a creaking sound, a security door on the right side of the first floor began to rise, revealing a dashing young man in military attire with golden hair. Without warning, a flying knife whistled toward Chu, gleaming with deadly intent, aiming to pierce his body to in that critical moment. A spark ignited in Chu's eyes. With lightning speed, he extended his right hand, pinching the knife between his index and middle fingers. Halting its advance effortlessly, General Lan's elongated eyes widened in shock as he observed Chu with heightened vigilance. Intruder, if you wish to enter, you must first pass through me. I will not allow you to proceed. Chu merely smirked dismissively, glancing at General Lan with disdain. Is that so? Do not underestimate me. Seeing Chu's contemptuous demeanor, General Lan's expression shifted dramatically. He clenched his fists, suppressing his rising fury, and drew a deep breath. Fixing his gaze intently on Chu, a surge of blue light flickered in his eyes, radiating with an almost magical aura. Chu regarded General Lan with an expression of calmness, the flickering blue light stirring but briefly, like ripples on a tranquil lake, before settling into stillness once more. Their eyes locked, and General Lan felt a tremor of unease ripple through him. He was seized by an overwhelming chill, his body paralyzed with fear as he watched Chu approach. Desperate to react, to resist, he found himself utterly immobilized, engulfed by an indescribable pressure emanating from Chu. It was not merely a murderous intent. It was something far more terrifying. In all his life, General Lan had never faced such despairing circumstances. Every hair on his body stood on end, a primal warning of impending doom. Chu halted beside General Lan, offering a chilling smile that in a flash, his right hand shot forward like lightning, seizing Lan by the throat. With a gentle twist, a sharp crack echoed ominously, signaling the end of the youngest, most gifted general of the Red Ribbon Army. Chu stepped over General Lan's lifeless body, methodically dispatching the soldiers below, his demeanor unruffled as he entered the headquarters, an establishment that inspired dread in the hearts of many. With each floor he ascended, a sea of corpses lay strewn about, a testament to his swift and merciless actions. Thus, treading upon the remains of countless Red Ribbon Army soldiers, Chu reached the highest level, gazing at the tightly sealed door ahead. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. In an instant, a blue light enveloped the surroundings, followed by a thunderous crash as the fortified security door crumbled like tofu. As Chu stepped inside, rhythmic footsteps echoed ominously, prompting Reuter and his aide, Black Commander, to exchange alarmed glances. Fear etched across their faces. Gunfire erupted, but Reuter and Black Commander soon spiraled into despair as none of their bullets found their mark. In their eyes, Chu's speed was nothing short of miraculous, and a profound sense of hopelessness settled in their hearts. Fools! Chu spoke softly, each step he took resonating like a heavy hammer striking at the hearts of the two men. Commander Reuter and Black Commander retreated incessantly until they found themselves cornered against the wall, with nowhere left to escape. Commander Reuter turned to Black Commander and shouted, "What are you afraid of? Hurry and protect me! Have you forgotten your duty?" Black Commander, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and stood up. Obeying Rooter's command, gathering his courage, he faced Chu He and threw a punch, unafraid of death. However, that seemingly colossal fist was seized by Chu He, who then flung Black Commander aside with a force that sent his towering body crashing through the wall, plummeting to his demise from a great height. Witnessing Black Commander fall without being able to withstand even a single blow from Chu He, Commander Rooter finally felt fear. Now he possessed not a shred of military strength. He was merely a short and weak man. How could he dare to confront Chu He? With a thud, Commander Rooter knelt down in utter humiliation, his face a mask of terror as he repeatedly bowed his head to Chu He, loudly pleading, "I beg you, spare my life. Whatever you desire, I will give it to you. I possess vast treasures, all of which I can offer." Seeing Rooter's abject demeanor, contempt deepened in Chu He's eyes. With a cold snort, he disdainfully replied, "By killing you, I can obtain all that as well. Why should I spare you? You are steeped in wickedness. Your sins are grave. To end your life is to rid the world of scourge. A noble deed." Ignoring Rooter's pleas for mercy, Chu He picked up a bullet from the ground, flicking it with his finger. The bullet shot through Commander Rooter's forehead at a speed surpassing that of a handgun. Rooter scarcely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground, his eyes revealing profound resentment. From his pockets rolled 3 Dragon Balls, glimmering like stars. Dragon Balls. Chu He's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached to collect the orbs. A wave of joy flooding his heart, he silently mused, "This journey has indeed borne fruit." Chapter 77. Colonel Violet. This moment, Chu He felt a wave of elation. The accomplishment of single-handedly annihilating an entire legion, with no one able to thwart him, further intensified his yearning for power. Power, only power, would allow me to traverse the world at will, to do as I please, and to punish those I deem wicked. Without power, one is nothing. The natural law of the survival of the fittest was vividly manifested at this moment. The leader of the Red Ribbon Army was now dead, and the remaining soldiers, leaderless, had become a scattered mass, no longer a formidable force. Many soldiers had cast aside their armor and fled in disarray. The Red Ribbon Army, once feared by countless regular troops, had officially crumbled into oblivion. As Chu He descended from the upper floors, intending to leave, a thought suddenly struck him. Rooter had mentioned treasures while pleading for his life. It dawned on him that he was nearly out of money. The prize money from the first martial arts tournament had dwindled after meals and the expenses given to Master Rashi. He was now a penniless wanderer. As the saying goes, without money, one cannot move an inch. Even for Chu He, this was true. After all, he needed to eat. Of course, he could hunt and forage in the mountains. But such endeavors were cumbersome and would waste precious training time. Although he had surpassed ordinary humans in strength and could rampage through the city, pillaging at will, he could not bring himself to engage in such petty acts. He recalled that the Red Ribbon Army was immensely wealthy. Such readily available resources could alleviate his future expenses. With this thought, Chu He's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning a feast awaiting him. He promptly set off to search for Commander Rooter's safe. As he walked, a sudden noise caught his attention. After focusing intently, he followed the sound to a room where he discovered a purple-haired woman squatting on the floor, greedily stuffing wads of cash and gold coins into her pockets from a safe. Chu He was taken aback, surprised that someone had beaten him to it. He cleared his throat deliberately, and the excited Colonel Violet, fully engrossed in her task, turned to look at him, her eyes widening in shock. "How did you find your way here?" Violet stammered, her fair face displaying fear as she took 2 steps back. Incredulous, with a light chuckle, Chu He continued to approach her. The closer he drew, the more frightened she became. "What do you want? Are you here to kill me?" Fear not. Under normal circumstances, I do not harm women. My purpose here is the same as yours." Chu He observed the terror in her eyes with mild surprise, stepping lightly to stand beside Violet and offering her a smile. Witnessing his warm, gentle smile, Violet finally relaxed her tense demeanor. Previously, she had witnessed Chu He's various tactics on the headquarters surveillance screens. She understood she could never be his opponent. Initially, upon seeing him arrive, despair had begun to settle in her heart. But to her astonishment, the situation was not as she had imagined. He had spared her life and posed no threat. After all, The Red Ribbon Army had suffered countless casualties, with the majority falling to his hand. She had expected to share their fate, but found herself alive instead. Violet's gaze remained fixed on the striking figure before her, captivated by his handsome features and gentle smile, unable to reconcile this man with the slaughterer of her comrades. Her heart fluttered unexpectedly. This was the man who had obliterated the Red Ribbon Army, who had mercilessly slain their once mighty commander. Violet stood dazed, gazing at this godlike figure, her alabaster cheeks flushing with color, her heart racing uncontrollably. Unaware of Violet's reaction, Chewie produced a universal capsule, collecting valuables into a box until he had thoroughly emptied the safe. During this time, Violet stood motionless, and when he finally ceased, she pulled out a stack of cash from her pocket, offering, "Hey, do you want some? I still have more." Having acquired more than enough wealth, Chewie declined her offer, shaking his head and replying, "You should keep those for yourself. You're a young lady. Take care of your life. Remember, do not join such organizations again to commit wrongdoing. If I catch you doing anything bad again, I will not spare you." Upon hearing Chu Hi's words, an unexpected warmth surged within Violet. It had been a long time since anyone had expressed concern for her well-being, stirring a sense of unexplainable emotion in her heart. She nodded, a shy smile appearing on her delicate face as she softly replied, "I understand." Afterward, Violet gazed at Chu Hi for a moment, as if wishing to etch his image in her memory. A lasting recollection. "I hope to see you again." Violet bit her lip, her eyes lingering on Chu Hi. Whispering to herself, resolutely, she turned and hurriedly exited the room. Not long after, Chu Hi emerged from the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. He slowly approached the grand entrance, then paused, turning to face the entire headquarters building. "Kamehameha!" Chu Hi shouted, unleashing a wave of blue energy that surged forward with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The Red Ribbon headquarters crumbled in an explosive collapse. Reduced to mere rubble, flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Without looking back, Chu Hi strode away. The following day, news of the Red Ribbon Army's annihilation reached the public, prompting the king to personally verify the situation and announce it to the world through the media. After gaining an understanding of the situation, it became apparent that a young man was responsible for the events, which instantly shocked the entire nation. Further investigation revealed that this individual, Chu Hi, was the champion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. In recognition of his achievements, the king conferred upon him the esteemed title of Martial Honor, elevating him to the status of a national hero, revered by the populace. In a moment, the entire country rejoiced, celebrating the emergence of a heroic warrior while reveling in the downfall of the nefarious Red Ribbon Army. Unbeknownst to Chu Hi, who was engrossed in his training and preparing to seek the next Dragon Ball. These events unfolded in his absence. Chapter 78. Tao Bai Bai. As Chu Hi walked forward, he glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. According to the location displayed on screen, he was steadily approaching the site of the current Dragon Ball. It should be around here. Chu Hi mused as he continued his journey. After traversing a small hill, a village came into view. A village indeed. It seems the Dragon Ball must be within. I should venture in and take a look. Chu Hi thought to himself. Upon reaching the village entrance, he walked along a path and, upon turning a corner, was struck by a waft of blood. Approaching cautiously, he discovered 5 or 6 young men lying on the ground, their faces pale and blood pooling from their mouths. They were evidently deceased. Faced with this grim scene, Chu Hi furrowed his brow, pondering, what transpired here, and who could be responsible? Could it be related to the Dragon Ball? Steeling his resolve, he continued to observe, noting that the blood on the bodies was still red, suggesting they had died recently, their bodies retaining a trace of warmth. What astonished Chu Hi further was that their manner of death was uniformly due to being pierced through the heart by stones. With bloodied fragments scattered across the ground, it must have been the work of a formidable adversary. Who could be so cruel? Chu Hi mused quietly. Suddenly, he heard faint sounds of conversation, following the noise. He moved swiftly, covering several dozen meters in an instant. In the northernmost part of the village, dozens of villagers stood in a line, their eyes filled with terror and hatred, fixed on a man clad in a pink robe with a braid. Beneath his feet lay fallen villagers, each lifeless, their bodies gruesomely marked by blood, that a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a red dress, clung to one of the corpses, wailing inconsolably, her cherubic face etched with sorrow. "Haha, how are you all feeling? Hand over the Dragon Ball quickly, and I might spare you. Otherwise, you'll all meet the same fate as those poor souls," Tao Bai Bai said coldly, his voice dripping with menace. "Daddy, Mommy, please wake up. Han Han doesn't he want you to die?" The little girl cried, her pleas causing Tao Bai Bai's brow to furrow in annoyance. "Shut that little mouth of yours. If you keep screaming, I'll kill you too." Tao Bai Bai snapped, irritated by the girl's cries. His fierce gaze made Han Han clamp her mouth shut, tears brimming in her eyes, her small nose wrinkling as she stifled her sobs. "Does no one know where the Dragon Ball is? We truly don't know what you seek. Please stop killing us," the villagers begged, their faces awash with despair. Unmoved, Tao Bai Bai squinted, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke darkly. "If you refuse to confess, then who shall be next?" With that, his gaze swept over the remaining villagers, who all bowed their heads in fear, trembling and unable to meet his eyes. Only Han Han, biting her lip, glared defiantly at Tao Bai Bai, her large eyes filled with resentment. "Oh, such a brave little girl. Very well, I shall choose you next." Tao Bai Bai smirked maliciously, extending his right hand and stepping forward as if to grasp Han Han's throat. Han Han did not scream. Instead, she tightly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. The villagers averted their gazes, unable to bear witness. Tao Bai Bai's face hardened, devoid of compassion, just as he was about to strike when suddenly, a clear voice resonated through the air. "How can a grown man bully a helpless little girl? Do you have no shame? Who dares speak?" Tao Bai Bai turned sharply, spotting Chu He approaching slowly. Disdain etched across his face. "And who might you be?" Tao Bai Bai's nerves tensed as he realized he had not detected Chu He's arrival, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a low tone. Chu He replied calmly, "You need not know my name. Just understand that I am your enemy. You know who I am. I am the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai, sent by the Red Ribbon Army with a handsome bounty to find the Dragon Ball. Opposing me means opposing the entire Red Ribbon Army. Think wisely," Tao Bai Bai declared, his eyes glinting with menace. Just then, Han Han dashed to Chu He's side, clutching his clothing, looking up with her tear-filled eyes and pleading. "Big brother, he's a wicked man. He has killed so many in our village. You have to save us. Don't let him kill again." With a sense of desperation, Han Han, who had felt hopeless moments before, now clung to Chu He as if he were a lifeline, summoning her courage to plead for his help against the villain. Her cries softened Chu He's heart, and he gently stroked her silky black hair, his eyes shimmering with tenderness as he whispered, "Little sister, do not be afraid. Hide behind me. I shall not allow this man to continue his rampage. Watch closely, little sister. Soon, I shall avenge you." He reassured her before gently pushing her aside to face Tao Bai Bai. His voice turning cold as he declared, "Tao Bai Bai, regardless of who you are, remember this. Next year on this day shall mark your demise. And by the way, the Red Ribbon Army has already been eradicated by me. So you need not concern yourself with that bounty. It is all mine now." "Huh, such audacity from one so young. Allow me to teach you a lesson." Tao Bai Bai's fury ignited, his temples throbbing as he clenched his fists. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously, "I will kill you. I must kill you." Tao Bai Bai roared, his body like a whirlwind as he unleashed a sweeping kick toward Chu He, with a cold laugh. Chu He met the attack head-on, launching a powerful punch that connected with a resounding thud. Tao Bai Bai felt a numbing sensation in his leg followed by an intense pain, stumbling back several paces as shock and dread filled his eyes. His heart racing tumultuously. Chapter 79. Coercion. How is this possible? Who is he to possess such strength? After just one exchange, Tao Bai Bai realized that Chu He's power was not only on par with his own, but perhaps even greater. A flicker of apprehension crossed his narrowed eyes, and he braced himself for what was to come. Chu He regarded Tao Bai Bai coldly, and after landing a successful blow, he pressed the attack with relentless fervor. His movements were as swift as lightning as he closed the distance, his fists hammering down like iron hammers, each strike connecting with flesh as Tao Bai Bai struggled to defend himself. Yet, The speed of Chu Hi's assault left him reeling. The barrage of punches rained upon Tao Bai's abdomen, each impact echoing painfully. Tao Bai's cries of agony pierced the air, his expression morphing into that of a malevolent specter as the veins on his forehead bulged. Bent over like a shrimp, he continuously retched, looking utterly wretched. Witnessing the transformation of the once formidable Tao Bai in such a pitiful state after just a brief confrontation filled Han Han with astonishment, her face lighting up with excitement. The other villagers gazed at Chu Hi in awe, their faces reflecting admiration and reverence as they beheld his prowess. "You insolent brat! How dare you treat me like this?" Peach White, stifling the pain coursing through his body, gritted his teeth and straightened up, casting a venomous glare at Chu Hi, seething with resentment. "With such feeble power, you dare to boast, you, the so-called #1 assassin in the world, are truly unworthy of the title. You are nothing but a pitiful wretch. I believe it more fitting to call you the world's greatest garbage. Don't you agree?" Chu Hi snorted derisively, his gaze toward Peach White filled with contempt, his tone dripping with disdain. "Ah, how infuriating! You should perish." Accustomed to arrogance, Peach White had never before faced such verbal humiliation. His expression turned manic, rage surging within him like a blazing inferno, nearly overwhelming his composure. Struggling to contain his fury, he suddenly flashed a sinister smile. A fierce glint igniting in his eyes, he extended his right index finger towards Chu Hi and bellowed, "Behold my skill, the whole beam." In an unexpected display of power, Peach White unleashed his signature move, the whole beam, a beam of light shooting forth with the intensity of a laser. Chu Hi, acutely attuned to danger and possessing formidable mental acuity, perceived the trajectory of the whole beam clearly despite its rapid approach. With a slight shift of his right foot, he sidestepped, allowing the beam to narrowly miss him and demolish a building behind him. The power is quite decent. Not bad." Chu Hi turned his head to glance back, chuckling lightly before fixing his gaze back on Peach White. "Do you have any other techniques? Feel free to unleash them. If not, you might as well prepare to meet your end." Peach White's eyes momentarily glazed over, disbelief flooding his mind as he realized that his proud skill, the whole beam, had been so easily evaded. This revelation was almost too much for him to bear. His chest heaved, his throat constricted, and his arms trembled slightly. Fear, perhaps, was setting in. Lowering his head slightly, he found himself unable to meet Chu Hi's gaze, his heart pounding fiercely, sending shivers down his spine. Peach White's lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. After a moment of silence, he suddenly faced Chu Hi, bending his knees and collapsing to the ground with a thud. Bowing repeatedly, he cried out in desperation, "Hero, hero, I realize my mistakes. I truly see my errors. Please, spare my life." Peach White cared not for his pride or dignity, disregarding everything in his fervent desire to preserve his life. In his mind, survival was paramount. Dignity and face were of no consequence. He continued to plead, tears welling in his eyes as he sought sympathy. Chu Hi regarded the kneeling and pleading Peach White with an impassive expression. Yet his thoughts wandered to the original tale, where Peach White had similarly begged for mercy from Sun Wukong, who, out of compassion, had spared him, only to be betrayed later. Chu Hi, however, was not one to exhibit such leniency. He sought to eradicate any future threats. That a glint of lethal intent flashed in Chu Hi's eyes as he approached Peach White steadily, gathering energy in his index finger concealed within his sleeve. Peach White, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Chu Hi, abruptly lifted his head in terror, continuing to utter pleas for mercy. That moment, a crisp female voice rang out from behind Chu Hi. Han Han, darting forward, brandished a sturdy stone in her small hand and hurled it at Peach White. "You big bad guy, you won't get away with this. You owe me my mommy and daddy. Give them back." The stone struck Peach White squarely in the face, causing no harm. As Han Han bent down to retrieve another stone, she suddenly saw Peach White's eyes flash with malice. He sprang forward, seizing Han Han, his bony hand tightening around her delicate throat, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he looked at Chu Hi. Chu Hi, momentarily caught off guard, failed to react in time, allowing Peach White to take the little girl as a hostage. "Let me go, and I won't harm her. How does that sound?" Peach White demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Chu-hee, uncertain if his gamble would pay off. Aware that the girl was of no relation to him. Big brother, please don't. Han-han's eyes brimmed with determination. Despite the threat to her life, she bravely called out. Shut up, you little brat, Peach White barked, tightening his grip, rendering Han-han speechless. All right, release her, and I shall let you go. Chu-hee's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he spoke slowly. Seeing that Chu-hee had not attacked, Peach White felt a surge of confidence. A smug smile creeping across his face. How can I be sure that once I let her go, you will indeed spare me? What do you propose? Chu-hee replied, his gaze fixed on Peach White. His tone laced with a chilling undertone that I will take her with me. Once I reach a safe location, I will release her. Peach White's eyes gleamed coldly as he declared, Do you truly believe I would consent to such a plan? Chu-hee scoffed dismissively. Is that so? Peach White, unfazed by Chu-hee's rejection, smirked knowingly. Well, if you refuse this method, I have another idea. At this, Chu-hee's eyes narrowed, curiosity piqued. What is your alternative? Peach White replied with a dark demeanor. In a moment, I will toss this girl away. She will fly towards you, and your task will be to quickly intercept and save her. Should anything happen to the girl, it would be disastrous. The expression on Chu-hee's face subtly shifted, and before he could respond, he witnessed Tao Bai issue a sharp command. In an instant, with one hand, he lifted Henin, gazing toward the rear of Chu-hee. With a sudden thrust of his foot and a swift motion of his hand, amidst a cacophony of shouts, Henin soared through the air like a bolt from a crossbow toward the sky behind Chu-hee. Simultaneously, Tao Bai pivoted and began to leap in the opposite direction, sprinting away. In Chapter 80. The demise of Tao Bai. Please support with flowers. Thank you all. Chu-hee did not anticipate such decisive action from Tao Bai. It was utterly without warning that in the face of this perilous moment, Chu-hee maintained a calm and steady breath, his demeanor resolute and composed. His body leapt into the air like a sword piercing the heavens, trailing ethereal glimmers as he pursued Henin. His feet occasionally touched down, then sprang up again, and with each explosive movement, he rapidly closed the distance to Henin's trajectory. With a momentary pause, Chu-hee aligned himself with Henin's flight path. And with another grand leap, he ascended several dozen meters, surpassing Henin. As his hands extended, he grasped Henin, who was then cradled securely in his embrace. The force of her arrival was effortlessly absorbed by Chu-hee in an instant. The gentle breeze swirled around them, soft and graceful, akin to a mother's caress. Henin felt as though she had landed in a warm, safe embrace. Her large, watery eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed intently at Chu-hee's face. A profound sense of security enveloping her small heart, causing her to momentarily forget all her fears and anxieties. Meanwhile, as Chu-hee successfully caught Henin, he found himself suspended in midair, gradually descending due to the force of gravity. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and as Chu-hee's eyes flickered, a crimson light flashed in his right eye, granting him an expansive view within 1,000 miles. He beheld 3 grenades hurtling through the air, flung with great force by Tao Bai from hundreds of meters away, racing toward the location where Chu-hee was about to land in less than 3 breaths. The grenades would collide with Chu-hee, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that threatened their very existence. If it were only Chu-hee, he could easily withstand the grenades. However, Henin, being a delicate and fragile young girl, would suffer dire consequences from even a slight impact. Chu-hee could not allow his momentary bravado to endanger the life of the little girl. Tao Bai, what a despicable scoundrel. Chu-hee's thoughts raced as he caught sight of the smug smile curling at the corners of Tao Bai's mouth from 100 meters away. That vile and loathsome visage igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. At this critical juncture, a strange glimmer flared in Chu-hee's eyes, his body rippling like waves, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The 3 grenades detonated simultaneously, unleashing a thunderous cacophony akin to a celestial storm, with brilliant flames soaring skyward, their ferocity akin to surging tides, as billowing smoke enveloped the expanse. Ha! He is dead, finally dead. That fool who told you to show mercy and rescue that little girl. I have triumphed. A surge of exhilaration washed over Tao Bai Bai's face as he gazed at the distant billows of smoke.